Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Yao Yao, you're still in school, and that small restaurant requires someone to manage it. Why not listen to Grandpa and transfer the restaurant to your second uncle? By the end of the year, you'll receive dividends without lifting a finger. Isn't that a good deal? Zhang Yao, Grandpa is speaking to you. Are you even listening? Seated on the sofa, Zhang Yao was jolted from her stupor by a forceful shove, as if she had just come to her senses, gazing incredulously at the scene before her. The well-lit room, the soft leather sofa, and the steam rising from the teapot on the coffee table, all these elements signified one undeniable truth. She had been reborn. Zhang Yao lifted her gaze, and directly across from her sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair, flanked by a middle-aged man and woman. Noticing her distraction, the old man furrowed his brows and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a flicker of disdain crossing his wrinkled face. Zhang Yao clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. This scene was strikingly familiar. It mirrored the moment before the apocalypse, when her father's relatives conspired to trick her into relinquishing the restaurant her mother had left her. Yao Yao, the old man softened his tone. You must listen to Grandpa. That restaurant is far away in Beishur. Moreover, with the college entrance examination approaching, you can't neglect your studies for the sake of that establishment. Besides, with me backing you, if your uncle and aunt mistreat you, we'll be the first to help you deal with them. At this, Zhang Yao, seated on the sofa, could not suppress a sardonic smile. In her previous life, her parents had divorced when she was 13, as her mother had been a homemaker for over a decade. Lacking the means to support herself, the court awarded custody to her father. It was only half a month ago, after her mother perished in a car accident, that Zhang Yao received a letter and a property deed. To her astonishment, she learned that her mother had operated a restaurant in B City for many years and had explicitly stated that it was to be bequeathed solely to Zhang Yao. Her second uncle's family, having somehow learned of this, set their sights on the restaurant. After much coaxing and even invoking the names of her grandfather and father, they pressured Zhang Yao to transfer the restaurant to them. In her past life, Zhang Yao had been swayed by their sudden warmth and had reluctantly handed over the restaurant. But mere days later, the zombie outbreak occurred, and High City was transformed into a nightmarish landscape of corpses and blood. Conversely, Beishur, under swift governmental control, became the safest survival base in the nation. Zhang Yao and her foolishly filial father had endured great hardships to flee High City and seek help from her uncle's family. Outwardly, they treated her with courtesy, yet during a supply run when they encountered a horde of zombies, they callously pushed her into the throng to secure their own escape. Was this what they called care? Were these truly her relatives? Zhang Yao could only lament her blindness in her previous life, realizing too late the hypocritical faces of those around her. Zhang Yao, what kind of expression is that? Why have you changed so much? Apologize to Grandpa at once. Zhang Yao's father thundered, slamming his palm down on the coffee table. Oh dear brother, why scold her? She's just a child, can't we speak nicely? Before Zhang Yao could respond, her second aunt playfully slapped Zhang Yao's father's arm, wearing a feigned pout. Zhang Yao regarded her second aunt, who, though over 40, still exuded charm, her eyes icy with disdain. Were it not for her second chance at life, she might have failed to see that this seemingly caring second aunt was, in fact, someone who wished for her early demise. Because she had long been entangled with that scoundrel, Zhang Yao's father. As for her second uncle, it was uncertain whether he was aware of the nature of his wife's relationship with his brother. He met Zhang Yao's penetrating gaze with a furrowed brow, clearly at a loss for words. Just as he was about to inquire, Zhang Yao had already averted her eyes. With unrestrained disdain, she coldly retorted to her father, "Since you're so filial, why not transfer the house we live in to my second uncle? That property is worth far more than that small restaurant." "What did you say?" Zhang Yao's father erupted, his face shifting from red to black with rage. This ungrateful daughter. The house was the most valuable asset he possessed. How could she casually suggest giving it away to someone else? Had she lost her senses? "Are you serious?" her second aunt exclaimed, her eyes glinting with cunning. Though the restaurant was located in B City, its remote and modest nature paled in comparison to the value of a property in the bustling city center. That house was 100 square meters, easily fetching 7 to 8 million if sold. Zhang Yao nodded. "As long as my father agrees, I have no objections." When Zhang Yao's mother divorced, she took nothing with her, except for her sole request to have Jiang Yao's name added to the property. Thus, Jiang Yao held half of the ownership. Her second uncle's family had certainly considered this property before, but Jiang Yao had always perceived it as the only legacy from her mother, refusing to budge no matter how much they pressed her. Now that Jiang Yao had offered it up, her second uncle's family resembled starving dogs presented with a large bone, their greedy hearts stirring with excitement. The second uncle immediately tugged at the old man's arm. To their surprise, they had originally sought the restaurant, but fate had turned in their favor, as she was now willing to transfer the house to them. The old man, who cherished this youngest son dearly, instantly grasped the implication. With a serious gaze, he turned to Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, are you serious about this? Such matters should not be taken lightly. Jiang Yao nodded. She was indeed serious. After all, in just a week, Sea City would fall to the zombie horde. Since they liked it here, let them remain and dance with the undead. The transfer is acceptable, but I require 3 million. A fair exchange. Cash on the table, property in hand. 3 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Her second aunt gasped. Initially, she had hoped to acquire the property without any cost, but Jiang Yao's demand for 3 million shattered that illusion. 3 million was all their family's savings accumulated over the years. I'll check the market value of this house. It ranges from 800,000 to 1 million. 3 million is already a friendly price. If you don't want it, then so be it. Jiang Yao stood up, feigning impatience, turning to head back to her room. Seeing this, her second uncle hurriedly interjected, "Wait, 3 million it is. Well, handle the transfer this afternoon." The old man quickly added, "Yes, indeed. Yao Yao, don't mind your second aunt, she knows nothing. 3 million. I shall make the decision for your second uncle's family right now." "Dad!" Jiang Yao's father sprang to his feet, looking at the old man with unease. He sensed something amiss, yet years of blind filial piety rendered him unable to voice his dissent. "Sit down. You have no say in this matter." The old man shot a glare, and Jiang Yao's father immediately wilted under the intensity. Jiang Yao's gaze was cold, extinguishing any remaining flicker of hope she had for her father. She swung open her room door. "This afternoon at 3 o'clock, bring the necessary documents and the money to meet me." Exiting the property bureau, her second aunt clutched the freshly minted property deed, unable to contain her smile. Jiang Yao's father wore a sullen expression, his heart heavy as he glanced at his daughter ahead. Finally, he could no longer suppress his concern and called out to Jiang Yao. "Yao Yao, where are you planning to go now?" Jiang Yao, in high spirits, counted the funds that had just been deposited into her account. Turning her head, her gaze earnest, she replied, "Dad, I'm not going back to school. Today, in buying a ticket to Sea City, my mother's restaurant must not be left without an heir. You, take care of yourself. Make sure to take care of yourself, otherwise, how will you serve as a shield for my second uncle's family when the time comes?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's father flushed, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate a response, but ultimately, no words came forth. "Oh, brother, why are you worrying? This girl has her own mind with 3 million. She wants starve," her second aunt retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Now that she had secured the house, her pretense was shed, her eyes blazing with malice as she fixated on Jiang Yao. That 3 million had drained their family's savings. To gather the funds, they had even sold their modest home at a loss. Now, aside from this house, they were left with nothing. Chapter 2. The System. From her perspective, something that could have been obtained for free had instead cost them dearly. That was a loss. As a result, she found herself increasingly irritated by Jiang Yao's presence. The old man, supported by the second uncle, walked at the back, his cane striking the floor with authority as he admonished, "Enough. Cease your chatter. Do you not fear becoming the subject of ridicule?" Seeing the second aunt reluctantly fall silent, the old man turned to Jiang Yao. "You should take the time today to pack your belongings. Your second uncle's family will be moving in tomorrow." "Understood." Jiang Yao nodded slightly. She had already received the payment and had no desire to squander any more time with them. With a few swift operations on her phone, she promptly booked a moving company. She had only sold the house, not the furniture. The movers arrived swiftly, and Jiang Yao had but one request: take everything that could be taken, and for the rest, she was willing to sell at a bargain or even destroy it. Regardless of the outcome, she would never leave these belongings for her second uncle's family. "Jiang Yao, you wretched woman!" At that moment, Jiang Yao had already disembarked from her flight and arrived in Beishur. The restaurant left by her mother was not situated in a prime location, being near a suburban hospital outside the Third Ring Road. Dragging her suitcase, Jiang Yao stepped out of the taxi, gazing at the dilapidated two-story building before her, and silently breathed a sigh of relief. It would not be long before this place transformed into the largest and safest base in the entire country. Not only would there be teams of superpowered individuals patrolling day and night, but there would also be stringent access requirements. In this lifetime, she had seized the initiative, shedding those insufferable relatives, ensuring her existence would surpass that of her previous life, both in quality and duration. Extracting a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door, causing the wind chime hanging from it to emit a series of melodious sounds. Upon entering, her eyes were met with 5 or 6 pieces of solid wood, red-colored tables and chairs. Behind the tables was a semi-open kitchen, adjacent to which stood a narrow staircase. Ascending the stairs led to a small bedroom. The bedroom door was unlocked, pushing it open revealed a large window across from her. Light streamed in from outside, and the pale yellow curtains danced gently in the breeze, bringing with them a faint coolness. Beneath the window lay a small bed positioned horizontally, accompanied by a desk beside it. Various books were strewn across the desk, where a desk lamp stood, and at the foot of the bed rested a wardrobe of natural wood color. Having been uninhabited for a long time, a thin layer of dust had settled on the books. Jiang Yao placed her suitcase against the wall, picked up a book from the desk, dusted it off, and opened the pages to glance at it. It was a cookbook, adorned with annotations and reflections in a graceful script, likely her mother's handwriting. Her fingers grazed over the characters, as if she could envision her mother bent over the desk, dust motes dancing in the beams of light, only to be extinguished at the speed of light. After a moment, the sadness in Jiang Yao's eyes dissipated entirely. She resolutely closed the book and returned it to its place, preparing to undertake a thorough cleaning of the house from top to bottom. Just as she lifted the blanket to place it in the wardrobe, she noticed a bulge under the thin mattress, shaped like a sphere. "What is this?" Jiang Yao lifted the mattress, revealing a transparent crystal ball lodged firmly in the bed's crevice. She picked up the crystal ball, its surface cool to the touch, within which stood a tiny figure at the entrance of a restaurant. The figure's stature and attire bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. The more she looked, the more she felt it resembled herself. As she reached out to touch it, her finger unexpectedly penetrated the crystal ball. Ding! Congratulations on activating the Multiverse Restaurant System. Binding in progress. Binding successful. The Multiverse Passageway has been opened. The first customer is being transmitted. Ingredients have been automatically placed in the kitchen for you. A cold mechanical voice echoed in her ears. A blinding light flashed, and suddenly, the weight in her hand diminished. When she opened her eyes again, the crystal ball had vanished, and the bedroom space had doubled in size. Jiang Yao felt a surge of elation. She had a system. Having read novels for years, she was well aware of what this entailed. Stepping outside, she noticed, on the wall adjacent to the bedroom, a silver door had mysteriously appeared. Approaching it, she pulled with all her might, but it wouldn't budge. System? Suddenly, a stream of information flooded her mind. The full name of the system was the Multiverse Business System. After binding to her restaurant, it transformed into the Multiverse Restaurant System. As long as she sold food from the restaurant and collected enough points, she could upgrade it. Jiang Yao opened the system's main interface, which contained only 2 modules, Restaurant Interface and System All. She clicked on the Restaurant Interface. Restaurant Level 1. Restaurant Owner, Jiang Yao. Restaurant Points, 0. Number of customers served, 0. Next, she opened the System All. In the lower left corner, it displayed mall points, 0. The mall showcased a plethora of goods available for exchange with points. Heavens, this overwhelming fortune had finally come to her. At that moment, the back door creaked open. A handsome man clad in animal skins entered, wielding a long knife fashioned from bone. Upon seeing Jiang Yao, he was taken aback, causing the knife in his hand to clatter to the ground. "Beast God, are you the Beast God?" He had never encountered such a beautiful female. Her skin glowed with an ethereal light, and her attire was exquisite. In his imagination, only the Beast God would don such garments. Jiang Yao instantly recalled the man's basic information hailed from the Beastman continent, the leader of the White Tiger clan, Bai Yun. No, I am not. I am the owner of this restaurant. Just call me Boss Jiang." "So, What would you like to eat? Zhang Yao led him down from the second floor to the first. Yet when she stood at the cash register, she encountered a dilemma. This beast man clearly had no money. How could he pay for his meal? I want to eat. Bai Yun glanced at the vividly illustrated menu, swallowing instinctively. Everything looked delectable. He desired to try them all. What to do? Seeing his gaze lingering on the menu, Zhang Yao quickly tapped on the counter and pointed to a small blackboard by the door. Today, our restaurant is temporarily serving only 2 dishes: fish-flavored shredded pork rice and potato meat slices rice. This was a system regulation currently. She could sell only these 2 dishes each day, with a limit of 10 portions for each. Primarily because these were the only 2 dishes Zhang Yao could prepare, taught to her by her mother during her lifetime. Money? I have none, but I have this. Will it suffice? Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, then reached into his animal skin and pulled out a ginseng the size of his palm. Let me see. Zhang Yao wiped her hands dry and carefully took the ginseng. Its roots were intact, plump, and robust, resembling a little chubby doll. Even without knowledge of medicinal herbs, she could tell this was worth a considerable sum. Ding, detected high-quality wild ginseng, valued at 100 points. This will do. Zhang Yao stored the ginseng in the system space. If the system deemed it valuable, it undoubtedly was. Then I would like a portion of potato meat slices rice. Bai Yin pondered for a moment before settling on the meatier option. Certainly, please have a seat. Zhang Yao entered the kitchen. The system had indicated that ingredients had been placed in the kitchen's freezer. The freezer was a 3-door model, situated in the corner of the kitchen. Opening it revealed a fresh storage compartment filled with vegetables, crisp green peppers, scallions, and carrots. Below were chunks of fresh pork cut into pieces. Beside the freezer was a small basket containing various condiments, ginger, garlic, and the like. Zhang Yao retrieved fresh meat from the freezer, sliced it thinly, and placed it in a bowl to marinate. Then, she selected a few potatoes still bearing traces of soil, washed them, peeled them, and cut them into small pieces to soak in water to extract the starch. All these vegetables and seasonings were provided by the system, appearing remarkably fresh, so she utilized them directly. Heating the pan with oil, she added the marinated meat, stir-frying it until it changed color, and soon, a rich aroma filled the entire restaurant. Bai Yun watched Zhang Yao's fluid movements, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting through the air, his stomach growling audibly. Once the meat was nearly cooked, she added the drained potato slices and continued to stir-fry. Finally, she garnished the dish with vibrant red and green chili strips and chopped scallions, generously heaping it over the steamed rice. A hearty portion of potato meat slices rice was ready. As soon as it was served, Bai Yun eagerly scooped up a large spoonful, disregarding the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was tender, the potatoes soft, and paired with the chewy rice, it was simply a first-class delight. In the blink of an eye, half of the meal had vanished into his stomach. His previously gnawing hunger was calmed by the warm food, and Bai Yun waved his hand at the remaining dish. Considering the value of the ginseng he offered, Zhang Yao had no reason to refuse. She promptly returned to the kitchen, processed the remaining ingredients, and began to stir-fry them one by one. The mouth-watering aroma drifted through the ventilation system. On the street, a girl clad in leather was riding her motorcycle in search of food. Lately, for reasons unknown, she had felt particularly famished. No matter how much she ate, her stomach always felt empty, and being awakened by hunger in the middle of the night had become routine. Sometimes, even shortly after finishing a meal, she would find herself hungry again. Today, she had intentionally skipped breakfast to visit the hospital for an examination, only for the doctor to declare her in perfect health. I am simply feeling hungry, and my digestion is swift. I just need to focus on enjoying my meal. However, even with rapid digestion, one cannot expect to consume food while it disappears simultaneously, can one? Having just emerged from the hospital, Li Ningyu feels as though she is experiencing a slight bout of low blood sugar, accompanied by dizziness. Yet, it is already past 3 in the afternoon, and I am uncertain whether any restaurants are still open. Chapter 3. An irresistible aroma. Not long after departing, she caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The scent penetrated her nostrils, awakening the hunger pangs within her. Following the street forward, she finally discovered the source of the delightful fragrance. It was a modest eatery, whimsically named the Wanjie Restaurant. The name struck her as peculiar, yet she dismissed it. In this era, odd names were plentiful. Merely a gimmick to attract customers, Li Ningyu found a spot to park her motorcycle, fiddled with her keychain, and made her way toward the restaurant. Nestled between two small shops, the transparent glass door offered a clear view of the interior. Adorning the pristine white walls were several charming oil paintings, beneath which sat a few simple tables and chairs. At the back, an open kitchen revealed a young girl busily tending to her tasks. Observing the chef's youthful countenance, Li Ningyu felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. However, her hunger was insatiable, and she had no desire to venture out in search of another dining establishment, so she decided to make do with what was available. With this thought in mind, she pushed open the glass door, causing a wind chime to jingle. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yao lifted her gaze. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" As she stepped inside, the aroma intensified, causing Li Ningyu to unconsciously swallow hard and stretch her neck to glimpse the dishes prepared by Bai Yun. "Boss, I'll have what he is having. Bring me 2 servings. "Sure, that would be potato meat sliced rice, 45 each. Please settle the bill here." Jiang Yao's hands were a flurry of activity as she washed pots, stir-fried, and packed meals. Li Ningyu glanced at the bill and was taken aback by the prices. This place was astonishingly more expensive than others, nearly double the cost. Although her family was affluent, she wasn't foolish. Almost 50 for a single dish. Was it worth it? What a delightful aroma! Reluctantly, Li Ningyu savored the final morsel of her meal, then turned to Jiang Yao, who was engrossed in her phone beside the counter. "Boss, I'll take 2 more servings to go." To be honest, Li Ningyu patted her belly, which was finally feeling full, and she was almost moved to tears. For the first time in ages, she felt as though she had truly eaten after a meal. She wondered how long this sensation would linger. Perhaps she should order another serving to prevent herself from feeling hungry again later that night. Meanwhile, Bai Yun stared at the already packed meal on the table, still exuding a tantalizing aroma, and could not resist opening another box. "Forget it. I won tea, bring any 4 by you this time," he thought to himself, and Bai Ling can wait that as he indulged. He lost track of his consumption and soon realized that he had devoured 3 out of the 5 packed meals. Looking at the remnants before him, he sheepishly scratched his head and turned to Jiang Yao. "Boss, please pack 3 more servings for me to take away." Jiang Yao shook her head. "We only have 2 servings of potato meat slices left. They've already been reserved by this young lady." Bai Yun glanced at Li Ningyu with a resigned sigh. "All right then, boss, give me 3 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice to go." As he spoke, fearing it wouldn't be enough, he pulled out 2 palm-sized ginseng roots from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "All right," Li Ningyu finished her last serving, leaning back on her stool with a satisfied burp. Oh my, how long had it been since she felt so pleasantly stuffed? She was finally full. No longer did she need to constantly snack like a glutton. She planned to return for more tomorrow. After a brief respite, she settled the bill and prepared to leave with her meals in hand. At that moment, Jiang Yao brought out the first serving of freshly cooked fish-flavored shredded pork. The overpowering sweet and savory scent instantly captivated Li Ningyu's heart. Who could understand? Being a typical person from the water town, her favorite dish was the sweet and spicy fish-flavored shredded pork. Just as she was about to step out, she hesitated. "Boss, pack me 2 more servings of fish-flavored shredded pork." Even if she couldn't finish them, she could share with her parents. Bai Yun's stomach felt as though it might burst. Yet the alluring aroma still tempted him to take a few more bites. He forced himself to control his hands, grabbing the takeout bag and heading upstairs. If he didn't leave soon, he feared he might burst from overindulgence in this restaurant. He hurriedly retraced his steps, skillfully navigating the path until he arrived at a cave nestled in the mountains. Inside, several orcs of his age surrounded a fire, roasting exotic beast meat. These were members of their hunting team, brothers and sisters with whom he had braved countless dangers. Their current mission was to travel to a coastal tribe to procure enough core salt to sustain their entire clan through the long winter. Without salt, the orcs in their tribe would not survive the harsh season. "Food, with salt. Eat up," he exclaimed, laying the takeout bags on the ground, the transparent containers lined up neatly. Salt. The orcs were evidently astonished. They all knew how scarce salt was. Where had the clan leader procured such fragrant meals, and with salt no less? At that moment, a young boy eagerly snatched a box of meat-sliced rice from the ground, lifted the lid, and was instantly enveloped by the enticing aroma. The others couldn't resist, diving in to snatch their own portions. In an instant, The cave was filled with the delightful scent of food. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to her customers, Jiang Yao closed the door behind her, her day's work completed successfully. Not only had she earned money, but she had also acquired several large ginseng roots. Even after deducting points for the raw materials, she had more ginseng than she could use. Half would be exchanged for points, while the other half would be wrapped in red cloth. Jiang Yao changed her clothes and set off for the pharmacy, intending to trade the ginseng for commonly needed medications for the apocalypse, pain relievers, fever reducers, cold medicine, and anti-inflammatory drugs. In the post-apocalyptic world, these items were crucial resources tightly controlled by the authorities, second only to food in value. Just as she was about to leave, a notification chimed in her mind. Resources obtained from the restaurant can only be used within the establishment. Jiang Yao paused, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Well then, I suppose I'll just prepare them as meals to sell later in exchange for crystal cores. After all, she still had 2 to 3 million points left unused. Tomorrow, she would use that money to purchase some essential supplies. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies possessed a translucent crystal known as a crystal core, which served as their primary energy source and was also vital for enhancing the abilities of supernatural beings. Eventually, crystal cores became the universal currency among bases, replacing the former currency entirely. Having grown up without ever enjoying fine food, despite inheriting her mother's height of 1.72 meters, her weight barely exceeded 100. In this new world, such a weight was a liability, rendering her practically useless. During the calamity, she envied those with muscular physiques. With a single swing of an axe, they could sever a zombie's head. Chapter 4. The supply cart. With her current weight, she felt that reaching at least 130 pounds would provide her with a semblance of security. After thoroughly cleaning the clay pot, she rinsed a handful of yellow millet and placed it inside. Adding water, slicing the ginseng, she arranged it atop the grain, set the timer, and began simmering it on low heat. The faint medicinal fragrance mingled with the rich aroma of the porridge as she lifted the lid and stirred with a wooden spoon. The millet had a naturally sweet yet slightly bitter taste. Estimating that another 10 minutes would suffice, Jiang Yao opened the door and settled onto a small stool outside to enjoy the breeze. It was autumn, nearing evening, and a crisp wind swept through. There was no stench of blood or decay, no distant cries of despair, and certainly no oppressive control or worries about life and death. For Jiang Yao, who had endured 3 to 4 years in the apocalypse, there was no time more blissful than this in the Li family villa. Lights illuminated the space. Li Ningyu lounged on the living room sofa. Engrossed in a television showed, a handsome young man approached with a thermos in hand. Observing her laid-back demeanor, he instinctively frowned. Ningyu, sit properly. What kind of posture is that, brother? Why must you always be so old-fashioned? Li Ningyu playfully punched him in the shoulder. Ouch! What have you been eating? Your strength is formidable. Li Feng felt a tremendous force strike his shoulder blade, causing a dull ache in his bones. What are you pretending for? I hardly exerted any effort. That was nothing. Take this. Li Ningyu swung her fist at him. Li Feng instinctively raised his hand to catch it. Crack! His wrist snapped. Wait, what on earth is happening? Li Ningyu, however, gazed worriedly at her older brother's twisted hand, her voice tinged with panic. Brother? Are you all right? Driver, hurry to the hospital. Amidst the chaos, they found themselves in a single patient room, where Li Feng sat confidently on the hospital bed. His right hand swathed in white bandages, Li Ningyu sat on the sofa, peeling an apple for him. Li Feng fixed his gaze on his sister. Now tell me, what is going on? Stop pretending. Your strength is strange. That punch must have weighed at least 200 kilograms. Don't you think that is odd? Huh? I had no idea. Brother, I truly didn't mean to hurt you. Li Feng examined his sister's bewildered expression, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he continued to guide her. I'm not saying you did it on purpose. Just tell me, have there been any unusual occurrences lately? Or have you eaten anything strange? Having served in the military, Li Feng was particularly sensitive to such matters. It just so happened that his sister had experienced something peculiar, and he felt he might be on the verge of uncovering the truth. Strange occurrences, does it count if I'm always hungry? Li Feng initially thought that she was joking, but he quickly realized that his sister was not one to jest. He found it peculiar. This was not merely a case of being unsatisfied after a meal. It was as if no matter how much she consumed, it was never enough. The quantity of food meant for 3 or 4 people felt as though it had not been ingested at all. This sensation had persisted for quite some time, yet he had paid it little mind. Are you hungry now? Not at all. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Ningyu clapped her hands. Right, after dining at that Wanjie restaurant today. I haven't felt hungry since, and their food has made me feel stronger. Wanjie restaurant. I'll have someone investigate it tomorrow. You should visit again, but before you go, eat something ordinary to see if you still feel unsatisfied. All right. In the restaurant, Zhang Yao was completely unaware that she had become the focus of someone's attention. She was bargaining with the system while sipping on her rice porridge, and why porridge is so well made. Why can't it be listed for sale? Are you deliberately targeting me? Insufficient proficiency? I don't care. I want it listed. Selling only those 2 items daily won't attract customers, so hurry up, list it. Insufficient proficiency, damn. Zhang Yao was utterly exasperated by this situation. She had to succeed in creating something at least 20 times before it could be listed. Didn't they realize how precious resources were in this apocalyptic world? Delivery cart has been arranged, points have been deducted. It was as if the system could hear her inner thoughts as it chimed in response. The next moment, the door to the second floor swung open once more. Zhang Yao dashed up the stairs and indeed found a silver automatic food cart waiting behind the door. Upon her arrival, the display screen on the cart brightened with a cheerful expression. Quite high-tech, she thought. Zhang Yao inspected the contents, which mostly consisted of staple foods such as rice, flour, and oil. There was also a small bag of shrimp, which he had purchased from the system's marketplace that very day. After signing for the supplies, she carefully transported them all downstairs to the freezer. This amount would only last 3 days. After that, the cart would return to deliver more food. That night, she experienced a dreamless slumber. Perhaps due to that bowl of millet porridge, Zhang Yao's sleep quality was unprecedentedly excellent. By 7 o'clock, she climbed out of bed, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through her. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted a familiar figure waiting outside the door. The same young girl who had come to dine the previous afternoon. Zhang Yao opened the door, and the girl entered, casually shedding her coat onto a chair, and called out cheerfully, "Boss, do you have fish-flavored shredded pork today? I'm sorry, but we aren't open for breakfast yet. We only serve lunch at this time." Zhang Yao suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to put up a sign the night before. It was understandable that the girl had come so early. Besides, Zhang Yao was not skilled at making breakfast items like steamed buns or fried dough sticks, and her proficiency level was insufficient to list them. She took out the half ginseng left over from yesterday and selected a few large shrimp from the food delivered by the system. She planned to prepare herself a seafood ginseng porridge for breakfast. Ah, no breakfast? Li Ningyu sat down in disappointment, feeling too lethargic to move. She had tried eating elsewhere that morning, but nothing other than the food from this restaurant could satisfy her hunger. Now, she was so starved that her stomach felt like it was touching her back, and even standing required effort. Zhang Yao assumed that she would leave on her own accord and paid her no mind as she knelt down to handle the ingredients. She deftly sliced open the large shrimp, removed the intestinal vein, and made a diagonal cut on the head. After cleaning them, she tossed the shrimp heads into the pan to fry for oil, added hot water, and once it boiled, she incorporated the rice. The aroma wafted through the AI. Li Ningyu inhaled the enticing fragrance emanating from the kitchen, her mouth watering. This flavor was entirely different from the dishes from the previous day. The shrimp, she could tell, had been raised in pristine waters, devoid of any earthy taste. The millet was fragrant and clearly authentic, sourced from the black soil of rural farms. Half an hour later, she turned off the heat and ladled the porridge into a bowl. Sitting at the counter, Zhang Yao stirred the porridge with a spoon, only to glance up and find Li Ningyu still sitting at the door. Why hasn't she left? Didn't I mention we're not open yet? Chapter 5. The mutated wild chicken. Seeing the girl's mouth watering, Zhang Yao offered a polite yet distant smile. Would you like a bowl as well? Really? That would be great. Li Ningyu, unaware of the concept of polite conversation, lit up with excitement. Meeting her bright, clear eyes, Zhang Yao was momentarily reminded of the little Samoyed she had raised in her childhood. Every time it heard the words play outside or dinner time, it wore the same expression. However, after her parents' divorce, the puppy had been sold by her father. Thank you, boss. Li Ningyu clasped her hands in gratitude, grabbed a spoon from the sterilizer, and sat down to take a bite. The freshly cooked rice porridge still exuded steam, and without even blowing on it, Li Ningyu shoved it into her mouth, instantly scalding her eyes red. Yet, She preferred to blow on it repeatedly rather than spit it out. Phew, phew. Delicious, so delicious. It's even fresher than what our French chef makes. This display of enjoyment greatly pleased Jiang Yao. However, she did not think much of the comment, assuming it was merely flattery. After all, who could afford a French chef and come to dine at her modest establishment? She was not so arrogant as to believe her mediocre skills could rival the expertise of a seasoned chef. Little did she know, the ingredients provided by the system were all carefully selected high-quality items. Not only delicious but also infused with spiritual energy, ensuring that whatever she prepared would be palatable. For someone like Li Ningyu, who was on the verge of awakening, the food would not only taste exquisite but also accelerate her awakening process and enhance her burgeoning abilities. Boss, could you sell me another portion? A family member at home is ill, and I'd like them to experience this delicious food too, and I'm sorry, but this porridge is not yet listed for sale and is not available to the public. Jiang Yao shook her head, her gaze calm as she looked at Li Ningyu. The truth was, the meals she prepared were barely enough for herself, and sharing a bowl with her regular customer was already a gesture of goodwill. She simply could not spare another. Li Ningyu anticipated this outcome and was not too disappointed. She had already enjoyed a bowl of food and couldn't be so brazen as to ask for another. At 11 o'clock, the restaurant reopened for business. After receiving a glowing review from Li Ningyu about the porridge she had served that morning, Jiang Yao was astonished to discover that her proficiency in making rice porridge had increased by 5 points. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new frontier. At noon, she decided to prepare a small pot of porridge to give away as a complimentary dish to the customers dining that day. The door to the upstairs opened again, and Bai Yun emerged, covered in bloodstains, holding a large wild chicken with a twisted neck. The bird dangled limply from his grip, its body nearly the length of his legs. The long feathers shimmered in the light, radiating a spectrum of colors, particularly the tail feathers, which were resplendent and grand, resembled the legendary phoenix. Jiang Yao was taken aback. She had never seen a chicken of such size. Comparable to an adult ostrich, Bai Yun appeared fatigued, skillfully depositing several ginseng roots onto the counter before taking his seat, his voice hoarse. Boss, I need 10 servings of potato meat rice, and 6 to go. The previous day, the 2 servings of potato meat had been eagerly snatched up by the team, especially the potato, which was soft, slightly spicy, and incredibly stimulating. They were not particularly fond of the sweet and sour fish-flavored shredded pork. Thus, before setting out today, everyone had specifically instructed Bai Yun to exchange for more servings of potato meat from the beast god in exchange for some herbs they would gather after he left. Unfortunately, during their pursuit of prey, their formation had been inadvertently disrupted by a wild boar. Had he not spotted the mysterious door reappearing while searching for a route, he might have been sent tumbling off a cliff. Upon meeting her gaze, which was fixed intently on the chicken in his hands, Bai Yun mistakenly thought she desired it. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to extend the offering. Boss, do you wish for this exotic creature? Consider it a gift. Jiang Yao instinctively reached out to accept it, weighing it briefly in her hands. Good heavens, this must weigh at least 20 pounds. Chapter 6. The first encounter as she observed the vibrant plumage of the wild chicken. Her mind momentarily faltered. System, is this edible? Detected 1 mutated wild chicken. Would you like to decompose it automatically? This will consume 10 points. Could it truly process ingredients automatically? How considerate. Jiang Yao selected yes. And in the blink of an eye, the wild chicken vanished from her grasp. 3 seconds later, a generous bowl of wild chicken meat appeared on the stove. Jiang Yao set aside a portion for the freezer. While soaking the remainder in water, preparing to cook several servings of spicy chicken cubes for lunch. When guests arrived, she would serve each a small portion, allowing her to gain sufficient proficiency by midday, enabling her to list the dish for sale the following day. Bai Yun did not exhibit much astonishment at the disappearance of the entire chicken. Rather, he furrowed his brow upon witnessing Jiang Yao washing the chicken meat. Boss, do you intend to consume its flesh? What's wrong? Hearing his inquiry, Jiang Yao looked up in surprise. The system clearly indicated it was edible, did it not? It's not palatable. Its flesh is bitter and astringent. We generally prefer the tail feathers, Bai Yun explained earnestly, gazing into Jiang Yao's eyes. Bitter? Jiang Yao pinched a piece of meat and sniffed it. It didn't smell bitter at all. It simply carried the scent of fresh meat. In fact, it was less fishy than what she had encountered at the supermarket, with a hint of delicate grassiness. System? Is this truly edible? Toxins have been eliminated. It is safe for consumption. That is a relief. Knowing the meat was fine, she felt entirely at ease. She then looked up to explain to Bai Yun, "It's all right. The bitterness in this exotic beast's meat is due to toxins, which have now been removed. It is edible. Once it's cooked, I will prepare 2 portions for you to sample." In truth, Bai Yun felt a twinge of regret for his impulsive words. This was the beast god, after all. Their inability to eat did not imply that she shared the same limitation. His inquiry seemed to question the beast god's capabilities. Yet, seeing Jiang Yao's calm demeanor and gentle explanation warmed his heart. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yao, in Bai Yun's eyes, she had already ascended to a divine status. Her thoughts were consumed solely by the pursuit of cooking, earning money, and building her business. While Bai Yun was savoring his meal, he noticed the girl from yesterday entering with a stranger. The man was tall and muscular. Yet his right arm was comically suspended by a white cloth around his neck. Simultaneously, Li Feng spotted Bai Yun, clad in simple animal hide, and his sharp gaze swept over him, ultimately locking onto the man's menacing eyes. Li Feng narrowed his eyes warily, instinctively clenching his fist. This man was clearly forged from the fires of battle, not a trivial character. After a brief standoff of glances, they both averted their eyes. "Brother, this is the shop I told you about. The person behind the counter is the owner." Li Ningyu was oblivious to the tension between the two men, pulling Li Feng towards the counter and pointing out Jiang Yao. "Hello, may I take your order?" Jiang Yao lifted her head from the frying pan and raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing the man before her. Having navigated the apocalypse for several years, she immediately sensed the unusual aura about him. It was a presence she had only encountered among members of the official base hunting team in her previous life. To describe it, it was akin to a righteous energy, one that seemed to emanate both strength and threat, thus revealing the man's identity. However, she remained uncertain whether he had come merely for a meal or if some system error had aroused official suspicion. Although she was untroubled by such matters, confident in her invincibility within her restaurant, she instinctively felt that entanglements with the authorities would lead to complications. Those individuals adhered to too many rules, which she found intolerable. Perhaps she ought to reassess this seemingly unremarkable eatery? Regardless, the man currently dining in peculiar attire was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. The rich and unique aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Escaping through the half-open door, gulps echoed as Li Ningyu caught a whiff of the scent, her stomach rumbling. "It smells so good. I'm starving." She reached out eagerly to place her order. "Boss, 2 portions of that meat, please, and 2 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork." However, Jiang Yao shook her head in refusal. "We're not selling that today. It's our new dish, but I can offer you 2 portions to try." "Wow, boss, you're so generous. Offering samples of new dishes," she exclaimed. "Haha, if it weren't for that pesky system insisting I practice, I wouldn't waste these ingredients on goodwill." Yet, Jiang Yao refrained from voicing this thought, merely offering an awkward smile as she cleaned the pan and tossed in the ingredients she had prepared earlier that morning. Eventually, she placed 2 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork alongside Kung Pao chicken on the table for Li Ningyu and her companions. "Brother, try it. It's truly delicious." As soon as the food was served, Li Ningyu signaled Li Feng with a grin. Originally, she intended to bring him 2 portions back to the hospital after their meal, but upon hearing he wanted to join her for lunch, she had to acquiesce, even bringing along a doctor to confirm that his hand was indeed fine. Unable to resist the temptation of the food, Li Feng, who had initially intended to stay aloof, found himself captivated by the small owner, leaving Li Ningyu puzzled. She took a deep breath, savoring the aroma of the meal, and promptly dug into a large mouthful of rice. "Delicious. Wrong way, this way. The snack street is over here." On the street, 2 lethargic young men, one tall and the other short, emerged from the adjacent internet CAF, walking arm in arm. The taller, Zhang Jing, rubbed his tired eyes and yawned widely, his elbow resting on Li Yang's shoulder. Silently vowing never to pull an all-nighter again, Li Yang, being slightly shorter, nearly stumbled as Zhang Jing leaned on him. "Never mind," he thought. After a grueling night, Zhang Jing felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, his heart racing and stomach grumbling. Rubbing his sore eyes, he retrieved his glasses from his pocket, squinting at their surroundings. This street was familiar, close to their school and featuring a cheap internet CAF at just 5 yuan an hour. However, they had exhausted every dining option available, and nothing seemed appealing anymore. Chapter 7. Changing the salt. What about rice noodles? Not in the mood. What about stone pot bibimbap? No appetite. Zhang Jing sighed. He was not the only one growing weary of the food options on this street, where most offerings were pre-packaged dishes. Anything is fine. Just then, an irresistible aroma of fried chicken wafted into Li Yang's nostrils, instantly sharpening his senses. It smells so good. How much tech and effort must have gone into that? He jested, instinctively pulling Zhang Jing along to trace the source of the enticing scent. Finally, tucked away in an inconspicuous crevice, they discovered a small restaurant. Universal Restaurant? That's an intriguing name. It seems to be a new establishment. Shall we give it a try? Let us go. Zhang Jing brushed his hair back and strode confidently into the eatery. Upon entering, they noticed several patrons already seated. After surveying the room, they selected a corner table and began perusing the menu. Li Yang scrutinized the menu for a while but could not pinpoint the source of that delicious aroma. All the dishes appeared quite ordinary. "Boss, do you serve fried chicken? It smells divine," he called out. Unable to find it on the menu, "We do not serve fried chicken. You must be referring to our spicy chicken cubes, which we are offering for free today if you dine in." Zhang Yao had already accomplished most of her sales target for the day and intended to reserve the remaining portions for her own dinner that evening, having consumed porridge for 2 consecutive days. Zhang Jing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, expecting the restaurant to offer something unique. He had encountered too many establishments that lured patrons with signature dishes only to serve them bland, pre-packaged meals. Glancing at the prices, he muttered, "Why are the prices so steep? A bowl of rice costs 40 to 50. Li Yang waved dismissively, 40 to 50 for a rice bowl. I must try it today. I need to gauge the flavor." Zhang Jing hesitated, tempted to leave, but the aroma of the chicken was simply too enticing to resist. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to stay put. "All right, I'll give it a shot. If it's not good, I want tea. Come back, boss. We'll take 2 portions of potato and meat rice bowls, please." "Certainly." Soon, 2 vibrant rice bowls accompanied by small bowls of oily spicy chicken cubes were served at their table. Li Yang pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks, tearing open the packaging, and eagerly grabbed a generous piece of chicken. The chicken, having been fried to perfection, was tender yet crispy, complemented by the vivid dried chilies and green Sichuan peppercorns, delivering a delightful, numbing heat, just as he had imagined. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he felt waves of warmth rising from his lower abdomen as he continued to eat. Delicious. You must try this," he urged Zhang Jing, who was still lamenting the cost. Zhang Jing mimicked his actions, picking up a fragrant piece of meat and tossing it into his mouth. After just a couple of chews, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The heaviness in his chest seemed to have been alleviated in an instant, and the dull pain diminished significantly. Both men were too engrossed in their meal to engage in conversation. Shoveling rice into their mouths with fervor, the bowl of chicken pieces quickly neared its end, with even the dried chili peppers used as garnish not spared. The succulent, juicy flavor of the meat burst on their tongues, and the soft, sweet potatoes were irresistible, leading to an unceasing feast. This was utterly delightful. Compared to this, the meals he had previously consumed were akin to swill. After a busy morning, Zhang Yao was now ravenously hungry. Glancing outside, she surmised that no more customers would arrive, so she decided to use the remaining ingredients to prepare herself a plate of potato and meat rice. Balancing the plate on the counter, she began to eat while watching a culinary drama on television. Remarkably, the ingredients provided by the system were of exceptional quality, far surpassing the tasteless produce from industrial farms, and the chicken was simply beyond imagination. She devoured a small basin all by herself. As she stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth, Zhang Yao looked over at Bai Yun, who was facing away from her, and pondered whether the exotic meats from his region were equally delectable. Would it be possible for him to bring back more? As Bai Yun savored the wild chicken, he too contemplated this matter. Since the beast god, no, the esteemed shopkeeper, could transform such unappetizing wild chicken into a culinary delight, perhaps the exotic meats they hunted could also be brought for her to prepare. Would she be willing to assist? Just as Zhang Yao finished her meal, she noticed Bai Yun preparing to leave with a takeout container. As he passed by her, she hesitated but finally called out, "Bai Yun, I have something to discuss with you." To her surprise, He turned around and addressed her. Boss, I have a request. Zhang Yao paused. You go first. Bai Yun was equally taken aback. No, you go first. They both spoke in unison, then fell into silence. Eventually, Zhang Yao smacked her forehead. All right, I'll go first. Bai Yun nodded obediently, all ears. Li Feng, who was leisurely enjoying his meal, suddenly perked up, tilting his head slightly in their direction. Okay, Bai Yun replied, though confused. He did not press further. It was not until Zhang Yao escorted him to the door of the second floor that he quietly inquired. Are there other types of exotic beasts or edible wild vegetables in your area? If so, feel free to bring them over. I can accept them here. What do you want? I can help you obtain it. Bai Yun's eyes brightened with anticipation. Anything is acceptable? Zhang Yao was uncertain about his specific desires and hesitated to make grand promises. Just tell me what you want. Could you get me some salt? The kind you use in cooking? At this moment, the lack of salt and various trace elements was quite normal. Iodized salt sold in supermarkets was inexpensive, and such items could also be exchanged in the system marketplace. If they were in need of these, she could establish a long-term cooperative relationship with them. Moreover, this would be her exclusive supply channel, akin to the ingredients provided by the system. Chapter 8. An interview? Not interested. She immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, we can exchange your exotic meats, food, and medicinal herbs. Now that Zhang Yao had encountered Bai Yun, they need not leave the tribe to obtain salt. They could dedicate more time to hunting and preparing supplies for winter. Zhang Yao continued, not only do I need exotic beasts, but anything you deem edible can be brought over. Just like the ginseng you brought last time. I can accept that too. Zhang Yao reasoned that their wild chickens and ginseng bore a striking resemblance to those in modern society. So other medicinal herbs were likely similar. She planned to visit the supermarket later to purchase a couple of boxes of salt, and then head to the library to buy a few illustrated guides on wild edibles. With the help of the beastmen to gather and process them, her restaurant would establish a steady supply chain of wild ingredients. Great! Bai Yun may not understand what a book was, but he knew to listen attentively to Zhang Yao's words. Without further ado, he agreed. A couple more patrons trickled into the restaurant, drawn in by the aroma of the wild chicken. However, upon learning that chicken was not available that day, a few turned away after glancing at the prices, leaving only an elderly couple behind. The rice porridge simmering in the clay pot began to bubble, and seeing that it was ready, Zhang Yao ladled it out, serving a small portion to each table. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, retrieved a small bottle of liquor from his pocket and took a few sips alongside the spicy chicken cubes. As the liquor hit his stomach, a flush crept onto his face, revealing a look of satisfaction. Boss, this meat is truly exceptional. It's evident that it isn't from a farm. It must be wild mountain chicken, right? Indeed, Zhang Yao nodded, pleased to see him recognize quality. When I was a chef at the national banquet, everything I consumed was the finest in the country. Just by tasting this chicken, I can tell when it was harvested. The old man, clearly a bit tipsy, spoke with a slight slur. Oh, come on, eat your food. Why start rambling after a sip of liquor? The gentle-faced elderly woman beside him turned to Zhang Yao and said with a warm smile, Good girl, don't mind him. He struggles with his liquor but loves it nonetheless. When he drinks, he tends to ramble. Zhang Yao paid no heed, shaking her head, but she heard the elderly lady continue. Your porridge is truly delightful, very tasty. It has a subtle bitterness at first, followed by a sweetness that isn't cloying. Really? Let me try. The old man exclaimed, grabbing a spoon and taking a mouthful of porridge. His eyes widened in astonishment. This porridge? After swallowing, he skeptically took another large mouthful and slapped his thigh in lamentation. Oh dear, this porridge. Such a waste. A waste? No one anticipated that this seemingly unassuming bowl of porridge contained medicinal ingredients. His declaration left everyone in the restaurant momentarily stunned, before they eagerly grabbed their spoons to sample the porridge. In an instant, they were all captivated by the refreshing sweetness, akin to stepping into a forest after rain, where the crisp, oxygen-rich air enveloped them, and a deep inhalation expelled the impurities from their chests. They continued to eat without pause. Even Li Ningyu, who was already full, refused to set down her bowl. The rice porridge's proficiency quickly surged to 30 points. If all went well, it could be listed for sale tomorrow. The old gentleman had already consumed his porridge in a few swift bites, then fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Yao behind the counter. Young lady, How much of that wild ginseng do you have? Would you sell me a few pieces? Name your price. A collective gasp echoed in the air. This free porridge contained 100-year-old ginseng? Was it truly wild? It was well known that most ginseng on the market was hastily cultivated within 1 or 2 years, while wild ginseng had been hoarded by knowledgeable collectors and was rarely seen. Li Yang savored a spoonful of the humble porridge, then nudged his brother's arm. Why are you dawdling? Eat up. This porridge is delicious and has ginseng in it. The boss is so generous. I don't like porridge. If you want to eat it, go ahead, Zhang Jing scoffed, eyeing the others who were clearly being deceived. He felt a sense of superiority, thinking, do these shopkeepers really believe they can fool people with a few plants? He would not even want the porridge for free, let alone the claim of 100-year-old ginseng. You really want to try it? Then I will. Li Yang boldly took Zhang Jing's small bowl and poured it into his own. Hey, if this guy doesn't appreciate it, then it's all mine. Zhang Yao was oblivious to their exchange, as the old man persistently tried to buy the ginseng brought by Bai Yun. However, she could not use the ginseng in her shop, and even if she intended to sell it, her hands were tied. Seeing Zhang Yao's resolute expression, the old man pondered for a moment and proposed. How about this, young lady? I want to let you suffer a loss. Just give me one eye in return. I'll have my daughter do a free interview for you. My daughter's name is Zhou Shuai. You should know her. She works at the provincial television station. This would be free promotion. Just think, once it airs, you'll have a surge of customers. The old man thought he had struck gold. The shopkeeper was practical, and the items sold were of high quality. Promoting the shop would not only provide his daughter with a hot topic, but also genuinely entice him with the quality of the ginseng. It was a win-win situation. Television? Not interested, Zhang Yao replied without looking up. The apocalypse was imminent. Who cared about promotion? When the day comes that everyone is left without food, her shop will stand as the most prominent living advertisement. It is inconceivable that it would lack customers. The old man, witnessing her resolute demeanor, realized that acquiring the ginseng from the shopkeeper today was an impossibility. With a glint in his eye, he chuckled to himself. Very well, I shall refrain from purchasing today. Tomorrow, he would send his daughters to dine there, conducting an undercover visit. Once the shop flourished, this young girl would come to appreciate the advantages of effective marketing. Zhang Yao had no time to entertain him. She was meticulously cross-referencing the stockpiling list she had found online in the afternoon. She planned to visit the supermarket and spend that 3 million. If she did not spend it now, when the apocalypse arrived in a few days, the money would become utterly worthless. Chapter 9. Frequent flu outbreaks. As the afternoon wore on, most of the customers had departed. Zhang Yao tidied up the tableware and hung a sign at the door indicating that the establishment was closed. Without a vehicle, she hailed a taxi. Driver, to the nearest department store, please. All right, fasten your seatbelt. Seated in the cab, she reviewed her stockpiling plan once more. The items were all essentials: clothing, blankets, tissues, sanitary napkins, laundry detergent, and the like. She noted to add an off-road vehicle to her list. Following the apocalypse, all public transportation would be rendered inoperative. And after several significant earthquakes, the roads would become treacherous. Only large trucks and high-clearance SUVs would manage to navigate the roads in her previous life, after narrowly escaping her community and preparing to leave Haishur. She had suffered greatly due to the lack of a vehicle. Having barely evaded a horde of zombies, she encountered a group of awakened robbers along the way. If she had not awakened her own powers and retaliated, she feared she would have succumbed to their clutches. Upon exiting the taxi, Zhang Yao was met with an astonishing sight. A long queue that extended from the entrance of the department store to the street. What was happening? Why were there so many people at such a large supermarket? For a moment, she thought she was hallucinating, rubbing her eyes vigorously, yet the throng remained. At that moment, an elderly man managing the crowd noticed her at the entrance and approached to offer some advice. You're here to shop, aren't you? Best to leave. There's nothing to be bought today. Why? Oh, you haven't heard? The news has reported that the virus has mutated again, and a lockdown is imminent. Schools and businesses have suspended operations, and over half of the city's transport has ceased. Lockdown? Zhang Yao was bewildered. She was certain she had not heard any news of a lockdown in her previous life. Thus, the authorities must have received the letter she sent a few days ago and believed her warnings. Preparing for the impending apocalypse, the security guard continued, leisurely sipping tea. All items in our mall are currently subject to purchase limits. Even if you start queuing now, you won't be able to buy much. You might as well check other places. The prospect of a lockdown coupled with purchase restrictions solidified Jiang Yao's determination. However, this was actually advantageous for her. A restaurant thrives on its patrons and the more individuals who survive, the better her establishment would flourish. With this realization, she summoned another taxi, intending to check out the 4S dealership first. As she drove, she observed that every larger mall appeared to be bursting at the seams, further reinforcing her convictions. Opening her social media app, a headline caught her eye. Flu virus mutation intensifies, urging everyone to stay indoors and stock up on food and water. Turning off her phone, Jiang Yao accessed the system's marketplace, eager to explore available items. Searching for tissues, a plethora of brands appeared, listed from high to low prices, with the cheapest requiring 4 points. To her relief, the offerings were fairly comprehensive, encompassing various daily necessities, albeit at a steep cost, which she deemed acceptable. Well, if it's expensive, so be it. It's better than having nothing. Closing the system, she gazed out the window as traffic gradually increased. After about 10 minutes on the main road, she arrived at the largest 4S dealership in the city. The place was quite deserted, with few customers present. The staff, initially gathered in conversation, mistook her arrival for a potential client. Just as they prepared to greet her, they were taken aback to see a young girl of about 18 or 19 stepping out of the vehicle. They couldn't be bothered to extend a welcome and turned to retreat into the interior. As Jiang Yao entered, a round-faced female sales associate approached her, holding a cup of hot tea. "Hello, young lady. Are you here to purchase a car?" "Young lady?" Jiang Yao had never been addressed in such a manner before. She glanced at the name tag of the girl, Wang Qiao, aged 23, an intern. Alas, she had momentarily forgotten that she was merely a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. Nodding at the intern, she replied, "Yes, I wish to buy a car, and I intend to take it today, paying in full, in cash. Dotto?" Wang Qiao gasped softly, having merely asked out of routine. After all, their vehicles ranged from mid to high-end, with the least expensive model starting at over 500,000. While it wasn't unheard of for someone Jiang Yao's age to buy a car, it typically involved parental support or a bodyguard accompanying them. It was rare for a girl like Jiang Yao to come alone and express such intentions. "What kind of car are you looking for? Let me assist you." Despite her skepticism, Wang Qiao did not wish to dampen Jiang Yao's enthusiasm. With few customers in the store, it was all the same whom they attended to. "I need an SUV. One with good performance and ample space. My budget is within 3 million. Jiang Yao casually scanned the vehicles on display, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction. "No, these cars are too ordinary. They don't seem sturdy enough. 3 million? Wang Qiao was taken aback by Jiang Yao's nonchalant tone. To her, the sum sounded like a mere 2,000. She felt uncertain, noting that Jiang Yao's entire outfit couldn't have cost more than 1,000. Could she truly afford 3 million? Jiang Yao shot her a cold glance, emphasizing, "Don't waste my time. Show me the cars." Wang Qiao, startled by the fierceness in Jiang Yao's eyes, instinctively bowed her head, her demeanor becoming respectful as she led Jiang Yao toward the center of the exhibition area, all the while introducing the vehicle models. "Here, take a look at our newly released model, of which there are only 2 in the country. It's designed specifically for off-road enthusiasts, capable of traversing hills and rivers with ease, and can ascend slopes of 70 degrees without issue. The tires are." She guided Jiang Yao to the VIP display area, where a sleek black vehicle awaited. Its robust tires promised excellent traction, and with a high chassis, it would be perfect for crushing zombies. Opening the door revealed a spacious interior with removable rear seats, ideal for transporting supplies. The more Jiang Yao examined it, the more satisfied she became, and she promptly decided to purchase the vehicle on the spot. Wang Qiao, beaming with delight, had not anticipated closing such a significant deal today. This sale would be sufficient for her to secure a permanent position and earn a substantial bonus. Elated, she led Jiang Yao into the VIP lounge. "Please have a seat. I will fetch the manager to assist you with the paperwork." As Jiang Yao settled onto the sofa, scrolling through her phone, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside. "Xiao Xiao, I've picked out the car we should have if we decide to marry. You should ask your parents to include this vehicle as part of your dowry. We've already purchased a flat in Haishur worth around 7 to 8 million. This car is just over 1 million. So you are essentially gaining." The tone and voice sounded strikingly like Jiang Yao's cousin, Jiang Yaozu. Peering outside, she indeed spotted a tall, slender man accompanied by a well-dressed young woman. The man gestured toward the SUV Jiang Yao had just ordered, enthusiastically discussing it with the woman. With a sharp, gaunt face and a lecherous demeanor, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Jiang Yaozu. Fury surged within Jiang Yao as a cold smile crept across her lips. She had thought that depleting their family's wealth would keep them subdued for a while. She hadn't expected him to come find her. Chapter 10. Collecting interest first, taking a deep breath, she suppressed the surging urge to kill him. Just a little longer. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and he could linger for a few more days. As Jiang Yao considered retreating into the lounge, she suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Jiang Yao? Is that you?" "Hey, sir, the second floor is the VIP area. You cannot go up." The male sales associate at the counter rushed over to block him upon seeing his approach. "Get out of my way. That room has my sister. I saw her. Let go of me, Jiang Yao. I'm your brother." "Jiang Yao?" A cacophony of shouts erupted in the lobby, and Jiang Yao closed her eyes in irritation, her anger boiling over. Perhaps it was best to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Glancing at the surveillance camera overhead, she thought, "System, can you handle this?" 10 points have been deducted, temporarily taking over camera access. Jiang Yaozu turned at the sound, forcefully pushing past the sales associate. "Why won't you let me through? I told you, that's my sister. Didn't you hear her calling me? Miss Jiang?" The male sales associate looked at Jiang Yao with confusion. Jiang Yaozu raised his chin, brushing non-existent dust off his clothes, and scrutinized Jiang Yao from head to toe. He couldn't help but feel that his cousin had blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty after just a few months apart. Chuckling lewdly as he stroked his chin, he asked, "Yao Yao, are you here to buy a car as well?" Jiang Yao ignored him, turning to enter the house. Jiang Yaozu, after advising the woman beside him, hurried upstairs to follow her. Jiang Yao walked over, firmly closing the door, and with a slight shake of her wrist, she spoke softly, "Cousin, you're being too noisy. I'm considering knocking out your teeth." "You? Knock out my teeth?" "Ha ha ha ha." Jiang Yaozu erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and with an impassive expression, Jiang Yao strode forward, seizing his hair and yanking his head back towards the sofa. A sharp pain shot through Jiang Yaozu's scalp, prompting him to instinctively swing a fist at her face. Having endured much in the apocalypse, Jiang Yao was not one to be easily overpowered. She swiftly grasped his wrist with one hand while the other launched a punch straight at his face. The sound of a crisp crack echoed as Jiang Yaozu was sent sprawling backwards. A searing pain radiated from his face, and he felt warm blood trickle from his nose. Wiping his fingers under his nose, he confirmed the presence of blood. "Today, I will surely beat you, you filthy wretch." Jiang Yaozu, having never been struck before, was incensed by the humiliation. He shot up, swinging his hand towards Jiang Yao's face. Unwilling to indulge him, she seized his frail arm and retaliated with a slap. Once more, Jiang Yaozu found himself knocked sideways to the ground, his already fractured nose now further misaligned, crimson streaks marring the lower half of his face. Gripping his hair, Jiang Yao pressed his face down towards the sofa while relentlessly pummeling him with her fists on his back and head, the room reverberating with the dull thuds of her assault. Time seemed to stretch until he ceased his struggles. Jiang Yao exhaled heavily, finally stopping her onslaught. Observing the weakened Jiang Yaozu, she shook her tingling wrist and flipped him over, checking for signs of life. His breath was so faint it was nearly non-existent. Good heavens, did I inadvertently kill him? Such a worthless fool. He crumples after a few hits and still dares to provoke me? I wonder who gave him the audacity. After contemplating, she retrieved a small piece of dried ginseng from her pocket and brusquely shoved it into his mouth. This ginseng had fallen on the ground while she was making porridge. She had initially intended to save it for stray dogs, but now it was a boon for this worthless man. It would be quite troublesome if he died now. She would keep him around for a few more days. Just then, the door creaked open, and Wang Qiao entered with the contract. Upon witnessing the scene, she was taken aback but quickly rushed over to separate the two. "Miss Jiang, are you all right?" Wang Qiao placed the contract on the table, anxiously helping her wealthy patron, not even glancing at Jiang Yaozu. "I'm fine. Hand me the contract. I want to sign it now." Jiang Yao truly had no injuries. Thanks to the nourishment from the medicinal food over the past few days, her body had become infinitely stronger than before. Jiang Yaozu, that dog, had not gained any advantage at all. Most importantly, it felt exhilarating. Although this beating was merely a form of interest, it brought her immense satisfaction. The thought of finally dealing with these despicable people after the apocalypse made her almost impatient. Just 2 more days to wait. In 2 days, a torrential black rain would herald the end of the world. By then, those who had humiliated her in her previous life would either perish at the hands of the zombies or meet their end at her hands. Jiang Yao rubbed her elbow and signed her name at the bottom of the contract. As the manager approached the door and beheld the chaotic scene, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He dared not enter, immediately joining others to review the surveillance footage. Upon seeing Jiang Yaozu strike first, he exhaled deeply, straightening his back and commanding, "Get in touch with the legal department immediately. This man dares to commit violence in our establishment. He must have a death wish." Jiang Yao nodded. Having assistance to handle this matter was indeed welcome. Her time was precious and could not be squandered on these wretches. She declined the manager's offer to take her to the hospital, leaving only an address for them to deliver her vehicle to the restaurant entrance. After washing her face, she grabbed a bicycle and headed towards the bookstore. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Jiang Yaozu had swallowed the ginseng while lying on the sofa. Moments later, a faint green glow emanated from his palm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When 120 brought Jiang Yaozu to the hospital for a full examination, they discovered he bore not a single injury. Observing the man on the bed, lively and still hollering about sending his sister to prison, the 2 police officers exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 11. Abilities. Only 2 days remained until the outbreak of the zombies. The sky was overcast, and a light drizzle began to fall. At 8 in the morning, in the male dormitory of C University, a series of urgent knocks echoed, followed by a familiar voice. "Old Li, are you awake? I need to borrow something." "Who is it?" Li Yong had not slept soundly, feeling as if he were burning up, as if lying in bed with the heating on, while a high-powered electric heater blazed nearby, causing him to sweat profusely. "It's me, Lu Shuai. Just a moment." Li Yong tossed off the covers, rubbing his eyes as he sat up groggily, ready to answer the door. Zhang Jing, awakened by the commotion, felt uncomfortable, plagued by dreams of falling into a bottomless sea. Drenched and cold, unable to dry off, struggling to open his eyes, he reached for his phone but only encountered a damp, icy surface. "What the hell? Who did this?" he cursed, suddenly sitting up, only to find that his blanket was completely soaked. Water pooling at the foot of his bed, creating a shallow vortex on the floor. "Damn it, who splashed water on my bed? No wonder I felt cold. What happened?" Li Yong shuffled forward, taken aback by the sight. "Who the hell is so cruel as to splash water on your bed? Are you insane?" Zhang Jing felt something was amiss. They had locked the dormitory door before sleeping, so no one should have been able to enter. "Where did the water come from?" Li Yong. He meant to suggest checking the surveillance footage with the dormitory manager, but froze at the sight of Li Yong. "Li Yong, it looks like your head is on fire." Zhang Jing exclaimed incredulously. "Huh? On fire? Quick, put it out." Li Yong, alarmed, reached up to touch his head, but aside from warmth, he felt nothing amiss. There was no smell of burnt hair. "Zhang Jing, are you playing with me?" He angrily reached to pull off Zhang Jing's blanket. "No, your head at ITS really on fire." Zhang Jing jumped down from the upper bunk and grabbed a mirror from the desk to show Li Yong. "Oh my God, it's really on fire." Li Yong saw in the mirror a small flame flickering atop his head. As he moved, the flame grew larger, doubling in size with his emotions, engulfing his entire head and looking terrifying. Yet, remarkably, he felt no pain at all. Cautiously, he extended his hand, attempting to extinguish the flame, discovering it emitted no heat. He could push his fingers into it without feeling anything. No sensation? He and Zhang Jing stared at each other in disbelief. "Let me try." Zhang Jing reached out towards Li Yang's head. In response, a thin stream of water flowed from Zhang Jing's fingertip, alleviating the burning sensation. Li Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he switched his gaze between the flame on his head and Zhang Jing's hand. "What is happening?" "Abilities, perhaps," Zhang Jing replied, his throat tightening as he gulped. With a slight movement of his fingers, another stream of water flowed forth. This peculiar scene was mirrored in the Li family villa. Since finishing dinner the previous day, Li Feng had felt off. His eyes were heavy, and he oscillated between hot and cold. As if running a fever, he lay in bed for nearly 10 hours. Finally waking the next morning with a throbbing head. Through the dim light filtering in, he raised his wrist to check the time. only to find the watch frozen, having broken at some point. He fumbled to turn on the light, but as soon as he touched the switch, a jolt of electricity surged through his palm, and with a pop, the chandelier flickered and exploded. Li Feng hastily dodged the falling bulbs, staring in horror at his fingers still crackling with electricity. "Bro, are you all right? I think I heard something explode." Just then, Li Ningyu entered with the housekeeper, moving towards Li Feng. He suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Li Ningyu halted, bewildered. "Bro? What's wrong?" Li Feng stood rooted, clutching his palm tightly, his mind racing. "Get me a pair of insulated gloves." His suspicions were confirmed. The restaurant had indeed posed a problem, and Ningyu's inexplicable strength was undoubtedly related to that food. He pondered whether others who dined there in recent days had awakened similar abilities. Clearly, he needed to consult the commander. Before Jiang Yao had even risen, she heard a chime. Ding! The store's points balance has accumulated to 1,000. The novice task has been completed. Novice rewards are being issued. In the next moment, a vibrant, colorful spinning wheel materialized. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and stared at the wheel for a while. A lottery for a novice reward? Could you possibly be any more stingy? Given that this is the host's first lottery, the probability has been adjusted to 80% for winning the grand prize. Good luck. After this statement, the system vanished once again, remaining unresponsive despite Jiang Yao's calls. Having grown accustomed to the system's quirks, she rolled up her sleeves, got out of bed, washed her hands thoroughly, and murmured a prayer for half a minute before finally sitting on her bed to click on the lottery. The black pointer spun incessantly on the wheel, and moments later, a dazzling array of colors flashed before her eyes. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize. Interdimensional portal. Interdimensional portal. After designating an anchor point, the host can be transported to the dimension where the diners are located. Single-use duration, 3 hours. Cooldown time, 1 week. So, she could go to the beast world now. Where could she stay for 3 hours in a week? At this thought, Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled. This meant she could freely explore the beast world, opening up a myriad of possibilities. It was indeed a stroke of luck, as she had been pondering how to make the most of the excellent conditions in the beast world just yesterday. To her surprise, she had drawn this today. Who said the system was bad? This system was truly wonderful. Jiang Yao circled around the room and ultimately placed the portal at the door leading to the clouds. The silvery light retracted, and a line of blank spaces appeared on the door. Placement successful. Please enter the transport coordinate anchor point. Coordinate anchor point? So, she could indeed teleport to different places via anchor points. It seemed she would need to find time to inquire about this with by YUN.18 noon. The restaurant opened for business as usual. Perhaps due to the impending city lockdown, there weren't many patrons today. Shortly after opening, the old man who insisted on buying her ginseng from yesterday walked in with a young man. "Little boss, I've brought you a new customer today." Jiang Yao glanced over and smiled, nodding. "Thank you, Grandpa. I'll send you some extra porridge later." "Oh, very well." The old man had come specifically for that medicinal porridge. Indeed, the ginseng was a remarkable item. After drinking that bowl of porridge yesterday, he felt that many of his long-standing ailments had improved significantly, and with the gloomy weather lately, his rheumatism hadn't flared up. Chapter 12. Unexpected guests. Following the old man was a young woman with a blank expression. Jiang Yao surmised that she was the daughter he had mentioned who worked at a television station. What was her name again? Zhou Shuya? As soon as Zhou Shuya entered, she gently wiped her finger across the dining table and nodded in satisfaction. It was very clean. There were no grease stains on the table. The floor beneath was polished to a shine, and there were no oil marks in the corners. She followed her father to the front desk, tiptoeing to glance into the kitchen. The stainless steel dining cabinet was immaculate, with well-prepared ingredients neatly arranged, everything orderly and evident. Finally, her gaze fell upon the price list displayed above the counter. Potato meat, sliced rice bowl, 45 per serving fish fragrant shredded pork rice bowl, 45 per serving spicy chicken cubes, 180 per serving, limited to 15 servings millet porridge, 300 per serving, limited to 10 servings. The moment she saw the prices, she was taken aback. Was this not akin to robbery? Selling at such exorbitant rates? 300 for a bowl of millet porridge? Jiang Yao could only feel exasperated at her expression. The system had indicated that these ingredients possessed unique functions, justifying their price. Heaven knows how heartbroken she felt upon seeing the pricing after having given away so much porridge for free. What a waste! She vowed never to engage in such extravagant behavior again, not even once. Oh, this price seems fair. It should be sold at this rate. It's worth it. Let's each have a bowl first. And then a serving of spicy chicken cubes. The old gentleman had now become Jiang Yao's staunch supporter, and upon seeing the price of the millet porridge, he praised it repeatedly, promptly choosing a seat closest to the kitchen. Zhou Shuya tightened her lips, wanting to say something, but seeing her father so pleased, she refrained from dampening his spirits and swallowed her words, taking a seat as well. Jiang Yao swiftly served 3 bowls of porridge, which had been simmering on low heat since early morning. She lifted the lid of the clay pot. White steam wafted out. Just as she placed the bowls on the table, 2 familiar figures entered through the door, the Li siblings. Li Ningyu had come to rely on Jiang Yao's cooking for sustenance. Missing a day would leave her feeling famished. As for Li Feng, he was here on a mission. Early this morning, he had driven to the military district, having just demonstrated his ability, only to find that the old commander merely pondered for a moment, his expression entirely unfazed. He handed Li Feng a research report, the cover of which bore an anonymous letter. The first line reading, "I am a reincarnator from the future." The letter precisely predicted the catastrophic wildfire in the United States, the eruption time of Mount Fuji, and an 8.0 magnitude earthquake in Myanmar. With accuracy even down to a specific day and hour, following the predictions, there was a warning. On September 23, 3087, a black rain will sweep the globe, leading to a zombie outbreak and the onset of global mutations. September 23rd was just 2 days away. Furthermore, the letter had been sent out a week prior. Had this been earlier, Li Feng would have certainly thought it a prank, but he had genuinely awakened his powers, lightning abilities. His hands could unleash tremendous electrical force. As for Li Ningyu, her punching power had exceeded 500 kilograms. According to the letter, she had likely awakened a strength-based ability and had already leveled up to 2. All of this indicated to him that it was real. The apocalypse was imminent. "What would you like to eat?" the boss asked. "What are you doing, brother?" She turned to find her brothers staring at Jiang Yao. Utterly entranced in frustration, she lightly kicked Li Feng. Ouch! What is wrong? Li Feng felt as if a heavy stone had struck his foot, jolting him back to reality. He looked at his sister. "What did you ask?" "What do you want to eat?" Li Ningyu silently cursed her brother. Even if he liked someone, he shouldn't display such a foolish demeanor. He was an officer, after all. How embarrassing. "Let's have 2 servings of everything." One to go. Li Feng pulled out his phone to pay, then found a spot to sit down, falling into a daze. The old commander had asked if he knew why he suddenly awakened his powers and if there were any premonitions. He pondered for a long time and ultimately concluded that the answer lay with the food from this restaurant. Today, he would pack one of each dish to take to the laboratory for analysis. Hoping they could uncover some clues, "I'll have one of everything then." Ever since her powers leveled up, Li Ningyu's appetite had grown immensely. Previously, 1 serving would suffice, but now she felt she could consume 2 whole cows. Jiang Yao served their requested dishes, and just as she was about to sit down for a moment's respite, she noticed a black Land Rover parking outside. The license plate number was BA 88888. An official vehicle? Jiang Yao furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why someone from the authorities would seek her out at this time. Surely, it couldn't be for a meal at her establishment. The door opened, and a tall man clad in a black trench coat entered, holding a black umbrella, exuding an impressive aura. The man shook off the droplets from his umbrella at the entrance, closed it, and then pulled out individually packaged alcohol wipes to meticulously clean his fingers. "Hello, may I ask what you would like to eat?" He nearly blocked out the light at the entrance. Jiang Yao had no choice but to take the initiative to greet him, hoping to get him to step aside. Upon hearing her call, the man seemed to finally register her presence. He casually tossed the wipes into the trash, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I apologize, but I am not here to eat. I am looking for someone." "Looking for whom? Is Jiang Yao, the store manager, present?" Though the man posed it as a question, his eagle-like gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Yao, reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. Brimming with mockery and intrigue, so he was indeed here for her. A sense of unease washed over Jiang Yao as she wondered what his intentions were. "What do you want with her?" Before Jiang Yao could speak, Li Feng stood up first, stepping in front of her to block the man's probing gaze. The man glanced at him, a flicker of interest sparking in his eyes. From the Li family? How is your father's leg injury? You know my father? Li Feng asked in surprise, noticing that an official vehicle had parked at the entrance without his awareness. The license plate belonged to the Special Affairs Bureau? So he was. Chapter 13. Protective Shield. The man produced an identification card from his chest pocket. Special Affairs Bureau, Wang Huayuan. Indeed, it was him. Director Wang Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head to greet him before quietly taking his seat. The Special Affairs Bureau was an institution established by the old commander just days ago, independent of any faction, directly governed by the old commander himself. Logically, having awakened his powers, he should be assigned to the Special Affairs Bureau under the management of Wang Huayuan. However, since the old commander had not brought it up, neither did he. Nonetheless, he had done some background checks on the Special Affairs Bureau in advance, and Wang Huayuan was indeed its current director. Overseeing all matters related to the Bureau, Jiang Yao suddenly heard that name, and it struck her as somewhat familiar. In her previous life, she must have heard of this person. But who was it? Jiang Yao lifted her gaze and locked eyes with the person before her, compelling herself to swiftly associate this visage with that of someone from her previous life. Wang Huayuan. Wang Yuan. A jolt coursed through Jiang Yao's body as realization dawned upon her. He was the infamous psychic ability user from the Beishir base, Wang Yuan, the living embodiment of terror, a veritable king of hell. He possessed a pair of exceedingly distinct triangular eyes. Though she had never encountered Wang Yuan, she had arrived in Beishir from Haishir only after the 3rd year of the apocalypse, by that time. He had already met his demise in a laboratory explosion. It was that very incident that unveiled the true nature of this venomous serpent. In his lifetime, he had maniacally captured and experimented on ability users, utilizing living subjects to extract their powers for his own gain. In just a span of 2 years, thousands of known ability users had perished in those experiments. Bear in mind, these were elite survivors who had clawed their way out of a sea of corpses. To think they were so easily toyed with by him. Such a man was now fixated on her. Jiang Yao's heart raced uncontrollably as she struggled to maintain her composure. Host, do not fear. He cannot harm you. It was only when the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind that she became aware of the cold sweat trickling down her back. He cannot harm me in the restaurant, but that does not guarantee my safety once I step outside. After a brief silence, the system responded. Ding. Task issued. Completely acquire a millennium-old ginseng. Reward. A permanent personal protective shield. The personal protective shield is portable, imperceptible, and immune to all physical harm, with the added benefit of rebounding 1000% of any damage inflicted back upon the assailant. A 3-hour trial card is included. Would you like to use it now? Jiang Yao gritted her teeth. Damn system. Why didn't it present such a valuable item sooner, leaving her in a state of anxiety for so long? After issuing the task, the system vanished once more. Upon seeing the 3-hour trial card, Jiang Yao felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders. The appearance and location of the millennium-old ginseng had already been transmitted to her mind by the system. She would set out to complete this task this afternoon. She had always detested being threatened by others. This Wang Yuan was in for a reckoning. Wang Yuan observed her subtle movements, but only scoffed derisively. Pardon the trouble. Boss Jiang, please accompany me. He then turned to the others, requesting their departure, stating that the establishment would be closing for the time being. As a gesture of goodwill, he offered to cover their meal. The elderly man rose to voice an objection, but was swiftly silenced by his daughter and wife, who pulled him out. Li Ning Yu sat in bewilderment, motionless. Li Feng had intended to leave, but shot a glance at Jiang Yao, seemingly lost in thought, before resuming his seat. The rain poured heavier and heavier, soaking Wang Yuan as droplets splashed in from the entrance. He disdainfully brushed off the moisture and stepped a couple of paces back inside. How dare he? Jiang Yao stood her ground, forcing a smile. This was her establishment. His words held no weight, did they? Moreover, she was a fundamentally good person. She had neither committed any crimes nor taken a life. Even the Special Affairs Bureau could not arbitrarily take her away. Besides, she was currently in her own restaurant. Did this man truly intend to use violence against her? Perhaps anticipating her sentiments, Wang Yuan nonchalantly produced a video that had been playing halfway through. He skillfully scrolled back to the beginning and handed the device to Jiang Yao. Noticing her immobility, he extended his hand forward again. Jiang Yao's gaze fell upon the screen, where a cacophony of noise erupted before the camera shook and steadied. Someone yelled, "It begins," and the sounds quieted. The camera panned to reveal a high-tech laboratory where a man lay on a pristine white bed. The image of that man was indelibly etched in her memory. It was Jiang Yaozu, whom she had recently bested in a confrontation. Jiang Yao looked at Wang Yuan in confusion, only to see him press pause on the video and rewind it by several minutes. Upon awakening and realizing his predicament, Jiang Yaozu's face turned pale with fear. As he struggled with all his might, a tender green sprouted from his palm. That verdant tendril rapidly elongated, transforming into a robust vine in mere moments. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that after enduring her blows, Jiang Yaozu would awaken his abilities ahead of time. It seems Miss Jiang is not entirely taken aback by this turn of events. Wang Yuan chuckled, his tone confident. "Oh, what if he has?" Jiang Yao regarded him with a sense of inevitability. Even if she were aware, what difference did it make? Was there any law mandating that she report such matters? Wang Yuan nodded solemnly. "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely hope that Miss Jiang will cooperate with our efforts. To be frank, reincarnators or soothsayers are not solely represented by you, Miss Jiang. The higher-ups have long been implementing measures in response to this disaster. My visit today is a sincere invitation for you to join our special investigation team." "Join you?" Jiang Yao seemed to have heard something intriguing. "You mean like Jiang Yaozu, bound in a laboratory to assist you with your experiments?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan remained unperturbed. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yao shot him a fierce glare. Wang Yuan merely smiled. "We have already brought them to Beishur. Miss Jiang, there's no need for pretense. You provide what I seek, and I will help you obtain what you desire. It's quite a lucrative deal, is it not?" "What did you say? You brought them all to Beishur?" Jiang Yao repeated through gritted teeth. A thunderous roar echoed in her mind, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Damn it! She had painstakingly ensured they remained in Haishur to await their doom, and this scoundrel had brought them all to Beishur. Wang Yuan observed her expression, a victorious smile playing on his lips. "Rest assured, they are currently very safe. However, if Miss Jiang refuses to accompany me today, I cannot guarantee their continued safety." Chapter 14. Journey to the Beast Realm. But Jiang Yao instantly grasped the implications of his words. It was precisely because she understood that her fury intensified. Very safe? Jiang Yao felt as though her lungs might burst. All she wanted was to crush this foolish creature's head with her fist. "Calm down, Jiang Yao. Calm down. You cannot defeat him now. Stay composed." After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yao squeezed her eyes shut to steady her mind. She turned to face the smirking Wang Yuan, pressed her tongue against the inside of her cheek, and finally exhaled deeply, enunciating each word. "What exactly do you want?" Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Miss Jiang, you truly are. Speak plainly, or be gone." Jiang Yao recognized the small piece of ginseng she had fed to Jiang Yaozu at the 4S dealership yesterday. So they had come seeking her because of this video? They suspected that her ginseng was the primary catalyst for Jiang Yaozu's awakening. If it truly had the potential to awaken abilities, she would have awakened long ago, consuming it daily. She wouldn't have had to wait for others. Was this man out of his mind? Wang Yuan instantly discerned the look in her eyes, a flicker of doubt surfacing within him. Could it genuinely have nothing to do with her? Yet he quickly reaffirmed his conviction. It could not be unrelated. They had meticulously reviewed all of Jiang Yaozu's actions in the past few days, and after thorough analysis, they had finally focused their attention on the object Jiang Yao had given him. The problem undeniably lay there. His data could not be erroneous. Hawthorn slices. What? Wang Yuan thought he had misheard. "I said I fed him hawthorn slices. Look, it's this kind. If you want it, I'll give you 2 pieces. Jiang Yao retrieved 2 specially processed hawthorn slices from the system shop and tossed them to him. Wang Yuan caught them, inspected them with a tissue, and smelled them twice, confirming they were indeed just ordinary hawthorn. However, the items in his hand, by color and shape, resembled precisely what appeared in the video. Jiang Yao rummaged through her pockets, turning them inside out to demonstrate that she truly possessed nothing but a few slices of hawthorn. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Wang Yuan clenched the hawthorn tightly, unwilling to accept that it was merely a simple fruit slice. "Why would I deceive you? I have nothing to gain from it." Jiang Yao's expression was earnest. "You must come with me to the laboratory." Wang Yuan, now visibly agitated, reached out to grab Jiang Yao, intent on dragging her to the laboratory for an instrument check. Do you wish to die? Jiang Yao retreated a step, standing resolutely in the center of the restaurant, gazing at him impassively. Wang Yuan lifted his foot to stride forward, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine just before crossing the threshold. Observing Jiang Yao's fearless demeanor, he suddenly realized he might have overlooked something significant. If that item was indeed so extraordinary, then Jiang Yao had likely already awakened her abilities. What? Are you afraid to enter? Is this the courage of the legendary head of the Special Investigation Bureau? As those words left his lips, the previously furious Wang Yuan unexpectedly calmed. This provocation is ineffective against me. You hesitate to step outside. Does your power relate to this restaurant? Jiang Yao's heart skipped a beat. Watching her expression, Wang Yuan wiped his fingers. Allow me to guess further. Within this space, are you invincible? Jiang Yao remained silent. Wang Yuan chuckled softly, casting one last penetrating gaze at Jiang Yao before turning away. Very well, I understand. Until we meet again. As she watched his retreating figure, Jiang Yao felt her heart plummet into despair. It was evident that he would not relent easily. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Jiang Yao, as if a colossal guillotine rested upon her neck, its descent an uncertain threat looming overhead. This is unacceptable. She can no longer afford to wait. The transport to the beast realm must occur immediately, and the protective shield must be obtained without delay. Otherwise, she fears that while she walks innocently along the path, she might suddenly be abducted. Boss? Are you all right? Li Ningyu glanced at Jiang Yao, whose complexion fluctuated, and asked with concern. Boss, Li Ningyu intended to say that they could assist her, but was silenced by Li Feng's hand over her mouth. Thank you. Li Feng expressed his gratitude, took the takeout box, and swiftly packed the food. With one hand carrying the remaining dishes and the other holding Li Ningyu's hand, he exited the premises. He was still uncertain about the higher-up stance on Jiang Yao and did not yet have a position from which to help her. As Li Ningyu was part of him, he could not allow her to act recklessly. Just as Jiang Yao closed the outer door, she heard a loud bang, and the door to the second floor swung open again. Climbing the stairs, Jiang Yao was greeted by the sight of a human-shaped frame completely adorned with food. Around its neck hung strings of ginseng and deer antler, 3 hefty strands in total. Each hand grasped 3 or 4 wild chickens tied together, and a massive wild rabbit was wrapped around its waist. Jiang Yao was momentarily dumbfounded. Good heavens, this would provide enough meat for at least a week at the restaurant. Boss, lend me a hand. Hee. Bai Yun displayed a sincere smile, and only then did Jiang Yao snap back to reality, hurriedly assisting in unloading the goods from him. Silently, she descended the stairs, threw the remaining ingredients from the freezer into a pot to stew, and prepared a bowl of mixed vegetables. Then she dished out rice into another smaller bowl. Finally, she exchanged 200 points in the system for a box of salt. Done. Let us go. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. She glanced at the time and tossed the box into Bai Yun's arms. She placed the 2 bowls on top of the box, and pulling him along, she headed for the second floor. Where are we going? Bai Yun, still trying to grasp the situation, found himself burdened with a heap of items. Weren't they supposed to come for salt today? Why was he being rushed out immediately? Although he was unsure of the boss's intentions, he felt an inexplicable trust towards Jiang Yao. If she said they were going, then he would gladly accompany her. Jiang Yao had no desire to explain her mission to him. Standing at the door, just as she was about to open it, a blank box appeared above. Please enter the coordinates latitude and longitude. Jiang Yao entered the location provided by the system, and with a click, the door swung open from within. Let us go. Taking a glance at Bai Yun, she stepped inside first. In an instant, the scenery shifted, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a vast primeval forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, allowing only scattered patches of sunlight to filter through the dense canopy. The forest was shrouded in gloom, and a unique scent of decay filled the air, as if it sought to convert all outsiders into its sustenance. Chapter 15. Initial exploration of the beast realm. As soon as she stepped onto a dry branch, Jiang Yao promptly activated the protective shield. 5 seconds later, a white bubble suddenly sprang forth to envelop her, transforming into a translucent layer that shrank and clung to her body, becoming an invisible barrier. She stood still for a moment, ensuring the shield was effective, before exchanging for a gas mask in the system shop. Lastly, she acquired a machete and swung it a few times. Excellent, capable of both defense and offense. She should be entirely safe now. Jiang Yao opened the map transmitted by the system and zoomed in on the red that marked the location of the Millennium Ginseng. Preferring shade to sunlight, the target was located approximately 800 to 900 meters to her left, beneath a deciduous forest. Just as she confirmed her direction and took a few steps forward, a blinding light erupted, and Bai Yun stumbled out from the door with a bewildered expression. Jiang Yao, Bai Yun? Boss, be careful. Bai Yun's face suddenly shifted as if he had seen something alarming, and he rushed toward her. Clutching his belongings, a sharp slicing sound pierced the air behind Jiang Yao, prompting her to instinctively turn around. The blade in her hand trembled slightly, and with a flash of cold light, a snake, thick as a wrist, was severed in two, falling to the ground. Jiang Yao flicked the blade, and dark red blood dripped from it without staining her. She inwardly praised the system's offerings. They were indeed exceptional, and there was reason for their value. Bai Yun stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dropping, staring at the silver blade in Jiang Yao's hand with wide, astonished eyes. Weapons in their beast realm were typically crafted from the bones of extraordinary beasts or sharp stones. While functional, they paled in comparison to the blade Jiang Yao wielded. We're quite close to our tribe. Bai Yun stepped forward to explain. Looking for something? Bai Yun pondered for a moment. It seemed there were no notable items nearby. Then I'll accompany you. I am very familiar with this area. I can help you find whatever you need. Jiang Yao regarded him with curiosity, unsure why he was so eager to assist. However, she certainly would not refuse someone willing to help, especially since Bai Yun was a native of the beast realm. Having him along would undoubtedly expedite her exploration. She nodded, advancing to collect the food he was carrying. I'll hold on to this for you. Let us be swift about it. After marveling at the miraculous event once more, Bai Yun, noticing Jiang Yao's slender limbs, cleverly transformed into his beast form, a magnificent white tiger appearing before her, startling her into retreating several paces. Although she was mentally prepared for the reality of the Beastman continent, the sight before her made her feel woefully unprepared. The white tiger was at least 7 to 8 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall. Standing like a small mountain, her petite frame seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Seeing Jiang Yao in shock, Bai Yun assumed she was hesitant to approach, so he halved his size, lying submissively on the ground. Jiang Yao understood his intention, grasping his thick, coarse fur to leap onto the tiger's neck. Bai Yun, feeling her secure position, slowly rose and began to move in the direction Jiang Yao indicated. Walking east for a short while would lead them to our white tiger tribe. This area is not frequently visited by us. We usually hunt on the outskirts of the tribe, clearing out wild and extraordinary beasts. As they walked, Bai Yun elaborated on the circumstances of the Beastman continent. From his account, Jiang Yao pieced together that the continent was divided into 3 major regions: ocean, high mountains, and plains. Beasts like white tigers, lions, and black bears resided in the plains, while further west lay the plateaus and, to the east, the ocean. Beastmen expended considerable energy in their hunts, typically consuming wild animal meat to replenish their strength. Here, there was no distinction between carnivores and herbivores. Those who did not consume meat would gradually weaken and ultimately perish. Jiang Yao surmised that they were likely similar to humans, suffering malnutrition without adequate protein intake. Malnutrition would lead to weakened physiques, and with limited medicine available, frail beastmen did not live long. In addition to beastmen, there were formidable extraordinary beasts and wild animals. Extraordinary beasts and beastmen both preyed upon wild animals. The massive wild chicken Bai Yun had previously brought was one such extraordinary beast. Generally, extraordinary beasts had designated territories and would not venture out unless provoked. The previous wild chicken had pursued them only because they had stolen its eggs, leading to its demise at their hands. Jiang Yao noted a peculiar sense of pride in Bai Yun's tone. As they spoke, Bai Yun's enthusiasm grew. Thankfully, I met you, Boss Jiang. We won't have to travel so far for salt in the future. Jiang Yao listened intently, and at his remark, she instinctively nodded. This was indeed good news for them. However, she was more concerned about another matter. So, is it autumn for you as well? Yes. Jiang Yao observed that along the way, there were still many edible wild mushrooms and fruits in the forest. She had marked their locations, intending to gather them on her next visit. The speed of the beastmen was indeed significantly faster than her own, as they trampled through the underbrush like blades of grass, bending and snapping beneath their weight. Jiang Yao wielded her machete, clearing the branches obstructing their path while consulting the map to adjust their direction. What was originally a half-hour journey took them only 10 minutes to complete nearly 3/4 of the distance. Until Bai Yun finally came to a halt. Jiang Yao lifted her gaze to find herself before a vast expanse of marshland, thick reeds obscuring their view ahead, swaying in the breeze. Jiang Yao opened the map to examine it. This marsh stretched for dozens of kilometers, and if they were to take a detour, it would require at least another hour's journey. There simply wasn't enough time, however, if they did not take a detour. They would need to traverse the marsh directly. Bai Yun, have you been here before? What lies within? No, our dwelling is to the east, where there is a water source and plains. We rarely venture deep into the mountains and forests. This is a deeply ingrained prohibition among them. The further one goes into the forest, the more powerful the extraordinary beasts become. Those extraordinary beasts not only possess inedible flesh but also hold grudges. They typically do not provoke them casually. Chapter 16. Millennium Ginseng. All right, let me down. Jiang Yao patted the tiger's head, and Bai Yun understood, stopping in his tracks and lying down. Only after Jiang Yao safely dismounted did he revert to his human form. Boss, shall we swim across to the other side? Bai Yun tiptoed to gaze into the depths of the reeds, quietly calculating the likelihood of swimming across to the other side. Sure, don't speak. Jiang Yao swiftly covered Bai Yun's mouth with her hand and pulled him back a few steps. A rustling sound echoed ahead of them, resembling the rapid approach of some crawling creature. Jiang Yao retreated a few paces, picked up a large stone at her feet, and hurled it towards the source of the noise. A dull thud resonated, clearly striking some thick-skinned beast. The sound paused momentarily before resuming with even greater speed. In just a matter of seconds, Bai Yun and Jiang Yao witnessed the reeds before them being flattened. A black head, covered in lumps, emerged from within, opening its gaping maw to bite at the two. It was a ground dragon. Run! Bai Yun instantly recognized the creature, grabbing Jiang Yao and dashing towards the bank. The ground dragon was formidable, not so much due to its attacking prowess, but rather because they were social beasts. When one was spotted on the ground, it was often surrounded by dozens more. Moreover, their strength was immense. Once they clamped down on their prey, they would not let go. Yet the ground dragon was faster, rolling to Bai Yun's rear and stretching its neck to snap at Jiang Yao's calf. Boss, hurry! Bai Yun's eyes widened in alarm as he struck the creature's head with his wooden club. The crocodile's jaws snapped shut abruptly, momentarily dazed, as it scrambled forward on its short legs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao calmly drew her long knife and struck down with force. In a flash, she only managed to leave a shallow white mark on the crocodile's tough hide in the blink of an eye. The crocodile clamped its jaws onto Jiang Yao's calf, attempting to execute a death roll. However, a sharp crack echoed. To Bai Yun's astonishment, instead of witnessing his boss's leg being bitten off and blood gushing forth, the ground dragon let out a pained wail, its sharp teeth scattering in a flurry. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the crocodile's fierce eyes. It had never encountered such an experience in its life. After all, it relied on its formidable teeth for hunting, and now they were gone. Gone? Jiang Yao reached out to pat its head. But the crocodile, feeling disrespected, bit down on her arm. With a thud, it was propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Yao inspected her unscathed arm with interest, regarding the massive crocodile. This protective shield was truly remarkable. Especially with its rebound damage effect, she felt compelled to give it a 5-star review. As she noticed the crocodile attempting to flee, Jiang Yao dashed forward, secured its gaping mouth tightly with a rope, and then turned to Bai Yun. Why are you dawdling? Come over and hold it. Half an hour later, Bai Yun and Jiang Yao stood together on a makeshift wooden plank, dozens of toothless crocodiles bound ahead of them. Swiftly traversing the swamp towards the opposite bank, the sound of the plank sliding across the water startled a multitude of birds, including many plump wild chickens and ducks. Bai Yun held the rope, guiding their direction, occasionally glancing at the crocodiles ahead and then at Jiang Yao beside him, his face a mask of incredulity. What on earth was in Jiang Yao's mind to devise such a method? Every time he thought they were in trouble, Jiang Yao would employ some clever maneuver to assure him, "Look, this is all a piece of cake." The swamp stretched long but was only a few meters wide. With the crocodiles leading the way, they soon reached the opposite bank. At this point, the protective shield still had about an hour and a half remaining. Jiang Yao leaped from the raft onto the shore. And as she steadied herself, Bai Yun grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Boss, we can't go in there." Jiang Yao directed her gaze towards a cluster of crimson, umbrella-shaped flowers under a tree, radiating like stars around the moon. The flowers were evenly distributed with enormous palmate leaves, layered upon one another, connected to a sturdy stem at the center, the entire plant measuring over half a meter tall, occupying a significant portion of the ground beneath the tree. Without a doubt, Jiang Yao recognized this as her target, the genuine 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. "Boss, that's very dangerous. We really can't go in. If you want ginseng, I can help you gather some more." Having stood there for merely a few minutes, Baiyun felt his consciousness beginning to waver. He bit down hard on his tongue, desperately trying to remain alert and urging Jiang Yao to leave. Jiang Yao ignored him, not advancing, but instead scanning her surroundings. She picked up another stone from the ground and threw it towards the ginseng. The stone struck the leaves with a dull thud. Jiang Yao stepped back several paces, her eyes fixed intently on the vicinity of the ginseng. After an extended moment of silence, still, nothing stirred. Turning to inquire why it was dangerous, she was taken aback to see Baiyun's previously rosy complexion now marred by a deepening shade of purple. His pupils were filled with blood vessels, his gaze dazed, gasping for breath, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. This is bad. He had fallen victim to the miasma. Jiang Yao had assumed that the local inhabitants naturally possessed resistance to such toxins. She herself, having worn a gas mask all along, felt no ill effects. Consequently, she had not considered providing him with a mask. And now, he had succumbed. She swiftly exchanged for a gas mask from the marketplace and placed it on Baiyun. Thankfully, the poisoning had not lasted long. Baiyun took several deep breaths of fresh air. His complexion gradually returning to normal, his eyes clearing from their previous haze. "Boss, you were affected by the miasma earlier. You should feel better now." Baiyun nodded, astonished at the potency of the miasma. He had not even realized he was poisoned. At this point, Jiang Yao had already taken several steps forward with her wooden stick in hand, and Baiyun hurried to follow. Beneath their feet lay heaps of dry twigs and decaying leaves, crunching underfoot. Strangely, aside from the noise they made, the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest bird song or insect chirp. Something was amiss. Given their journey thus far, the forest could not possibly be this quiet. Unless, clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted from behind them. Jiang Yao spun around abruptly to find a shower of sparks igniting. It was Baiyun. He was wielding the large machete Jiang Yao had thrown him, striking forcefully at a tree. The greenish-blue vines began to stir, sending a chill down Jiang Yao's spine. Chapter 17. The anaconda. What appeared to be vines were, in fact, a large, grayish-blue anaconda. It was entirely coiled around a nearby tree, its massive head buried amidst the foliage, its lantern-sized eyes fixated intently on the two of them, poised to consume them whole. This was the reason for the forest's eerie silence. It was the territory of this anaconda. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao rushed forward to grab Baiyun, her voice alerting the anaconda to their discovery. In an instant, the previously sluggish serpent tensed, its massive head darting forward, half its body leaping from the tree. It flicked its tongue, pinpointing Jiang Yao and Baiyun's location, and with a sweeping motion of its tail, it struck towards them. Jiang Yao positioned herself firmly in front of Baiyun. Baiyun swung his blade, but it only produced a screeching sound as the once sharp knife dulled against the anaconda's defenses. Enraged, the anaconda's scales erupted, its tongue flicking out as it opened its massive jaws, casting a shadow over the two. "Run!" Jiang Yao decisively snatched the knife from Baiyun's hand and kicked him out of the anaconda's striking range. All of this transpired in mere seconds, and by the time Baiyun realized what was happening, the anaconda had already swallowed Jiang Yao whole and was rising back up to pursue him. Baiyun stared in disbelief at the now empty ground. She was dead? Jiang Yao dead? This beast must perish. Realizing this grim truth ignited a furious rage within Baiyun. He clenched his fists, tearing off the gas mask in an instant. His muscles swelled, transforming him into a mountain-sized white tiger that stood defiantly against the anaconda. He no longer cared about the toxins. He was determined to make this beast pay for Jiang Yao's demise. With a mighty roar, the tiger charged forward, colliding head-on with the anaconda's head. Although the serpent was cumbersome, it was not slower than Baiyun in his beastly form. It deftly dodged the impact, coiling back around the tree, hissing in warning at Bai Yun. Having grown to such a size, it relied on its extraordinary instincts to survive. If it were uninjured, perhaps it could contend with the white tiger before it. But now, wounded, it stood no chance. It sought to drive Bai Yun away, but Bai Yun was relentless, determined that this creature would accompany Jiang Yao in death. With a furious roar, the great tiger charged again, its immense force toppling the tree upon which the anaconda coiled. The serpent was struck hard, feeling both pain and wrath, igniting its primal instincts. With a lash of its tail, it ensnared Bai Yun. The white tiger was not as swift, and in a moment of inattention, it found itself constricted around the neck. Bai Yun struggled on the ground, desperately attempting to loosen the serpent's grip, but the anaconda tightened its hold, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao, empowered by the protective shield, had entered the softest part of the anaconda's mouth. With a swift thrust of her long knife, she secured her position. The anaconda writhed in agony, a sharp pain coursing through its throat. In the next moment, a cloud of green gas surged up from its esophagus. Jiang Yao felt fortunate to have worn a gas mask. Otherwise, the anaconda's foul breath might have rendered her unconscious. Just as Bai Yun felt himself nearing asphyxiation, he suddenly sensed the constricting force begin to wane. Jiang Yao, maintaining her balance with her left hand, deftly produced a sharp dagger with her right. She wielded her knife recklessly within the cavernous jaws of the gigantic python. The tender flesh was sliced, blood gushing forth as the serpent twisted and coiled desperately, repeatedly smashing its head against the tree. Yet, it was utterly helpless against Jiang Yao within its belly. Jiang Yao yanked the knife sideways, delivering a devastating cut that left a massive gash across the python's head. Bai Yun, catching the scent of blood, was taken aback, leaping to his feet and rushing over, tearing at the wound with all his might, enlarging it further. Blood soaked the ground, and the rich, metallic scent wafted for miles, enticing lurking beasts in the depths of the forest. Finally, realizing the python was completely lifeless, Bai Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Bai Yun, are you all right? In a daze? Bai Yun seemed to hear the voice of Boss Jiang. Could he have perished? Otherwise, how could Boss Jiang still be alive? Jiang Yao frowned at the sight of the unconscious Bai Yun. The stench of blood was overwhelming. They could not linger here any longer. She leaped onto Bai Yun's head, freeing the python's tail from the white tiger's grasp, and delivered a sharp slap to his head. You're not dead? This is reality. Wake up, Bai Yun winced, the voice shifting from a blur to clarity. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a familiar face. Jiang Yao. She truly was alive. Boss, is it really you? You're safe. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yao jumped down from the white tiger's head. Bai Yun transformed back into his human form, and Jiang Yao observed the glaring purple mark around his neck, silently acknowledging his unspoken sentiment. Bai Yun touched his neck, chuckling nonchalantly. I didn't think much of it. You had salt on hand. I merely wanted to see if I could save you. His sincerity and composure made Jiang Yao begin to reassess this beast man. The years spent surviving in a post-apocalyptic world had imparted a valuable lesson. The human heart is the most fearsome entity in existence. One must never underestimate anyone's resolve to survive. She had witnessed a 5- or 6-year-old girl stab a robust adult man to death for a sip of clean water. Thus, she was reluctant to extend complete trust to anyone, finding solace in the mutually beneficial relationship with Bai Yun. Jiang Yao glanced up at the darkening sky. They had wasted too much time in the python's belly, and their protective shield had mere minutes left. We must hurry and retrieve the ginseng before leaving this place. All right, let me handle it. Bai Yun transformed his hand into a beastly claw, tracing a circle around the half-meter diameter of the ginseng. His sharp claws dug deep into the ground, swiftly unearthing the soil and extracting it intact. Jiang Yao stepped forward, grasping the leaves of the ginseng, and a notification chimed. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Moments later, the ginseng vanished into the system's space. A translucent orb on Jiang Yao's body flickered. The countdown ceased, and her status changed to permanent possession. Detected the corpse of a level 3 mutant beast. Would you like to decompose it? Before Jiang Yao could fully comprehend these changes, the system chimed again. She turned to the massive serpent whose abdomen she had ruptured. Did this creature possess a ranking? Jiang Yao confirmed, and in the next instant, the body vanished, replaced by a palm-sized Pale green crystal. Jiang Yao approached, holding the crystal in her hand. It felt icy and its material was indiscernible. She couldn't help but squeeze it, discovering it was surprisingly elastic, emanating an inexplicable fragrance. Compelled by an unusual impulse, she felt an urge to taste it. It's a mutant beast crystal core, Bai Yun remarked, unable to conceal his envy. Only mutant beasts of level 3 and above could produce crystal cores, and those beasts possessed intelligence, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. The crystal before her was sizable enough to suggest it originated from a beast of at least level 4. What's its purpose? Can it be consumed? Jiang Yao swallowed hard, the enticing aroma growing stronger, igniting a primal craving within her. It can be consumed. It can fully activate a person's latent abilities. Bai Yun caught a whiff of the scent and feared losing control. He quickly donned a gas mask and retreated several dozen meters to distance himself from the aroma. Chapter 18. The Awakening of Abilities. Jiang Yao, disregarding all caution, immediately stuffed the crystal core into her mouth. The once palm-sized stone transformed into a warm current as it entered her, an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation enveloping her. With a flick of her hand, a sharp black ice pillar erupted from her palm. Shooting forth, bang! The force was so great that it pierced through a nearby sapling. The branches trembled, and yellowed leaves fluttered to the ground, forming a thin layer. "This is amazing," Jiang Yao exclaimed, elated as she clenched her palm. She had expected to awaken her abilities only months after the apocalypse, just as in her previous life. "What happened, Boss Jiang?" Bai Yun, hearing the commotion, thought another mutant beast had appeared and turned to assist. "What is this, Boss Jiang? You've awakened an ice ability." He was left speechless, staring at the sapling that had been pierced. Jiang Yao gestured for him to remain calm, about to explain when the system notification sounded in her mind. Hastily, she retrieved the food and salt from her space, placing them on the ground. After a moment's thought, she also laid down a large piece of snake meat. These items had been processed by the system, so they should be safe to eat. The sky darkened, nearing dusk. 7:6:5. Bai Yun, acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the depths of the forest at night, shouted from a distance, "Boss, we should leave this place." 2:1:0. So quickly. Her words were barely finished when Jiang Yao felt a sudden pang of hunger. "Never mind, let's eat first." She cut the snake meat into small pieces and marinated them with spices. After cleaning the grill, she set it on the table and powered it up. Skewering the marinated meat, which was plump and firm, she placed it on the grill, and soon it began to sizzle and ooze with juices. After applying the sauce, the meat gleamed enticingly, whetting her appetite. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao snatched a skewer and eagerly took a bite. The meat was succulent and chewy, enveloping her in a wave of bliss. It was delicious, far superior to any street barbecue she had ever tasted. She devoured the entire piece of snake meat in one sitting, finally letting out a satisfied burp. Strangely, after consuming the snake meat, she felt a warm current surging in her stomach, coursing throughout her body. Jiang Yao sensed her abilities had strengthened further. After the meal, she retrieved her yoga mat and devised a training plan. Her encounter with the python had made her acutely aware of her shortcomings. This body was not particularly robust. Her endurance was lacking, her speed slow, and while her strength had increased compared to before, it was still far from her past life. If it weren't for the system's protective shield, she wouldn't have dared to confront that mutant beast head-on. She practiced each movement with utmost precision, and within just a few minutes, she felt beads of sweat forming. However, she took brief rests of several seconds between each set. 2 hours later, Jiang Yao collapsed onto the ground, her muscles aching painfully. She understood that progress in training could not be rushed. After mustering the energy to take a hot shower, she lay on her bed to assess the fruits of her labor. Over 1,000 pounds of mutated snake meat. A small portion exchanged for points, while most was stored in the system. The 1,000-year-old ginseng, a treasure she had worked hard to obtain, was too precious to trade for points, so she decided to keep it for future use. Additionally, the reward for completing a task was an incredibly effective protective shield, allowing her to venture outside to hunt zombies and mutant beasts for crystal cores and enhance her abilities. She could not rely solely on the system. One must forge their own strength. Ultimately, she opened the system shop. After deducting the points spent on equipment and tools today, she had over 2,380 points remaining. Upgrading the restaurant to level 2 required 5,000 points. An arduous journey lay ahead. At level 2, not only would the restaurant's space double, but it would also offer delivery services. Most importantly, the time required to access the other world would decrease from 3 hours to 3 days. That was a full 3 days. She could thoroughly explore the Beastman continent in search of new ingredients. Bai Yun watched as Jiang Yao vanished before him, stunned for a moment before realizing she had already left. Various sounds echoed around him, and he understood these were drawn by the scent of the mutant beast's blood and flesh. He hurriedly gathered the food Jiang Yao left behind and raced back to his tribe along the path they had taken. The tiger tribe was nestled in a valley, consisting of only 20 to 30 families, and counting the newborns, there were just over 100 people. As Bai Yun crossed a small path, he saw his tribesmen staring eagerly at the food he carried. Although some expressed skepticism, the majority trusted Bai Yun, bolstered by the endorsement of the hunting team members. Chapter 19. The arrival of Black Rain. He was a member of the hunting team that had accompanied Bai Yun to the coastal tribe to trade for salt. Ever since he had heard Bai Yun recount the miraculous deeds of the beast god, he had longed to witness the beast goddess form with his own eyes. Her gaze revealed a sense of understanding. I've always said that the so-called beast god is just a ruse to deceive us. Winter is approaching. You should set out early tomorrow to trade salt with the sea tribe. Otherwise, how shall we endure this winter? Indeed. Yes. Gazing at the tribe members wrapped in fur, Bai Yun placed the large basin he held upon the ground and, with a single motion, lifted the lid. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted from the basin, causing the eyes of the Godi tribe to gleam with anticipation. What delectable meat lies within? They crowded closely around the basin, intoxicated by the enticing scent emanating from it. This fragrance was unlike anything they had ever encountered before. Could it be that stew could be prepared to such exquisite perfection? Fetch another basin. Today, we shall feast. Bai Yun replenished the basin with water and set it upon the stone slab to heat. An even more overpowering aroma filled the air. The vermicelli was delightfully chewy, the cabbage crisp and sweet, and various pieces of fried meat melded together to create a savory, mouth-watering scent. At this moment, Bai Ling's gaze fell upon the snow-white snake meat atop the lid. The meat appeared firm and tender, reminiscent of the snake meat they had previously consumed. Elder brother, what is this? Is it edible? Bai Ling's question jolted Bai Yun from his reverie. He looked at the snake meat before him, uncertain of how to convey to his tribe that this was the flesh of a third-level exotic beast. This was a divine gift from the beast god. Surely it must be edible. Upon hearing it was a gift from Jiang Yao, Bai Ling became exceedingly excited, clutching the meat and preparing to head home. Those who did not receive any, follow me. Tonight, we shall indulge in roasted meat. The elders remained indifferent, but the cubs, upon seeing Bai Ling depart with the meat, hastily followed suit. Bai Yun shook his head with a smile, signaling to his companions to assist in distributing the salt among the tribe members. After each family received a bag, Bai Yun, following Jiang Yao's instructions, tore open a bag from the perforated side and poured out the delicate, glistening salt. Under the flickering firelight, the salt appeared to radiate a luminous glow. This salt, how remarkably fine and pure. My goodness, this is undoubtedly a divine treasure bestowed by the beast god. Indeed, this salt far surpasses that which the sea tribe produces, both in quality and in its lack of bitterness. One individual cautiously tore open a packet and sampled a taste, their eyes lighting up as they gazed at Bai Yun. Just then, from a distance, the cubs roasting meat exclaimed in astonishment, "Tribe leader! Bai Ling seems to be on the verge of awakening her talent." Really? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun could no longer attend to anything else and dashed forward in a few strides. In Blue Star, only one day remained until the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. The sky was overcast, and rain fell incessantly. Jiang Yao was awakened by the persistent blaring of a loudspeaker. Recently, the flu had spread severely, leading to a citywide halt of work and school. Citizens were urged to cooperate with our efforts, remaining safely indoors, with each household confined to one room, and to refrain from sneaking outside. A reiteration: do not sneak outside. For inquiries, please contact the Citizen Service Center. Jiang Yao stretched lazily, sitting up in bed to listen for a while. Only then did she draw back the curtains to gaze outside. The sky seemed to have a gaping hole, unleashing a torrential downpour that pelted the glass, causing it to rattle. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and lightning danced wildly. Yet, Jiang Yao found herself lost in thought, staring at the grimy water streaks on the glass. She knew that this downpour would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Initially, people would assume it was merely an ordinary weather anomaly. However, once the rain ceased, they would come to realize that during those 3 days, the virus had silently spread through the rainwater, transforming countless individuals into mindless zombies. Only by severing the head entirely and destroying the central nervous system could one truly eradicate it. Although it was merely 7 in the morning, the outside world resembled the depths of night. In such weather, it was evident that no customers would arrive. She lay on her bed, opened her phone, and clicked on the music app. The first video to appear was from the official live broadcast. A host in formal attire stood in the studio, urging everyone not to venture out during the thunderstorm, to stockpile supplies and patiently await government assistance. A flurry of comments scrolled by. Trust the officials. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao picked up her phone, got out of bed, and headed downstairs. She intended to promote her restaurant while the network remained functional before the base stations were destroyed. She prepared a pot of soup using yesterday's snake meat, sought a few sumptuous side dishes, and steamed a large pot of rice. Once plated, she arranged it on the dining table and captured several appealing photos and videos. She captioned it, "Fortunately, my family owns a restaurant. No matter how long the lockdown lasts, we won't go hungry." Deliberately tagging the restaurant's location, she clicked send. Finally, she closed the app, found a comedy to watch, and began her delightful meal. Meanwhile, not far from there, in a dimly lit bedroom, a man lay sprawled on his bed, scrolling through short videos. Upon opening the local section, the first video that appeared was Jiang Yao's recent upload. He gazed at the lavish lunch displayed on the table, sneering internally. Even at such a time, she still had the leisure to advertise. He opened the comments section, which held only a few scattered remarks, praising the blogger's culinary skills, with some mentioning they would visit once the lockdown was lifted. He casually glanced at the address noted in the lower left corner. It was not far from his residence. Yet he decisively swiped past the video. At Zhou Shuya's home, due to the incessant heavy rain, the station had declared a holiday, and her parents had not hurried to wake her. Zhou Shuya's had the rare opportunity for a good night's sleep. Awakening, she found it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. Slowly, she got out of bed and changed her clothes. However, upon descending the stairs, she discovered the living room unusually silent, devoid of any sound. It was known that her parents, being elderly, typically had light sleep and would usually wake by 5 or 6 in the morning, preparing breakfast before sitting on the sofa to watch the news. Without hesitation, she rushed into her parents' room, only to find them lying in bed, trembling. Upon touching them, she discovered they were burning with fever. Remembering the recent warnings about the highly contagious flu, she quickly retrieved her phone and dialed 120. However, she was informed that all hospitals in the city were overwhelmed, and there were no available ambulances. If the symptoms were not severe, it was advised to stay home and self-medicate, as conditions in hospitals could be detrimental to her parents' recovery. Following the operator's instructions, Zhou Shuya searched the medicine cabinet for ibuprofen suspension to reduce fever. She administered it to both of her parents, boiled a kettle of hot water, and took out a clean towel to dampen and place on their foreheads to regulate their temperature. Chapter 20. The transaction. Meanwhile, at the military district, countless soldiers were isolated in cramped rooms, awaiting the cessation of the black rain to emerge. As time ticked by, some soldiers began exhibiting symptoms of zombification. Veins bulged on their foreheads, their bright eyes dulled, and their rationality was slowly eroding. Within a mere 10 minutes, a roar erupted, marking the official onset of the apocalypse. Prior to entering the rooms, they had all signed a death contract, stipulating that if they transformed into zombies, they would be shot on the spot. Conversely, should they awaken their powers, they would begin exterminating zombies within the confined area to rescue survivors. This was the method they had devised to maximize the containment of the virus's rapid spread. Time was of the essence, and the task was monumental. This was a matter concerning the fate of all people in Huaxia. The old commander had isolated himself in his office. Through the camera, tears welled in his eyes as he gazed at the children of his own family. These children were the pillars of Huaxia, the last hope of the North City. Even a steadfast materialist could not help but clasp his hands in prayer, beseeching the heavens for protection, until a phone call from the Li family broke through. Li Feng's excited voice came through the line. "Commander, those food items have undergone the highest level of testing. And not only do they contain no harmful elements, but their nutritional value exceeds that of our regular food by dozens of times. Especially the ginseng and chicken. Our researchers have detected a mysterious substance within. This substance can significantly enhance one's physical constitution, and it may even awaken abilities to control nature, commonly referred to as superpowers. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The old commander immediately stood, his tone fervent. Immediately locate the owner of that restaurant. No matter the cost, we must acquire this food. Quickly. Our soldiers are in dire need. Understood. Li Feng wasted no time, promptly heading to the underground parking garage with Li Ningyu, driving into the rain towards Jiang Yao's restaurant. Jiang Yao was savoring her soup when a familiar voice called from the stairwell above, "Boss." Bai Yun emerged from behind the curtain, greeting her with a smile. 50 bags of fine salt. This was a supply they wouldn't exhaust in an entire year. And those food items, once distributed among the tribe, left them incredulous that they were indeed exotic beast meat. Not only was it devoid of bitterness, it was remarkably delicious. That very night, after consuming the snake meat, several cubs astonishingly awakened their talents, including his sister. By Ling, they had not absorbed any crystal cores. They merely feasted on a few pieces of snake meat left by Jiang Yao and awakened their powers. The tribe was ecstatic. Thus, early that morning, they brought ginseng and herbs they had gathered to his cave, hoping to trade more supplies with Jiang Yao, especially for the exotic beast meat she had processed. He had suggested coming here first to gauge the situation, which had managed to pacify the eager tribe members. Care to join me for a meal? Jiang Yao had already come to regard Bai Yun as a friend, and she was always generous with friends, so treating him to a meal was no trouble at all. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down with his chopsticks. "Thank you, boss." Jiang Yao ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to him. As Bai Yun took a sip, he was overwhelmed by the exquisite flavor. He took several sips in quick succession, ultimately placing the bowl down with a lingering reluctance. "Boss, here's the thing. We would like to exchange for some more of that snake meat from yesterday." Bai Yun spoke hesitantly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had been present the previous day but had not been of much assistance. Moreover, this was the flesh of a third-tier exotic beast. Its value was comparable to that of crystal cores. "Is it just the snake meat you desire? We still have several hundred pounds of it piled up in Jiang Yao's spatial realm. It's uncertain when it will be fully utilized." She was willing to provide it, but she wished to understand why other meats were not sought after, as there's something particularly special about this snake meat. Indeed, after consuming the snake meat last night, several young ones in our clan awakened their innate abilities. Hence, Bai Yun did not deliberately conceal this matter from Jiang Yao and recounted everything in detail. He believed Jiang Yao would prefer straightforwardness over convoluted explanations, as a direct approach might yield better results. Playing tricks might result in her casting him aside. If Jiang Yao could hear his inner thoughts, she would surely commend him for his perceptiveness. At that moment, however, she was not in the mood for such accolades. She recalled the first time she tasted the roasted snake meat, feeling a warm current coursing through her body. At the time, she had thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. But it turned out to be real. System? What is going on? Why wasn't I informed that the flesh of exotic beasts possesses such properties? Unsurprisingly, the system's cold, calm voice conveyed a subtle sense of finality. "You did not inquire." Jiang Yao's lips twitched in frustration. "Fine, fine. It seems that no amount of prodding will yield a response." However, this time the system did not wait for her to ask. Instead, it explained directly. The flesh of exotic beasts contains a type of high-dimensional substance. They have not yet evolved to the point where they can absorb such material. Once processed and purified by the system, it can enable everyone to successfully absorb it. Jiang Yao tentatively inquired. "What about the exotic beast meat sold previously?" "Those were low-tier exotic beasts. They hold little value for beastmen." Before Jiang Yao could exhale in relief, it continued. "When combined with ginseng, it can exert about 80% of its potential. For beastmen? For humans?" Jiang Yao. No wonder. No wonder that Wang Yuan was so convinced that it was because of her, Jiang Yao, that abilities were awakened. It truly was due to her ginseng. "I can only exchange for 100 pounds of snake meat with you. Additionally, I require your assistance in regularly procuring various materials and exotic beasts that I need." Jiang Yao's gaze flickered as she retrieved several books from her spatial realm and handed them over. These were various ingredients she had previously purchased at the bookstore, complete with detailed illustrations, including fungi, medicinal herbs, and methods for setting traps. Chapter 21. 30,000 Orders. Bayun accepted the books and perused them for a moment. He had encountered most of the medicinal herbs and fungi before, but had initially been uncertain of their edibility. With these books, their culinary repertoire would expand significantly, allowing them to gather medicinal herbs for healing ailments. Particularly, the intricate methods for crafting traps would greatly enhance their hunting efficiency in the future. Jiang Yao nodded and, after bidding Bayun farewell, turned toward the kitchen, using ginseng combined with snake meat to brew another pot of soup. Previously unaware of the benefits of this concoction, now that she knew, she was determined to indulge herself with the finest. Just as the soup finished simmering, before she could take a sip, two guests entered through the door. Jiang Yao was initially puzzled. Who would dare venture out at this time? Upon lifting her gaze, she was surprised to find it was the Li siblings, Li Feng and Li Ningyu. What would you like to eat? She ladled out the ginseng snake meat soup and prepared the clay pot. The system's recipe had been updated once more. Egg fried rice, 30 points. Potato meat, sliced rice bowl, 38 points. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl, 45 points. Spicy chicken cubes, 180 points. Ginseng millet porridge, 300 points. Ginseng chicken soup, 400 points. Ginseng snake meat soup, 600 points. Pending listing, Li Feng's eyes scanned the price list before settling on Jiang Yao. We need food that can awaken abilities, 30,000 portions. 30,000 portions? Jiang Yao's breath quickened. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Naturally, Jiang Yao was eager to strike this lucrative deal. 30,000 portions could elevate her restaurant to a second tier. However, the current zombies lacked crystal cores in their minds. What could they possibly use to barter for food? It was naive to think they could offer money, after all. Ding! A time-sensitive mission has been issued. Complete the transaction of 30,000 orders within 7 days and receive a substantial amount of points. Mission reward, shield upgrade, addition of zombie friend feature. Unlock delivery system, mission duration, 7 days. Zombie friend. Within a 3-meter radius, all individuals near you will be regarded as kindred by zombies. Delivery privileges have been temporarily activated. Jiang Yao. Is there a trial period for zombie friend? The system remained silent. Fine then, the system was as miserly as ever. However, these rewards were hard to resist. Setting aside the zombie friend feature, the prospect of upgrading her restaurant was something she found difficult to decline. She had long felt that her restaurant's current area was far too limited. After the upgrade, there would be over 200 square meters above and below, and she could also engage in delivery to earn some extra income. She clicked Confirm to accept. Raw materials have been placed into the system space. What do you want? Li Feng was aware that their demands were indeed somewhat unreasonable. Yet the soldiers were waiting, and time was of the essence. 300,000 level 1 crystal cores. Jiang Yao sought only crystal cores, for with them, she could hasten the upgrading of her restaurant and unlock more functionalities. Crystal cores? Li Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Yao for a moment. He had expected her to seize the opportunity to seek official protection or ask for money or power. Anything reasonable he could accommodate. He never anticipated that she would desire crystal cores. Given that zombies had only just emerged, where would they find crystal cores to trade? However, the commander had instructed that at any cost, they must protect these soldiers. Could we sign a promissory note? Once we have it, we will deliver it to you immediately. Host, agree to him. I can help you draft a contract. The system's usually detached voice carried a hint of urgency. Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting tightly. What was with this system? It felt as though it was unusually invested in matters regarding the officials. Boss Jiang? Li Feng, observing her expression, thought she was dissatisfied with the proposal. He was anxious. If you need any additional compensation, feel free to voice it. I will agree to anything within our capability. Weapons. What? Li Feng thought he misheard and asked again. Weapons, I want you to prioritize supplying me with all the firearms you develop. In a mere 10 seconds, Jiang Yao's thoughts had leaped from the system's oddity to how to leverage this situation for her maximum benefit. Yet, what the officials could offer her was quite limited. Those firearms and ammunition would only pose a threat to ordinary people during the apocalypse. The truly formidable weapons would be those designed with the energy derived from crystal cores. Her goal was precisely those items. Certainly, we agreed. Li Feng readily acquiesced to this condition. He was not unaware of the consequences of such an agreement, but he had no other choice. Preserving human lives ensured a future. If the soldiers turned into zombies, what future could they discuss? What use would their weapons be then? Jiang Yao instructed the system to draft the contract as she wished, and after checking it thoroughly, both she and Bai Yun pressed their handprints onto their respective copies. After securing the contracts, Jiang Yao gathered her belongings and closed the door. Let us go. Li Feng was taken aback. Aren't you taking the ingredients with you? Already packed, she replied. Didn't you say time is of the essence and the tasks are pressing? Why aren't we on our way? Li Feng fell silent, starting the vehicle. The car sped through the deserted streets. As Jiang Yao stepped through the sealed gates, she was greeted by the familiar stench of decay. The roars of zombies echoed around her. The iron doors were being battered, rattling against their frames. They had caught a whiff of fresh prey. Humans. Some soldiers who had not yet succumbed to the zombie transformation were already burning with fever, while others, who showed neither symptoms nor awakened abilities, remained obediently in their rooms, awaiting their fate. By the time Jiang Yao arrived, several large pots had already been set up in the courtyard. Time was of the essence. Jiang Yao wasted no time, pulling out all the beast meat Bai Yun had brought and allowing the system to process it into small pieces before tossing it into the pots. She sliced the ginseng and added it directly to the pot. Filling it to the brim, Li Feng and Li Ningyu busied themselves gathering firewood and stoking the flames, the aroma of the exotic meat wafting enticingly after a thorough 40 to 50 minutes of cooking. As soon as it was ready, Li Feng ladled out a bowl, placing it in a container for Li Ningyu to take away. Jiang Yao glanced at it but did not inquire further. Once the pot was finished, she immediately served it, with Li Feng distributing it to the soldiers who had not turned into zombies. Upon drinking the meat soup, the soldiers realized they were safe from infection and erupted with joy. They emerged from their houses to help, chopping wood, tending the stove, and preparing the ingredients. Soon, the courtyard was bustling with activity, yet a space around Jiang Yao remained untouched. They all recognized her as their benefactor and dared not disturb her. Layers of ash accumulated at the bottom of the pot as bowls of soup were delivered to the soldiers in the small houses. The proficiency of ginseng snake meat soup has risen to level 2, rewarding a silver treasure chest. The proficiency of ginseng chicken soup has risen to level 3, rewarding a golden treasure chest. It was not until around 11 or 12 at night that Jiang Yao finally found a moment to sip some water. This endeavor had completely depleted her food reserves, leaving only a few hundred kilograms of snake meat in the space, which she ultimately could not bring herself to use. Just as Li Feng finished ladling out the last pot of porridge and instructed someone to deliver it to other sealed areas, he noticed Jiang Yao, looking fatigued, seated on a stool with her eyes closed, resting. He pressed his lips together and offered her a bowl of porridge. Boss Jiang, you've worked hard. Chapter 22. The Zombie Outbreak. I'll take you. Li Feng called over a comrade, handing off his tasks to him. After ensuring everything was in order, he plunged back into the torrential rain with Jiang Yao. The sky had completely darkened, rendering day and night indistinguishable. Li Feng turned on the headlights to their maximum, deftly maneuvering to avoid a large tree that had been blown down by the wind, propelling them forward like a black arrow, with Jiang Yao securely in tow. Suddenly, with a screech, he slammed the brakes, nearly tossing Jiang Yao, who was resting in the back seat, into the footwell. What's wrong? Jiang Yao asked, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. There are people ahead. Li Feng swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt. Preparing to exit the vehicle for a closer look, Jiang Yao leaned forward to see. Indeed, a couple was attempting to flag down their car. As soon as it halted, they rushed to the back seat, waiting for Jiang Yao to open the door. Please help us. My husband is injured. Take us to the hospital. We beg you. At that moment, Jiang Yao caught sight of the man's fingers gripping the umbrella. His nails had begun to darken ominously. Don't open the door. Jiang Yao shouted furiously. That man is infected. Li Feng's hand, which was just about to pull open the door, froze. The woman, realizing no one was coming to their aid, began pounding on the window in frustration, her voice rising in anger. Are you even human for ignoring a dying person? Beasts, you wretched beasts. Do you know who this is beside me? He is the son of the police chief. Do you all want to end up in prison? You filthy scum. Open the door. Hurry. Suddenly, the man lunged forward, viciously biting into the woman's neck, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, her face contorted in agony. After devouring her, the male zombie pressed its decaying face against the glass, maggots writhing in its eye sockets. Delicious. Living flesh, so fragrant. Must eat. its jaw unhinged to an unimaginable degree as it leaped onto the hood of the car. Gnashing its teeth against the windshield, Li Feng had never witnessed such a grotesque sight. He felt bile rise in his throat, his stomach churning violently. With the two zombies blocking their entire view ahead, they could not afford to let them live if they wished to escape. Jiang Yao drew a large knife, reaching for the door to exit. "What are you doing?" Li Feng exclaimed in alarm. Going out now was tantamount to seeking death. Jiang Yao shot him a bewildered glance, beginning to doubt the man's intellect. This area is entirely residential. Implicit in her words was the urgency to eliminate the zombies if they wished to survive. "Let me have the knife." Li Feng understood her meaning, but as a man and a soldier, he believed it was his duty to protect the civilians. Moreover, Jiang Yao was right. They could not remain on the road indefinitely. The surrounding neighborhoods were densely populated, and if they did not hurry to leave, they risked being cornered by the zombies. Jiang Yao, realizing the futility of insisting, handed him the knife. "You go then." She was exhausted from the day's labor and truly did not want to move. After a moment's thought, she added, "These are only the most basic zombies. Be cautious not to get bitten or scratched. A single blow to the head will suffice. Striking elsewhere is pointless." Li Feng committed her words to memory, gripping the heavy knife tightly before swiftly opening the car door and leaping out. The zombies, previously fixated on the glass, caught the scent of fresh human flesh and lunged toward him. Their sharp, darkened claws swiped at Li Feng. He quickly raised the knife to parry, retreating a few steps as a glimmer of light flickered in his palm. With a powerful leap, he charged forward, the blade flashing with deadly intent. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air as the zombies' hands were seared to charred remnants, severing cleanly in two. Tumbling to the ground, just as Jiang Yao had indicated, the zombies exhibited no pain. They continued their relentless pursuit without a moment's hesitation. Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. With a swift stroke, he decapitated the zombie. Meanwhile, the woman had succumbed entirely to the infection, dragging her severed intestines as she attempted to rise, dark blood dripping to the ground. Washed away by the rain, Li Feng was drenched, panting heavily as he clutched the knife tightly. "Let us go. What are you dawdling for?" Jiang Yao had unexpectedly jumped into the driver's seat, flinging open the door and yanking him inside by his collar. With a roar, the car surged forward, hurtling several hundred meters away. The female zombie was left behind, letting out a few desperate cries as she caught the scent of living humans, heading toward the nearby residential blocks. At 2 in the morning, the residents confined within their homes heard the commotion outside and, upon opening their doors to investigate, were immediately overwhelmed by the waiting zombies. Minutes later, they were transformed into new zombie hosts, joining the horde in search of uninfected humans. Such scenes unfolded every moment, plunging everyone into profound panic. The world was quietly succumbing to chaos. With a swift press of the accelerator, Jiang Yao sent the car roaring down the road, plumes of exhaust trailing behind. As they drew closer to home, the number of vehicles on the road visibly increased. Countless cars rushed past them in the opposite direction, all desperately racing toward the hospital, which was already completely congested. Presently, the zombies were merely at level 0, lacking even the crystallization of their cores. Slaying them was merely a waste of time. Instead, she thought it wiser to hunt a few high-level beasts in the Orc continent. Jiang Yao did not even tap the brakes, plowing through anyone who dared to obstruct her path. The living would dodge. Only the zombies would remain in her way. Their fate sealed. At T-240. The car's radio crackled to life. "This is a national broadcast. A widespread outbreak of highly contagious zombies awaiting the 3rd Military District." Jiang Yao listened intently, piecing together the fragmented transmissions. The nation was experiencing a massive outbreak of a contagious virus, urging survivors to remain indoors, while the 3rd Military District of Bay City had commenced the extermination of zombies and the rescue of survivors. This echoed her memories of a past life. Initially, military forces did indeed clear some areas, designating them as safe zones. However, as time progressed, the state recognized the rapid spread of the virus, realizing that relying solely on their efforts was akin to pouring water into a sieve. Jiang Yao promptly switched off the car radio, resolutely continuing her reckless advance. Chapter 23. Roadblock. Li Feng, at this moment, had little desire to lecture her. He sat quietly in the passenger seat. Seizing the opportunity, he made a quick call to the old commander, succinctly reporting Jiang Yao's observations regarding the zombies. Learning that a significant number of soldiers had successfully awakened their abilities and were already dispatched to eliminate zombies in nearby areas eased his mind considerably. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At 3:20, they entered the old district, where the population was sparse, primarily consisting of university students and the elderly. Following the main road ahead, they would reach home in just a few minutes. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated. The car's speed plummeted instantly. Damn! Jiang Yao reacted swiftly. The car had blown a tire. Creaking sounds echoed around them as Jiang Yao illuminated her phone, casting light in all directions. A chill crept down her spine. Countless green vines danced and swayed outside the window. The sounds emanated from these vines colliding against one another. In that moment, a thick vine slammed forcefully against the side window. With a loud crack, the glass shattered completely, shards raining down. The vine slithered its way inside through the broken glass. What on earth? Li Feng reacted quickly, seizing the long knife to hack at the encroaching vine. Yet, more tendrils pushed through the shattered window. The vines seemed to have discovered a breakthrough. After smashing against the glass, they surged into the car, intent on ensnaring both Jiang Yao and Li Feng. Jiang Yao was unafraid of their assault, but their presence in the car threatened to suffocate her for lack of oxygen. She was already struggling to breathe. No, she needed to devise a means to create an exit. As she slashed at the incessantly invading tendrils, Jiang Yao's gaze swept over the interior of the car, spotting the unused cooking oil she had brought along in the back seat. Her eyes lit up at Li Feng. The oil. If she remembered correctly, plants in the apocalypse had an inherent fear of fire. I'll hold them off, you grab it. Jiang Yao opened the system shop and purchased a lighter, directing the flame toward the encroaching tendrils. Noticing how the other tendrils instinctively recoiled from that small area, Li Feng's pupils contracted as he grasped Jiang Yao's intent. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately adjusted his seat to its maximum recline, unfastened his seatbelt, and crawled backward along the chair. Just as he was about to reach the oil in the back seat, a sudden crash. The rear window shattered under the relentless assault of the vines. Tiny shards of glass rained down upon him, while the vines quickly responded, ensnaring Li Feng's arm in an instant, pulling him forcefully outward. Jiang Yao conjured a cluster of delicate ice needles in her palm, directing them with precision to sever the vines that ensnared Li Feng. Ignoring the pain, Li Feng aimed for the oil and rolled onto the back seat. Subsequently, he hurled the remaining half-bucket of oil with all his might towards Jiang Yao. The vines lunged to envelop the oil can, but Jiang Yao was a moment too late to seize it. Witnessing the oil being consumed by the vines, she unleashed a flurry of slender ice needles that pierced the canister, and in the next heartbeat, she tossed her lighter into the pool of oil. Boom! Flames erupted instantaneously. The vines writhed and twisted in the air, and with each movement, the fire intensified. Every vine tainted with oil became kindling for the blazed go. Jiang Yao forcefully pushed open the car door near Li Feng. At that moment, a long knife was already poised before her chest. Among the few weapons available in the System S store, this long knife was the one she wielded with the most finesse. Little did she expect to employ it so soon after acquiring it just 2 days prior. With a swift kick, she sent the charred mass sprawling far away. Jiang Yao, die, die, die. A voice filled with hatred echoed. Jiang Yao abruptly lifted her gaze, spotting Jiang Yaozu not far off, enveloped in writhing vines, fixated on her eye in the darkness. His eyes glowed a menacing red. With swift precision, she chambered her weapon, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Jiang Yaozu. Bang! A deafening roar pierced the sky as the bullet, propelled by an unmatched intent to kill, howled through the air. Roar. Jiang Yao, die! Jiang Yaozu seemed entirely devoid of reason, consumed by a singular obsession to eliminate Jiang Yao. Instead of evading the bullet, he charged forward. Countless robust vines swiftly encircled him, cocooning his body in a heavy, massive shroud. The impact was gradually mitigated, and the bullet pierced through the vines, ultimately being intercepted inside the cocoon. As the cocoon opened once more, the occupant remained unscathed. Li Feng furrowed his brow tightly, channeling the power of lightning into his handgun, a dark purple light emanating from in the next instant. A barrage of bullets surged toward Jiang Yaozu, but the vines, employing the same old tactic, convulsed violently upon contact with the bullets. Jiang Yaozu was momentarily paralyzed, yet quickly regained his composure, retreating with the same method to shield himself from the incoming bullets. Chapter 24. Restaurant Upgrade. Li Feng, clearly taken aback that even with his supernatural abilities, he could not vanquish this foe, felt a surge of frustration and chambered his gun once more. However, Jiang Yaozu would not grant him the luxury of time. Unleashing his full strength, the vines surged forth, bearing their fangs toward Li Feng, and Jiang Yao. Li Feng dodged the onslaught, but the stone tiles shattered beneath him. The very spot he had occupied moments ago was now punctured with fist-sized holes by the vines. Don't waste your efforts. Plants are impervious to electricity. I have an idea, Jiang Yao remarked, spinning her knife with a tone filled with murderous intent. Jiang Yaozu, I have allowed you to live long enough. Li Feng sheathed his handgun, gripping the long knife in a manner reminiscent of Jiang Yao. The two moved in unison, their knives descending fiercely upon the vines. Countless sturdy vines fell to the ground. Invisible frost seeped into the vines from the freshly severed ends. Unfazed by the threat of the vines, Jiang Yao pressed forward, confident in her protective shield. Any vine that dared to attack her would suffer a thousand-fold retaliation. With unwavering steps, she advanced relentlessly, carving out a vast vacuum of space before her. The vines were not devoid of sensation. They shared Jiang Yaozu's pain. Severing them was akin to cleaving at Jiang Yaozu's flesh and blood. As evidenced by his occasional cries of agony, in the end, the once menacing vines retreated, unwilling to strike her any longer. Li Feng, however, bore the brunt of Jiang Yaozu's wrath, as all the anger that could not be directed at Jiang Yao was unleashed upon him. The pressure he faced exponentially greater than hers. Were it not for his supernatural abilities, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp by the vines. Jiang Yao, I can't hold on much longer. With a sudden thrust, another vine pierced through his shoulder, pain surging through him. Blood gushed from the wound, mingling with the rainwater pooling on the ground. His clothes, tattered and torn, hung loosely from his arms. Jiang Yao cast a fleeting glance at him, her heart heavy at the sight. He struggled to evade the vine aimed at his heart, raising his knife and charging forward once more. Finally, it arrived. Jiang Yao gathered a colossal ice sphere in her palm, unleashing her powers to activate the frost she had embedded deep within the vines. She hurled it toward Jiang Yaozu, while simultaneously, Li Feng infused electricity around the ice sphere. The crackling of electricity filled the air, and a rich scent of charred flesh wafted around them. Jiang Yaozu instinctively extended his tendrils to block the attack but felt his body seize up. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was far too late. The vines on his body thickened with ice from the roots up, the frost spreading rapidly until he was encased in a massive ice sculpture. Li Feng followed up with a shot, this time with no obstructions. Jiang Yaozu's mouth, agape in panic, had no time to close before he heard a crack, and the ice shattered, taking him with it, reducing him to a mere pile of ice upon the ground. Seeing him finally vanquished, Li Feng felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. A minuscule seed rolled into his sleeve. At 5 o'clock, dawn broke. The brief night had passed, and the prolonged darkness had arrived. Daylight has come. Jiang Yao looked up at the red glow on the horizon. If we don't leave now, we may truly be trapped here. The zombie outbreak occurred at night, during which everyone rested, limiting its spread. This was why the authorities consistently emphasized the need to eradicate zombies around the clock. Once daylight broke and humans began to emerge, the range and speed of the zombie spread would no longer be curtailed. This was the most perilous time. One could be ambushed by a zombie at any corner. Li Feng, dragging his injured body, followed Jiang Yao. He needed to replenish his strength, rest, and above all, find a vehicle. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao and Li Feng sat quietly in the restaurant on the first floor, enjoying their meal. Acknowledging that Li Feng had suffered these tribulations because of her, Jiang Yao reluctantly harvested some roots from a millennium-old ginseng to prepare a hearty porridge. The system indicated that the ginseng roots could replenish energy and blood, hastening Li Feng's recovery, akin to a small red potion in a game. Coupled with snake meat, it would even boost his energy reserves. After swiftly finishing their meal, Jiang Yao brought down a lazy sofa from the second floor for Li Feng to rest on while she checked her phone, which displayed a shocking live broadcast. Zombie outbreak. How can ordinary people save themselves? The screen showed a bloodied zombie facing a well-trained officer. The officer wielded a baseball bat, striking the zombie's head with a swift blow, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the female host's voice echoed from off-screen, detailing the characteristics of the zombie virus. the onset of the disease, prevention methods, and the signs of awakening abilities after being scratched by a zombie. The video concluded with a call for everyone not to abandon hope, stating that the military had been dispatched to eradicate zombies in the city. After watching for a while, Zhang Yao turned off her phone and lay down on the bed. It was clear that the authorities had drawn these conclusions based on the letter she sent and their own observations of the zombies in her previous life. Such conclusions had begun circulating only 6 months into the apocalypse. Within that time, the number of survivors nationwide had plummeted from over 1 billion to just 5 or 600 million. It took more than half a year for the zombies in the northern city to be completely eradicated and for the first large survivor base to be established. Reborn into this life, these events had unfolded a full 6 months earlier. Zhang Yao believed she had done all she could. Now, it was up to them. The next morning, Zhang Yao awoke feeling refreshed. As the long overcast sky finally cleared, the sunlight streamed through the curtains, bringing with it the unique chill of autumn and winter. Ignoring the zombies wandering outside, it was indeed a perfect day for an outing. Feeling her stomach rumble, Zhang Yao descended the stairs to prepare a meal for herself. Upon reaching the first floor, she noticed that the lazy sofa, which had been placed in the center of the room yesterday, was now moved to the stairwell. The first floor was empty, indicating that Li Feng had already left. Zhang Yao moved the sofa to the cashier's area and opened the front door, inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. The day was clear and crisp, but she realized she had little to eat. Aside from the various staples and seasonings provided by the system, all that remained was a few 100 pounds of snake meat. Zhang Yao scratched her head, realizing she would need to venture out to gather supplies again in the afternoon. The freezer, however, still contained some unused noodles. Zhang Yao retrieved a 2 or 3 pound piece of snake meat from her space, deboned it, and sliced it into strips to prepare a large pot of meat noodle soup. As the fragrant broth entered her mouth, Zhang Yao closed her eyes in bliss. She picked up a chopstick full of meat strips, savoring the salty and slightly spicy flavor, delighting in the satisfying chewiness. Indeed, this pot of food, imbued with the warmth of human life, was the most comforting of all. After finishing her meal, Zhang Yao placed the dishes into the dishwasher and settled onto the sofa to inspect the rewards she had just acquired. Task completed, the shield has been successfully upgraded. Takeout functionality has been activated. As she opened the system panel, a series of alert sounds filled the air. Zhang Yao clicked on her personal information and discovered that the shield indeed featured a new function, Zombie Friend. Her points had increased from over 2,000 to over 8,000, allowing her to elevate her restaurant to level 2. Zhang Yao accessed the restaurant panel and located the upgrade option in the lower right corner. The previously grayed out button had now transformed into a vibrant red. Without hesitation, she clicked to upgrade. Upgrading restaurant. Ding! Upgrade successful. Recruitment function unlocked. At each level, 2 otherworldly waitstaff could be recruited. With the ability to recruit staff, did this mean she no longer had to remain at home constantly? Chapter 25. Level 2 restaurant. In the next moment, her surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The space expanded several-fold. The once dilapidated small restaurant had been completely renovated, with the small air conditioner that had occupied the corner replaced by a central air conditioning system mounted on the ceiling. The flooring transitioned from bare concrete to immaculate tiles, and the small tables had been replaced by grand round tables. The diminutive stools had evolved into plush armchairs, and the restaurant now boasted a self-cleaning feature. The kitchen behind her had also enlarged, with the freezer sparkling as if brand new. The various kitchen utensils had been unified in a natural wood color, exuding a more sophisticated aura. Not far from the kitchen, several private dining rooms had been added. Zhang Yao pushed open a door and was greeted by walls adorned with paintings, accompanied by an elegant fragrance in the air. As Zhang Yao wandered through the hall, she observed closely for a while, realizing that this resembled the lobby of an upscale restaurant. Level 2 was essentially just a larger, cleaner, and more elegantly decorated version of its predecessor, with the additional perk of takeout service. But there was something else. She could now stay in the Beast World for 3 days. Zhang Yao summoned the interface and indeed discovered that the cooldown time for the portal had elapsed, changing the usage time from 3 o'clock to 72:00, 3 full days and nights. The wave of joy washed over her. This was perfect as she desperately needed ingredients, and the portal refresh was timely. Ascending the stairs, the scene on the second floor had also undergone a significant transformation. The once narrow staircase had widened more than twice its original size. Upon reaching the second floor, she found that the portal, previously situated to the right of the bedroom, had been moved to the wall at the staircase's entrance. To the left of the portal was a wooden door secured with a fingerprint lock. Placing her finger on the lock, she heard 2 beeps, and the door popped open. Inside lay a cozy living room, complete with a sofa and television, flanked by 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The master bedroom was the largest. Decorated entirely in accordance with Jiang Yao's aesthetic preferences, the soft yellow walls exuded warmth and comfort, while the windows had been enlarged several times over, with white curtains that allowed light to filter through without revealing the interior. The small single bed had transformed into a spacious 1.8 by 1.5 meter double bed, and the corner still housed a wardrobe. However, the once scarred and shabby wardrobe now appeared brand new to as she opened the wardrobe doors. She noticed her clothes meticulously hung and organized, neatly stored within. The bottom shelf served as a shoe rack, keeping her footwear dust-free. Above her desk, a row of bookshelves had been added, and the scattered books that had previously cluttered her table were now arranged in an orderly fashion. Below sat a brand-new computer, currently displaying the surveillance footage from the first floor. Jiang Yao circled the room, then plopped down onto the bed. She bounced lightly on the mattress, which was both soft and springy, imagining how delightful it would be to sleep on it. The second floor had completely transformed into her own little sanctuary, accessible only to her. Jiang Yao was utterly satisfied with the arrangements. Had she not had tasks to attend to, she would have relished the opportunity to lounge there all day. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Jiang Yao flipped over and sprang upright on the bed. She seemed to recall that she still had numerous treasure chests left unopened. Making her way to the living room, she settled onto the sofa and opened the system space. Indeed, she found several treasure chests occupying the slots. Silver chest. High probability of yielding silver treasures. 10 silver chests can be combined into 1 gold chest. Would you like to combine? Gold chest. High probability of yielding gold treasures. 10 gold chests can be combined into 1 platinum chest. Would you like to combine? Aside from these 2 descriptions, there was nothing else. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao opened 1 silver chest, and a flash of light enveloped her. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Yao. How unfortunate. An empty chest. Undeterred, she opened a gold chest, and a burst of golden light erupted. Congratulations, you have received a gold treasure map. As the light faded, a parchment appeared within the chest. Jiang Yao reached for the parchment and unfolded it depicted a simplistic map featuring a stream, woods, and a hillside, with a small treasure chest marked at the treasure's location. Jiang Yao casually flipped the parchment over and found a series of coordinates on the back. A treasure map! She had suspected her luck couldn't be this dire, receiving empty chests repeatedly. Rubbing her palms together, she mused about what delightful items might lie within the platinum chest. Jiang Yao proceeded to combine all the silver chests, resulting in 2 or 3 gold chests, which she then combined into a platinum chest. She now possessed a platinum chest. Following her usual ritual of a whimsical blessing, she clicked to open it. In the next moment, no dazzling light emerged. It was a rather unceremonious unboxing. Inside the chest lay a delicate and exquisitely crafted black wrist crossbow. Heavy crossbow wrist arrow. A ranged weapon that balances the power of a heavy crossbow with the compactness of a wrist arrow. Automatically adjusts to target when aiming. Produces 10 arrows daily, each with a paralysis effect. Note: arrows are reusable. The finely crafted and substantial black wrist arrow landed in her palm. Jiang Yao weighed it and estimated it to be around 3 to 4 pounds, quite manageable. She promptly slapped her arm, and mechanisms sprang forth from both sides of her sleeve, securely fastening to her attire. Once she donned her outer garment, it was virtually undetectable that she concealed a weapon. A slender string dangled from the mechanism, conveniently resting in her palm. When she spotted her quarry, a simple tug on the string would send forth an arrow doused in paralysis poison. Although the arrows had a limited quantity, generating a maximum of 10 per day, they would suffice with careful use. Jiang Yao examined it fondly. The last time she visited the beast world, she had suffered due to her lack of experience. Watching as several wild rabbits and chickens dashed past her, with the wrist crossbow, hunting would become significantly easier. She retrieved a set of long-sleeved pants and a top from the wardrobe and, after some contemplation, spent 10 points from the shop to purchase a pair of knee-high leather boots. This time, she was well prepared, donning a gas mask in advance, wielding a long knife, and wrapping herself securely. After thoroughly checking for any overlooked areas, She approached the portal. The door shimmered with a faint light. Please enter the coordinate anchor point. Jiang Yao input the coordinates from the back of the parchment. The portal swung open. Jiang Yao double-checked the status of her shield, took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and suddenly, a bright light appeared before her. The salty sea breeze tousled her hair, and soft sand met the endless expanse of the ocean. Jiang Yao scanned the beach, noting that not far behind her stood a cluster of tall coconut trees. Waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, bringing along beautiful shells and crabs the size of her palm. Jiang Yao cautiously circled the beach, confirming that she had indeed been transported to an island. Chapter 26. Sweetberry Grove. The vegetation at the island's edge was not particularly lush, primarily consisting of rocky terrain and gravel. Following the mountain path upward, after a 10-minute trek, she finally spotted a dense grove. Each tree was laden with heavy red fruits, exuding an enticingly sweet aroma. System notification. Medium Sweetberry Grove detected. Edible. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. These fruits were indeed consumable. Sweet berries must be a specialty of the beast world. She had suspected that the system wouldn't transport her to some desolate place. However, the trees were so tall. How would she manage to pluck the fruits? In her 2 lifetimes, she had never learned to climb trees. Wait! The wrist crossbow. This was the perfect opportunity to test the power and accuracy of the arrows with these fruits. Without hesitation, she lifted her arm, aimed at a cluster of fruits, and activated the mechanism. Whoosh! The tremendous force propelled Jiang Yao backwards several steps. The arrow shot straight towards the fruits on the tree. Crack! A cascade of vivid red fruits tumbled from the branches. Steadying herself, Jiang Yao dashed toward the fallen fruits. Finding that the arrowhead had embedded itself firmly into the ground, she approached, exerted force to extract the arrow, and left a 3-inch deep hole in the soil. After cleaning the arrow, she reinserted it into the wrist crossbow for reuse. Then bent down to collect the string of red sweet berries. The berries resembled small apples from Blue Star but were larger in size, some showing signs of having been pecked by insects or birds. Jiang Yao selected a relatively intact berry, rinsed it with water, and popped it into her mouth. Sweet. The thin skin and juicy flesh burst with flavor, offering a delightful sweetness that soothed her throat. With no need to add sugar, she could simply juice them after removing the pit. Squeak! Ouch! What just hit me? Just as Jiang Yao was about to pick another berry, she felt something plummet at her feet. Turning around, she discovered several half-human-sized monkeys perched on the tree behind her, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Upon witnessing her indulge in the fruits, the monkeys immediately began to hurl their own fruit downwards incessantly. With a squeal, upon noticing her gaze, the monkeys began to leap and bound upon the branches, and a few even turned their red behinds towards Jiang Yao, shaking them provocatively. This was a blatant act of defiance. Yet, Jiang Yao remained unperturbed. On the contrary, she felt that this troop of monkeys had arrived at the perfect moment. Observing them closely, she discerned that there were approximately 30 monkeys, among which one, distinguished by a tuft of white fur atop its head, was considerably larger than the rest. Positioned at the center, it was well guarded by the others. It seemed that this one was the king of the monkeys. Jiang Yao took a few steps back. Leaning against a large tree, aiming at the thigh of the monkey king, she pulled the mechanism and released an arrow. Bang! Alas! It went awry. My apologies. Jiang Yao sheepishly touched her nose, realizing that her aim had faltered slightly. The shot grazed past the monkey king's side. Once more, she raised her hand again, directing her aim at the monkey king, swaying left and right, yet hesitating to pull the trigger. Squeak! Strike her! The monkey king, startled by the deeply embedded arrow, leapt 3 feet into the air and quickly jumped to a nearby tree. Following its command, the other monkeys hurriedly plucked fruits, leaves, and twigs from around them, pelting Jiang Yao with them relentlessly. Encased in her protective shield, she naturally felt no fear. She spread a large sack from her space on the ground and then took refuge behind the tree. Most of the fruits landed atop the sack. Once the monkeys grew weary of their assault, she would tidy up, collecting the good fruits to store in her space. The monkeys perched on the branches, hands on their hips, boastfully shouted several times. Smash! Crush this beast, man! Smash her! Observing the thick layer of fruits accumulating on the ground, Jiang Yao stealthily extended her hand, pulling a branch laden with fruits directly into her space, in the blink of an eye. She had amassed quite a haul in the end. She was exhausted, only selecting the larger and more abundant fruits, dismissing the smaller ones without a glance. Ha ha ha! What a windfall! Could such good fortune occur daily? This fruit rain continued for nearly an hour. Each time the monkeys seemed ready to cease their bombardment, Jiang Yao would raise her arm and shoot an arrow at the Monkey King, thereby threatening it. The Monkey King would then become infuriated, commanding the troop to continue their assault, almost mechanically. The trees in Jiang Yao's vicinity were nearly stripped bare, leaving only the stark branches behind. Exhausted, the monkeys sprawled on the branches, tongues lolling as they gasped for breath. However, upon turning their heads, they discovered that the beast man they had been attacking was not only unharmed, but was leisurely seated beneath the tree. Munching on fruits, the Monkey King was furious, yet dared not let its kin approach Jiang Yao. She wielded a formidable weapon, which had nearly shattered its thigh on several occasions. Squeak! Halt! All of you, cease at once. The small brains of the monkeys could not comprehend Jiang Yao's intent. Conversely, the Monkey King, having engaged with beastmen frequently, was driven to a state of exasperation upon witnessing her actions and immediately commanded its monkeys to cease their assault. Beastmen are indeed treacherous and cunning. The Monkey King's mind whirled, and it swiftly devised a clever plan. If this human could not be harmed by fruits, then stones would suffice. Squeak! Gather stones, strike her. Thus, before Jiang Yao could finish collecting the fallen fruits, the monkeys began to leap to the ground, seizing stones for another onslaught. Bang! Crack! The monkeys erupted into chaos, screeching, particularly the Monkey King, which exerted the most force, resulting in the highest rebound damage. A stone rebounded directly onto its head, causing a large bump to form in pain. It clutched its head and jumped about. Jiang Yao could hardly contain her laughter. These monkeys were utterly hilarious. Squeak! You shall pay for this, squeak! We're leaving. The Monkey King, wary, cast a glance at Jiang Yao, and with a couple of squeaks, was the first to leap onto the branches and flee. Jiang Yao, seated beneath the tree, watched as the monkeys, following their king, leaped through the branches until they gradually vanished from sight. Ha ha ha! She could no longer suppress her mirth, covering her head as she laughed aloud. How absurd these monkeys were! Once her laughter subsided, she wiped away a tear and stood up. Crack! Nearby, the shadows of the trees shifted, producing faint sounds. Who goes there? Jiang Yao gasped, fearing it was the monkeys returning, and promptly pulled the mechanism to shoot an arrow. Bang! The arrow shot forth, embedding itself firmly into the tree trunk. No, please don't kill me. Please! A childish voice pleaded from behind the great tree. Come out! Jiang Yao retracted her smile. In this remote locale, where could a small beast man come from? As her words fell, a very slender little girl timidly peered out from behind the tree, with hair resembling seaweed. Adorned with various pearls and shells, her pointed ears and translucent fish fins refracted a spectrum of colors in the light. Forgive me, I did not intend to spy. I was merely. Jiang Yao gazed at the androgynous little beast man before her, realizing her attire suggested she was a member of the sea folk. Chapter 27. The Underwater Treasure. Are you a mermaid? Jiang Yao's eyes involuntarily drifted towards the girl's lower half. Had she truly encountered a mermaid for the first time? The little mermaid's azure eyes widened in astonishment, stammering. How did you know? She had seen how formidable this person was. The weapon in her hand had the power to drive away the Monkey King. For I have come seeking you, was what Jiang Yao thought to herself. Please, eat. The little mermaid, clearly famished, kept her gaze fixated on the berries in Jiang Yao's hand. For me? Thank you. The little mermaid's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the fruit but did not eat it. After politely expressing her gratitude, she carefully placed the fruit into a small bag on her back. Jiang Yao chose not to dwell on her, nor did she inquire as to why she did not eat, but instead crouched down to continue gathering the fruits. She suspected she had likely been transported to a territory inhabited by merfolk. According to Bai Yun's description, merfolk were gentle in nature, with weak familial bonds. Upon reaching adulthood, merfolk were cast from their families to seek life in the oceans. Moreover, prior to differentiation, they were androgynous, only able to choose their gender upon maturation. Apart from harvesting salt, their tears could transform into ethereal mermaid pearls, which allowed land creatures to survive in the sea. The fabric they wove was soft and smooth, radiating a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, known as mermaid silk, resistant to water and fire. Impervious to blades, it was a treasure worth its weight in gold. Yet, this little one before her evidently had not reached adulthood. How could she be alone in such a place? Where was the lord of the merfolk in this oceanic domain? Unfamiliar with the surroundings, perhaps these merfolk could guide her to the location of the treasure. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she exchanged a few fruit-flavored candies from the system store. Placing them on the ground, "Little one, would you like some candy?" The little mermaid blinked her innocent eyes, as if contemplating whether she could trust this suddenly appearing sister. Yet, after a moment, she twitched her little nose, drawn in by the sweet aroma of the fruit, and succumbed to the temptation. "Thank you, sister." The little mermaid cautiously observed for a while before finally mustering the courage to step out from behind the tree. To Jiang Yao's disappointment, there was no shimmering fish tail as she had imagined. The little mermaid wore a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender legs beneath. As she picked up a few fruits from the ground and handed them over. Jiang Yao accepted them readily. Seeing that Jiang Yao did not refuse, the little mermaid's face lit up, suddenly realizing that this sister did not seem as fierce as she had imagined. After a moment's thought, she picked up a piece of candy from the ground and popped it into her mouth, enjoying it with her eyes squinted in pleasure. Mother had taught her not to accept favors without reciprocation. Helping the sister gather fruits meant that her indulgence was not in vain. As Jiang Yao squatted down to collect more fruits, she took the opportunity to engage the little mermaid in conversation. "What is your name?" "Hong Yu, but my grandfather usually calls me Xiao Yuer. You may call me that as well." Savoring the sweet candy, Hong Yu's words were equally sweet. Being just a child, once her defenses were down, she became quite chatty, a natural conversationalist. Jiang Yao chuckled and nodded. It seemed her intuition had been correct. This was indeed the territory of some merfolk. The merfolk referred to as her grandfather must be the lord of this region. With this in mind, she took out the treasure map from her space. "Xiao Yuer, do you know where this place is?" Hong Yu placed the candy on her tongue and leaned in to take a closer look. Isn't this the small island we are standing on? Look, here is the slope ahead, the berry forest, and here, the little stream that I have seen." Jiang Yao followed her finger on the map, quickly correlating it with the location on the island, swiftly deducing where she currently stood. The treasure lies at the far east of the island, while she was situated at the southern end. If I wish to traverse through this berry forest to reach this location. Jiang Yao pointed at the treasure chest position. "Do you know the fastest way?" Hong Yu's brows furrowed tightly. "This place. What is it?" Jiang Yao inquired, puzzled. "Could there be danger? This location is deep beneath the sea." "Sister, if you are not a seafolk beast man, you may not be able to reach there at all. Moreover, there are fearsome creatures lurking there. My grandfather was once injured by one and has yet to recover." Beneath the sea? This indeed posed a dilemma for Jiang Yao. She opened the system shop and browsed through its offerings, yet found nothing that could shield her from water. If she truly were to descend to the seabed, it presented a significant challenge. Unless, perhaps, there existed a fish pearl. Hong Yu, with a loud crunch, bit down on the candy in her mouth, ceasing to speak further. Instead, she lowered her head to assist Jiang Yao in gathering the fallen fruits, stacking them into a burlap sack. Soon, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Sister, did you come from the land?" "Yes," Jiang Yao nodded. "Then, are there many delicious foods on land?" "I heard from my grandfather that there are many beastmen without fish tails on land." "How do they swim in the water?" Having never ventured into the deep sea, Hong Yu imagined that the land must be somewhat akin to the ocean, dotted with numerous islands, yet predominantly inhabited by aquatic life. Thus, when her grandfather mentioned that they lacked fish tails, she was intrigued. How could they swim without tails? Jiang Yao swiftly gathered useful information from her words. Bai Yuan had mentioned that merfolk were the favored children of the ocean, spending most of their lives within its depths, where water enhanced their power. However, Hong Yu had said her grandfather was injured by a strange beast and was forced to retreat to land. Indicating that the beast was no ordinary creature, it seemed prudent for her to meet that merfolk lord and investigate the nature of the beast lurking beneath the sea. Ideally, she would persuade him to accompany her into the depths. With this thought, her gaze towards Hong Yu became even gentler. In the absence of swimming, there is scarce deep water on land. Most of it resembles the ground beneath our feet. Although Hong Yu grasped only part of the conversation, she became flushed with excitement at the mention of land. A breeze swept through, lifting the fallen leaves, a few of which landed atop Hong Yu's head. Jiang Yao instinctively reached out to brush them away. Hong Yu's face flushed instantly, her pointed fish fins turning from translucent to a vivid red grumble. The sound of her stomach growling shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Chapter 28. Potato Stew with Chicken. Embarrassed, Hong Yu covered her small belly. She could have endured a bit longer, but after having eaten a piece of candy and inhaling the sweet scent of the berries before her, she found it increasingly difficult to resist. Are you hungry? Jiang Yao glanced at the sky, which was radiant under the midday sun, estimating it to be around 1 or 2 o'clock. She too felt a pang of hunger. Patting Hong Yu's head, she pointed to a nearby clearing. Go find some dry twigs to place there. Sister will treat you to a grand feast shortly. Really? Is it food from the land? I've never tasted it before. Hong Yu twisted the hem of her garment, blushing as she asked. Indeed. Jiang Yao chuckled, pinching her cheeks, watching as her face turned crimson once more. Oh dear, sister, Hong Yu exclaimed, covering her flushed face as she dashed away. Jiang Yao called after her with a few cautions. Don't wander too far, be wary of snakes in the woods, and shout if you find yourself in danger. Got it. As she watched Hong Yu's elated figure retreat, Jiang Yao's heart softened. After all, she was still just a child, capable of such joy over a simple meal. Turning her attention to the fruits scattered on the ground, she lamented the waste. So many had been ruined. After a moment's thought, she approached, drew her arrow, and began to dig a hole. She then gathered a few sticks, sharpened both ends, and crossed them over the hole, finally covering it with a layer of leaves. Jiang Yao fashioned a rudimentary trap. Should a wild rabbit or chicken come to steal a bite, it would fall right in. After camouflaging the surrounding footprints with dirt, she wandered deeper into the woods. From her experience, she anticipated that wild mushrooms might be found there. Suddenly, a brightly colored wild chicken darted out from the adjacent bushes, its long tail feathers trailing behind it as it clucked excitedly near the trap Jiang Yao had set. Clearly, it had been lured by the scent of the fallen sweet berries. Chicken? Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. She stepped forward, aiming her arrow at the wild chicken and letting it fly. The chicken, sensing danger, flapped its wings and soared nearly half a meter into the air. Undeterred by her miss, Jiang Yao pursued it through the thicket, predicting its path, and shot again. Hit! This time, the arrow struck its shoulder. And with a cry, the chicken fell, incapacitated. Jiang Yao approached, withdrew her arrow, and grasped its wing. Detected a common wild chicken. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? Disassemble. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao opted for the system to handle it, as she lacked the appropriate tools. Regrettably, it was not a magical beast, and aside from filling her belly, it offered no additional extraordinary benefits. Disassembly successful, obtained 5 pounds of wild chicken meat, now stored in system space. 5 pounds of meat, satisfactory enough. She ventured further and discovered some edible wild mushrooms, yet most were somewhat damaged, likely consumed by the local fauna. Discarding the mushroom stems, she stood up and dusted off her clothes. It seemed unlikely she would find anything better today. The chicken meat would suffice for her meal. With a sigh, she turned and exited the forest, arriving at the dirt slope she had previously shown Hong Yu. The elevated position offered a clear view of the surroundings, allowing her to respond promptly to any disturbances. After all, this was a world of beasts, and it was wise to remain vigilant. The protective shield could deflect physical harm, yet it could not guard against chemical threats such as poisonous gases. Jiang Yao gathered stones from the vicinity and formed a circle, placing her iron pot atop the makeshift stone stove. She then found some easily ignitable dry grass and stuffed it inside. Rising to survey her surroundings once more, she was suddenly dazzled by a flash of yellow-green. Wait, what is that? She spotted a small patch of plants. Standing as tall as an adult's calf, with yellowing leaves layered like feathers. Potatoes! Jiang Yao's face lit up with joy. She estimated there to be 30 or more. She had not expected to find potatoes here. Potatoes are a remarkable food source, healthy, low in fat, easy to digest, and providing a strong sense of satiety. They are an excellent source of carbohydrates. Most importantly, they are easy to cultivate, as long as there is soil and water. They can thrive anywhere. A single potato can yield a vast crop of seedlings. With her long knife in hand, Jiang Yao leapt down the slope. Sour and spicy potato strips, mashed potatoes, chicken stew with potatoes. Here I come! This area was composed of sandy soil, likely deposited by the ocean's tide in the past, soft and loose. Pulling at the base of the potato plants, a series of potatoes came free, revealing at least a dozen round tubers, varying in size. The smallest were about the size of an adult's fist. Jiang Yao carefully harvested a substantial portion of these potatoes, amassing nearly 100 pounds. After setting aside a portion for the restaurant, she reserved some for Bai Yun and the others as seeds. Just as she placed a pile of twigs beside the stone stove, she saw Jiang Yao climbing back up, her arms laden with a string of potatoes. "Sister, what is this?" Hong Yu approached, understanding the situation and accepting the potatoes from Jiang Yao's hands. "Potatoes, food," Jiang Yao replied, setting a large bucket of fresh water on the ground. The potatoes had grown beneath the sandy soil nearby and were only slightly dirty. Finally, she took out a lighter and ignited the dry grass beneath the pot. "Ah, it's divine retribution. Sister, be careful." Hong Yu gasped at the sight of the rising flames, covering her eyes and retreating. For the ocean dwellers, fire was a fearsome element. They favored moist environments and had only ever witnessed such flames during thunderstorms at sea, when lightning struck the islands, igniting them in a fiery wrath. Her grandfather had always warned her to keep a safe distance from islands engulfed in flames. The water in the pot had evaporated. She retrieved the wild chicken from her supplies, rinsed it, and placed it in the pot, stirring it briefly to release its aroma. Delicious. Hong Yu sniffed the air, inching closer. Continuing her work, Jiang Yao added salt and spices, stirring until the fats from the chicken had rendered out. Then, she added the previously diced potatoes, cooking them until they were just tender. She poured in enough water to cover the chicken, placed a lid on top, and added more dry twigs to increase the heat. As the pot bubbled and steam rose, Hong Yu, drawn by the delightful fragrance, crept closer, squatting down to observe Jiang Yao's busy hands. Jiang Yao gazed happily at the steaming chicken stew, savoring the enticing aroma. Chapter 29. The merfolk's red leaves. In a moment of reverie, she recalled a scene from her past life. Ultimately, she had scarcely tasted any of the food, despite there being enough to feed 2 people for 7 or 8 days, which had been devoured within just 2 days by her father and grandfather. Now, it had fallen into Wang Yuan's hands, and recently he had suffered a setback at her expense. It was easy to surmise that, given his vengeful nature, that family would not fare well in the aftermath. The fire had burned for another half hour, filling the air with the tantalizing scent of cooked meat. She retrieved a pair of bowls and chopsticks from her supplies, rinsing them with water. After fishing out a piece of chicken from the pot and tasting it, her eyes widened in delight. The meat was tender and fell off the bone with ease. "So delicious!" She fetched another clean pair of bowls and filled one with chicken, extending it towards Hong Yu. "Can you use chopsticks?" Jiang Yao rose to serve herself a bowl as well. "No." Hong Yu shook her head, prompting Jiang Yao to retrieve a stainless steel fork from her space and hand it over. "Use this to eat." "Thank you, sister." Hong Yu, already famished, eagerly accepted the fork and impaled a piece of potato, which melted in her mouth, scalding her tongue as she gasped. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yao divided the remaining food in the pot into another bowl. Finally, she took out her large basin and transferred all the dishes into it. The 2 of them, one large and one small, sat on the hillside, each savoring the delectable chicken soup. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao extinguished the fire in the stone stove and cleaned the bowls and pots. Hong Yu reluctantly bid farewell. "Jiao Zhu?" Jiang Yao had been contemplating how to mention her intention to visit Hong Yu's grandfather when Hong Yu spontaneously brought it up. She naturally acquiesced to Hong Yu's invitation. "Sure." Upon hearing her agreement, Hong Yu was overjoyed. "Sister, follow me. I will take you there." However, Jiang Yao glanced at the sky, realizing it was still early. She planned to check on her traps first, uncertain if she had caught any wild rabbits or the like. "Wait here for a moment. I will go check the traps I set in the woods." "All right." Hearing her bright response, Jiang Yao re-entered the berry grove. Before she approached, she noticed numerous birds pecking at the fruits scattered near the traps. The little birds seemed rather dim-witted, not fleeing at the sight of humans, continuing to gorge themselves on the berries. As Jiang Yao approached, she observed that the branches and leaves above the traps had been thoroughly disturbed. Various footprints, large and small, were scattered around. After clearing away some weeds, she looked down. The sharp wooden stakes that had been intricately arranged within the trap were now in disarray, piled haphazardly in the pit. Jiang Yao squatted down to pick up one of the sticks, noticing faint dark red bloodstains on it. Yet there were no animals left behind in the pit. Seemed that an animal had indeed fallen in. But due to the pit not being deep enough, it ultimately managed to escape. Jiang Yao was not greedy. If she couldn't catch anything, so be it, at least she knew that for those creatures, the sweet berries were the best bait. She tidied up the wooden stakes, sharpened a few longer and sharper ones, and dug the pit several inches deeper, estimating it to be the depth of her calf. Finally, she covered it again with grass and branches and scattered some crushed berries on top, instantly filling the air with an enticing sweetness. After completing this task, she made her way through the woods, where Hongyu was still waiting for her on the hillside. "Let us go." Jiang Yao leaned on her long knife, straining to traverse the 2-meter-high slope. Just from the potatoes and berries, her haul for the day was quite considerable. The only regret was not having caught much meat. She would need to return later to check and set a few more traps. In the future, she could enjoy a bounty of chicken and eggs. As they walked, Jiang Yao patted the little radish head, recalling, "By the way, Xiao Yuer, I still don't know your grandfather's name." Having shared a meal, it felt somewhat impolite not to know. "Hongyi," she replied. "He has a beautiful, large red fish tail." Hongyu carefully cradled her bowl of food, fearing that the delicious contents might spill. "This is the food that Sister Jiang Yao prepared for grandfather. It cannot go to waste." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's question, Hongyu pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Jiang Yao nodded. "How long have you lived on land? Does not being in the water affect your health?" She was genuinely curious about this. Wouldn't a merman feel extremely dry out of water? As soon as this topic arose, Hongyu's beautiful eyes dimmed. She lowered her voice before grandfather was injured. "We lived at the bottom of the sea. We can survive on land, but it tends to be a bit dry, requiring us to soak in water frequently." The two continued to chat idly along the way, passing the time. From her words, Jiang Yao learned that several months prior, a gigantic beast had invaded this maritime region. It had numerous tentacles and could spray poison. To protect their territory, Hongyi had engaged in fierce combat with it. Eventually, Hongyi was wounded by its venom, forcing him to take Hongyu ashore to escape the creature. They had been living on this small island ever since. The wound on Hongyi had become infected with the poison from that beast, preventing it from healing. Speaking of this, Hongyu's face was filled with anger. "Sister, you have no idea. Those monkeys are fierce. Every time I go to that grove, they throw branches at me. It really hurts when they hit. So, I can only sneak over to grab a few fruits and quickly run away." As she spoke, she patted her chest in fear. Heaven knows that today, when she went, she saw that group of monkeys and was utterly terrified, her heart nearly stopping. Sister Jiang Yao is incredible. Not only could she snatch fruits from those monkeys, but she also scared them away. If only she could be as formidable as Sister Jiang Yao. With this thought, her gaze toward Jiang Yao grew even more admiring. Jiang Yao said nothing in response, merely reaching out to touzle Hongyu's long hair. The two continued along the hillside, passing through countless low bushes until they finally arrived at the cave where Hongyu's grandfather was hiding. Jiang Yao stood at the entrance, peering inside. The dim, damp cave housed an elderly man lying on a stone slab bed in the corner. He had his eyes half closed, his cheeks deeply sunken. The skin on his face sagged, taking on a waxy yellow sheen. The thin merman fabric could not conceal his emaciated frame. Most strikingly, his lower half was adorned with a red fish tail, marred by mottled scars and dark red bloodstains. A large portion of the tail was missing, with the wound showing signs of bruising. This former ruler of the ocean had now aged considerably, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 30. Healing Grandfather. Hongyu, hearing her name called, cautiously approached while cradling her bowl. Hongyi attempted to raise his arm to touch Hongyu's little head, but after several futile attempts, he had to give up. With a long sigh, he spoke to Hongyu softly, a hint of melancholy lacing his tone. "Our little Yuer has grown up. She can take care of herself now. I can also take good care of grandfather." Hongyu nodded vigorously, carefully placing the food at the foot of the bed. Then she turned to fetch some clean water from a stone trough in the corner to clean grandfather's wound, which was oozing with pus. If not cleaned promptly, the pus would harden, and within a day, grandfather would suffer from fever and convulsions. Jiang Yao took a few steps toward the bed, her gaze sweeping over his wounds. They did not appear overly severe. The main concern was the green toxin. The poison was spreading, hindering the healing process and making it easy to trigger a bacterial infection. After removing the toxin, she would need to trim away the necrotic flesh and administer some anti-inflammatory medication. He should recover quickly. Hearing the commotion, Hongyi finally noticed that there were others in the room. He shifted his gaze from little Hongyu to Jiang Yao. His eyes filled with wariness and detachment. "Little Yuer, do we have a guest?" Hongyu squeezed the water from the beast's skin, suddenly remembering Jiang Yao, whom she had momentarily forgotten. She hurried over, bringing Jiang Yao before her grandfather. Introducing her, "Grandfather, I met a very powerful sister today. Her name is Jiang Yao, and all this delicious food is from her." Then, turning to Jiang Yao, she pointed at Hongyi and said, "Sister Jiang Yao, this is my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Hong Ye's wariness did not dissipate. He looked up at Jiang Yao. "You are from the Lu tribe, a beast man? How did you end up here?" Jiang Yao nodded, "To be frank, Senior, I have come here seeking something, and I will leave once I find it." Hong Yi seemed to ponder something, then turned to Hong Yu, "Little Yuer, bring me the box hidden in the stone crevice." "Oh, all right." Just as she was about to feed her grandfather, Hong Yu obediently set down the bowl and walked toward the cave's entrance. Hong Yi dismissed Hong Yu and, propping himself up on the stone bed with his elbow, struggled to sit up, but his body was too weak to muster any strength. Jiang Yao noticed his intentions and quickly assisted him, allowing him to lean against the stone wall in a half-sitting position on the bed. Hong Yi panted heavily for a while, and finally, he regained his breath and leaned against the wall to rest. "Which tribe are you from?" he asked Jiang Yao, observing his laborious breathing. Jiang Yao took out a bowl of water from her space and offered it to him. "The Tiger tribe." Thus far, she had only encountered one member of the Tiger tribe, Bai Yun, so it wasn't he entirely untruthful to claim to be from the Tiger tribe. Hong Yi shook his head. "Thank you, Jiang Yao. What do you seek?" His eyelids trembled slightly, his voice tinged with a quiver, whether from excitement or anxiety. "Do you wish to go into the sea?" Jiang Yao regarded his ambiguous old face and nodded expressionlessly. "Yes." Hong Yi smirked coldly, "But why should I help you?" "Simply because I can heal your wounds." Silenced, a deathly stillness. Jiang Yao remained unperturbed, surveying her surroundings before retrieving a smooth stone stool from the corner and placing it before the stone bed. She settled down directly in front of him. "Dio, you truly have confidence in your ability to heal me? Are you aware of what has caused the injury to my tail?" Hong Yi finally opened his eyes wide, revealing a pair of vertical pupils characteristic of beast men. His gaze differed from that of Hong Yu. While Hong Yu's eyes were a serene sea blue, his were like rubies shrouded in shadow, reminiscent of blood flowing through seawater, ominous and unsettling. Jiang Yao made a concerted effort to overlook the dissonance between those eyes and his face. "It's merely poison. Once it's resolved, all shall be well." Jiang Yao spoke with a nonchalance that sparked a glimmer of hope in Hong Ye's heart as he observed her unwavering demeanor. "Can you truly detoxify?" "Believe it or not," she replied. Hong Yi lowered his head in contemplation for some time before finally nodding in Jiang Yao's direction, a flash of menace flickering in his eyes. "If you fail to save me, I shall take your life." Jiang Yao remained noncommittal. She held great faith in the potions produced by the system in the worst-case scenario, even if she could not succeed. She was confident in her ability to make a safe exit. "Dio, you believe you can confront that otherworldly beast alone?" Hong Yi inquired, feigning indifference. Jiang Yao found it somewhat amusing. "Who says I am alone? Isn't eliminating that beast advantageous for you? Do you intend to endure a life of mere survival along the coast with Xiaoyu?" How astute of her! Jiang Yao mused. She had offered to heal his wounds. Yet he wished for her to face that otherworldly creature by herself. Should she succeed, he would benefit without effort, and should she fail, he would suffer no loss, correct? How naive! Jiang Yao was acutely aware that the Jiao Pearl was her reward for healing. Slaying the beast was not solely her responsibility. Worst case, she could forfeit the treasure, but could Hong Yi and Hong Yu truly remain on the shore indefinitely? Upon realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Hong Ye's lips curved slightly. Very well, this beast man seemed to possess some intellect. Collaborating with her might indeed resolve the issue with the beast. When she mentioned Hong Yu, a flicker of something unusual crossed Hong Ye's eyes. Before Jiang Yao could discern its meaning, he closed his eyes once more, his tone nonchalant. "If you can truly heal me, I shall grant you a Jiao Pearl and join you in slaying that beast." He paused before continuing. But do not blame me for not warning you in advance. That beast is at least a Tier 3 creature. It will not be easy to handle. Once we are in the water, I cannot guarantee your safety. The only current concern was the beast's ability to emit toxins, necessitating the preparation of antidotal materials. Jiang Yao spent 50 points to exchange for a vial of detoxification potion. She was confident in her ability to heal Hong Yi, knowing the system's space contained such remedies. Detoxification potion can neutralize most toxins. Purchase limit 55. Now, drink this. Jiang Yao handed him the vial containing the clear liquid. Hong Yi scrutinized the transparent substance held in a container he had never seen before. A cold touch was placed near his lips, prompting Hong Yi to instinctively open his mouth. Jiang Yao poured it in, and the cool liquid flowed down his throat. Moments later, the deep green toxin embedded in his wound began to dissipate. Jiang Yao nodded in satisfaction. The poison had been purged, and now it was time to excise the necrotic flesh. She retrieved a dagger from her space and hovered it over the injury on Hong Ye's tail, contemplating where to begin. Next, I will assist you in removing the necrotic tissue from your tail. It may be somewhat painful. Bear with it. She waved the gleaming dagger near his tail. Hong Ye's heart raced with anxiety. Surely, she did not intend to carve him open. Wait, I shall do it myself. Hong Ye's tail coiled to evade her wrist. Oh, very well. Jiang Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to be the first to dissect a merman. Hong Yi summoned a stream of water from his palm. Using it to cleanse his wound, crimson blood flowed freely from the injury, pooling on the stone bed and cascading to the ground, washing away the necrotic flesh and revealing stark white fish bones beneath. Drink this. Jiang Yao seized another vial of restorative potion and thrust it into Hong Ye's mouth. This time, she had invested heavily, exchanging a full 100 points for these 2 potions. Failure to defeat the beast and secure the treasure would result in significant loss. Once consumed, the restorative potion initiated rapid healing. Flesh began to regrow over the white bones, and the damaged scales reformed. His once graying hair transformed back into vibrant red curls, and his appearance shifted from that of a decrepit elder to a robust middle-aged woman. Jiang Yao was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be an elder? Wasn't he over 400 years old? What was happening? Hong Ye's fishtail morphed into a pair of long, fair legs, her figure becoming alluring. Adorned in a simple short skirt made of jiao silk that accentuated her exquisite proportions. Joyfully, she extended her hand, conjuring a stream of water to wash away the lingering filth, then summoned a water mirror to float before her. Admiring her own beautiful face from all angles, when her gaze returned to Jiang Yao, the wariness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by profound gratitude and delight. You aren't over 400 years old. Are you? Why do you look like a person in their 30s or 40s? Jiang Yao found herself questioning her own existence. Hong Yi stared at her in astonishment, as if unable to comprehend why she would ask such a question. Mermen measure their lifespan in millennia. I am merely in my 400th year, naturally in the prime of my life. Jiang Yao's mouth twitched. She had no prior knowledge of such matters. Bai Yuan had not informed her. So, Hong Yi was merely a child of over 70 years? Hong Yi adjusted the pearl decorations in her hair while gazing into the water mirror. After lying on the bed for so many days, she felt her appearance had deteriorated. Mermen were innately vain, and after recovering, her first instinct was to admire herself in the mirror. Over 70, merely? Jiang Yao felt a sense of disillusionment, so that adorable little one who called her sister had lived longer than she had in 2 lifetimes. In reality, she was old enough to be her grandmother? Jiang Yao's temples throbbed as she jumped up and down in exasperation. She rubbed her eyes and decided to set aside her incredulity. Enough of this. We must attend to business. It is time to deal with that beast. A loud crash echoed through the space as her gaze shifted from Jiang Yao to Hong Yi on the bed. Hong Yi descended from the bed, barefoot, and approached Hong Yi, ruffling her hair affectionately. What is it? Why are you staring blankly? Are you not happy to see your grandfather recovering? Hong Yi pinched her little face. Her smile radiant. Grandfather, you are truly healed. Woo 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 woo. Hong Yi seemed to just realize the situation, suddenly throwing herself into Hong Ye's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably like a small train in motion. All right. Hong Yi gestured towards Jiang Yao behind her, indicating that there were others present. Hong Yi sniffled, meeting Jiang Yao's eyes, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She hastily wiped her tears and feigned indifference, changing the subject. Grandfather, what were you just discussing? Both Hong Yi and Jiang Yao exchanged knowing glances but refrained from revealing her ruse. With a smile, Hong Yi lifted a chest and, taking Hong Yu by the hand, they sat down beside the bed. No. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu immediately protested, her complexion paling as if recalling something. Little Yu? Hong Yi tightened her grip on Hong Yu's hand. Jiang Yao was startled, realizing she had perhaps displayed her emotions too overtly. She looked up to meet Hong Ye's smiling eyes, a subtle tremor coursing through her. Why not? Jiang Yao questioned, her curiosity piqued by their exchange. Hong Yi slowly released her grip. Hong Yu bit her lip, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Yao's hand tightly. Sister Jiang Yao, please don't go. Why can't I go? Jiang Yao instinctively sensed something was amiss with their reactions, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. She glanced at the black chest resting on the bed, adorned with delicate golden patterns that would easily go unnoticed. For some reason, she felt those patterns seemed familiar, as though she had seen them before. Hong Yu, following her gaze, stepped forward anxiously to block her view, speaking rapidly. Is that so? Are you merely worried for her? Jiang Yao regarded Hong Yi with suspicion, only to find her wearing a tender smile, saying nothing to deter her. Jiang Yao stored this matter in her mind, a sense of wariness rising within her. With her protective system shield, along with her crossbow and special abilities, combined with Hong Ye's strength, they had an 80% chance of confronting that otherworldly creature. The only shortcoming was her inability to remain underwater for an extended period. Should she obtain a Jiao Pearl as assistance, their odds would surely improve. If reading Jiang Yao's thoughts, Hong Yi broke the silence. Little Yu, stop making a fuss and come here. Hong Yu glanced at Jiang Yao with concern but obediently approached the bedside. Standing before it, open the chest, Hong Yi gently urged. Hong Yu bit her lip, her expression conflicted. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Hong Ye's request, waving her hand, causing the chest to spring open. A blinding light erupted forth, revealing a chest brimming with Jiao pearls and Jiao silk. Please pass that red fish pearl to your sister Jiang Yao. Grandfather. Hong Yu's face flushed with urgency. Even her own grandfather could not contend with that creature from the depths. Jiang Yao, being so young, could not possibly slay that beast alone, no matter how formidable she might be. Moreover, it could spit poison. This fish pearl holds little value for her. Just give it to her. Grandfather, I implore you. Hong Yu stamped her foot in frustration. Give it to her. Yet, Hong Yi continued to softly repeat those words. Helpless, Hong Yu could only retrieve the largest, brightest pearl from the box. She swiftly wove some fish silk into an exquisite bracelet. Finally, she approached Jiang Yao, cradling the bracelet. Sister Jiang Yao, are you truly set on going? Having lived for so long, the first beastman she encountered on land was Jiang Yao, and she did not wish to lose such a good friend. Upon seeing Jiang Yao nod without hesitation, she could only let out a long sigh and pass the fish pearl over. This is for you. Allow me to fasten it for you. Jiang Yao gazed at the vibrant red pearl. Extending her arm, she could not fathom why Hong Yu was so averse to her venturing into the sea. Perhaps it was concern for her safety. However, she had already invested so much. Retreating now was out of the question. Thank you. Jiang Yao extended her hand, allowing Hong Yu to tie several tight knots around her wrist. She shook her wrist. It felt quite secure. This trinket appeared to be of great worth. The extra knots indeed provided additional assurance. Unyielding, Hong Yu still sought to dissuade Jiang Yao. Sister, are you truly going? That beast is exceedingly dangerous. It is immense enough to swallow you whole. Jiang Yao smiled, pinching Hong Yu's cheek, and retrieved a small pile of sweet berries and some potatoes from her spatial pouch. As she approached the cave's entrance, she turned to glance at Jiang Yao. Let us go. Why are you dawdling? I shall take you there now. Very well. Jiang Yao followed suit, just as they were about to leave the cave. She turned once more to glance at Hong Yu inside. For some reason, she felt that Hong Yu's expression was somewhat off. Why was she so insistent on preventing her from entering the sea? Was there something beyond the beast lurking below? She turned to follow Hong Yi, determined to uncover the truth. After both had departed, Hong Yu stood still, staring at the pile of food on the ground for a long time. After struggling internally for several minutes, she finally made up her mind, rummaged through the box, and retrieved a white pearl, closing the wooden box before darting into the woods. As dusk fell, Jiang Yao followed Hong Yi for about 2 or 3 hours. And as darkness loomed, they finally reached a downward slope. Looking out along the coast, they beheld an expanse of boundless ocean. Beneath their feet, the rushing waters continuously battered the shore, corroding the hard rocks and creating a unique coastal erosion landscape. Jiang Yao looked down to see vast stretches of coral reefs beneath the shoreline, with glowing microorganisms floating on the surface, shimmering beautifully like silver. This is the place. It was here that I and Xiao Yu first emerged onto land. Hong Yi gazed longingly at the scenery before her. ASSC tribe beast man. She was the daughter of the ocean, destined to roam the seas. Had it not been for that beast, she should have been teaching her daughter the skills of hunting and survival in the deep sea. How could it have come to this? As this thought crossed her mind, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Jiang Yao, do not blame me. You have only yourself to fault for crossing paths with me at this moment. Jiang Yao gently caressed the fish pearl wrapped around her wrist, feeling a wave of warmth emanate from it. Time was of the essence. She urgently desired to plunge into the water to explore and test the pearl's powers, especially since it had cost her 100 points. Let us go. We shall dive and see. Hong Yi glanced at her, leaping into the water first. Jiang Yao instinctively took a deep breath before leaping in after her. Upon entering the water, the fish pearl emitted a soft red glow, surrounding her with a circular bubble of 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The bubble completely isolated her from the underwater pressure while providing ample oxygen. Jiang Yao swam forward a few meters, her movements fluid and unencumbered, feeling as though she were in the same realm as on land. How is it? The pearl works splendidly, does it not? Hong Yi swam beside Jiang Yao. Her long, slender figure and magnificent red tail captivating. Her seaweed-like hair flowed in the water, adorned with shells and pearls that gleamed with a gentle luster. Jiang Yao nodded, indeed quite impressive. After testing the pearl's efficacy, Jiang Yao felt reassured enough to let herself descend further. Schools of colorful little fish darted past her bubble, some curious ones even blowing bubbles at her. After sinking down for about another 10 meters, the light from the surface began to dim, and the surroundings grew increasingly dark. Only the pearl continued to emit a soft light, illuminating a small area before her. Jiang Yao pulled out the large flashlight she had brought, but upon turning it on, she discovered that most of the light was swallowed by the seawater. The flashlight could barely illuminate 2 to 3 meters ahead. Beneath her was an abyss of dark water. Jiang Yao could only gauge the size of the fish nearby by their movements. Where could it be? After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Jiang Yao still had not glimpsed the beast that Hong Yu had mentioned. Perhaps it was foraging in that area of the sea. Chapter 33. The Beast Appears. Hong Yi casually caught a clownfish, teasing it with an easy expression. Compared to Jiang Yao, she appeared as though she were merely here for leisure. Is there a way to lure it out? Jiang Yao frowned. Surely, they could not wait for the beast to appear on its own. That would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, taking who knows how long. Lure it out? Hong Yi finally tired of playing and released the unfortunate little fish. She looked at Jiang Yao beside her. That would likely require going up to find Xiao Yu. Why seek Hong Yu? Before Jiang Yao could ask, Hong Yi flicked her tail, creating a wave that swept both of them upward. Jiang Yao found herself at the center of the whirlpool, supporting herself against the edge of the protective bubble, struggling to maintain her balance while her heart raced with astonishment. Truly, as a sea tribe beast man, she had mastered the control of water to an extraordinary degree. If even someone like her had been harmed by that beast, it was evident that the creature was of considerable power. Had it not been for the protective bubble rewarded by the system, she would not have dared to confront such a formidable beast at this moment. Lost in thought, Hong Yi had already swum away from her, flicking her tail gracefully. The surrounding darkness seemed to conceal endless peril. Firstly, it was now dark, with not a glimmer of light in the sea severely obstructing visibility. Secondly, she was curious to see how Hong Yi planned to lure the beast over. And what secrets did Hong Yu hold? Unbeknownst to her, Hong Yu had arrived at the shore, anxiously peering down. With a splash, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from the water under the cold moonlight. Grandfather? How did you come up so quickly? Where is Sister Jiang Yao? She craned her neck to look behind Hong Yi, but did not see the figure she longed to find. Below? Coming right up. Hong Yi chuckled, slapping the water with her tail, leaping onto the shore. Just as she finished speaking, a glowing, translucent water sphere floated up from the surface. Jiang Yao emerged onto the shore. The protective bubble formed by the pearl gradually dissipating. With the bubble's protection, It felt as though she had traversed the depths in a transparent submarine, leaving not a single trace of water on her. Seeing Jiang Yao grasp the rope to climb up, Hong Yu, filled with trepidation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out to pull Jiang Yao up. "Sister, did you not find that beast?" Jiang Yao nodded, her gaze once more fixed on the tumultuous SEA.As night had fully fallen. She was reluctant to take risks now. "Let us return tomorrow." This was directed at Hong Yi. Hong Yu glanced at Jiang Yao, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, following Hong Yi away. Watching their figures disappear, Jiang Yao found a flat spot, dug a pit, and kindled a fire. She reheated the meal she had not finished at noon, hastily filling her stomach, then took out her tent and sleeping bag to lie down. After a moment's thought, she removed the sleeve arrow, placing half of the remaining 8 arrows into her spatial pouch. She wished to see if the sleeve arrow would replenish the lost arrows to 10 or generate 10 new ones entirely. Finally, she opened the system, noting that her remaining points in the shop had dwindled to 1352. She still had plenty of restaurant points, having spent 5,000 points on the last upgrade, leaving her with 2871. She exchanged 100 shop points for 2 bottles of detoxification potions, storing them for emergencies. After browsing the system shop for a while without discovering anything new or useful, she closed the system, tucked her hands into her sleeping bag, and succumbed to sleep amidst the sea breeze and the sound of waves. The next morning, Jiang Yao awoke early. The first thing she did was check her equipment. The gap in her sleeve arrow had indeed been replenished, generating 6 new arrows. With the 4 she had retrieved yesterday, she now possessed 14 arrows. Knowing the rules made things simpler. Henceforth, she would remove all arrows from the sleeve before sleeping. As dawn approached, she planned to generate anew and gather it into the space, ensuring that when the time of need arose, there would be no concern about the absence of arrows to fill the void. She meticulously folded the tent and sleeping bag before venturing into the woods to collect some dry twigs. Rekindling the fire that had extinguished the previous night, after sitting by the flames for a while, she proceeded to rinse a handful of millet and placed it in an iron pot to boil. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a few sweet berries, washed them thoroughly, and diced them into the porridge. Before long, the millet porridge began to bubble gently. Just as it was ready, and before she could take a sip, she noticed Hong Yao leading Hong Yu leisurely towards her. Habitually, Jiang Yao filled a small bowl for Hong Yu, who accepted it joyfully and began to sip slowly. Only then did she lift her own bowl to take a couple of mouthfuls. The warm millet and fruit porridge was sweet and fragrant, dispelling the chill of the morning sea breeze effortlessly. Hong Yao, however, seemed uninterested in the porridge. Her thoughts drifted back to the piece of snake meat she had consumed earlier that morning. Licking her lips in anticipation, the morsel Jiang Yao had left behind was quite delectable, though its origin was a mystery. After finishing her meal, she felt a slight enhancement in her grasp over her innate powers. Jiang Yao had prepared only a small handful of millet, not intending to share it with her. After hastily consuming her portion, she extinguished the fire and turned to Hong Yao. "What was that method you mentioned yesterday for attracting the otherworldly beasts?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yao cast a penetrating glance at her, then turned to Hong Yu and beckoned with her fingers. "Xiao Yu, come here." Hong Yu opened her mouth as if to speak, hesitating momentarily. Jiang Yao observed the dynamic between the two, sensing that they resembled not so much kin as a master and subordinate. Was this merely an illusion? "Come here." Hong Yao remained unperturbed, tilting her head as she watched Hong Yu until she set down her bowl and approached them. Jiang Yao's puzzled gaze followed her until she extended her delicate, fair arm towards Jiang Yao. "What does this mean?" Jiang Yao looked to Hong Yao for clarification. "Use my blood." Hong Yu's expression was calm, yet Jiang Yao detected a hint of fear and reluctance in her eyes. Before Jiang Yao could respond, she continued, "The otherworldly beast was drawn here by the scent of my blood that I inadvertently released." Her blood? Does it possess a unique allure for these creatures? Jiang Yao pondered, surprised. No wonder Hong Yao was so confident in her ability to attract the beast. "With my blood, it will come." Hong Yu tightly shut her eyes, extending her wrist forward once more. Hong Yao grasped her arm, her already sharp nails elongating into beastly claws. She aimed directly at the vein on Hong Yu's wrist, poised to make the incision. "Wait!" Jiang Yao, momentarily stunned, pushed Hong Yao away. She finally comprehended Hong Yao's intentions. She truly planned to use Hong Yu's blood to lure the creature. And Hong Yu, it seemed, had grown accustomed to such matters. But weren't they mother and daughter? Surely blood ties, however tenuous, should not permit one to witness their child being harmed without a flicker of concern. What? Do you have a better plan? Hongye retreated a few steps, maintaining a faint smile. Allow me. Jiang Yao stepped forward, grasping Hong Yu's fingertips, swiftly slicing with her dagger. Hong Yu's eyes quivered open slightly, witnessing Jiang Yao displace her grandfather. Taking his place, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Rather, a mild tingling sensation coursed through her fingers. Jiang Yao squeezed, and a droplet of blood fell from her fingertip, manifesting an ice bead in her palm. Jiang Yao caught the droplet and propelled it into the sea below, where it was swiftly diluted and dispersed. Hong Yu looked up in astonishment at her grandfather, only to see a trace of derision upon her face. The smile vanished in an instant, leading Hong Yu to wonder if she had imagined it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao had already sheathed her dagger, tearing open a bandage to wrap around her wound. Little girl, scars do not befit you. You must cherish yourself. Hong Yu felt a tumult of emotions as she gazed at her securely wrapped fingers, lost in thought, until Hongye's voice broke the silence. It's coming. Jiang Yao lifted her gaze. And indeed, a massive red tentacle emerged from the waves, adorned with suction cups the size of plates. That's it. Hong Yu nodded firmly at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao squinted at the sea, observing a colossal red head rising from the depths. Its eyes, resembling lanterns, fixated intently on Jiang Yao, seemingly assessing the distance between them. Jiang Yao tightened her grip on her long knife, making a couple of slashes, but found that close combat with such a creature would be unwieldy. She switched blades several times before ultimately opting to wield her trusty dagger, which was swift and sharp, capable of preventing entanglement by the beast and proving effective against it. Beneath the rock where Jiang Yao and her companions stood, the creature relentlessly swung its elongated tentacles, summoning towering waves, attempting to overturn them into the sea. Jiang Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Without hesitation, she drew her crossbow and aimed at the enormous eye above the surface. Releasing a bolt, the octopus appeared unfamiliar with such a weapon, merely swatting at the arrow with its tentacles. Yet, it underestimated the impact and speed of the projectile, as its robust tentacle was pierced. With the arrow continuing unimpeded into its eye socket, with a resounding thud, crimson blood erupted, staining the surrounding waters. The grotesque, tumor-like red head of the octopus darkened. One of its eyes rendered blind. Enraged, it thrashed upon the surface, conjuring monstrous waves before retreating below the water, cradling its head. Jiang Yao initially intended to seize the opportunity for another shot to blind its remaining eye. Wait! Hongye suddenly seized her wrist. The arrow veered off course, splashing a considerable amount of water. Jiang Yao looked on in confusion, only to see Hongye had transformed into a mermaid, her massive tail swirling with countless droplets. We shall confront it below. Without further ado, she grasped Jiang Yao's arm and plunged them both into the depths. The mermaid pearl activated upon contact with water, forming a waterproof shield akin to the previous days. The creature seemed aware of its injuries and unwilling to engage Jiang Yao and her companion. Without hesitation, it released ink to obscure their vision, diving deeper into the ocean. The surface was left only with a series of dark blots. Quick, pursue! Sensing an urgent situation, Jiang Yao hastened forward, fearing the beast might escape. If they failed to eliminate it this time, considering its intelligence, it would be far more challenging to lure it again with just a drop of blood. Hong Yu stood on the shore, watching as the two figures gradually disappeared beneath the waves. Suddenly recalling something, she shouted towards the sea, "Sister Jiang, be cautious of the red." A ball of water shot up as if to warn them, abruptly cutting off her remaining words. She failed to hear Hong Yu's warning. The deeper they descended, the more limited her vision became. They had lost it. Jiang Yao chastised herself internally, realizing she should have aimed for its other eye as well, and no need to rush. It will surface eventually. It is injured and cannot swim far. Hongye scoffed, no longer paying her any mind as she plunged downward like a sharpened blade, swift as lightning. Jiang Yao followed the whirlpool created by Hongye, uncertain of how deep they had descended. Suddenly, her feet made contact with something soft, and Jiang Yao sensed she had reached the bottom of the small island. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings, where the scenery had transformed entirely. With undulating seaweed drifting beneath her, oddly shaped fish swam by, and she had already spotted several bioluminescent anglerfish. A dim yellow light flickered ahead, and instinctively, Jiang Yao attempted to sidestep, only to catch a faint whiff of blood. No! Acting quickly, she dodged to the side. Yet the glowing orb continued its relentless approach. With a resounding crash, a vivid red appendage lashed out towards her. Anticipating the attack, Jiang Yao swiftly retreated, her dagger poised to strike at the tentacle. The dagger proved far sharper than the larger blades, slicing cleanly through the tentacle. A faint scent of seafood lingered in the water. Yes. Jiang Yao nodded without hesitation, her eyes brimming with a yearning for seafood. She deliberately slowed her pace, controlling her descent from the surface to the ocean floor, standing still. Where had Hongya disappeared to? With such commotion, had she not heard anything? This would not do. Jiang Yao retrieved a detoxifying agent from her space and consumed it. Followed by the chicken blood she had previously saved, it stealthily crept behind Jiang Yao, directly swinging its tentacles in an attempt to ensnare the luminous orb that adorned her. The octopus swiftly retreated, seeking to distance itself from Jiang Yao. Simultaneously, its tentacles exerted a tremendous force, striking down upon Jiang Yao with ferocity. A resounding crack echoed as the protective shield quivered violently, revealing the emergence of minute fissures. In agony, the octopus thrashed about on the ocean floor, extending its tentacles in a desperate bid to seize Jiang Yao. The once tranquil seabed was instantly engulfed in a whirlwind of sand. Yet all was thwarted by the water-repelling barrier created by the precious pearl. The octopus, in a frantic attempt to strike her, found its limbs rendered unresponsive. Its 8 elongated appendages had somehow intertwined. Encased in ice by Jiang Yao, she crouched low behind its massive brow, gripping tightly the arrow that had embedded itself in its eye socket, refusing to relinquish her hold despite its relentless writhing. As the octopus struggled, its wound widened, and the scent of its potent blood permeated the depths of the sea. The blood of this aberrant creature seemed to possess formidable properties even for ordinary beasts. The octopus rolled incessantly, striving to break free from its bindings. Jiang Yao, already fatigued, grit her teeth to maintain her position. In a moment of fright, she released her grip, casting herself off its back. The octopus, refusing to concede, pursued her tentacles closely. With a crack and a pop, Jiang Yao's heart ached at the sight. Alas, what a pity! With a sudden halt, the octopus's colossal head slowed its pace. Red leaves water. The sound of cracking echoed continuously. The octopus thrashed its massive body in an effort to shatter the ice that encased it, yet, with every movement, its tentacles began to splinter. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yao quickly swam backward, hiding behind a stone pillar. From her spatial pocket, she extracted a ginseng root, consuming it to replenish her strength. She then raised her arm once more, aiming for its other eye. With a pull of the mechanism, the crossbow bolt was released. Whoosh! Ultimately, it was a desperate struggle. Jiang Yao unleashed arrow after arrow upon its head, while Red Leaf seized the moment, commanding the water currents to envelop the creature entirely. The octopus flailed one last time, ultimately succumbing to the ocean floor. She paused to catch her breath, waiting for the sea surface to calm and for her strength to partially return before advancing. Just as she prepared to have it decomposed by the system, she found it utterly unresponsive. Disaster! Red Leaf had long anticipated this maneuver and had vacated the area well in advance. Jiang Yao observed a small fish that, upon contact with the green liquid, was instantaneously corroded into a mere skeleton. Good heavens, the toxin was exceedingly potent. Uncertain if the pearl could withstand it, she pondered the dire possibility of meeting the same fate as that small fish, leaving no trace behind. Decompose. Likewise, the bright yellow crystal core was now in Jiang Yao's grasp, its radiance markedly more brilliant than that of the previous emerald python. She refrained from consuming it, instead placing it into her system's space. She had far more pressing matters at hand. The treasure marked on her map should also lie within these depths. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, having come this far, it would be a grave folly not to seek out the treasure. However, at that moment, she noticed that the pearl on her wrist had inexplicably cracked open, revealing several pronounced fissures. The corrosive sounds of the toxic liquid reached her ears, and the once radiant protective shield dimmed and flickered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Jiang Yao was uncertain whether this already fractured shield could endure until she reached the surface. Should it shatter before then? She feared she would be crushed into fragments by the ocean's weight. To guard against misfortune, she hastily donned an oxygen tube. Finally, glancing at the protective barrier, she dared not linger. With a powerful kick, she swiftly sought the location of the treasure. Chapter 36. True Identity in an Instant. Her eyes were dazzled by a golden gleam. She turned her head, methodically searching the area she had previously scouted. Indeed, she discovered a treasure chest buried beneath the sand, with a glimmer of gold peeking through. Jiang Yao hurriedly swam over, brushing the sand off the chest. Beneath lay a golden treasure chest, unlatched, merely covered by a cloth. With a determined effort, she lifted the lid, revealing its contents. Congratulations! You have acquired the golden treasure, marine organism cultivation box. She had no time to examine the details of this item, quickly storing it in her spatial pocket. The priority was to reach the surface. The speed of the toxin's corrosion was alarmingly rapid, swiftly spreading across the majority of the seabed. The fish, clearly more astute than Jiang Yao, began to flee in schools, scattering in all directions. The protective shield formed by the pearl exhibited an ever-widening web of cracks, accompanied by the continuous hissing of corrosive sounds. Jiang Yao's heart sank further. This barrier was unlikely to hold much longer. Fortunately, she managed to escape the area just before the shield succumbed to the corrosive forces. Breathing a sigh of relief, she glanced mournfully at the fissured pearl in her hand. What a shame. It was a treasure she had acquired for 100 points. Yet, before she could fully exhale her tension, a massive torrent of water surged down upon her. Jiang Yao, give me the crystal core. Red Leaf, with an impatient flick of her tail, glared at Jiang Yao, her eyes filled with lethal intent. She was acutely aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, so she preemptively shot an arrow aimed directly at Red Leaf's chest. However, mid-flight, it was intercepted by a powerful current, altering its trajectory. Jiang Yao swiftly fired an ice shard to redirect the arrow's course. Red Leaf lunged at Jiang Yao with lightning speed, her elongated fingers morphing into grotesque black claws. Shimmering scales glinting menacingly, Jiang Yao twisted her body, drawing a dagger in a reverse motion to stab at Red Leaf. The latter deftly evaded, while her powerful tail swept through the water with a forceful arc. Resulting in a resounding crack, the already strained protective shield finally shattered. Red Leaf, propelled by the force, plummeted to the ocean floor. The immense pressure of the depths bore down on Jiang Yao like an invisible hand, crushing every inch of her skin. She exerted all her strength to swim upward, yet it felt as though she were burdened by a mountain, and no matter how she struggled, she could only flounder in place. The sound of her bones creaking filled her ears as blood seeped from her orifices. The only thought that remained in her mind was, my life is forfeit. Who would have thought that in this second chance at life, she would not perish at the hands of the undead, but rather at the hands of a merfolk? Jiang Yao, sister. A clear voice pierced through the water. Jiang Yao abruptly lifted her head, spotting a figure with a fish tail and a human form descending from the surface. It was Hongyu. Why had she come down so suddenly? With a flick of her azure tail, Hongyu swiftly reached Jiang Yao's side, placing a pearl into her palm. A gentle white light illuminated her, gradually alleviating the weight pressing upon her. A bubble of vacuum water formed around her once more. Hongyu grasped Jiang Yao's arm, propelling them toward the shore. I saw many fish floating to the surface and surmised that the aberrant creature had released its toxins again. Jiang Yao, are you all right? I'm fine. The aberrant creature has been dealt with. Little you. Kill her. Give me the crystal core. Cough, cough, cough. Red Leaf steadied herself on the ocean floor, slowly ascending. She gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her mouth, indicating the grievous injuries she had sustained from the previous confrontation. Yet, she paid no heed, her gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Yao. If she could obtain the crystal in her possession, she would ascend to level 3. At that point, her injuries would heal without the need for medicine. Kill her, quickly. Coughed. A series of coughs erupted as Red Leaf covered her mouth, crimson staining the surrounding waters. Jiang Yao silently tightened her grip on her dagger, her expression tranquil as she regarded Red Leaf. However, Hongyu seemed lost in thought, halting her ascent, remaining motionless. After a brief moment, she lunged forward with lightning speed, delivering a blow to Red Leaf's chest. Crack! The water arrow struck Red Leaf, sending her reeling, and she doubled over. expelling another copious amount of blood. Don't call me little you. It disgusts me. Hong Yu appeared transformed, her round eyes ablaze with hatred. Ever since the day you killed my mother, I have yearned for your demise, so? You remembered all along? Red Leaf gasped, blood trickling from her lips. She wiped away the crimson from her mouth, a frenzied smile spreading across her face. Yet, your recollection comes too late. That female was already slain by my hand. Her remains devoured by sharks. I recall her calling for you in her final moments. Hong Yu's grip tightened further. Yet, Red Leaf persisted, continuing to provoke her. Her laughter was a gruesome mix of madness and bloodlust, her voice oscillating between masculine and feminine, her visage shifting between age and youth, creating an unsettling spectacle. But I refuse. I will raise you, erase your memories, and make you recognize me as your guardian. You will care for me, using your blood to attract aberrant creatures to facilitate my ascension. Ha 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 ha, what a splendid drama of familial affection. Jiang Yao silently extended her dagger toward her. If you seek vengeance, then act with your own hands. With a sardonic smile upon his face, Hong Yao was all too aware of the audacity of the little Jiaoran he had cared for over the span of 2 years. She would never dare to lay a hand on him. As Hong Yao parted his lips, preparing to utter further words, a sudden, excruciating pain seized his chest. Warm blood flowed forth, and in disbelief, he gazed downwards. There, no taller than a human's waist, Hong Yu gripped a dagger tightly, having plunged it into his chest and twisted it mercilessly twice. Hong Ya's lips twitched, yet no words escaped them. Hong Yu, however, forcefully withdrew the dagger, striking it again and again into his chest. Though the life had long since departed from the figure before her, she remained resolute in her violent endeavor. Jiang Yao hastily swam over, catching the falling Jiaozhu while grasping her arm, guiding her towards the surface. Hong Ya's lifeless body drifted downwards, consumed by the countless sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Chapter 37. The breeding box. By the time they reached the shore, it was already mid-afternoon. Jiang Yao lay on her back upon the ground, her muscles aching from exhaustion. She reached down to feel her growling stomach. She was famished. After only a small bowl of rice porridge in the morning and 2 intense battles that had drained her energy, her stomach was now churning. After resting for over half an hour, she rose to kindle a fire and boil a pot of water. Once the water was boiling, she poured some into a basin, using a towel to wash herself with the warm water before donning a fresh set of clothes. As she exited the tent, Hong Yu was curled up beside the fire, staring vacantly at the flames. Xiaoyu, Jiang Yao approached slowly, the firelight illuminating much of her face, revealing the delicate down on her cheeks. Upon hearing her name, Hong Yu's azure eyes instinctively flickered but remained silent. Jiang Yao added some firewood to the blaze and sat beside her. After a long silence, Hong Yu finally spoke. My name is not Hong Yu. My surname is Lan, and I am Lan Yu. The wood crackled as it burned, sending forth faint sparks. Jiang Yao opened the system shop, wishing to avoid cooking today and instead seeking something ready to eat. Hong Yu blinked at the flames, her voice trembling as she continued. My mother was an exceptional female. She taught me the art of hunting with gentleness. She also guided me in honing my talents. The water arrow I used yesterday was taught to me by her. After a brief pause, her tone quivered further. 2 years ago, Hong Ya pursued a strange beast to the vicinity of our home. He collapsed at our doorstep, drenched in blood, deceiving my mother by claiming that his dwelling had been overtaken by the beast. He sought her permission to recuperate in our waters before departing. Jiang Yao did not need to hear more. She already understood that Hong Ya had discovered the allure of Lan Yu's blood, leading him to harbor sinister intentions, culminating in the murder of Lan Yu's mother. He then employed some dark sorcery to erase Lan Yu's memories, rendering her his puppet. After rinsing the glistening rice twice, she placed it at the bottom of the pot, adding a small amount of water before covering it. It was I who caused my mother's demise. It is all my fault. Lan Yu wept, her hands covering her face, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls. The steam from the pot swelled, creating a gap in the lid, releasing the fragrant aroma of rice. Jiang Yao sat on the ground, waiting for the rice to cook, her expression stoic as she comforted Lan Yu. But you have avenged your mother by slaying her enemy. You have done all that you could. In her previous life, she had learned that wallowing in sorrow was futile, and self-destructive tendencies were even more so. The only way to honor the deceased and console oneself was to rise against all obstacles, severing them without mercy. Yes, I have killed him in revenge for my mother. She may now rest in peace. Lan Yu erupted into a mixture of tears and laughter, wiping her eyes vigorously before offering the pearls in her hands to Jiang Yao. So, sister, can you take me in now? The flickering firelight cast shadows on her long, curled eyelashes. Jiang Yao lifted the lid, finding the rice half-cooked, exuding a subtle, toasty aroma. Finally, she turned to Lan Yu, whose eyes still bore traces of tears, filled with longing. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Your acting is quite poor. Upon realizing her intentions had been exposed, Lan Yu grinned mischievously and tugged at Jiang Yao's clothing, lightly shaking it. I beg you, sister, please let me accompany you. She longed to escape the solitude of the ocean floor, to witness the diverse landscapes above, and to explore another world. Moreover, Sister Jiang Yao, your cooking smells so wonderful. I can no longer bear the thought of eating raw fish every day. Jiang Yao took the jiaozhu from Lan Yu's hands and stirred the rice with a spatula. She retrieved a small bowl from her spatial inventory and handed it to Lan Yu, filling her own generously before casually inquiring, Are you certain? Following me means you may not have such freedom anymore. Would you care for some crispy rice? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. She embraced her small bowl and leaned in closer. What is crispy rice? Never mind. It must be delicious, crispy rice. I want some too. The octopus meat was tender and springy, paired with a mildly spicy sauce, making it utterly delectable. The crispy rice, infused with a unique rice fragrance, crunched delightfully with each bite. The two immersed themselves in their meal, utterly oblivious to conversation. After their meal, Jiang Yao produced a contract, pressing her fingerprint upon it before extending it to Lan Yu. Please sign here. This was a contract that accompanied the restaurant's promotion to level 2, allowing her to employ 2 individuals from another world as waitstaff. Previously, she had not encountered suitable candidates, but now that someone had volunteered, she would not refuse. Lan Yu mimicked her actions, pressing her fingerprint onto the white paper, thus completing the employment contract for the restaurant and officially becoming a waitress. Jiang Yao then unearthed a treasure she had discovered beneath the sea, a square, transparent box that shimmered with golden light, blindingly bright. Turning her face to avoid the glare, she opened the description. Marine organism breeding box, upgradable initial size of 10 cubic meters. Capable of simulating a marine living environment with 100 accuracy upon filling with seawater. Sufficient collection of marine organisms will allow for expansion of internal area. Level 2 breeding box area, 100 cubic meters. Requires collection of 10 types of marine organisms. Level 3 area, 1,000 cubic meters, requires collection of 100 types of marine organisms. Thus, as the number of collected marine organisms increased, the breeding box's area would exponentially expand. Please bind the user to activate the breeding box. User, Jiang Yao input her name. In the next moment, 4 crimson characters illuminated. Binding successful. Please bind the caretaker. Note, limited to aquatic beastmen. Caretaker? It seemed she had no choice in the matter. Currently, her only employee was Lan Yu. Jiang Yao entered Lan Yu's name. In an instant, the golden light dimmed, and the transparent water box shrank, appearing in Lan Yu's hands. What is this? Lan Yu exclaimed with excitement, inspecting the box from all angles. With a mere thought, the box expanded and contracted according to her will. She had never encountered such an object before. And she played with it joyfully, sensing an invisible connection to the breeding box. Collecting marine organisms. This is my forte, sister. Can I sleep inside it from now on? Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Of course you can. So Lan Yu was indeed considered a marine organism? The breeding box was quite meticulous. Lan Yu was evidently elated. Then I shall fill the box with water and catch some delicious fish and shrimp to place inside. Go ahead. Witnessing her enthusiasm and initiative brought comfort to Jiang Yao. It seemed her choice to hire this little employee was not in vain. After exchanging a few words, Lan Yu grasped the breeding box and leapt back into the ocean. With the strange beasts now eliminated, Jiang Yao felt assured of her safety. After working for so long, it was time for her to check on the traps she had set earlier. A full day had passed, and she wondered if she had caught any wild chickens. Squeak, squeak. An orc. The orc is back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Boss, hurry. Just as Jiang Yao stepped into the berry thicket, a nimble little monkey perched on a branch began chattering excitedly at her. Ignoring it, Jiang Yao continued toward her traps. Before long, the monkey leader appeared on a nearby branch, its fluffy tail swaying as it scrutinized Jiang Yao with a distinctly human-like wariness. Chapter 38: Eggs and Chestnuts in a Narrow Encounter. The human and the monkey exchanged glances, neither willing to make the first move. Jiang Yao had no intention of wasting time with them. She raised her arm, aiming at the Monkey King. The monkey, seeing this, squealed in fright, covering its head and leaping away to avoid Jiang Yao's hand. After waiting for a while without any projectile soaring toward it like last time, the monkey let out a few chirps, only to find Jiang Yao had already turned away, showing no signs of aggression. Disinterested in the monkey, Jiang Yao pressed on for about 5 or 6 minutes. The site of her previous trap was easy to find. The branches around it had been torn off by the monkeys, leaving a bare patch. The branches that had been laid over the pit had all fallen, revealing a wild chicken curled up at the bottom. It appeared slightly smaller than the one she had caught on the first day. Jiang Yao crouched down, grasping its wings to pull it up from the pit. The wild chicken clucked a few times but did not struggle much. "Oh, eggs?" To her surprise, as she lifted the wild chicken, she discovered 2 plump white eggs nestled beneath it. It was a hen, seemingly in the midst of incubating its eggs. Jiang Yao originally intended to eliminate the system, but upon encountering the sight of the eggs, she experienced a change of heart. This hen could lay eggs, which would hatch into chicks, and those chicks would eventually lay more eggs, by nurturing a pair of wild chickens. She would ensure a continuous supply of chicken meat and eggs in the future. She rummaged through the system's marketplace and exchanged for a cage, placing the hen inside. Since the system space could not accommodate living creatures, she planned to explore the other side of the island while there was still some time left. After pondering for a while, she decided to place both the hen and its cage into a pit. She added a small bowl of water and some millet into the cage, then circled around, covering the trap with several large branches to prevent the monkeys from stealing her hen. The Monkey King was quite cunning. It might be lurking nearby, watching her. Drawing her large knife, Jiang Yao consulted the map and selected a direction, pushing aside the waist-high wild grass as she advanced step by step. The deeper she ventured, the sparser the woods became. Ahead lay a gentle hillside, blanketed with various vegetation that reached up to her calves. This tall grass was a paradise for crawling creatures, prompting Jiang Yao to tread carefully. Wielding her knife to sever the underbrush, wary of accidentally stepping on something slippery. Just then, her foot landed on something hard. Could it be true? Jiang Yao looked down to find several round, spiky fruit skins scattered on the ground. One had already been pressed into the earth by her step. Intrigued, she used her knife to pry it up, revealing a chestnut shell. This shell was still green, indicating it had recently fallen, likely gathered here by some animal. The nuts within had been completely stripped, leaving only a few skins behind. There must be a chestnut tree nearby. Chestnuts are a delightful treat. They can be steamed, boiled, or cooked in various ways, sweet, sticky, and perfect for stewing meat or simply steaming to enjoy. She recalled her childhood, when her mother would prepare candied chestnuts for her. The taste was simply divine, and just thinking about it made her mouth water. When too lazy to cook, she could also eat them raw after a good wash, enjoying their crisp sweetness, though it's advisable to avoid eating them raw due to potential parasites. Most importantly, they possess significant nutritional value and could serve as a staple during times of famine. Bending down, Jiang Yao cleared the surrounding grass roots and indeed found a series of fresh little footprints on the ground. She speculated that these chestnuts had been brought here by small animals like gophers. Following the direction of the footprints, she occasionally spotted a few half-eaten chestnuts scattered on the ground. After a short while, the footprints abruptly vanished. Jiang Yao's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the chestnut tree was nearby. She raised her head and looked around, and sure enough, not far off stood a towering chestnut tree. It appeared to be at least 20 meters tall, with a robust trunk and deep gray bark, branching into 3 or 4 limbs. The leaves were slender and elongated, heavy with an abundance of green spiky husks. Jiang Yao hurried over, finding the ground beneath the tree strewn with a thick layer of chestnuts, most of which had split open. As she collected the chestnuts, she noticed numerous small saplings sprouting beneath the grand chestnut tree, the largest nearly half a meter tall. Surely these were the seedlings from the chestnut seeds. At this rate, It wouldn't be long before this area transformed into a chestnut grove. Jiang Yao circled the base of the tree, gathering a substantial haul of 70 to 80 pounds of chestnuts. It was indeed a fruitful day. Just as she prepared to turn away, a sudden whiff of a foul odor assaulted her senses. Hissing, Jiang Yao looked up to see a gigantic lizard charging towards her. Setting down her chestnuts, she swiftly sidestepped and drew her long knife, positioning it defensively. This lizard was hideously ugly. Its body was covered in a patchwork of black scales. Its limbs strong and muscular, with a broad, triangular head that opened wide. Its tongue flicking in and out, it resembled a grotesque hybrid of a snake and a gecko. Its slitted eyes filled with a wild ferocity that sent chills down her spine. Jiang Yao had never been fond of such creeping, slimy creatures, and this one was at least 2 meters long, appearing larger than a human. Instantly, she felt goosebumps rise on her arms. The lizard hissed, snapping its tail and crashing through 2 chestnut saplings as it turned to charge at Jiang Yao again. She activated her system. Level 3 mutated lizard, indeed, a beast of anomaly. Jiang Yao raised her hand, pulling the trigger on her mechanism, sending an arrow flying towards the lizard. The creature, sensing danger, twisted its body to evade. Thud! The arrow struck deep into the lizard's abdomen. Hissing in pain, the lizard let out a roar. Its primal instincts awakened as it lunged toward Jiang Yao. Spotting the chestnuts overhead, she swiftly circled the chestnut tree, leading the lizard in pursuit. Thud, thud, thud. Each time the lizard crashed into the tree, a multitude of chestnuts rained down like a prickly shower. Jiang Yao quickly dodged the falling shells, aware that the spines could cause injury if they struck her head. Sensing there were already enough chestnuts on the ground, she aimed once more at the lizard's belly and shot another arrow. The lizard instinctively shifted to avoid it, attempting to block Jiang Yao's arrow with its tail. The outcome was as expected. Its other side was pierced, leaving a gaping hole in its abdomen. Perfectly symmetrical, Jiang Yao marveled inwardly. This hidden arrow was truly formidable, easily dispatching creatures below level 4. So far, there was no defense it could not breach. The lizard, now thoroughly enraged, roared and charged again, as it lunged within striking distance. Jiang Yao remained unfazed. With a nimble leap, she evaded its attack while aiming an arrow directly into its gaping maw. Crack! The lizard's soft mouth offered no defense against the force of the arrow, sending it flying several meters back before crashing to the ground. Blood stained the earth, and in the next moment, the grass beneath began to visibly yellow, eventually decaying into a pile of blackened ash. Its blood possessed such potent toxins? Jiang Yao felt a surge of excitement. If she could collect some of the lizard's toxic blood to coat her weapons, wouldn't her knife and arrows be imbued with a defensive advantage? The lizard lay lifeless on the ground. Decomposition successful. Obtained 50 pounds of lizard meat, 1 sheet of lizard skin, 3 liters of toxic blood, and 1 level 3 beast crystal core. Jiang Yao hesitated to consume the lizard's meat, opting instead to exchange it for points, keeping only the blood and skin. Carefully, she extracted a bit of blood and immersed the arrow tip into it. In an instant, the arrow's description changed. Blood-coated arrow. Paralyzes prey for 3 seconds after breaching defense. Possesses strong corrosive properties. It truly worked. Jiang Yao tucked the arrows away, stashing them in her sleeve. This was an unexpected boon. In the future, she could hunt aberrant beasts without engaging in close combat, simply using long-range poison to exhaust them before moving in for the final strike. She returned to the chestnut tree, regretfully eyeing the 2 saplings that had been severed. They were the largest in the area. The others were too small, and she doubted they could survive if transplanted. Perhaps it was best to leave them be. There were plenty of chestnuts here, and surely they could be found elsewhere as well. She squatted down again, collecting a significant portion of the chestnuts that had been scattered by the lizard into her space. The chestnuts piled up into a small mountain within her storage. She noticed the space was nearing capacity. Why does the system space still have limitations? Jiang Yao was quite displeased. Initial space is 300 square meters. Spending 100 points can unlock an additional 100 square meters. Would you like to unlock? Checkpoints. Dear host, your marketplace points total, 1825. Restaurant points total, 465. The lizard meat had directly converted into nearly 500 points, far more lucrative than the restaurant's meals. Unfortunately, marketplace points could not be used for upgrading the restaurant or for lotteries. These were two separate point systems. Exchange for 100 square meters of space. Points deducted, your current total is 1725. On her way back, Jiang Yao managed to catch a rooster and stumbled upon a nest of eggs in its vicinity. After securing both chickens in the cage, she roasted a piece of snake meat to satisfy her hunger. As night fell, the sky sparkled with stars. After her meal, Jiang Yao reclined in her tent, tallying her supplies, weapons. 2 large cleavers, 1 dagger, 1 short knife, 1 sleeve arrow, and 18 arrows. Livestock. 1 pair of living wild chickens. 10 fertilized eggs. In the blink of an eye, it was already her last day in the beast realm. When Jiang Yao awoke, Lan Yu had already caught several plump prawns and was boiling them in a pot. Upon seeing Jiang Yao emerge from the tent, she joyfully called out, "Sister, you're awake. Come quickly. These are the big prawns I caught after swimming far yesterday." Ding! The breeding box has been upgraded to level 3, expanding to 1,000 cubic meters. Would you like to activate the fully automated evolution device? Fully automated evolution device automatically creates living environments tailored to various species, achieving a 100 restoration of marine ecology. Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Had Lan Yu truly gathered 1,000 types of marine life overnight? That was incredibly impressive. And this fully automated evolution device, she could only marvel at the advanced technology produced by the system. Activate. Activation successful. Evolving. Evolution complete. Alas, as a caretaker, Lan Yu perceptively sensed the current state of the breeding box, exclaiming, "The environment inside the breeding box has transformed to resemble the seafloor near my home. How marvelous!" Jiang Yao remained silent, concealing her accomplishments and renown. The large lobster in the pot, its surface rippling, emitted a rich aroma. Lan Yu selected the largest one and handed it over, its originally bluish-gray shell now tinged with a hint of red from cooking. Jiang Yao accepted the steaming lobster, briefly submerged it in cold water, and then pried open its shell. The tender shrimp meat unfurled on her palate, a wave of sweetness surging onto her tongue. With each chew, the meat's springiness danced between her lips and teeth. There was no rush to discard the lobster head, for within it lay golden roe, fresh and tender. A single scoop with a spoon yielded a generous helping. "How about it, sister? Is the lobster delicious?" Lan Yu, having already filled her stomach, sat next to Jiang Yao, gleefully watching her savor the delectable crustacean. Jiang Yao ate with remarkable speed, a habit cultivated in the apocalypse. Upon hearing Lan Yu's inquiry, she swallowed the morsel and nodded vigorously, "Delicious. It's so fresh it feels like I might swallow my tongue." She picked up another lobster and gave Lan Yu a thumbs up. Chapter 40. Returned to Blue Star, she raised another lobster, signaling her approval to Lan Yu. "Well done, Xiao Yu. You truly live up to your reputation." Lan Yu understood her meaning and smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. As long as it was delicious, her efforts would not have been in vain. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up the area. Jiang Yao suggested that Lan Yu take her on a tour of the island. "Xiao Yu, are there any medicinal plants on the island?" Lan Yu stroked her chin, pondering for a moment. "Medicinal plants? Are you referring to herbs for healing? I believe I know where to find some." She recalled helping Hong Yi gather a particular herb to stop bleeding when Hong Yi was injured, thus remembering that there was indeed a location on the island where the herbs Jiang Yao mentioned could be found. "Really?" Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. She hadn't held much hope for this, as it was merely a small island, and the sight of a single chestnut tree was already astonishing. Go think that Xiao Yu actually claimed to know where medicinal herbs could be found. "Indeed, follow me," Lan Yu said, taking Jiang Yao's hand and leading her up the stream. As they walked, Jiang Yao observed the surrounding environment. The terrain to the south of the island was higher than that to the east, and the temperature was warmer. Correspondingly, the vegetation on the southern side was more abundant than that on the eastern side. After a short distance, they spotted a lush patch of medicinal herbs ahead. System prompt: detected medium-grade medicinal herb, Centennial Sanchi. One of the materials for crafting detoxification potions. Sanchi? It can even be used to create detoxification potions? The kind that costs 50 points and has purchase limits? Jiang Yao felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by disappointment. She lacked the formula for the detoxification potion. Even if she knew it could be made, she wouldn't be able to do so. Where could she obtain the formula? A lottery, perhaps? But she soon regained her spirits. Regardless of the detoxification potion, Sanchi was also renowned as a miraculous hemostatic herb. It possesses the effects of dispelling blood stasis and stopping bleeding, invigorating blood flow and alleviating pain. It is said to be a primary ingredient in the most famous Yunin Baiyao of Blue Star. Moreover, the patch before her consisted of wild herbs that had grown for over 100 years. Their efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of those on Blue Star. As Jiang Yao contemplated, she slowly approached the herb patch. Upon reaching the edge of the medicinal herb growth, Jiang Yao used her dagger to harvest 5 or 6 small roots to exchange with the system. Unsurprisingly, each was worth 100 points. Jiang Yao's points had now exceeded 2,300, and she had gradually grasped the pricing in the system marketplace. Food was the cheapest. Rice, flour, and oil could be exchanged for just a few points. The expensive items were those with special functions, like ginseng over 100 years old or sanchi. Most of them cost 100 points per plant. There were also various beast meats and beast crystals. The meat from a level 3 beast could be exchanged for 100 points for 20 pounds. For level 4, it was 10 pounds for 100 points, and level 5 was likely 2 or 1 pound for 100 points. The higher the beast's level, the greater the enhancement to the consumer's abilities, and the more points could be earned. However, thus far, she had not encountered any beasts above level 4, indicating that such creatures were exceedingly rare on the Beastman continent. Of course, it was also possible that her exploration of the continent was too limited. After all, she had only visited 2 places so far. With Lan Yu's assistance, after over an hour, Jiang Yao had gathered most of the herbs in the patch. She left the smaller ones untouched, allowing them to regenerate for future use. Having been out for several days, she wondered how things were in Bay City now. Lan Yu obediently followed behind Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao guided Lan Yu to input her fingerprint on the door. After teaching her how to open it, she pointed to the room next to the master bedroom. The room on the right is for you. And the one on the left is mine. Familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll tidy up the place. A night passed without dreams. The next morning, after organizing her belongings, Jiang Yao went downstairs to the first floor, placing the staple foods sent by the system and putting 2 wild chickens in the kitchen. She then took the remaining meat from her space and stored it in the enormous freezer. After most of the items in her space had been organized, she walked to the door and pushed it open to let in some fresh air. The warm sunlight bathed her, and Jiang Yao squinted her eyes to adjust to the brightness. The store is finally open. Just as she opened the door, a man outside shouted joyfully from not far away. Jiang Yao looked up and saw that the area around the restaurant had been surrounded by various people, men, women, the elderly, and children. Some accompanied by family, others alone. They formed 2 factions, standing on either side of the entrance. Every face among the crowd bore signs of bruising, and their expressions were filled with wariness as they glared at one another. Even the wooden clubs in their hands were smeared with dirt and fresh blood. It seemed a violent conflict had just taken place here. Upon hearing the door open, those with lighter injuries stood up, gripping their weapons and shielding their companions behind them, turning to face Jiang Yao. Just 2 meters away from the restaurant was a throng of zombies, swaying side to side, their mouths agape, with decaying flesh occasionally dropping off, exuding a nauseating stench. Clearly, these zombies had been drawn to the group of people at the entrance. They must have realized that the area within 2 meters of the restaurant was absolutely safe. So they huddled there to evade the zombies. Step aside. A tall, muscular man pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. Boss, you've arrived. The group on the right immediately greeted him, falling into formation behind him in a protective stance. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes. It appeared he was the leader of these individuals. Upon seeing a frail young girl emerge, the man spat in disdain. Damn it, so it's just a little bitch. You made me wait so long. His eyes, gleaming with lewd intent, scanned Jiang Yao from head to toe, and then he grinned wickedly, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. So fresh, I could play with you for a few more days. Jiang Yao's gaze shifted from the zombies to the man. Without uttering a word, she swiftly drew her dagger across the man's carotid artery. Before he could react, pain shot through his neck, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The blood that spilled onto the ground was immediately neutralized by the self-cleaning function. She cast a cold, indifferent glance across the crowd, her posture exuding arrogance. Who else? Come at me, however. The raucous crowd fell into a sudden silence, as if the volume had been muted. Not a single person could discern how Jiang Yao had made her move. The man's subordinates had followed him out of coercion and temptation. Seeing him dead, they were more relieved than anything else, and naturally, they wouldn't be inclined to defend him. A cold smirk crept onto Jiang Yao's lips. She had encountered too many such people in her previous life. Ultimately, they were mere fools acting as accomplices in the collapse of order during the apocalypse. Everyone's greed and desires magnified. Human hearts were more terrifying than zombies, until the authorities officially took control here. Such events would only increase, not decrease. To eradicate such occurrences, one must strike decisively to instill fear in them, making them wary and apprehensive at the mere thought of her presence. Boss Jiang. After a prolonged silence, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Simultaneously, a tall, slender man with glasses stepped forward. A youthful smile graced his face as he gentlemanly extended his hand. Long time no see, Boss Jiang. Chapter 41. Level 1 Crystal Core. Jiang Yao tilted her head. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Jing? You still remember me, Zhang Jing replied, his expression a mix of surprise and pride. Jiang Yao recalled him as a college student who frequently came to dine with another named Liang when she first opened her restaurant. Recently, due to his awakened abilities, he had been elevated to great heights, and encountering Jiang Yao, who had once belittled him, left him displeased. Noticing that she had no intention of shaking his hand, he maintained a facade of composure. But a flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Unaware that Jiang Yao had seen through his small gestures, he activated his ability, water swirling around him. After leaving your place, both Liang and I awakened our abilities. Mine is water manipulation, and I can produce nearly 5L of clean water daily. No wonder he appeared so clean. Jiang Yao mused, realizing it was likely due to the ginseng kanji and a portion of beast meat she had given him. It seemed everyone who had come to dine that day had awakened their powers. She let out a large yawn. Can you get to the point? I find it most tiresome when people beat around the bush and put on airs. Zhang Jing's expression slightly shifted. The situation is such that we desire some meals. In truth, they had intended to seize the food directly. Who would have anticipated that after enduring countless hardships to arrive here, they would discover that entry into the restaurant was utterly impossible? Were it not for the zombies being unable to enter this place, they might have already been torn to shreds and devoured. Becoming mere members of the zombie horde outside, Jiang Yao understood. They sought to awaken their abilities together. They intended to exchange for zombie crystal cores. Otherwise, there would be no discussion. Zhang Jing felt his smile falter. This woman was simply intolerable. What crystal cores? He had never even heard of such a thing. It was undoubtedly a pretext she concocted to rebuff him. His ability was water. Now, with the city's water supply thoroughly contaminated, even if her store had some water stored, how long could it last? Clean water was worth more than gold. Not only did she fail to curry favor with him, but she also dared to demean him in such a manner. However, upon catching sight of the man still lying on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. This man possessed the ability of full metallization, rendering his body as hard as steel. Yet, he had been fatally struck by Jiang Yao. Indicating her extraordinary prowess, Boss Jiang, I said, aside from crystal cores, everything else is negotiable. Or are you suggesting you wish to take advantage of me for free? Jiang Yao sat up impatiently, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She detested being taken advantage of, and this man had precisely struck every nerve of hers. The crystal core. Just as the two were locked in their dispute, a frail woman emerged from the crowd. Her body was smeared with thick black mud, emanating a foul stench, and as she moved, the odor was unbearable, causing the crowd to part in fear of being tainted, oblivious to the disdainful expressions around her. The woman produced a transparent crystal and presented it to Jiang Yao with both hands. Jiang Yao glanced at her, slightly pained by the stench. Holding her breath, she took the crystal core from the woman. Level 1 Zombie Crystal Core. 100 points. Do you wish to enter for a meal? Jiang Yao regarded the woman, covered in filth, pondering from which stinking ditch she had emerged. Quite clever. She knew this would safeguard her. Is that permissible? The woman swallowed hard, incredulous as she inquired. She had discovered this crystal core after slaying a zombie and retrieving it from its brain. At that moment, she had an inexplicable feeling it might prove useful, hence she had kept it tucked in her pocket. So far, this was the only one she had found. When she overheard Jiang Yao and Zhang Jing arguing, She realized that what Jiang Yao referred to was likely this very item, prompting her to step forward and inquire. She never anticipated it to be true. Come along. Jiang Yao turned and entered the restaurant, inserting the crystal core into the cash register, which dispensed a black card. Remaining points. 100. The woman tentatively followed Jiang Yao a few steps forward, only to find that the barrier which had previously blocked her path had vanished. She smoothly entered the restaurant. She got in. We can too. The onlookers outside went wild upon witnessing this scene. They rushed in behind the woman, but one by one, they were repelled. Stop. Zhang Jing, being a shrewd individual, immediately halted the crowd, realizing that only with Jiang Yao's approval could they gain entry. To earn her favor, they would need a crystal core in hand. Damn it, where did that woman acquire her crystal core? Once she emerged, he would demand answers. The woman understood that by stepping forward at this moment, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of Zhang Jing and his associates. Yet, she had no choice. She had to enter. If what Zhang Jing and the others said was true, as long as she could awaken a more powerful ability than his within the restaurant, they would never be able to control her again. Place your orders. Jiang Yao gestured to the menu displayed before her, and the system recalibrated the prices based on ingredient rarity, potato and meat rice bowl, 18 points per serving fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl, 20 points per serving level 3 snake meat soup, 58 points per serving spicy chicken cubes, 78 points per serving, out of stock, ginseng millet porridge, 150 points per serving, out of stock, new product, Angelica chicken soup, 180 points per serving, out of stock. The woman clutched the black card, gazing up at the menu for an extended moment. Wiping her cracked and dirty face with her hand, she asked, "Is there food that can guarantee 100% awakening of abilities?" Jiang Yao, seated behind the cash register charging her phone, replied, "Aside from the first two options, the rest possess the effect you mentioned, but I can't guarantee a 100% success rate." The woman scrutinized the required points, her gaze lingering on the millet porridge. According to them, this was the best option. All right, I'll find a place to sit and wait. After she placed her order, the system promptly deducted the points from her card. Start cooking. The fresh and spicy aroma wafted upstairs, rousing Lan Yu from her slumber. She sniffed the air and dashed down from the upper floor. To her dismay, upon reaching the first floor, she was assaulted by an overwhelming stench. Looking up, she realized that a customer had arrived. Chapter 42. Potatoes for Bai Yun. The woman attempted to sit as far from the kitchen as possible, waiting. Hearing movement, she spotted a petite girl with pointed ears and sapphire blue eyes gracefully descending from upstairs. The girl's beautiful big eyes scanned the room before finally landing on her. "Sister, do you need a bath?" I doubt the woman felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, fully aware of her disheveled appearance. Yet, it was the only way to protect herself from those brutes, preventing her from becoming their plaything. "Lan Yu, don't be foolish." Fortunately, Jiang Yao appeared with a plate in hand and scolded when she saw Lan Yu coming down. "The first floor is unbearable. I can't stand it," Jiang Yao said apologetically. "This is a new employee of mine, still young and naive. How about this? I'll bring you a glass of water as an apology." "It's all right." I doubt before the woman could finish her sentence, she watched as Jiang Yao approached the water dispenser in the corner, filling a cup of water and bringing it over. The water dispenser was a reward from the system after the mall upgrade. But the large barrel of water had been purchased with Jiang Yao's points, containing about 10 liters and costing 2 points. The disposable cups were provided by the system, each capable of holding about 300 milliliters, priced at 3 points per cup. Though the woman had been moving with the group, she had never truly been integrated into their ranks. They kept her around solely to serve as cannon fodder in times of danger. The other women and elderly who had been captured alongside her had met similar fates. Therefore, the group only provided her the most basic sustenance to ensure she didn't starve, but they never allowed her to live well. As she gazed at the clear, pristine water in Jiang Yao's hands and inhaled the enticing aroma of the dishes before her, she couldn't help but feel her eyes welling with tears. "Thank you," the woman choked out, taking the water and gulping it down before digging into the food on her plate. She feared that if she didn't eat something soon, her emotions would overwhelm her. Beastman Continent. Bai Yun sat in a cave filled with food, engrossed in a book. "Brother, has the beast god not summoned you yet?" Bai Ling bounced in with a crooked, long black stick, her furry ears perking up. Bai Yun looked up. "The beast god is quite busy. It's only natural he can't attend to everything at once, I just fear that if I don't handle these items soon, they will spoil. Bai Ling's gaze swept across the cave. A small mountain of wild rabbits and chickens, fresh mushrooms, wild fruits, and medicinal herbs like ginseng and angelica. So much. She was astonished. Having been practicing her innate abilities with her companions lately, she hadn't noticed how much had accumulated in the cave. Bai Yun sighed deeply. The tribe members all wished to exchange these food supplies for the beast goddess meat, which could assist them in awakening their innate abilities. Furthermore, the books bestowed upon him by the beast god regarding traps and food identification had greatly expanded their knowledge. Recently, the tribe had been collecting food at a frenzied pace, leaving only a small portion for their families and bringing the rest here. Gradually, the supplies in the cave naturally began to accumulate. It was no wonder he thought this way. His sister was the first of the youngsters to awaken her abilities, and she had gradually become their leader, responsible for aiding their awakenings and training them daily. No, I just came to check on you. Bai Ling casually tossed the stick to the ground and plopped down in front of Bai Yun. Brother, can you tell me again about how the beast god chose you among all the beastmen? Sure. Bai Yun's eyes softened as he gently closed his book. I remember it was a sunny day when I was with the hunting team. Brother, is that the silver thing you mentioned? Bai Ling interrupted excitedly, patting his shoulder. What? Bai Yun turned to see a silver-white door that had appeared behind him. The beast god is summoning me. Quick, help me stuff all these into those large rotten baskets. System notification. Otherworldly guest is being transmitted. Jiang Yao opened her tablet, watching a comedy series imported by the system. Just as she was engrossed, a sudden notification chimed. Bai Yun had arrived. Jiang Yao suddenly recalled that she had gifted the books she purchased from the bookstore to him last time, and she wondered how well he was faring with them. Dingling. The door on the second floor swung open, and the heavy sound of footsteps echoed down the staircase. Jiang Yao rose and ascended the stairs, immediately spotting Bai Yun, whose appearance was particularly distinctive. He was burdened with a massive basket on his front and back, and held 2 additional ones in his hands. All 4 baskets were brimming to the brim, meticulously categorized. One for vegetables and wild fruits, another for mushrooms, one for medicinal herbs, and the last for beasts still clad in their pelts. What is this? Jiang Yao's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, this fellow hadn't moved his entire household here. In just 3 days, had they truly gathered this much? Did they not require sustenance or rest? Bai Yun set down the baskets in his hands, scratched his head, and grinned at Jiang Yao. Boss, can all of this be collected? Jiang Yao numbly nodded. Since he had brought it all, how could she refuse? System, please estimate the value. Wild mushrooms, 30 gene, worth 300 points. 100-year-old ginseng, 23 pieces, worth 2,300 points. Ordinary wild beasts, 6. Exotic beasts, 8. Worth 3,000 points. Wild fruits, 60 gene, worth 300 points. In total, it amounted to 5,900 points, a haul that rivaled her earnings from half a month's worth of meals. Is there anything else you need, or would you prefer to exchange everything for point cards? Jiang Yao inquired, gazing at Bai Yun. We would like salt, a considerable amount of salt. Also, that kind of meat that can awaken latent abilities. Oh, and could you possibly send me more of those books you gave me before? Jiang Yao pondered, stroking her chin. Salt was easily obtainable. The system offered it at a reasonable price and in large quantities. However, books. Jiang Yao accessed the system marketplace and searched for the keywords. Agriculture, books. Sorry, the items you search for are temporarily out of stock. Well, it seemed they only sold daily necessities. It appeared she would need to find an opportunity to raid the bookstore. Additionally, there were tools specifically for land cultivation that she needed to check out at specialty stores. Speaking of which, she could always ask Li Feng about this. That fellow still owed her numerous crystal cores. Enlisting his help to procure these items would undoubtedly be more convenient than doing it herself, though you know how to farm. As soon as Jiang Yao posed the question, she noticed the look of confusion on Bai Yun's face. She understood. They had no knowledge of farming. Their civilization was still rooted in a primitive state, likely without even the frequent use of fire. Jiang Yao instructed the system to process all the items in the baskets, then poured half a basket of potatoes into the space. She picked up a large one and handed it to Bai Yun. Have you seen this before? Chapter 43. The little elephant butler. Bai Yun curiously accepted it and squeezed it with his hand. It was somewhat firm. He held it under his nose and sniffed. A scent reminiscent of soil, tinged with a faint fishiness, wafted through the air. just as he was about to put it in his mouth. Jiang Yao quickly intervened. This is a potato. It's quite delicious, however. It must be washed and cooked thoroughly, or you can also toss it directly into the fire to roast. Farming? Planting? Bai Yun's expression grew even more perplexed. They had never engaged in such activities. Although the forest was perilous, the fruits and beasts within sufficed for their sustenance. Farming involves clearing away the various grasses and stones from the land, turning it over to a suitable depth for planting. Planting means cutting this potato into small pieces and placing it in the ground, covering it with soil, watering it regularly, and once it matures, it will yield many more potatoes just like this. Jiang Yao endeavored to explain the process in the simplest terms, yet Bai Yun still seemed only partially comprehending. When selecting books, Jiang Yao typically sought those adorned with illustrations, comprehensible even to illiterate children. Bai Yun's eyes sparkled at the mention of books. Although he could not grasp the concepts of farming or land clearing, he was assured that Jiang Yao, the beast god, would never harm them. Jiang Yao filled the remainder of his half-full basket with chestnuts. Ultimately, she exchanged several hundred bags of fine salt in her space, filling Bai Yun's basket to the brim once more. Leaving one basket empty, Jiang Yao earned over 3,600 restaurant points for her lunch service today. Bai Yun singularly accounted for all the ingredients acquired that day. The ingredients had been prepared early in the morning. Only the millet porridge required fresh cooking, which took nearly 40 minutes to complete. Once ready, Lan Yu packaged it while Jiang Yao set it on the table. After finishing the last few dishes, Jiang Yao collapsed onto the soft couch at the cash register. She felt utterly exhausted. How wonderful it would be to hire a chef, or perhaps the restaurant could invest in an automated cooking machine. She could place the ingredients inside, and after a while, it would automatically serve the dishes. Ding! Proficiency in stir-fried potatoes and meat has reached 50. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! Proficiency in fish-flavored shredded pork rice has reached 50. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! Proficiency in spicy diced chicken has reached maximum level. Reward: 1 platinum treasure chest. Ding! 5 recipes at maximum level have been achieved. Reward: 1 chance for a lottery spin. Jiang Yao sprang up from the couch in excitement. A platinum treasure chest? Wasn't that the one that yielded concealed arrows? She hurriedly dashed to the kitchen, washed her hands, and checked her reflection, tidying her hair. After completing this routine, she returned to the couch and retrieved the platinum treasure chest. Opened the chest. The lid sprang open with a pop. Crack! A flurry of beautiful little fireworks erupted from within the chest. Congratulations! You have obtained a fully intelligent butler chip. Please select an object for fusion. A silver glowing chip materialized at the bottom of the chest. Fully intelligent butler chip. Choose the object you wish to fuse it with. The chip will grant it life, transforming it into your exclusive butler, safeguarding your household. Note: can be fused with dolls, figurines, Gundams, or any inanimate object. The higher the intimacy, the greater the loyalty. Figurines, Gundams, intimacy? She possessed none of those. Wait, she seemed to recall having a doll. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that her mother had gifted her a doll for her birthday during her childhood. A half-human-sized little gray elephant. It had been quite expensive, costing several thousand. When she had moved out of her home, she stumbled upon it in the storage room. Initially contemplating discarding it due to its shabby and filthy condition, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do so, thinking it was not worth much and casually packed it into a large box for shipping. Those items had been stacked on the shelves in her original small room. When the restaurant upgraded, it was moved to the storage room across from her bedroom. Since she lacked any pressing need, she hadn't opened the box to inspect its contents. Jiang Yao stored the treasure chest in her space and stood up to open the storage room door. The room was filled with shelves, the bottom 2 layers brimming with items she had brought from Haishur, all sealed in cardboard boxes with the tape still intact. Fortunately, the boxes were labeled, indicating their contents, eliminating the need to rummage through each one. Jiang Yao marveled at the professionalism of the moving company as she began examining the boxes in order from the entrance. Before long, she discovered the box containing the little elephant doll on the 3rd shelf. Jiang Yao pulled the box out and dusted off the surface. Oh, she forgot. It was dust-free. She retrieved a small knife to cut through the sealing tape, slicing straight down. Pop! The box sprang open, revealing the vacuum-sealed little elephant peacefully lying within a plastic bag. Jiang Yao opened the bag, and the little elephant gradually inflated with air, becoming plump. However, it was marred with stains. one eye hanging by a thread, and the stuffing within had lost much of its resilience. Opening the system, she confirmed, a worn little elephant imbued with a mother's love. "Dio, you wish to load the chip?" "Confirm." She retrieved the chip from her space and pressed it against the little elephant's head. A flash of golden light enveloped the figure, and the stains vanished. The missing stuffing was replenished. The entire body began to elongate, and it stood upright, towering a full head above Jiang Yao. Its dark, shiny eyes blinked rapidly, and its long trunk swayed. A mechanical voice, indistinguishable in gender, emanated from its chest. "Master." Jiang Yao opened the system prompt. Name: Jiang Xiaoxiang. Type: plush toy. Function: caring butler. You can entrust everything in the household to it. Loyalty: 100. Jiang Yao concealed the system panel and circled around it. The little elephant remained still, obediently standing in place as Jiang Yao observed. Jiang Yao pinched its hand, which was soft and bouncy. "Can you cook?" The little elephant's eyes glowed red, and moments later, it transmitted most of the recipes into its mind. "What does the master wish to eat?" Jiang Yao was eager to test its capabilities. After contemplating, she responded, "How about a seafood noodle dish? I'll accompany you." She wanted to see if this little elephant could indeed fulfill the role of a chef. Chapter 44. Seafood noodles. She occasionally needed to venture out to gather food, hunt, or attend to various tasks if possible. She wished to have the little elephant assume the chef's position. Most importantly, which restaurant owner cooked daily? She should be out promoting her establishment, attracting customers, and enhancing the restaurant's reputation. All right. The little elephant flicked its trunk and skillfully made its way to the first-floor restaurant. As a butler, it had free rein to access all the resources within the household. Jiang Yao leisurely followed behind, observing as the little elephant donned its gloves, slipped into a blue floral apron, and retrieved a basin before entering the blue jade house. It reached into the breeding box and extracted several large prawns, a number of clams and squid, which it then carried down to the kitchen. Next, it selected a wild chicken from the freezer, meticulously cleaned the meat, and suspended the chicken carcass to simmer a broth on the gas stove. From somewhere, it produced an alarm clock, set the time, and placed it aside before turning to deal with the seafood. Moments ago, the system had seemingly notified her of a lottery opportunity. She recalled her first lottery win, which had yielded an epic treasure, a portal. With the portal, she could traverse freely between two realms. She wondered what treasure she might draw this time. Jiang Yao clicked on the lottery, and a colossal spinning wheel appeared. After whirling around several times, it finally came to a halt. Congratulations on winning a fully automatic vending machine. Level 1 fully automatic vending machine. Stores prepared meals. The vending machine guarantees 100% satisfaction in taste and flavor, allowing guests to conveniently swipe their cards for meals at any time. Points can be spent to upgrade. The Level 1 vending machine has a storage capacity of 100 servings. Level 2, 500 servings, and Level 3, 1,000 servings. This is excellent. In the future, she could have the little elephant prepare many servings at once to stock in the vending machine, guiding guests to help themselves. Anything that ran low could easily be replenished. Jiang Yao positioned the vending machine at the front side of the cashier's counter, nestled next to the water dispenser. Her phone was fully charged, and as soon as she powered it on, a flurry of WeChat notifications flooded in. She opened WeChat, and the loading circle spun for quite some time before finally revealing the interface. The class group chat had already reached 999 messages, and her own messages had been inundated. Jiang Yao first clicked on the conversation that had sent her the most messages, signed by AI Chi Fanbu AI Zwaming. AI Chi Fanbu AI Zwaming. Jiang, how are you doing? Our teacher suddenly announced that you aren't attending school anymore and won't be taking the college entrance examination. Why is that? Sent on October 27th at 2 p.m. Jiang, school is finally on break. We're planning to form a group to have some fun in North City for 2 days. Where are you? I went to your house, but your dad said you've already left. I want to come find you. Jiang, I've arrived in North City. Why does it feel like security checks are so strict now? 2 days ago. It's so terrifying outside. The zombie apocalypse really has erupted. The stairwell is crawling with zombies. It's horrifying. Where are you? Are you all right? I'm so scared being alone in the hotel. Jiang Dalimeng. In her previous life, she had been Jiang Yao's best friend and classmate. After the apocalypse broke out in the last life, they lost contact, and she had no idea whether the other was alive or dead. After struggling for years in the apocalypse, Focusing on survival and taking care of her father, her energy had nearly been exhausted. Later, upon arriving at the North City base, she had to complete daily missions. Scavenging for supplies from the zombies, and thoughts of her friend slipped further from her mind. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Jiang Yao's heart. Hadn't T North City long since announced a lockdown? How had she managed to come here? Moreover, from her messages, it seemed she was not the only one who had arrived. Many classmates had come as well. Pondering this, she opened the class group chat. Messages were still refreshing sporadically. Zhang Shuai, help, my home is about to lose internet. It's taking forever to send messages. Lu Yang, same here. Does anyone have food or drink? We can pay for it. Price is negotiable. Li Bing Bing. I'm going out to scavenge for supplies. Who's coming with me? We can't just hide at home and wait to die. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse has already come. It was all just idle chatter. Jiang Yao closed the group chat and reopened her conversation with Li Ming. Tentatively, she sent a message. How many of you came together? What is the situation now? Which hotel are you in? The message spun for a moment before successfully sending. The little elephant had been busy for nearly an hour and finally emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of seafood noodles. The prawns had been thoughtfully shelled, their curved bodies hanging over the edge of the bowl. A plump crab revealed its tender and rich roe, alongside its delicate white meat. Bright red squid curled enticingly, and the bowl was filled with numerous plump clams. Leaning closer, a rich aroma wafted up, a perfect fusion of seafood and broth, salty yet subtly sweet. Jiang Yao picked up her chopsticks and lifted a mouthful of noodles to her lips. They were smooth and chewy, infused with the rich essence of the seafood broth. The prawn meat was firm and succulent, bursting with the ocean's flavors. The crab meat was delicate and sweet, melting in her mouth. The squid was delightfully chewy. The clams were tender and luscious, carrying a hint of the sea. The broth of the seafood noodles was the essence of the dish. Sipping it brought warmth that spread throughout her body, awakening every taste bud on her tongue. Delicious. Jiang Yao barely had time to express her appreciation for the little elephant's culinary skills before diving back into her bowl of seafood noodles. The little elephant's ears perked up happily, its eyes sparkling with delight. The enticing aroma was irresistible, drawing the gluttonous Lan Yu over, who approached Jiang Yao, drooling at the sight of her meal. A woman nearby, also enjoying her food, licked her lips, suddenly finding her own meal lacking in appeal. Sister, that smells amazing. What are you eating? I want some too. Lan Yu stared intently at Jiang Yao's bowl, her desire almost palpable. Chapter 45. The Delivery Bracelet. Have the little elephant make you another bowl. Jiang Yao savored the last sip of broth, collapsing onto the soft couch with a satisfied burp. This life is truly delightful. Good master. The little elephant received the message, nodded, and moved to collect the bowls and chopsticks. It then turned to the kitchen to prepare noodles for Lan Yu. Lan Yu's curious gaze swept over the little elephant. And understanding its purpose, she refrained from asking questions, directly following the little elephant into the kitchen. Seafood noodles proficiency level 10. Seafood noodles proficiency level 10. Seafood noodles are now available. Huh. Jiang Yao sat up abruptly and opened the system interface. The meals prepared by the little elephant could accumulate proficiency, and each time, it added a full double of what she achieved. A chosen chef indeed. This was her destined chef. You have received a new delivery order. Please process it promptly. Before she could revel in her joy, the system notification chimed. Delivery? Right. After the restaurant upgraded to level 2, it seemed the delivery feature had been unlocked. But how could she see who placed the order? Delivery bracelet has been issued. Delivery bracelet. Once the store's consumption points exceed 1,000, the points card will automatically convert into a bracelet. Open the ordering interface to select the delivery option. Each meal incurs a delivery fee of only 2 points. Delivery bracelet, allowing you to savor culinary delights from the comfort of your home. 1,000 points. Jiang Yao opened the member consumption points table. Level 1 member, Li Feng. 2532 3000. 1 million points pending credit. Bai Yun. 2245 3000. Level 2 members, Zhang Grandfather. 890 890. Li Yang. 560 560. Zhang Jing. 150 150. Currently, the number of individuals meeting this criterion was quite limited. Only Li Feng and Bai Yun. Who could have placed the order? A sky blue bracelet materialized in the palm of Jiang Yao's hand. She pressed the central button on the bracelet, and a large blue screen appeared. The screen was initially blank, save for a single food delivery application. On the order interface, a small red was visible. Jiang Yao resized the screen to tablet size, opened the order interface, and clicked the red dot, which displayed order placed by Li Feng. Order quantity 1. Order type seafood noodles 1. Send now. Jiang Yao had the little elephant package a serving of seafood noodles and placed it on the table before clicking send. The bracelet emitted a beam of light that swept over the seafood noodles. And in the blink of an eye, the noodles vanished from the table, the interface changing to sent. Jiang Yao delightfully touched the bracelet, opening the system interface to find that her restaurant points had indeed increased by 52 points. This bracelet was remarkably convenient. She had assumed that delivery meant she would have to drive to deliver the food herself. Instead, the bracelet allowed for direct transmission. Jiang Yao felt a twinge of envy, wishing the teleportation function could whisk her away to her desired locations. However, she realized such thoughts were mere fantasies. If that function existed, the system would have made it available for purchase long ago. Not missing an opportunity to exploit her, she pulled the little elephant's arm and had it wear the bracelet. Since it often went out, the little elephant would henceforth be the restaurant's designated chef. Bestowing the bracelet upon the little elephant was indeed fitting. After teaching it how to use the bracelet, the little elephant received another order, once again from Li Feng. Still, it was for seafood noodles. Lan Yu was seated nearby, slurping her noodles and occasionally exclaiming in delight. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao reclined on the soft couch behind the cashier's counter, drifting off to sleep, her phone still playing her favorite sitcom. The little elephant thoughtfully retrieved a blanket from upstairs and draped it over her. The woman finished her meal but did not leave, sitting at the dining table lost in thought. Meanwhile, far away at the base, Li Feng was startled by the sudden appearance of seafood noodles before him. He had only just discovered that the card Jiang Yao had sent him had somehow transformed into a bracelet. Curious, and having seen that new dishes had been added to the menu, he wanted to test if the delivery function truly worked, hence his order for a serving. He never imagined it would actually be delivered. And in an instant, no less. The seafood noodles on the table were still steaming. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and deftly grabbed a piece of shrimp, savoring its delectable sweetness in an instant. Ever since the discharge of nuclear wastewater began a few years ago, he had not enjoyed seafood this exquisite. He decided to place 2 more orders, intending to share it with the old chief and his companions. He would also take the opportunity to inquire with Boss Jiang about when the crystal cores would be delivered. It was uncertain how long he had slept, but the sky had darkened. The sun had retreated behind the clouds, and the atmosphere turned gloomy once again. Outside the restaurant, the cold wind howled, and those at the entrance, lacking crystal cores, dared not enter. They could only huddle together for warmth, casting envious glances at the brightly lit restaurant behind them. The power had long been cut outside, leaving only Jiang Yao's restaurant aglow, as warm as spring. At that moment, Jiang Yao's phone vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yao was roused from her slumber, struggling to open her eyelids and reaching for her phone on the table. A video call popped up. It was Li Ming. Jiang Yao pressed the answer button. Jiang Jiang. A faint cry came through. Jiang Yao squinted for a while, but the screen remained shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. It seemed Li Ming realized this too, as she covered her mouth and shook her head. Jiang Jiang, wait a moment. Jiang Yao squinted and waited, hearing a rustling sound, and finally, a flicker of light appeared on the phone. A young girl's face emerged, her expression filled with terror, crammed tightly into a corner. Trembling uncontrollably, Zizi, Jiang Jiang, help me, I'm so scared. Woo woo. Zizi. Jiang Yao, still groggy from sleep, instantly became alert. She glanced at Li Ming and immediately flipped herself upright, placing the phone upright on the table to face her. She stood up, donned a jacket, and declared, "Where are you? Tell me. I will come to get you right now." Upon hearing this, Li Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly leaned closer to the phone, whispering, "We, Zizi, I'm at Jinghang. Zizi at the 6th floor. You be careful. Hurry up." The signal on her end was poor. After much effort, Jiang Yao could not decipher her exact location. Roar! A heavy growl suddenly emanated from the phone. The zombies outside, having heard the commotion within, began to bang on the door violently. "Stop crying! Quick, come help! Move everything over to block the door." a voice with a distinct duck-like tone faintly transmitted from the other end, sounding like a young boy who had recently hit puberty. Followed by the creaking sound of furniture being moved, Li Ming glanced at the door, remaining completely still, trembling as she pressed herself further into the corner. She wrapped herself tightly in a heavy blanket, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she silently wept before the camera, her lips moving soundlessly. After much effort, Zhang Yao finally discerned her intended words. "Hurry and leave. Don't come. Wait for me," Zhang Yao shouted into the phone. Chapter 46. Trap Ming Ming. "Don't worry. Keep yourself safe. I will come to rescue you soon. You must wait for me obediently." With a snap, before the other side could respond, she abruptly hung up the call. Li Ming stared blankly at the disconnected phone, her gaze shifting towards the classmates who were desperately trying to barricade the door. "So, what now? Will she come?" asked class leader Lu Jiahao softly. "She said she would arrive soon." "Telling us to wait in peace," Li Ming stammered. She felt that Zhang Yao likely hadn't fully understood her address. However, she dared not voice this concern to her classmates. The reason she was here was that these classmates had deceived her into coming. They had promised to help her awaken her abilities. Thus, she had eagerly traveled from Haishur to Beishur, taking a long detour, all to lure Zhang Yao out. If these people realized she had failed, who knew how they might retaliate against her? She could only feign a close relationship with Zhang Yao. They had to believe that Zhang Yao would go to great lengths to save her. Damn it! How much longer do we have to wait? Standing beside class leader Lu Jiahao and helping to block the door, Zhang Shuai cursed angrily. "Are you sure that man can really help us awaken our abilities?" They had received a call from a man the day after the zombie outbreak. He claimed that if they brought Li Ming to Beishur and managed to contact Zhang Yao, he would help them awaken their abilities. Initially, they had been skeptical, but the man had threatened them by capturing their family members. With no choice, they had to comply with his demands and boarded a plane to Beishur. Their only request was to lure Zhang Yao out at all costs. Afterward, he promised not only to release their parents, but also to help them all gain abilities. Yet, Zhang Shuai had an uneasy feeling about this man. He was reluctant to trust him. However, the class leader had complete faith in him. As he was the cornerstone of their group and the only one who had awakened abilities, they dared not disobey him. Zhang Yao gripped her now black-screened phone tightly. Wang Huayuan, that cunning old fox. She was not foolish. Why had these people chosen this moment to contact her, right after the zombie outbreak? Moreover, the power and signals had clearly been cut off in Beishur days ago. Why was her phone still able to receive calls and messages? Yet, she had to acknowledge that this low-level trap was surprisingly effective. But what about Li Ming? What role did she play in all of this? And was her earlier statement genuine or merely a tactic of retreat? Zhang Yao tapped her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. From Li Ming's words, it seemed she was not the only one trapped in the hotel. Several of her former classmates were also caught. Additionally, Zhang's father and those relatives were in Wang Huayuan's grasp. When Zhang Yao's grandfather had come to deal with her, he had likely acted under Wang Huayuan's direction and control. Wang Huayuan was extraordinarily cunning. Just a single encounter had allowed him to deduce her abilities were connected to the restaurant. If she could not find a way to eliminate him once and for all, who knew the extent of the trouble he might cause her in the future? "What is the matter, sister?" Lan Yu had just finished tidying up the kitchen for the little elephant and stepped out to see Zhang Yao staring intently at her phone. She thought something was wrong. "It's nothing. Have those people outside left yet?" Zhang Yao exhaled deeply, relaxing her wrist. "No, I just checked. They're still huddled outside." Lan Yu blinked her big eyes, clearly showing her impatience. "Those people don't want to come in and spend money. Yet they linger around our door chattering incessantly. It's so annoying." Zhang Yao raised her head to look at the woman still sitting at the entrance. The woman had clearly overheard the entire conversation and now wore a conflicted expression while gazing at Zhang Yao. After a moment, she seemed to make up her mind and approached Zhang Yao. "Boss, are you headed to the Jinheng Hotel? I know the quickest route there. I can guide you." Zhang Yao raised an eyebrow. "I am sorry, but I currently have no intention of rescuing anyone." She interrupted the woman's words. Did she look like someone foolish enough to walk into a trap knowingly? Her cold, clear voice echoed from the stairwell. "If you wish to stay, it will cost 20 points for a night in a private room. Xiaoyu, Xiang, chase away those freeloaders outside." "All right, sister." "Yes, master." Lan Yu bounced over to the woman, tilting her head and asking, "Excuse me, do you want to stay?" The woman's face turned awkward. She wanted to stay, but she simply didn't have enough points. She shook her head and, under the watchful gaze of Xiang Xiang and Lan Yu. Stepped outside, and as soon as she exited, the crowd at the door immediately surrounded her. Hey, you've been inside for a whole day? What is it like in there? Can the food really help people awaken their abilities? The woman extended her palm, and a yellow light glowed from her palm. Not far away, a zombie was suddenly pierced through the foot by a soil spike, letting out an enraged howl. It's an Earth-type ability. My goodness, she really awakened her abilities. This restaurant truly has food that can help people awaken their powers. Wow, I'm going to kill zombies. Don't fight me for it. Stop, I'm going with you. In an instant, the crowd, seeing the pile of zombies nearby, looked as if they had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. Those surrounding the woman formed groups, armed with various weapons, heading towards the zombies. They coordinated their efforts, with some attracting the zombies while others wielded their abilities or weapons to behead the creatures. A portion stayed behind, waiting to jab their wooden sticks into the zombies' crystal cores once they had been decapitated. After this series of actions, they successfully gathered dozens of first-level crystal cores from the 100 or so individuals. Xiang Xiang stood inside, tilting her head to observe the people outside. Lan Yu crossed her arms, chewing on a piece of jerky that Xiang Xiang had specially made for her. Chapter 47. Main Quest released. Zhang Jing approached the two watching the scene at the door, slowly making his way over. Where do you source your restaurant's ingredients? Can you tell your brother? He held out a half-melted Alpenliebe lollipop. Lan Yu curiously took it, squeezing it in her hand. It was soft and clearly not delicious. Zhang Jing's expression turned sour at being met with such indifference. This girl was just as ungrateful as Jiang Yao. This is candy. Have you ever tasted it? Do you realize how precious sugar has become nowadays? He gingerly tucked the candy into his pocket, preparing to engage in further conversation with Lan Yu, when he noticed the lanky figure that had been lingering beside him approach with a clenched fist. Boss, look what we have found, the man exclaimed excitedly, extending his fist. It's a crystal core. We can finally go in and eat. Zhang Jing snatched the crystal core from his hand, scrutinizing it against the light at the entrance. Could it really be a crystal core? That woman didn't deceive us after all. What? The man, unable to hear clearly, inquired again. He glanced down at Lan Yu. Little one, does this mean we can enter now? Lan Yu pursed his lips and stepped aside, allowing those holding the crystal core to enter for their meal. Welcome. What would you like to eat? A friendly reminder. The higher the price, the greater the chance of awakening your abilities. The crowd examined the menu before them, creating a cacophony of noise. What is the matter? If it weren't for me, you would have been devoured by those zombies already. You really think you can argue with me here? I am definitely having this meal, no matter who tries to stop me. To hell with you. If you have the guts, let us settle this outside. Whoever wins gets to call the shots. Come on. Am I scared of you? Unbeknownst to Jiang Yao, the chaos below over a mere meal was threatening to shatter the small faction Zhang Jing had painstakingly gathered. Meanwhile, she lay sprawled on her bed, absorbed in the messages on her phone. She said not to come, to leave quickly. What could that possibly mean? Did she have any role in this ambush against me? If not, why is she here? What benefits did Wang Huayuan promise them? Or was it a threat? Could it be a threat? Perhaps Li Ming truly had no choice. Should I risk going out to save her? After mulling it over for quite some time, she found no clear answers. Just as despair began to set in, the system's notification chimed. Ding, main quest issued. Serve at least 10,000 diners in the restaurant within 1 month. Reward, 100,000 points. Acquired silver title, somewhat famous. Unlocking the next dimensional portal. Side quest issued, save your plan. Rescue survivors and gain their gratitude points. Gratitude points can be used to draw exclusive dimensional items. Jiang Yao sat up, staring at the 4 characters of the main quest for an extended period. Serve 10,000 diners in a month and rescue survivors. This system.is it truly not a savior system? The system, lurking in the corner, trembled in fear. After a while, Jiang Yao closed the system interface again. Whatever, one step at a time. The priority is to promote the restaurant.as for the side quest. I'll see how I can manage that. IVE never heard of dimensional items before. I have no idea what they're used for. The next morning, around 8:30, Jiang Yao yawned and opened the system interface. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had accumulated nearly 1,000 points in the mall overnight, having served almost 100 diners. What on earth? Confused, she descended the stairs, only to be startled by the sight before her. The restaurant was filled with people. Master Xiao Xiang had been busy all night, finally stocking the vending machine. Just as it was about to head upstairs for a rest and recharge, Jiang Yao, rubbing her eyes, came down. Xiang, what is going on here? Jiang Yao inquired, pointing at the slumbering patrons on the floor. Master, you mentioned yesterday that those who stay overnight in the restaurant must pay a 20-point protection fee. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao recalled that she had indeed made such a remark yesterday. However, that was merely an excuse to hasten their departure. Did they all actually pay? Xiao Xiang nodded earnestly. Yes, and those at the entrance also paid. Those who didn't were chased away by Xiao Yu. Jiang Yao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Fine then. System, create a few rules and post them at the entrance. First, fighting is strictly prohibited inside the restaurant. Offenders will be expelled. Second, business hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Anyone arriving after this time will not be welcomed. Third, diners must show basic respect to the staff. Violators will be thrown out to feed zombies. Fourth, overnight guests must leave by 7 a.m. daily, or they will be forcibly removed. Fifth, I haven't thought of anything else yet. I'll come up with more later. For now, let's stick with these. The system promptly produced a conspicuous sign to hang on the walls. Jiang Yao nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Xiang, wake them all up. Let them see the rules properly. Yes, master. Xiao Xiang dutifully kicked each person awake, rousing them from their slumber. Jiang Yao approached the woman from yesterday, who was already awake, silently huddled in a corner. Upon seeing Jiang Yao approach, she quickly stood up. Good morning, boss. You mentioned yesterday that you knew the way to the Jinheng Grand Hotel. Are we still going? Boss? Really? The woman exclaimed in delight, hastily wiping the dried mud from her face. Can you drive? Jiang Yao asked. That I can. The woman nodded without hesitation. First, go take a shower. After we eat, we'll set off. Jiang Yao had given it serious thought. She had only been in Beishir for just under a month. Thank you, boss, truly. I can't express how grateful I am. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I will face any danger without hesitation. Seeing her eagerness, the woman's face brightened, and she immediately began to express her gratitude. And no need for that. Jiang Yao interjected, stopping the woman from continuing her lengthy thanks, and called for Lan Yu. Xiao Yu, take her to shower. Also, go to my room and fetch a few clean clothes. On second thought, I'll go myself later. Before heading upstairs, Jiang Yao stopped the woman. What is your name? The woman looked at her with deep gratitude. My name is Qing Yang. Jiang Yao paused, nodding that I'm Jiang Yao. Don't call me boss anymore. Just use my name. Qing Yang. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Jiang Yao mused to herself, but couldn't quite place it. Deciding not to dwell on it, she picked out a few neat, clean outfits and placed them in Xiao Yu's room. Xiao Xiang was standing in the corner of the living room, recharging itself. Not wanting to disturb it, she quietly went downstairs, retrieved half of the dishes from the vending machine, and stored them in her space. After a moment's thought, she took out 2 portions of rice bowls, one to leave on the table for Qing Yang, and the other for herself, tearing off the plastic cover. The aroma wafted through the as she took her first bite. The enticing meat strips wrapped around crispy sweet carrot shreds and tender wood ear mushrooms. With a hint of spiciness from the pickled peppers, the interplay of sour and sweet flavors ignited her appetite. Each grain of white rice was distinct, and taking a bite was akin to experiencing a culinary delight. While she was savoring her meal, a long-haired woman descended from the second floor. The woman had a fair complexion and a calm demeanor. Her deep-set eyes resembled an ancient well, profound and enigmatic. If she hadn't been wearing the clothes Jiang Yao had just given her, Jiang Yao would hardly recognize her as the foul-smelling woman from earlier. Jiang boss, Qing Yang greeted Jiang Yao. Yes, the clothes look quite fitting. Come, let us eat. Jiang Yao gestured towards the rice bowl across from her. Thank you. The woman politely responded before sitting down across from Jiang Yao and quietly enjoying her meal. After they finished eating, the woman took the initiative to dispose of their empty boxes in the trash bin. Jiang Yao then shared her thoughts regarding their upcoming excursion. Firstly, I need to find some books from the bookstore as promised to Bai Yun. Additionally, I'll need farming tools like plows and harrows. These can only be found in specialized stores, as the regular mall doesn't carry them. I've researched, and the nearest agricultural market is about 30 kilometers away. I am not short on food and water, but it wouldn't hurt to stock up on daily necessities. Besides, with the system mall's pricing being so high, starting at 50 points for a piece of clothing, there's no thrill in getting things for free. While the authorities are still in the process of taking over those large supermarkets, I should scour them first. Finally, we'll head to the farthest Jinheng Grand Hotel to rescue Qingyang's daughter. After they're safe, I'll go back to the hotel to rescue others. I suspect Wang Huayuan might have people lying in wait near the hotel, ready to trap me. Qingyang listened attentively, then asked Zhang Yao for paper and a pen, sketching for a while. She finally looked up at Zhang Yao. Let us go here first. This supermarket is the closest one within a 10-kilometer radius. Seeing Zhang Yao nod, her confidence surged as she traced her finger. After leaving the supermarket, about 4 to 5 kilometers away, there's a large gas station. We can gather some supplies there. Then, following the main road east from the gas station for about 20 kilometers, we'll reach a large agricultural market where we can find the tools you mentioned. Finally, she pointed to the hotel on the map. On our return, we'll cut through the southern side of the market, passing through a tunnel that's about 2 kilometers long, then head north for roughly 5 or 6 kilometers to arrive at the Jinheng Grand Hotel. If all goes well, this should be the quickest route. If we travel day and night, we can reach the hotel within 2 days. Great. I'll follow your lead. Zhang Yao's eyes sparkled with surprise, astonished by Qingyang's profound knowledge of the topographical map of Beishur. It could be said he was intimately familiar with it. He was like a living navigation system. Her only responsibility was to gather supplies and ensure their safety, while he managed the forceful defense. Zhang Yao emptied all the resources from her space. The two of them sat at the table once more, revisiting the route map. 10 minutes later, a jet-black SUV roared out from the underground garage. Boss? What is that? The tall, lean man gazed with a complex expression at the SUV that had already faded into the distance, leaving only exhaust fumes behind. It was no wonder. The engine had emitted a thunderous sound upon starting. Yet the horde of zombies nearby seemed utterly oblivious. They all fixated hungrily on the pair of them, but none pursued Zhang Yao. What was going on? Zhang Jing had never witnessed such a scene before. He incredulously took a few steps forward, cautiously leaving the sanctuary of the dining area. In the next moment, a fierce growl echoed once more. The zombies had caught the scent of fresh flesh and suddenly became agitated. One after another lunging toward Zhang Jing. Boss, be careful. The tall, lean man immediately swung the baseball bat in his hand, sending the nearest zombie flying. Shortly after, he wiped the blood-stained glasses and put them back on. He patted the shoulder of the tall, lean man. Zhao Yuan, it seems we have underestimated Boss Zhang's strength. Let's keep our people in check recently. We don't want to provoke them and end up not knowing how we died. Understood, and I will make sure to communicate that clearly. Zhao Yuan nodded vigorously before plunging back into the fray. Zhang Yao, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. Sitting in the passenger seat, she casually turned on the car's sound system, blasting an electrifying DJ dance track. Accompanied by the deafening music, Qingyang pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle shot forward like a sword. The road conditions were far from ideal, particularly on the main thoroughfare, where countless chain collisions had evidently occurred. Several vehicles were crumpled at both ends. Even if the occupants survived, facing the overwhelming horde of zombies on the ground would render escape nearly impossible. This was still the aftermath of the official early warning. The scenes from the previous life had been far more gruesome. Qingyang remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to execute a stylish drift, circumventing the wrecks by the roadside. The roar of the SUV startled numerous survivors hidden within residential buildings. They gazed through their windows as the vehicle fearlessly swept past the zombies, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Perhaps the zombies were not as terrifying as they had imagined. If help did not arrive, they could attempt to rescue themselves. After driving for over 40 minutes, the vehicle halted in front of the nearest supermarket. Chapter 49. Zero-cost shopping. Zhang Yao surveyed the nearby massive mall and strode confidently out of the car. The area around the dining hall was teeming with zombies. As soon as Zhang Yao stepped out, she came face to face with a female zombie. The female zombie's face was a ghastly shade of blue and purple, with a significant portion of her neck gnawed away, exposing grim white bones. At that moment, she was dragging her intestines around, stretching her neck in search of fresh prey. Zhang Yao frowned and kicked her aside, fearing that a prolonged gaze would drain her sanity points. Qingyang exited the vehicle and closely followed her. Zhang Yao had instructed him to stay near. Otherwise, the zombies would catch their scent and lunge at her. If bitten, Zhang Yao would be unable to save him. She stored the vehicle in her space and led Qingyang inside. The wandering zombies at the mall entrance appeared to be oblivious to their presence. This large supermarket was the closest to their residence. As Jiang Yao approached, she noticed the lock on the front door had been pried open. Fresh blood stains were evident at the entrance. Clearly, others had set their sights on this location and may have already entered. The mall's entrance was secured with a rolling shutter, and upon pulling it up, there were 2 unlocked glass doors inside. Jiang Yao pushed one open, revealing a vast and empty first floor, thick with the stench of blood and decay. The ground was stained with blood, and numerous drag marks indicated that a previous group had cleared out the zombies on this level. Jiang Yao stepped inside, the floor sticky beneath her feet, but she paid it no mind, casually choosing a clothing store to explore. The store was flanked by glass doors, locked from the inside. Inside, racks were filled with a variety of garments. The primary target of those who had come before was likely the cold storage downstairs, which housed ample food and water, leaving the clothing untouched, much to Jiang Yao's benefit. Jiang Yao purchased 2 large axes from the System Mall and handed one to Qing Yang. She swung the axe a few times to test its weight, then struck forcefully, creating a small crack in the glass door. Undeterred, she continued to hammer at the crack, smashing the door into fragments after several more strikes. Jiang Yao stepped back, delivering a powerful kick that sent shards of glass cascading to the floor with a crisp sound. The door now remained only as a frame. Jiang Yao boldly stepped over the broken glass, with Qing Yang quickly following suit. Upon entering, they spotted a female zombie seated within the store. Upon noticing Jiang Yao's entrance, it merely sniffed the air. Recognizing the scent of a fellow creature, it let out a few low growls before slowly ambling out through the shattered door. Qing Yang watched in terror as the zombie passed by him. Yet, as Jiang Yao had said, as long as he remained within her 2-meter radius, the zombies would not attack him. Gradually, he relaxed his guard, focusing on maintaining distance from Jiang Yao while searching for useful items alongside her. Jiang Yao scanned the interior. Most of the clothing on display was winter wear. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, collecting every piece of clothing hanging within. Whether for men, women, or children, her aim was to leave none behind. After clearing the displayed items, Jiang Yao noticed a small wooden door on the wall, slightly ajar. Pushing it open revealed a small storage room filled with various types of clothing, likely newly arrived stock that had yet to be ironed and displayed. After collecting the clothing, Jiang Yao opened the cash register drawer, casually taking several irons. Having cleaned out one store, Jiang Yao proceeded to do the same at the adjacent clothing shop. Ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor, she found an array of bags and shoes. These luxury items, which she had previously dared not even glance at, were now effortlessly stowed away in her space. As she passed through, it was as if a swarm of locusts had descended. Leaving no trace behind. An hour later, Jiang Yao arrived on the 3rd floor of the entire supermarket, her main target for the day, the daily necessities section. Walking along the first shelf, she swept her fingers along the items, collecting shampoo, laundry detergent, sanitary napkins, tissues, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. After gathering these, she turned left, encountering a plethora of high-end skincare products, everything from La Mer to SK2. Anything she could see was tossed into her space. Qing Yang followed closely behind Jiang Yao, his expressions shifting from surprise to envy and finally to numbness. Once they finished collecting these items, they moved on to their final destination, the snack section. Shelves upon shelves were stocked with chocolates, puffed snacks, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pots. While she could not consume all of these, they could be exchanged for crystal cores with Li Feng and the others later. Nevertheless, she did not take too many, only selecting her favorites. Qing Yang, having found 2 backpacks from somewhere, filled them with food and supplies, one on his front and another on his back. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the store, as if something had been thrown down from above. "Ah, honey, I'm coming for you." The next moment, a piercing scream erupted. Gunshots rang out twice, abruptly silencing the scream, followed by a heavy thud of something falling. They were on the top floor. Jiang Yao quickly deduced the source of the sound. As expected, that group was still here, and they were armed. Jiang Yao pressed down on Qing Yang, who was about to step outside to investigate, and cautiously moved along the shelves towards the exit. Meanwhile, a series of footsteps echoed down from the rooftop. That group had likely spotted her and Qing Yang and was lying in wait at the door. Jiang Yao poured several bottles of water onto the ground at the entrance, then positioned herself behind the door, gripping the axe tightly, her eyes fixated on the outside. Holding her breath, she remained still, waiting for prey to approach. Point 5 floors, point 4 floors, point 3 floors, point 300 meters, point 200 meters, point 100 meters. They were coming. Point 2 minutes later, accompanied by heavy breathing, a burly man appeared at the entrance. He wore a blood-stained military green bulletproof vest, emblazoned with the bold letters, 5th Military District Rescue Team. A fearsome scar stretched across his face. The length of his index finger, gripping a black handgun, he cautiously advanced towards the door. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yao summoned her powers, instantly freezing the ground beneath the man's feet. Realizing something was amiss, he instinctively pulled the trigger and turned to signal his companions. In that instant, Jiang Yao swung the axe with precision, aiming for the man's neck. Blood splattered as the axe lodged firmly between his neck and shoulder. Without hesitation, she abandoned the axe, delivering a swift kick that sent his gun-wielding hand flying. The black handgun slipped from his grasp and landed at Qing Yang's feet. He quickly picked it up. Joining Jiang Yao at her side, Jiang Yao dragged the man's lifeless body further inside, her heart racing upon spotting the uniform he wore. Damn it, this group had actually killed members of the rescue team. No wonder they were armed. They had slaughtered these scoundrels. Jiang Yao's murderous intent surged forth. She had initially hoped to avoid provoking anyone, planning only to find an opportunity to leave this place. However, now, Jiang Yao bit down fiercely on her molars. These people must die. Chapter 50. Threat. The group upstairs clearly underestimated the strength of Jiang Yao and her companion, as only a handful had descended. Aside from the man who had been swiftly dispatched, the others ambled leisurely down from the 3rd floor. Just 5 or 6 minutes later, a mocking voice rang out from outside the door. We hope we're not interrupting Old Third's good time. I just heard some noise and it was quite the commotion. Ha ha ha, who knows? I saw those 2 girls and they look quite appealing. Especially the younger one. She seems very tender. Old Third might be enjoying himself right now. Zhang De grinned lewdly, the fat on his face jiggling grotesquely. L'air rubbed his hands together, a nostalgic expression crossing his gaunt, dark face. Heh, to be honest, I like those 2 as well. Let me have first dibs this time. The last mother-daughter pair was exquisite, but they were too fragile. They died before I could fully indulge. Zhang De sighed regretfully at the memory of those 2, clicking his tongue. I hope these 2 can last a bit longer. At least enough for us brothers to enjoy ourselves. Wang Xi flicked his colorful hair and rolled his eyes at his companions. Get lost? Look at you 2. It's just women. Ever since we teamed up with the boss. What kinds of women haven't we had? The sounds of their banter grew clearer, indicating they were nearing the 3rd floor. Jiang Yao hid behind the door, signaling to Qing Yang to find a place to conceal herself and to refrain from firing prematurely. Qing Yang nodded, gripping her gun and finding a hidden spot, ready to assist Jiang Yao at a moment's notice. Jiang Yao retrieved a bucket of water from her spatial storage and poured it into a basin. Just as the men stepped into the room, she swiftly splashed the entire basin of water over them. Damn it! Zhang De, the leader, had yet to react, feeling an immediate chill on his chest, in the blink of an eye. The water on his body crystallized into solid ice. Boss! Wang Xi shouted, yanking L'air backward, but a gunshot rang out as Qing Yang hit him in the thigh. Wang Xi cried out in agony, clutching his leg as he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, only the slow-witted L'air remained. He abandoned his fallen comrades and turned to flee. Jiang Yao hurled an axe at him. Thud! The axe pierced through his back, and L'air fell lifelessly. Jiang Yao approached and retrieved the axe from his body. Zhang De watched in horror as she coldly dispatched his brothers, feeling a mix of rage and fear. Yet, he was frozen in place, like a statue of ice, unable to move except for his head. Turning his neck, he tried to avoid witnessing the gruesome sight of his fallen comrades, only to suddenly notice another body on the ground. It was Old Third. Old Third is dead, Zhang De exclaimed in shock. Wang Xi followed his gaze and indeed saw the body of a man in a military green bulletproof vest, a scar running across his face. Old Third? Lifeless and surrounded by pools of crimson ice. His neck was half severed, his expression distorted, presenting a nightmarish visage. Shut up, speak again, and you'll join him, Jiang Yao commanded, her palm trembling as sharp ice spikes hovered ominously above the 2 men's foreheads. With a mere thought, she could bring about their silent demise. The men, knowing they were outmatched, trembled in fear, their teeth chattering, yet they remained silent. After waiting a moment and seeing no one else approach, Jiang Yao decided to bind them together with rope. With a flick of her finger, she shattered the ice encasing them and tore up some socks to gag their mouths. They had to be dealt with entirely. Otherwise, more innocents would perish at their hands. Now, listen carefully. Agree by nodding, or else. Jiang Yao pressed her hand against her throat, mimicking a cutting motion. One by one, they nodded vigorously, terrified of Jiang Yao's wrath. Old Third's corpse lay nearby, and their firearms had been taken by another woman. What could they use to oppose her? They were filled with deep regret, wishing they had never sought out these two disasters. I will release you shortly. You will find a way to take me upstairs without alerting anyone. Nod if you can do that. Yes, yes. Zhang De nodded fervently, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this woman would be foolish enough to want to accompany them. Once they met the boss, she would surely regret her decision. He had no intention of resisting. Another man shared a similar sentiment, his expression one of earnestness. Boss. Qing Yang frowned, disapproving of Jiang Yao's plan. We should just kill them to avoid any future troubles. Jiang Yao looked at her in surprise, not expecting this seemingly demure woman to possess such a decisive demeanor. She pondered for a moment. Considering Qing Yang's point, these men did not seem particularly compliant. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them. Please, no. Zhang De and the others widened their eyes, frantically shaking their heads. Jiang Yao smirked, conjuring ice beads in her hands. She casually removed the sock from Zhang Da's mouth. Consume this, and I will trust that you won't betray us. But if you fail to comply, these ice beads will penetrate your innards, leaving you in a state of suffering. Zhang De gritted his teeth, cursing her inwardly. How dare she play such games with them? If he fell into her hands, he would ensure she met a gruesome fate. To eat meant potential death, while refusing spelled immediate doom. Ultimately, he chose to open his mouth, allowing Jiang Yao to insert the ice beads. He had initially intended to discreetly hide the beads under his tongue, planning to spit them out in a secluded area. But to his dismay, the beads melted instantly upon contact, offering him no chance for escape. Jiang Yao crossed her arms before the men. Now, tell me, who is your boss? What abilities does he possess? When did you arrive here? And how many people have you killed? Through Zhang Da's revelations, Jiang Yao pieced together the events. 3 days prior, fleeing from a horde of zombies, a rescue team had brought them and other survivors into this place. The zombies within the mall had been cleared out by them. Chapter 51. Dual ability user Zhang De and his group had originally escaped from prison following the outbreak, burdened with numerous lives lost. Later, during a zombie wave, they were rescued by unaware rescue personnel who believed them to be survivors. They were brought here for temporary shelter. Coincidentally, the criminal leader they referred to as their boss had awakened a fire ability. They seized the opportunity to slaughter the rescue team unawares at night, stealing their clothing and firearms, and established the supermarket as their base of operations. In the days since, sporadic survivors seeking supplies had come here. Most men were co-opted, while women were typically killed after being seen. You beasts! You're less than human. Qing Yang could no longer contain her outrage and slapped them across the face. Yes, yes, we are beasts. As long as you spare us, we will comply with whatever you say, Zhang De replied, grinning despite the slap, even leaning in as if to offer the other cheek. Qing Yang brandished her axe, ready to strike them down, but Jiang Yao intervened. Jiang Yao cast a fleeting glance at the two men and untied their bonds. Take us upstairs. If you expose yourselves, none of you will survive. Yes, yes. Zhang De rubbed his wrists, sore from the bindings, bowing slightly to Jiang Yao as he gestured. Lead the way, please. You go first. The three men exchanged wary glances, fear evident in their expressions as they moved forward. Jiang Yao instructed Qing Yang to wait behind while she followed closely behind them. They ascended the staircase, reaching the top floor, located in a hot pot restaurant by the river. As they arrived, they spotted a man approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, cradling a nearly bare young girl in his arms. Hey, you really captured that woman. How was it? Did you enjoy yourselves? The girl appeared dazed, mechanically chewing on a piece of bread as she heard the commotion. Her gaze flickered briefly toward Jiang Yao, tinged with a hint of pity. Get lost? Who do you think you are to mock me? Zhang De kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Zhang De was already in a foul mood that day, and he had no intention of letting this man get under his skin. Besides, if Jiang Yao were angered, he would be the one to suffer. Dio, you want to die? The man, enraged by the kick, saw the two women watching him and felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He sprang up and lunged at Zhang De, grappling with him. Seeing this, Lier hurried to assist his brother, venting his frustration with punch after punch to the man's back. The commotion grew louder. Drawing more onlookers, Zhang Yao stood nearby, assessing the situation. There were at least 70 or 80 men present, all robust and in their prime. Zhang De was reveling in the fight, finally spitting on the man before he and his brothers entered the door. The injured man touched his mouth, feeling the sting of pain from his injury. With a final lift of his head, he beckoned to the woman standing nearby with a crooked finger. She silently approached. Lowering her gaze, slap! Instantly, a swollen handprint appeared on her fair visage. Unsatisfied with merely that, the man cursed, "Filthy whore! What are you staring at? Hurry up and help me get back on my feet." The woman pursed her lips, remaining silent as he leaned on her for support to rise. Zhang Yao followed Zhang De and the others into the room. "Boss, please wait here for a moment. We'll go inform the elder brother. We'll be out shortly." Zhang Yao nodded and gave them a slight fist bump. Zhang De understood it as a warning to refrain from speaking recklessly, lest Bingzhu take their lives. Frustration welled within him. Yet he could only suppress it as he made his way toward the back door. Zhang Yao casually surveyed her surroundings. The tables and chairs had all been removed, replaced by heaps of flour, rice, and instant food. The sheer volume of provisions filled half the living room. Strangely, the other half of the room was brimming with vibrant greenery. Before long, a man clad in a suit emerged from within, his expression grim, his attire disheveled, and his breath unsteady, clearly having engaged in some unsavory activity inside. Behind him, Zhang De stumbled along, clutching his stomach, his body marked with dark shoe prints. "Brother, this is the beauty we found for you. She is still a virgin. What do you think?" Zhang De stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Zhang Yao's arm. She lowered her lashes to conceal her emotions, obediently following him to the man's side. The man lifted Zhang Yao's chin, a satisfied expression breaking across his face as he beheld her lovely, unblemished features. "Very well, Zhang De, you've made some progress this time." Zhang De immediately seized the opportunity to explain. "This is the woman who broke in today. She said she wanted to join us, so I brought her along, Dotto." The man's interest piqued further. "What abilities do you possess?" "Show me MY abilities, you might as well go ask the King of Hell." Zhang Yao's palm gleamed with radiant energy as sharp ice spikes materialized. Whoosh! The ice spike shot forth with astonishing speed toward the man's chest. He quickly recoiled to evade, but Zhang Yao was too close, and her speed too swift for him to escape. In a desperate move, he yanked Zhang De in front of him as a shield. The ice spike pierced through Zhang De's heart, then violently lodged itself into the man's shoulder. Seeking death, the man discarded the now useless Zhang De and conjured a fireball in one hand, while the other glimmered with verdant energy. Nearby, the potted plants surged with growth. He seized a branch, and green light enveloped his wound, the potted plant swiftly transitioning from lush to yellow. Zhang Yao's expression shifted. He could absorb the life force of plants to heal himself. A dual-element ability user. No wonder he was so brazen. What a pity! Had he encountered anyone else today, he might have escaped. Zhang Yao did not flinch or evade. Instead, she activated the mechanism of her crossbow. Simultaneously, countless black ice spikes emerged, aimed at the man. His face paled. He clearly recognized that Zhang Yao's ability level surpassed his own. He believed he could not possibly control so many fireballs at once. Yet Zhang Yao could not only do that but also direct them with precision. "Wait!" He attempted to negotiate, but Zhang Yao would not grant him the chance to struggle. Thousands of fireballs rebounded alongside the black ice spikes. In the blink of an eye, the man was engulfed in flames. Transformed into a towering inferno, he felt numb for a few seconds, and in that fleeting moment, the fire ignited with a whoosh. A pungent odor of charred flesh wafted from him. Gritting his teeth, he absorbed the life force of the plants behind him, watching them wither instantaneously. Zhang Yao raised her hand and delivered a fierce blow to his chest. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. While the vegetation and the structure around him were consumed by flames, the fifth floor was soon shrouded in thick smoke. Chapter 52. On fire, brother! The man with a scruffy beard screamed upon witnessing the scene. "Damn it, come help! This filthy woman has killed our brother." At his words, the men who had been watching the spectacle suddenly roused. their faces contorted with fury as they surrounded Jiang Yao. Yet, when they beheld their brother ablaze on the ground, none dared to be the first to strike. "What are you doing? Attack, avenge our brother!" The scruffy bearded man, exasperated by their cowardice, shouted, "Our brother has treated us well. Do we simply stand by and let him die in vain?" The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the same thought. Their soul ability user had been slain by this woman. What could they, mere ordinary folk, do against her? Were they to see who had the thicker skull? "If you won't go, I will." The scruffy man, in a fit of rage, seized an iron rod from the hands of another man and charged at Jiang Yao, swinging it toward her head. Bang! Jiang Yao swiftly sidestepped, her powers having increased significantly since reaching level 2, enhancing not only her attack range but also her physical capabilities. Her, these unawakened individuals moved like children. With no leverage, the man stumbled forward. And Jiang Yao seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to his back. He fell headfirst to the ground. As he writhed, attempting to rise, Jiang Yao focused her will, summoning a sharp machete, and plunged it into his back. A splash of crimson blurred her vision. She wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve, gripping the machete as she surveyed her surroundings. Her icy gaze radiated lethal intent, akin to a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. The onlookers surrounding her dared not advance, collectively retreating a few steps. "What is happening?" After waiting a considerable time without seeing anyone, Qingyang could no longer contain herself and rushed down from the 3rd floor. "Boss, be careful!" Bang! A dark muzzle was aimed at Jiang Yao's head, and in the next instant, the trigger was pulled. The bullet whizzed past her ear with a sharp roar, followed by a pained grunt from behind her. It was only the 2nd time she had fired a gun, terrified of missing and hitting Jiang Yao. Fortunately, Jiang Yao had trusted herself and remained still. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. Jiang Yao glanced back to see a man resembling the burned brother lying on the ground. Wide-eyed, a crimson stain spreading from his chest, still clutching a bloodied dagger. "Thank you," Jiang Yao expressed sincerely. "Yes, nothing," Qingyang replied, biting her lip and shaking her wrist, which had gone numb from the recoil. Once the immediate threat dissipated, she finally registered the acrid scent of burning flesh wafting through the air. Qingyang turned her gaze to the surroundings, spotting a charred, shapeless mass on the ground, with thick black smoke billowing from the house behind it. "Is it on fire?" she wondered, recalling that most of the furnishings in that establishment were wooden. Such easily flammable materials, not to mention the numerous dried plants inside. Pure fire hazards. Qingyang took a few steps forward, intending to pull Jiang Yao downstairs, but the foolish individuals before them seemed intent on obstructing their escape. She pointed toward the flames and shouted, "It's on fire. Can't you see? What are you waiting for? If the building collapses, no one will survive." Her words jolted the still hesitating crowd. Indeed, their soul ability user was dead. Did these unawakened individuals wish to remain as fodder? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken agreement. "Run?" It was unclear who shouted, but the crowd snapped to attention, abandoning all caution as they surged toward the staircase, racing downward. "Qingyang, you go first." Jiang Yao broke free from Qingyang's grasp, gently nudging her downwards. She surveyed the crowd and swiftly seized Zhang De, whose broken leg hindered his escape. "Where are the people you kidnapped?" "Inside. They're all tied up," Wang Xi exclaimed, terror in his eyes as he pointed toward the back room. Upon seeing Jiang Yao release him, he dove down the stairs, eyeing the chaos. A piercing ice spike pierced through his heart. Amidst the turmoil, someone kicked his lifeless body from the upstairs. Jiang Yao promptly retrieved a gas mask from her space. What a blanket with water, and, draping it over herself, charged into the inferno. Jiang Yao. Qingyang's pupils dilated in shock. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Yao would plunge into danger without hesitation. What was she, torn between her instincts? Qingyang remained rooted, ultimately deciding to search for a fire axe, breaking open a fire cabinet. She retrieved a fire extinguisher and began spraying at the entrance, ready to assist Jiang Yao's escape. Jiang Yao pressed deeper into the blaze, collecting any unscathed supplies along the way. Entering through the back door, her eyes were met with a massive bed, beneath which curled dozens of naked bodies. Men, women, and even children barely in their teens. All of them had their mouths gagged and were bound together with ropes. Had Jiang Yao not arrived, these souls would have perished in the flames. Damn it! Jiang Yao cursed internally, her anger boiling over at the sight of such atrocities. Not a single one of these beasts deserves to live. Upon noticing her presence, the captives recoiled in fear. Let us go. The fire is still manageable. Wrap yourselves in the blankets and get out. Jiang Yao efficiently cut the ropes binding them, urgently inquiring, is anyone else here? In the room. My sister is still inside. A frail girl pointed towards the door behind her. Zhang Fei kicked it open with a forceful blow. The stench that wafted from within was overwhelming. Aside from the absence of a large bed, the scene inside mirrored that of the outside world. Dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals were crudely bound within the small confines. Resembling cattle poised for slaughter rather than human beings, she dared not squander a moment. She first splashed water over the blanket on the bed, soaking it thoroughly, instructing the captives to huddle beneath it to shield their heads and faces. Armed with a large knife, she forged ahead, guiding the group towards the exit. Yet, the flames grew fiercer, causing the individuals to cough violently from the smoke. Occasional sparks fell in their path. Jiang Yao cleaved through a wooden post blocking their way. No time to dawdle. Move quickly. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Yao noticed that the fire seemed to have diminished somewhat. She seized those who remained and dashed outside. Just as they emerged, they encountered Qing Yang, who was engaged in extinguishing the flames. Boss! Qing Yang exclaimed joyfully, pulling her hand and glancing around. Excellent! Aside from some scrapes, your clothes are unscathed. Chapter 53. The gas station first? Get them out. Jiang Yao urged, pushing the group towards Qing Yang while handing over a gas mask and a baseball bat. A thunderous roar erupted as flames from the 5th floor intensified, causing the building to collapse. Jiang Yao dashed along the shelves, indiscriminately gathering anything she could grasp, until she noticed the ceiling of the 3rd floor beginning to melt that she hurried after Qing Yang. Qing Yang wielded a baseball bat, clearing a path for the group as they descended. When zombies approached, he swung the bat, effectively creating an escape route. However, many of those who had descended earlier had transformed into zombies. Drawn to the scent and climbing upwards, alone, she soon found herself exhausted. In that moment, Jiang Yao caught up. The zombies sensed the vanishing scent, momentarily agitated before swiftly redirecting their pursuit towards the fleeing group. The initial batch of survivors sprinted ahead, with zombies in hot pursuit, while Jiang Yao's group trailed behind, desperately trying to escape. The sight of the zombies closing in drove the survivors to run faster than rabbits, significantly reducing the escape time for Jiang Yao and her companions. In a mere 10 minutes, they all managed to flee the supermarket safely. Jiang Yao observed the individuals wrapped in blankets and retrieved several garments from her space. Tossing them towards the group, change into these clothes first. Then, do whatever you need to do. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a small pile of food and water, along with dozens of backpacks, placing them on the ground. Finally, she produced several baseball bats and addressed the group. A substance called a crystal core exists within the brains of the zombies. It carries a certain probability of awakening your latent abilities. But it also poses a risk of turning you into a zombie. If you fear the dangers of consuming the crystal cores, head south towards a restaurant called Wanjia Mall near the university town. They serve food that has a high chance of helping you awaken your abilities without side effects. Upon hearing her words, the individuals clutched their new clothes, their eyes rekindling with hope. Had they not been so feeble, they would never have fallen to such depths in merely a few days, becoming mere prey for others. Now, a path to strength lay before them. Whether genuine or not, it was worth a try. Soon, a woman stepped out from the crowd, swiftly donning her clothes and approaching Jiang Yao to bow repeatedly. Ding, gratitude value increased by 30. Jiang Yao watched as the woman grabbed a backpack, filled it with food, tore open a loaf of bread, and stuffed it into her mouth before wielding the baseball bat and heading south. Just as she distanced herself from Jiang Yao, a swarm of zombies lunged towards her. With a powerful swing of the bat, the woman's strike decapitated one of the zombies. She then reached into the severed head, retrieving a crystal core the size of a fingernail. After cleaning it, she tucked it into her pocket and continued onward. Others, witnessing her actions, began to mirror her, kneeling to bow to Jiang Yao. The system's notifications continued to chime in her mind. Gratitude value increased by 30. 2030. By the end of the morning, she had amassed 300 to 400 gratitude points. Once the bows were completed, the crowd picked up backpacks, food, and weapons, most choosing to follow the woman's lead. A few remained, Staring at Jiang Yao with uncertainty, she dismissed them. Her willingness to risk everything to save them was already more than enough. If they were not inclined to save themselves, no one could rescue them. She retrieved the vehicle and took her place in the passenger seat, with Qing Yang quickly joining her. Just then, a man rushed forward, attempting to halt Jiang Yao's car. He was seized by the woman beside him, who admonished him in a hushed tone. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The man, in a panic, struggled against her grip. "Let go of me. Didn't you see those two women leaving? What will we do if they go?" At this, the woman released her hold and picked up a baseball bat. "Then go ahead, I want to see what you plan to use to stop them. I'm heading with everyone else to find the restaurant." She had long been exasperated with her brother, who lacked both sense and initiative. If not for their parents' dying wish for her to look after him, she would rather not spend another minute with him. The man, hearing her words, halted, his face contorted with anger as he raised his hand, ready to strike her, but she swung the bat at his arm with a resounding crack. The sound of breaking bones echoing as he collapsed to the ground, sweat beading on his handsome face. She cast him a disdainful glance before sprinting after the others. Jiang Yao remained oblivious to this scene. Even if she had seen it, she would have shown no emotion. She had witnessed too many self-destructive dramas in her past life. In just a few minutes, the vehicle had already left the supermarket's vicinity. "Boss, I never imagined you were like this," Qing Yang said, her expression a complex mix of emotions as she gripped the steering wheel. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yao met her gaze, feeling an unsettling shiver run down her spine. What was this look? Admiration? It didn't seem so. It felt more like an eerie judgment. "It's nothing. Let us get moving." Qing Yang glanced at the map she had procured from the mall. Their next stop was the farmer's market. Driving would take at least 2.5 hours, and their fuel might not suffice for such a long journey. They needed to make a stop at a gas station first. The gas station was not far off, and within a short span of 10 minutes, they arrived. After parking outside, Jiang Yao checked the time. It was around 1:30 in the afternoon. She retrieved 2 meals from her space, handing one to Qing Yang, and they shared a hasty meal in the car before stepping out. Several large gas pumps stood on the platform, with a building behind them. The front door was ajar. It appeared that during the zombie outbreak, this place was only partially operational, as the outer perimeter was secured with a retractable barrier. There was a security booth inside, but it was unoccupied, except for one elderly zombie. Peering through the barrier, the interior appeared surprisingly clean. Jiang Yao vaulted over the door, seizing the gas pump from the zombie clad in employee attire. With a push of a button, a pale yellow gasoline began to flow onto the ground. Chapter 54. Mutated rats. The acrid scent of gasoline filled the air, leaving Jiang Yao somewhat astonished. She had merely intended to test the equipment, yet to her surprise, the pumps still had power after all this time. Clearly, there was a generator dedicated to providing electricity here. This was fortuitous. She wouldn't need to venture down to siphon from a tank. The pump was functional, though the vehicle couldn't enter. "You wait inside. I'll get the car in," she instructed. "All right. I'll see if I can find any gas cans. Let us take as much fuel as we can," Qing Yang replied, wielding her axe as she entered the building. Jiang Yao positioned the car in front of the pump and began refueling when, from the nearby street, the roar of motorcycles grew increasingly audible. The sound approached rapidly, accompanied by the screeching of tires. As a man and woman, both helmeted, leaped off their bikes. "There are people. Quickly, open the door," the woman shouted to Jiang Yao. The man hoisted the woman's legs, attempting to shove her into the gas station. "Shut up. Don't yell. Don't you think we have enough zombies on our tail? Just jump over the bike," he snapped irritably. The woman quickly covered her mouth and, using the man as strength, vaulted over the door. In that brief moment, the zombies behind them surged forward. The man, without a glance back, swung his golden sword, severing the hands and heads of the pursuing zombies to carve out some space for their escape. "Watch out!" the woman screamed. Just as the man leaped onto the motorcycle, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as his pants were shredded. "I'm fine," he declared, pulling off his pants to reveal several layers beneath. Once reassured, the woman let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest repeatedly. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Jiang Yao still standing in place, fueling her vehicle, which instantly ignited a surge of frustration within her. Striding over to Jiang Yao's side in a few swift steps, she extended her finger and began to cast a spell. "How can you, a young girl, behave in such a manner? Why haven't you opened the door for us?" Are you truly oblivious to the horde of zombies pursuing us from behind? We are all of Chinese descent. How could you be so cold-hearted? What does it matter to me? Jiang Yao, having grown weary of the commotion, turned her head and switched off the fuel pump. The gas tank of her vehicle was already filled to the brim. They merely awaited Qing Yang to retrieve the fuel canister before they could set off. What did you say? How can you lack basic manners, young lady? Did your mother never teach you the importance of politeness? The woman, observing Jiang Yao's demeanor, mistakenly assumed she was intimidated and took several steps forward. Continuing her tirade of insults, Jiang Yao, wielding an ice spear, suddenly shot it towards the woman's palm. The man, witnessing this, instinctively reached out to catch Jiang Yao's ice spear. His hand shimmered with golden light, and in the blink of an eye, his entire palm was enveloped in a layer of hardened metal. He grasped the ice spear with force, shattering it into fine powder. Lifting the visor of his helmet, he revealed a pair of resolute eyes. He offered Jiang Yao an apologetic smile before turning to the woman. Mom, can you please behave yourself? Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to carry you along this journey? His heart sank as he realized his mistake. Sure enough, in the next moment, the woman pointed an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a barrage of insults. What did you just say? What do you mean by that? Do you still consider me your mother? The man, appearing reluctant to indulge her any further, forcefully shoved her hand away. Mom, can you please stop this nonsense? Upon hearing this, the woman became furious, promptly removing her helmet and smashing it to the ground. Crouching down as she began to weep, Oh, Lao Wang, I'm so sorry. I raised you with such care, and now you think of me as a burden. Please take me away. What is the point of my existence now? Woe is me, Mom. The man bit down hard on his molars, standing still for a moment to gather himself. All right, I was wronged. Mom, I promise I won't say such things again. Please don't be upset. Ultimately, he chose to approach the woman with a face full of helplessness, attempting to console her. Jiang Yao was engrossed in the spectacle when a sudden shout echoed from inside the building. Ah, a rat! Panic surged within her. Qing Yang was still inside. Jiang Yao discarded the fuel nozzle and turned to dash into the building. She had barely taken a few steps when she saw Qing Yang emerging from the interior. Struggling to carry 2 large fuel canisters, looking utterly disheveled. Jiang Yao, run! There are so many rats behind us. What? Jiang Yao rushed over to grab Qing Yang. Raising her eyes, she was immediately covered in goosebumps. A swarm of large gray rats, each the size of a wild cat, followed closely behind Qing Yang, their eyes glimmering with a sinister red light. A zombie staggered toward the entrance, only to be besieged by the rats, which fell upon it in a frenzy, reducing it to nothing more than a pile of bones in an instant. They are mutated rats. Be careful not to let them bite you. Jiang Yao swiftly tucked the filled fuel canister into her space. Grabbing Qing Yang's hand, she ran to the vehicle, waving her hand to pull the car into her space as well. She dared not leave the vehicle outside. If any wires were bitten through, they would have no one to repair them. Let's go. We need to get out of here. Jiang Yao swung her axe down, killing the first rat that charged forward. Killed 1 mutated rat. Crystal core has been stored in space. Mutated beasts? Jiang Yao was taken aback. Could there really be mutated beasts on Blue Star? A fleeting insight sparked in her mind, as though she had grasped something significant. But soon, the rats began to swarm toward her, their numbers overwhelming the platform. While they posed no real threat to her, they rendered her unable to focus on anything else. With a protective barrier in place, the rats could only shatter their own teeth in vain attempts to bite her. Qing Yang stood firmly behind her, their backs pressed together. With their axes whirling ferociously, they carved a bloody path through the throng of rodents. The system's notification alerts rang out in rapid succession as they finally reached the door. Meanwhile, the man who was shielding his mother also made it to the entrance. Clad in thick clothing, and with both himself and the woman enveloped in metal, they remained largely impervious to the rat assault, provided the rodents did not swarm them all at once. Mom, hurry up and go, the man urged, lifting his mother up to the door, then turning to wrench away a large rat that had latched onto his backside. His hand morphed into a blade, swiftly slicing downward. Ah, there are zombies outside. I won't go. I'm scared, son. The woman sat at the doorway, trembling and unable to jump down, her feet flailing in desperation as the rat horde closed in behind her. Observing the scene, Jiang Yao felt a shift in her palm. Ouch, my backside. You little wretch, how dare you? Chapter 55. Robbery? The ice spear plunged into her rear, causing the woman to clutch her backside and tumble to the ground. Unleashing a torrent of curses, without hesitation, Jiang Yao leaped onto the gate. Qing Yang, give me your hand. Qing Yang looked up and extended her hand to Jiang Yao, just as she was about to use it for leverage to climb up. The man glanced back, seizing Qing Yang's leg and yanking her down, attempting to push her into the swarm of rats. He intended to use Qing Yang as a diversion. Jiang Yao's sleeve shimmered with a cold light as she aimed a crossbow bolt directly at the man's chest. Though his body was metallic, the immense impact still propelled him toward the rat horde. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yang broke free from his grasp. As the man became entangled with the rodents, she tightened her hold on Jiang Yao's hand and climbed upward. In mere seconds, the two of them leaped down from the gate together. Jiang Yao promptly retrieved the car from her space, flung open the door, and prepared to enter. Hurry, get in the car. We need to leave. You can't go. My son is still inside. Why should you leave first? You've doomed my son, and you must go save him. The woman, upon hearing this, recklessly lunged to grab Jiang Yao's arm, refusing to let go. Insisting that Jiang Yao enter to rescue her son. Get off me. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Yang kicked the woman down from behind and pulled Jiang Yao into the car. The engine roared to life as they pressed the gas pedal, steering the vehicle in the intended direction. Behind them, the gate offered no barrier to the rats, and soon, both the woman and the man were overwhelmed by the swarm. As they departed, a massive black-furred rat emerged onto the platform. Its coat, sleek and dark, it was the size of 2 or 3 ordinary rats. The creature sniffed the air with its pointed nose before its blood-red eyes flickered, clearly locking onto the direction in which Jiang Yao and her companion had fled. It led the rat horde into the sewer, pursuing them relentlessly. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, a few unwelcome guests had also arrived. Lao Zhao, are you certain this place has food? Absolutely. I saw it on Douyin earlier. The owner is a relatively young woman, and she has stockpiled plenty of meat and grain. She even runs a restaurant. Well, we'll find out once we break in. But isn't it a bit wrong? After all, this is someone else's home. Do you even realize what time it is? If you're too scared to go in, just get lost. If we find food, there won't be any for you. With a loud crash, the decrepit door was kicked open, and several burly men, wrapped in thick cardboard, leaped from the vehicle with an aggressive demeanor. Each wielded 2 kitchen knives. Brothers, follow me. Upon seeing the 100 or so people before them, the towering man suddenly lost his bravado. The others behind him were equally taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't this the apocalypse? Why were all these people lined up at the door, just as Zhang Jing and his group were about to enter the building with crystal cores in hand? They turned at the commotion. Oh, new customers have arrived. The two groups stared at each other in stunned silence for a moment. Finally, Zhao Yuan raised his hand to greet them. Are you here to eat? The large man's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Eat? They are here to rob us. Lao Zhao? Is this really the inconspicuous little restaurant you mentioned? The man called Lao Zhao stared incredulously at the long line forming in front of him. Stepping forward to peer through the glass, hearing his companion's question, he muttered in disbelief, impossible. How can this be? When I was scrolling through Douyin, I specifically checked the location. It was definitely here. That owner looks like a girl in her 20s. How could she possibly have such power? Why is the restaurant still open? What on earth is going on? Hey, what is that guy doing? Does he not understand the concept of first come, first served? Trying to cut in line. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The people in line nearby were unable to discern what he was mumbling about when he attempted to push his way into the queue. He was swiftly kicked out. How dare you try to cut in line when we've been waiting here? You're nothing but a toad trying to act like a frog, Lao Lu. What should we do now? Are we still going to rob them? Lao Lu jumped up and slapped the man, causing his head to ring. Rob? How do you expect us to rob them? With so many people here? I could just stab you and be done with it. You're useless. Who are you planning to rob? The group turned at the sound, only to find a beautiful young girl in a dress standing beside them. Adorned with pearls and shells, the beautiful large eyes blinked playfully, their gaze as clear as a bottomless pool, adorably tilting her head to observe them. Lao Lu, upon glancing over, found that the figure before him was a little girl. and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He approached her, intending to push Lan Yu aside, exclaiming, "Go away, you little brat, don't meddle in adult matters." Hiss! The onlookers in line gasped collectively at this scene. This person was truly a paragon of our generation. How dare he refer to Manager Lan as a mere child? Soon, these individuals would experience what it meant to encounter a Shakespearean tragedy. "What did you say?" Lan Yu lifted her head, her smile radiant as she regarded the few men. For reasons unknown, Lao Lu felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine as he gazed upon her youthful face. Moments later, on the dilapidated hotel adjacent to the restaurant, several thick ropes dangled from the fourth floor to the second, with a middle-aged man hanging precariously from each. A throng of zombies beneath them clamored excitedly, stretching out their darkened claws in a desperate attempt to grasp the legs that swayed tantalizingly above. Lan Yu sat on the windowsill of the fifth floor, facing outward, joyfully swinging her little legs. This was the optimal punishment spot she had meticulously selected after several trials with the people at the entrance. How fortunate these old fellows were. "Ah, spare us, auntie. You are still our auntie, aren't you? We will never dare again. Ah, the zombie is about to bite my thigh. Help!" Lao Zhao screamed in terror, dodging the grasp of a zombie while instantly turning to Lan Yu with a mournful expression, pleading for mercy. Hemph! Disrespecting the deputy manager. According to the restaurant's rules, they deserve to be fed to the zombies. These old tricksters should not think she hadn't overheard their plans to seize her sister's restaurant. Thankfully, she had discovered their scheme today. Otherwise, the naive little elephant would surely have fallen victim to their deceit. Sigh. She had always said that without her, little Yu, this family would fall apart. Lao Lu tightly closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, not for any other reason, but because he had a fear of heights. Moreover, the height at which that wretched girl had tied them was just right. It ensured they wouldn't actually be killed by the zombies. Yet the zombies would always come perilously close to their shoes, subjecting them to relentless terror. For a timid person like him, who also feared heights, if he did not shut his eyes, he would scare himself to death in the next moment. "Here she comes." She leaped directly from the windowsill. Just as she landed, she found several zombies crowding toward her. "Get away, you stink!" she exclaimed, pushing one approaching zombie's head away with a water arrow. Swinging her little legs, she made her way back to the restaurant. The little elephant did not require food. It only needed to recharge daily. Yet, the little elephant was always busy, helping her sister organize the supplies left behind, ensuring clothes and shoes were thoroughly cleaned. Finally, it would feed and water the 2 wild chickens left by Jiang Yao. With nothing else to do, it stood alongside Lan Yu as a lookout. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Jing waved his hand, leading the 100 or so people at the entrance into the horde of zombies. "Let us go, brothers, time to earn some money." Having been eating at the restaurant for the past few days, everyone had awakened their abilities. Upon awakening, they discovered that the zombie virus had lost its infectivity towards them. This meant that those with abilities would hardly ever turn into zombies. Their fear of zombies had completely vanished, and they began to recklessly slaughter zombies now. As they gazed at the horde at the entrance, it felt as though they were staring at mountains of gold, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Help! Let us go! Help!" Lao Lu and the others had shouted until their voices were hoarse, hoping someone would lower them down. However, hardly anyone in the restaurant dared to provoke Lan Yu's ire. The kind little elephant had initially wanted to plead for them, but upon hearing Lan Yu reveal their intentions, it ceased any thoughts of advocating for their release. Without Lan Yu speaking, it was impossible for anyone else to rescue them. Merely suspending them without actually tossing them into the horde of zombies was already a testament to Manager Lan's benevolence. They should be grateful. Zhao Yuan skillfully extracted crystal cores from the zombies' heads and stuffed them into his pocket, contemplating silently. The dark winter nights arrived much earlier than those of summer. Jiang Yao and her companion had been driving for nearly 2 to 3 hours. The stench of blood almost seeped through the car windows. If it weren't for the protective shield, they might have immediately become fodder for the zombies as soon as they hit the road. "Boss Jiang, let us find a place to set up camp and rest. We can head out early tomorrow morning." Qing Yang, looking weary, rolled down the window to let in some cold air, feeling slightly more alert afterward. "All right." Jiang Yao also wished to find a place to wash up and change clothes. Hearing Qing Yang's suggestion, she readily agreed. Both of them were covered in blood, dried and semi-dried, all clinging to them in a disgusting manner. Although Jiang Yao did not have a cleanliness obsession, she still hoped to maintain some semblance of hygiene under the circumstances. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of a hotel that appeared relatively intact. Jiang Yao got out and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Inside the hotel, it was dark, nestled between two towering buildings. Without a map, they would have struggled to find this place. Jiang Yao switched on her flashlight and illuminated a sign that read, 7 days in. Taking a few steps forward, she aimed the flashlight into the hotel lobby, revealing an empty space devoid of any zombies. The door was securely locked from the inside with a thick iron chain. Jiang Yao pushed against the door. The chains clinked in response. It seemed someone was indeed inside, and they would likely need to look for another place to stay. Let us go. Let us see what is ahead. As Jiang Yao approached the car, she noticed Qin Yang still resting in the driver's seat. She gently patted Qin Yang's head. I'll drive. You go lie down in the back for a while. Woof! Faintly, Jiang Yao thought she heard a dog barking from deep within the lobby. A dog. How could there be a dog inside? What dog? Qin Yang, having taken the opportunity to rest her eyes, was still a bit dazed. Seeing Jiang Yao standing still, murmuring about dogs and cats, she stepped down from the driver's seat and took a breath of fresh air. Woof! Woof! Hey! Pingyan, what are you doing? There are no survivors here for you to rescue. Be quiet. Don't bark again. There really was a dog. Let us go check it out. This time, Qin Yang clearly heard the barking coming from the lobby. She pulled Jiang Yao back to the hotel entrance, switched on her flashlight, and suddenly came face to face with a large black hunting dog, standing at half her height. Its head was broad and its shallow black eyes darted around, ears perked up. Its sturdy paws scratched the ground incessantly, and it was clad in military green canine body armor. Qin Yang aimed her light at the dog's vest. 3rd Military District Rescue Dog, Pingyan. Jiang Yao beckoned it with her fingers, making a clicking sound, and the dog eagerly pawed at the large door. Its tail wagged excitedly behind it. Indeed, no dog could resist the allure of a clicking sound. Pingyan, stay! Behind the dog, a young soldier finally caught up, panting heavily as he leaned against his knees. Once he regained his breath and looked up, he spotted 2 pairs of curious eyes watching him through the glass. Their faces smeared with fresh blood. Alert! Level 1. The soldier was taken aback, his heart racing as he immediately grabbed the whistle around his neck and blew it urgently. Zombies? Where? That shouldn't be. Jiang Yao jumped at his sudden motion. But she quickly realized he couldn't possibly be referring to them. Could he? Jiang Yao instinctively glanced down at herself and Qin Yang at him. It did look a bit like they had been gnawed on by living beings. We are not. Jiang Yao hastily waved at the young soldier, indicating they were alive, not zombies. Beep, beep. The soldier was even more terrified, blowing the whistle twice more in panic. Extreme alert. One of them is an intelligent mutated zombie. Jiang Yao. What the hell? Chapter 57. Destination. From the stairwell behind the young soldier came the sound of hurried footsteps. A minute later, a woman clad in black body armor rushed down from above. Xiao Yang. Report the situation. The woman was tall, with a heavy sword strapped to her back and a silver gun at her waist, revealing toned abs as she moved. Report, Captain. Suspected high-level zombie has appeared outside. Initially assessed as an intelligent mutation, Jiang Yao's lips twitched. Not the big brother? Have you ever seen a zombie that can speak human language? 10 minutes later, after multiple checks, Jiang Yao and her companion finally sat inside the hotel. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a yellowish table lamp. Liu Yin set down the heavy sword from his back and casually placed it on the table, pulling out a small loaf of bread from his backpack. Handing one to each of them. I sincerely apologize. Xiao Yang is on his first mission with us and is still a bit inexperienced, which is why he mistook you for zombies. The soldier, referred to as Xiao Yang, was seated nearby, petting the dog, and upon hearing this, looked up at Jiang Yao and the others with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, ladies, that I saw that there were no zombies chasing you and thought you were with them. It's fine. You were just doing your duty. Jiang Yao's gaze swept from the 2 individuals to the other corners of the room. The space was modest, furnished only with 2 simple beds, upon which several unconscious soldiers lay sprawled. Before Jiang Yao could voice her inquiries, a sudden knock resounded at the door behind her. A deep male voice echoed through the barrier from the outside. Captain Liu, everyone has sent me to ask what is happening below. Are there zombies attacking? Do you need assistance? Everything is fine, Liu Yin, seated on a stool, responded loudly. It's not zombies, so everyone can rest easy. Get some sleep. We must continue our journey early tomorrow. After hearing the man's footsteps fade down the corridor, Jiang Yao rose and looked at the soldiers on the beds. They appeared quite young, their bodies marred with wounds. Each of them had flushed faces and furrowed brows, seemingly enduring immense torment. Observing this, Lu Yin also stood, gently explaining, "They were captured by zombies 2 days ago and have been in a state of unconsciousness accompanied by a high fever ever since. We suspect they are on the verge of awakening their abilities, which is why we brought everyone here to rest for a few days, waiting for them to regain consciousness. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am from the 3rd Military District's rescue team, Team Number 116, and I am the captain, Lu Yin." The woman extended her hand toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao took her hand. "I am Jiang Yao. This is Qing Yang, my partner." "Hello, Captain Lu." Qing Yang nodded gently at Lu Yin. Despite the blood obscuring her features, the young girl before them inexplicably evoked a natural affinity within her. Most importantly, this girl named Jiang Yao possessed an ability that could shield against zombies. If they could incorporate her into their team, it would significantly reduce casualty rates in future missions. With this thought in mind, she proceeded with her considerations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao remained unfazed, but Qing Yang's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued. Noticing their silence, Lu Yin pondered for a moment before elaborating on the benefits of joining the base. The base, along with the surrounding zombies, has been thoroughly cleansed. Ordinary individuals can acquire food and water through their labor. If you wish to join the rescue team, you can do so by undergoing an ability level assessment, which will grant you entry. Although the rescue team operates in dangerous conditions, the supply of resources is twice that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, you can venture out of the base to search for supplies and survivors, earning points in return. Are there any requirements for joining the base? For instance, the need to surrender supplies? Qing Yang pondered internally, contemplating the idea of bringing her daughter into the base. After all, her daughter was still young, and it was unwise for her to wander aimlessly in the base. At least there would be official oversight, and she did not seek an overly comfortable existence. She merely wished to avoid potential chaos. As a woman navigating this world with a child, she had already experienced the difficulties of survival outside. Lu Yin nodded. If you are an ability user, you only need to have your ability level assessed upon entry. A level 1 ability user can bring 1 relative. A level 2 can bring 2.4 ordinary individuals. A minimum of 5 pounds of food must be surrendered, regardless of the type, as long as it is edible. Qing Yang pressed further. How is the ability level assessed? How can one determine if their ability is level 1 or level 2? You need not worry. We have specialized machines for level assessment. Simply place your hand on the machine and activate your ability. It will measure the strength of your ability and classify it accordingly. Typically, newly awakened abilities are level 1. Qing Yang felt a wave of relief. Silently committing this information to memory, she presumed she was now a level 1 ability user, allowing her to bring her daughter into the base. However, she would need to assess the situation further once she retrieved her daughter. This thought stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. She wondered how her daughter was faring at home. Yet her daughter was clever and enjoyed stockpiling supplies. They had amassed a considerable amount of snacks and water, enough to sustain them for 2 months, provided her daughter did not wander outside. Jiang Yao followed Lu Yan's words to clarify the current status of the base's development. Much like in her previous life, they began their purge from the military district, gradually expanding their territory outward with the military's protective strength. They had sheltered survivors and had already cleared a substantial area in the eastern city, establishing numerous outposts and weaponry on the periphery. They were slowly advancing toward the western city, the region where Jiang Yao's restaurant was located. To be honest, this pace was quite rapid. The outbreak of zombies had escalated to this extent within just half a month, a development Jiang Yao had not anticipated. She had assumed that maintaining order would take at least 2 months. What do you think? Please consider carefully. Our base offers excellent conditions, and no matter what, it is better than fighting alone. Don't you agree? Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed. Allow us some time to deliberate. Let us set this aside for now. I heard you mention that you were planning to continue your journey tomorrow. Where are you headed? Lu Yin blinked, perceiving Jiang Yao's evasive intent. Though a hint of disappointment flickered within her, she understood it was natural for capable young individuals to be somewhat proud. She had once been the same. Oh, our next destination is Starlight Plaza in the northern city. We received news that many survivors are trapped there, and of course, the primary concern was that it was a large supermarket, rich in resources. Their base was currently most in need of food and clean water. Starlight Plaza. Qingyang exclaimed excitedly, casting a glance at Jiang Yao. What a coincidence! That location was directly across from the Jinheng Hotel. Within the vicinity of her own neighborhood, indeed. Are you also heading there? Lu Yin looked at them with surprise, particularly at Jiang Yao. She could hardly fathom how advantageous it would be if such a powerful ability user were to accompany them on their journey. It would surely yield abundant rewards. Yes, our objective aligns with yours. However, we plan to make a brief stop at the farmer's market first to gather a few supplies before ultimately traversing to that area. Qingyang was so elated that she could hardly contain herself. She gazed into Lu Yan's eyes. Would you like to join us? Lu Yan discreetly glanced at Xiaoyang, who nodded in agreement. She then smiled at Qingyang. All right, let us embark together tomorrow. Jiang Yao remained silent. For her, as long as they reached their destination, it mattered little with whom she traveled. After all, she did not believe those who awakened their abilities would be indifferent to food. With this understanding, both parties, each with their own intentions, happily reached an agreement. Let us go. Qingyang took Jiang Yao's hand and led her into another room. Jiang Yao retrieved 2 foldable bathing buckets from her space and filled them with warm water. The two of them jumped in for a refreshing wash. Jiang Yao ran her fingers through her tangled hair, which was matted with blood. It seemed she would need to find a weapon that did not splatter blood so recklessly next time. Otherwise, it was quite disgusting. She rummaged through her space for the care package she had received that day and tossed one to Qingyang. Then she lathered shampoo into her hair, scrubbing for quite some time before finally rinsing out the red-tinted water. After thoroughly washing herself with clean water, she donned fresh clothing and exited the room, towel in hand. Boss Jiang, I wish to join the rescue team and go to the base. Just as Jiang Yao was about to step outside, she heard Qingyang's soft voice behind her. Have you made your decision? Jiang Yao turned to look at her. Their relationship had initially been one of cooperation, each benefiting from the other, so parting ways now felt perfectly natural. I have made my decision. I just wanted to inform you. Qingyang replied, You know, my daughter. Her emotions were complex. Over these past few days, she had come to regard Jiang Yao as a good friend. However, her daughter was still too young, and she truly did not wish to subject her to a life of turmoil. Jiang Yao lowered her gaze and contemplated. All right, I understand. I will prepare your share of supplies. I am not doing this for the supplies. Never mind, thank you, Boss Jiang. Jiang Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Wow. Lu Yan's eyes brightened as she watched the beautiful woman stride in from outside. Jiang Yao typically tied her hair in a high ponytail for convenience, only allowing it to flow freely after a shower for drying now. With her hair cascading down, the ends slightly curling, she resembled a cascade of waves. Her petite face was framed by strikingly distinct black and white eyes, radiating a lively charm. Even in the dim light, her rosy complexion and dazzling smile revealed her as a delicate beauty. What is it? Jiang Yao inquired, somewhat bewildered by her gaze. She touched her stomach, feeling slightly hungry. Would you like to join me for a meal? Yes, absolutely. Lu Yan, unable to fully comprehend her words, fixed her gaze on Jiang Yao, reluctant to look away for even a moment. Jiang Yao considered the number of people in the room and decided against bringing out her meals. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and retrieved several self-heating hot pots, along with a few bottles of clean mineral water, placing them on the table. Wow, it's a mini hot pot. Lu Yan's demeanor seemed a stark contrast to her appearance. While she appeared aloof and icy, her inner self was playful and exuberant. Upon seeing the hot pot and water Jiang Yao had produced, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over. You have no idea. We've been so busy saving others these past few days that we haven't managed to gather any supplies. Every day, she could only huddle in her room, gnawing on instant noodles, to the point where her lips had developed blisters as she spoke. She gestured to her mouth for Jiang Yao to see. A small patch of redness stood out against her fair skin, suggesting a hint of inflammation. Though it was not as severe as she claimed, last, she could indulge in something with a bit of broth. Thank heavens, I am utterly moved. Xiaoyao, you are truly my savior. She approached Jiang Yao, showering her with praises, yet feeling it was insufficient, even contemplating pulling Jiang Yao into her embrace. Sister Lu, here we go again, Xiaoyang groaned, covering her face in disbelief. Their captain was wonderful in every regard, except for the fact that she became utterly distracted by handsome men and beautiful women. It was one thing to lavish compliments, but she also had a penchant for inappropriate advances, purely lecherous. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's voice, Lu Yan stiffened, immediately taking 2 steps back to sit down again, covering her mouth with her fist. Cough, haha, merely got a bit excited seeing the little hot pot. You understand, right, Jiang Yao? She tore open the packaging of the small hot pot, pouring in both the water and the seasoning packets. Steam wafted from the opening in the lid, carrying with it the fragrant and spicy aroma of the base. How delightful today. We are having hot pot. Qing Yang came over, dressed in a clean set of sportswear from next door. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the enticing scent of spice filling the room. Come quickly. It's the little hot pot that Yao Yao brought out. It smells divine. Here, this is yours. Feel free to prepare it. Just as Lu Yin was about to pop a crunchy lotus root slice into her mouth, she waved to Qing Yang as she entered, pushing the remaining unopened box on the table toward her. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Only Ping Yin and Xiao Yang remained in the room, guarding the few warriors on the bed. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Ever since her rebirth, Jiang Yao's biological clock had been remarkably punctual. Every morning, around 7 o'clock, she would awaken automatically. After washing up, she heard Lu Yin calling her from the doorway. Yao Yao, are you up? We're getting ready to depart, I'm up. Jiang Yao retrieved the small breads that Lu Yin had brought her the day prior from her space. She tore open the packaging and stuffed one into her mouth. Grabbing a backpack as she stepped outside, Lu Yin was also there, munching on a bread. Upon seeing Jiang Yao come out, she nodded at her. Let us set off. Everyone is waiting downstairs. We aim to reach Starlight World before nightfall. All right. Jiang Yao nodded, slinging her bag over her shoulder, and followed Lu Yin down the stairs. As they reached the entrance, Jiang Yao sensed something amiss. It was cold. Too cold. The chill penetrated her bones. Chapter 59, Highway Toll Station. Just yesterday afternoon, she felt a bit warm in a jacket. Now, early this morning, it had begun to drizzle lightly. Jiang Yao checked the system interface, realizing that it was only 8 in the morning, yet the outdoor temperature was nearing freezing. The biting wind whipped the cold raindrops onto their faces, causing Lu Yin to shudder. Jiang Yao rubbed her arms. The temperature had dropped far too quickly. She had never realized that the weather in the North City could be so changeable. Noticing Lu Yin's face had turned pale from the cold, she pointed to the car outside. It is rather chilly. Shall I fetch a thicker jacket for you from the car? Thankfully, she had retrieved plenty of winter clothing from the mall yesterday. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how freezing she would be. Lu Yin shook her head, hugging herself and sniffing. It's fine. Our vehicle has heating. We'll be all right once we get inside. That's fair enough. Seeing her refusal, Jiang Yao did not press further. She approached her off-road vehicle, only to discover that a military green truck had appeared behind her car. The truck was encased in steel and green velvet, with only a rear door open for people and goods to enter and exit. As they stepped out, a man poked his head out from the back door. Team Leader Lu? Everyone has gathered. Shall we set off now? Jiang Yao recognized him as the man who had inquired about their situation at the door yesterday. It seemed these survivors were not so simple. They had likely formed their own faction before being rescued by the rescue team. This man appeared to be a small leader among the survivors. Perhaps her plan for subversion could begin with him? The man noticed Jiang Yao's gaze and turned to meet her eyes, but his expression froze upon recognizing her face. That woman. Why does she look so familiar? Jiang Yao furrowed her brow, feeling as if she had seen this man somewhere before. However, his face was obscured by a mask, making it difficult for her to discern his features. His physique, however, felt somewhat familiar. Yao Yao, do you know him? Just as Jiang Yao was about to take a closer look, Lu Yin's voice interrupted her. Lu Yin seemed to ponder, her eyes gleaming with interest as she focused on Jiang Yao. His name is Li Yong. He is also an ability user. His power is fire control. I heard he was a student at C University. I don't know him. I must have mistaken him for someone else. Jiang Yao nodded, her expression somewhat dazed. Yet in her heart, she understood. This must be the man who frequently dined with Zhang Jing at the store. She never imagined he had awakened fire abilities and traveled from near C University to here. Well, that is indeed a bit unfortunate. Lu Yin shrugged, retracting her inquisitive gaze. Jiang Yao smiled faintly. Not unfortunate. Where there is fate, we shall meet again. It's too cold outside. Let us hasten our departure. All right. As she spoke, Lu Yin felt another gust of cold wind sweep over her. She shivered, pointing to the large truck behind them. Yao Yao? Do you want to ride with Qing Yang in the back of our truck? We can have the space ability user in our team store your vehicle for you and release it once we arrive. How does that sound? So, their team indeed had a space ability user. And no wonder she hadn't seen any vehicles at the entrance when she arrived yesterday. They must have been stored in the space. No need. I'll drive and follow behind you all. Jiang Yao declined her invitation. She had her own vehicle and saw no reason to squeeze into someone else's truck. Moreover, the truck was entirely encased in metal for safety. Sacrificing nearly 90% of visibility, she felt it wouldn't be very safe to sit inside. Very well, take this walkie-talkie. If you need anything, just turn it on and speak. We will all hear you. Seeing her refusal, Lu Yin did not insist further but took out a palm-sized white walkie-talkie from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yao. Thank you. Jiang Yao accepted the walkie-talkie and took a glance at it. It resembled an old-fashioned mobile phone. After a bit of searching, she finally found the switch. As soon as she turned it on, Xiao Yang's voice came through. Sister Lu, can you hear me? I can hear you. How is it on your end? Is the sound clear? I can hear you. It's quite clear. Are we setting off now? Yao Yao, I'll get in the car first. You can follow behind us at your own pace. Watching Lu Yin leave, Jiang Yao opened her car door, climbed inside, and immediately started the engine, turning on the heating. The interior of the vehicle quickly warmed up. The two vehicles set off in succession. The truck led the way, while Jiang Yao leisurely followed in her off-road vehicle not far behind. With the large truck clearing the path, what would have been a half-hour journey was reduced to merely a few minutes. They likely cleared the area of zombies before arriving. It wasn't until they exited the area that Jiang Yao spotted a few scattered zombies wandering by the roadside. Yao Yao, we're about to enter the highway. There may be a zombie horde at the entrance, so dress warmly and prepare to disembark. Received. Jiang Yao responded into the walkie-talkie, gradually slowing her vehicle to maintain a distance of about 100 to 200 meters from the truck ahead. As the truck came to a halt, she followed suit. First, she retrieved an unopened black down jacket from her space and put it on, then took out a pair of snow boots and slipped them on. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a pair of leather gloves and donned them, finally placing an axe and a large machete in the passenger seat. Time to get out, Yao Yao Lu Yan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. And with a creak, the door of the truck opened, sounding as if Lu Yin had jumped out. Jiang Yao opened her car door. A blast of cold wind hit her. Glancing at the temperature, she noticed that in less than half an hour, it had already dropped to -5 degrees. Gripping the axe and machete, she faced the wind and glanced ahead at the situation. The highway conditions were evidently worse than those in the city. A dozen or so vehicles had collided, and several large trucks carrying sand and coal had overturned, strewing their cargo across the road. With a crack, Lu Yin severed a zombie's head with her blade. Noticing Jiang Yao stepping out of the car, she waved for her to come over. Yao Yao, come over here. Heh. Jiang Yao squinted and walked forward. After just a few steps, she saw an elderly zombie limping toward her. Oh, Grandpa is out for a stroll? Heh. Jiang Yao teased before kicking the old man down. Thud. The axe fell, and the round head rolled on the ground, completing 2 rotations. Jiang Yao swiftly cleaved it in half, discovering a small, shiny crystal core inside. Wiping the core on the old man's clothing, she finally tucked it into her pocket and made her way toward Lu Yin. Chapter 60. Tier 3 Mutant Zombie Roar. Roar, roar. Most of the abandoned vehicles along the road were locked, with zombies inside. They detected the scent of living humans emanating from Lu Yin and her companions, pressing eagerly against the car windows and howling incessantly. Shut up, Lu Yin shouted, brandishing her heavy sword, its cold gleam flashing through the air. Clang. The heads of several dozen zombies fell to the ground in unison. Lu Yin panted lightly, shaking her slightly sore wrist. She had awakened a power-type ability that enhanced her physical strength. With a second-tier power ability, her punch could deliver nearly 500 pounds of force, and a single strike could cleave a living person in 2. Not to mention these frail zombies. Not one could withstand her blows. Zombies were nothing more than that. She wielded her heavy sword, cutting her way forward. Behind her, a young girl was shielded by several ability users, who were busy clearing the obstructing vehicles into their spatial storage, tossing them elsewhere to pave a path for the large truck. Xiaoyang was also occupied, leading Pingyan as they scoured the area for any surviving humans. Pingyan, possessing formidable strength, would pounce on any zombie they encountered, swiftly snapping its neck. Xiaoyang would promptly collect the crystal cores, their teamwork remarkably synchronized. Of course, given the time that had passed, it was highly likely that no survivors remained. Thus, Their task was simply to roam and eliminate zombies. Those survivors with abilities followed Li Yang out of the vehicle, banding together to exterminate the zombies. The others, lacking abilities, obediently remained in the truck, refraining from causing any trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao strolled forward as if she were shopping, casually walking along. When confronted by a zombie, she would simply dispatch it and collect the crystal core. If there were no obstacles, she would leisurely continue, occasionally bending down to gather some coal into her spatial storage, appearing utterly unfazed. After half an hour of relentless effort, the area was finally cleared of zombies. Liu Yin directed everyone to disembark and begin transporting the coal, knowing its great utility during winter. While this coal held little value for Jiang Yao, it could be exchanged with by Yun and the others for winter supplies. The truck was nearly loaded with 30 tons of coal, with some spilled on the ground and the remainder still in the vehicle. The young girl's spatial storage seemed limited. She had only managed to collect about half before stopping. Once confirmed that the remaining coal was unwanted, Jiang Yao promptly gathered the rest, including the truck, into her system's spatial realm. Hiss, Yao Yao, you possess spatial abilities too? Liu Yin gasped, astonished. Jiang Yao was terrifyingly powerful. Not only did she have the superbug ability to evade zombies, but she was also immensely strong, capable of dispatching small zombies with a single strike. Moreover, she possessed spatial abilities, making her a dual system ability user. Her spatial capacity even surpassed that of the spatial ability users within their group. Their spatial ability user could not directly contain such a large truck. Truly, the comparison left one feeling inferior. To be honest, if she possessed Jiang Yao's strength, she too would prefer to be a lone wolf. Why join a base? Bases only hinder the speed at which the strong can draw their blades. Let us hasten our journey. It seems the weather is turning increasingly colder. It feels like it might snow. Jiang Yao remarked, glancing up at the overcast sky. Light rain continued to fall, stinging her face like icy shards, both painful and chilling. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and she feared their vehicle might stall along the way. Liu Yin extended her palm, letting raindrops accumulate in her hand. Hiss, it's so cold, I'm all right, though. I broke a sweat after moving around just now. As she spoke, she checked her wristwatch. Strangely enough, it's not usually this cold in Beishur at this time of year. It's only late October. It can't really be snowing, can it? I think it's best if we reach our destination early. What the hell is that? Xiaoyang, who had been chatting with Li Yang at the back of the truck, suddenly shouted in alarm. Woof! The dog crouched low, fixating intently ahead, emitting a low growl as a warning and a signal of alertness. Jiang Yao and Liu Yin exchanged glances, immediately quickening their pace to join Xiaoyang. As they approached, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. About 300 to 400 meters to the left of the truck, an extraordinarily bizarre mass of flesh was slowly rolling toward them. This mass, at least 2 meters in diameter, appeared to be several zombies fused together, with 7 or 8 heads of various ages and genders protruding from its center. Below the heads, a tangled mess of arms and legs writhed together. The creature exuded a foul, greenish slime, and as it moved, droplets of this corrosive fluid fell to the ground, eating away at the hard concrete and leaving behind dark holes. Jiang Yao's eyes narrowed, her mind racing as she identified the creature as a devourer-type mutant zombie, one of the most troublesome varieties. It evolved by consuming its own kind. The more zombies it devoured, the higher its rank. With extraordinarily high defense and a body covered in highly corrosive zombie fluid, anyone who came into contact with it would be instantaneously reduced to blood. In her previous life, she had encountered such a zombie, a level 4 zombie, even larger than this one. In that instance, out of dozens of team members, only 5 or 6 survived after being besieged by a horde of zombies. At the last moment, a Tier 3 fire ability user had ignited flames, charging at the zombie and choosing to self-destruct before being consumed. The explosion inadvertently ignited one of its heads, obliterating its control center and finally killing the beast. This revelation made everyone realize that this type of zombie was not invincible. As long as one could identify the head responsible for its control, a single strike could be lethal. However, if they misidentified and harmed another head, it would enter a frenzied state, significantly increasing its speed and endurance. At that point, they would likely have no chance of escape. Given the size of the creature before them, it had undoubtedly consumed dozens of level 1 zombies. Jiang Yao instinctively stepped forward, speaking rapidly to the others. This is at least a Tier 3 mutant zombie, slow but highly toxic. Its slime can turn a person into blood within seconds upon contact. Tier 3? I've barely seen a handful of Tier 3 ability users. The zombies have evolved to Tier 3. What should we do now? Should we leave quickly? Lu Yin swallowed hard, gripping her heavy sword tightly. Faced with this massive creature, she had no confidence in leading her team to safety. Yet Jiang Yao was exhilarated, trembling with anticipation. The energy contained within the crystal core of a Tier 3 zombie was both pure and powerful. Absorbing this core would allow her abilities to advance further. She drew her axe and retrieved a barrel of gasoline she had found at the gas station. With determination, she advanced toward the zombie. Liu Yin was taken aback, grabbing Jiang Yao's arm. What are you doing? Are you insane? To kill the zombie and extract the crystal core? You don't think it will let us off easily, do you? Chapter 61. Extracting the crystal core. The zombie did not sense Jiang Yao's murderous intent. It completely ignored her presence, rolling steadily toward the cluster of humans near the truck. Food. So much food. Must eat. Li Yong, stop playing dead. If you want to live, get out here and help, Lu Yin bellowed. Hefting her heavy sword and charging alongside Jiang Yao. As soon as she moved, the zombie became aware, quickening its rolling pace. The vehicles obstructing its path were crushed beneath its mass. The corrosive fluid ate away at the car's body, producing creaking sounds, and within 2 minutes, a sedan had dissolved into a puddle of molten metal. Jiang Yao retrieved the large barrel of gasoline from her spatial storage, removed the cap, and splashed it directly onto the approaching zombie. Roar! The zombie was infuriated by this action, halting its advance. 7 or 8 heads turned to glare at Jiang Yao. Stop your nonsense, I'm right here, Lu Yin shouted, aiming a strike at one of its arms. With a crack, she severed the limb that was protruding outward. The precious heavy sword was corroded by the zombie's slime, a small crack forming on its blade. Ah, my sword. I'm going to make you pay for this. Lu Yin treasured her heavy sword above all else. It had been specially crafted for ability users by a master blacksmith at the behest of the higher-ups. Replacing it would cost at least 200 points, an exorbitant price. Feeling rage surge from her feet to the top of her head, she declared, I will use you to pay tribute to my sword. As Lu Yin dragged the zombie away from the truck, Jiang Yao exchanged her weapon for a long match from the system store. In a few quick steps, she approached the zombie. The match ignited as it scraped against the ground, and she tossed it at the zombie. Boom! The flames erupted upon contact with the gasoline, intensifying exponentially. Roar, roar. The zombie let out a furious howl. Lacking pain receptors, it perceived the flames engulfing it as a mere hindrance to its movement, devoid of the sensation of impending death. It transformed into a massive fireball, rolling about and igniting everything in its wake, creating a vast sea of flames. Jiang Yao continued to observe the movements of the zombie at last, as the flames licked at its head. It instinctively shielded the woman's head that resided at its center with its hands and feet. Jiang Yao extended her arm and loosed an arrow at that very head, with a resounding thud. Her arrow embedded itself firmly into the zombie's skull, revealing a dark, quivering arrowhead. Excellent! It seemed her gamble had paid off. The zombie had not gone berserk. Liu Yin, sever the head at its center. That is the control hub. It's too high. I can't reach it. I shall assist you. Look at the mound of earth in front of the zombie. Step onto it. At that moment, Qing Yang, who had appeared at their side unbeknownst to them, brandished a gleaming light. Liu Yin hastily braked, pivoting around. Ascending the rapidly rising mound, she raised her heavy sword high and struck down fiercely at the heart of the fiery mass behind her. Boom! The heavy sword sliced straight down from the top of the zombie's head, cleaving the massive flesh into 2 halves. Sparks ignited upon Lu Yan's body, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving only faint, scorched marks on her clothing. Li Yang stood not far from the zombie, his gaze fixated on Lu Yin, the flames in his hand flickering as he absorbed the fire from her. Suddenly, rain mixed with fine snowflakes descended from the sky, plummeting onto the panting figures standing still below, extinguishing the flames that had been burning on the ground. Within mere seconds, a thin layer of snowflakes covered the heads and shoulders of the group. Jiang Yao strode forward and cleaved the zombie's head open, extracting a pale yellow crystal core the size of a fist. Ding! Detected a level 3 toxic mutated zombie crystal core, purifying and absorbing may awaken toxic abilities. Would you like to absorb it? The system's prompt sounded promptly. Jiang Yao tightened her grip on the crystal core. Toxic abilities. Her ice abilities were long-range attacks. If paired with toxic assistance, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. But how to divide this crystal core? Li Yong, with his eyes firmly fixed on the crystal core in Jiang Yao's hand, spoke up. Everyone was aware of the value of a level 3 zombie crystal core. Yet, with only one core, how to divide it became a dilemma. After a brief stalemate, Qing Yang spoke first. I won T take it. I Haven T contributed much. With her statement, Li Yang felt too embarrassed to press for a share. After a moment of thought, he addressed Jiang Yao. Then you can give me 6 level 1 crystal cores, 0.3 for each person. Jiang Yao glanced at Lu Yin, who extended her finger. I can only give you 4. Very well. Li Yang immediately nodded. His initial 6 had merely been a bargaining tactic, so 4 aligned with his expected price. Jiang Yao pulled 2 crystal cores from her space and tossed them to him, while Lu Yin produced 2 from her pocket as well. After receiving the crystal cores, Li Yang turned to leave, leaving only Jiang Yao and Lu Yin standing together. Lu Yin's eyes were locked onto the crystal cores, her gaze shimmering with intensity. I'm sorry, Yao Yao, but I cannot relinquish this crystal core. What do you desire? Food, clothing, supplies. I can provide for you. This might be her greatest opportunity to ascend to level 3. She had to have that level 3 core die in this brutal apocalypse. Strength reigned supreme. To survive and thrive, she had to always be a step ahead. Becoming a level 3 powerhouse was her resolve. However, Jiang Yao waved her hand, stowing the crystal core into her space. I lack for none of those you mentioned, but this crystal core is equally non-negotiable. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing the ground in silver. Jiang Yao and Lu Yin stood facing each other. Sparks crackled silently between them. Does the host not have another crystal core unused? Perhaps trade it with her. The system, having silently observed for an indeterminate time, finally couldn't restrain itself from offering a suggestion. Jiang Yao pondered momentarily, then flipped her wrist, revealing a deeper yellow crystal core than the one she held. At the core's center lay a faint green hue. This was the crystal core from the mutated lizard she had hunted in the beast realm. I'll exchange this for yours. It is also a level 3 core, and its effects would be superior for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin froze momentarily. Looking at the crystal core in Jiang Yao's hand, her eyes glimmered with intensity. She could tell that the energy contained within Jiang Yao's crystal core was indeed richer than that of the zombie core. The faint green hue was the finest proof. Are you certain? Lu Yin gazed at the crystal core in disbelief. What is there to doubt? Take it. Jiang Yao grasped her hand, pressing the crystal core into her palm. Lu Yin held the core in silence for a moment, astonished by Jiang Yao's kindness. She was truly exceptional. Jiang Yao, feeling cold, tucked her hands into her sleeves and turned to walk toward her vehicle. Yao Yao. Lu Yin stood in the snow, her pale lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Yao turned her head. In the next instant, a crudely made gray cloth bag was tossed from Lu Yan's hand. Inside are 50 level 2 crystal cores. Consider it my compensation to you. Thank you. Jiang Yao accepted the bag, smiling slowly at her. You're welcome. We are friends, after all. The beautiful lips of Jiang Yao parted, akin to the first bloom of a cold plum, radiating a chill. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like stars descending upon the mortal realm. Lu Yin felt her heart skip a beat, and she hurriedly turned away, quickly leaping into the driver's seat of the truck ahead. Jiang Yao weighed the bag in her hand, breaking into a silent grin. This exchange was not a loss. A level 3 core traded for another level 3 core, plus an additional ability and many level 2 cores. As the vehicle hit the highway, Jiang Yao set the route and activated the auto-driving function. She only needed to follow the vehicle ahead. The snow continued to fall heavily, and progress was slow. Allowing it to proceed at a leisurely pace was sufficient. Once the vehicle started, the interior quickly warmed up. Jiang Yao reclined her seat, shedding her damp clothing and tossing it into her space. Donning a fresh, dry outfit, the vehicle glided steadily along the road, the snowflakes pattering against the windows. Jiang Yao gazed outside for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. She wondered when this snow would cease. Never mind, she should eat something first. She retrieved a steaming bowl of seafood noodles from her space. The aroma wafted through the vehicle as she pulled out chopsticks and a spoon, sitting cross-legged to enjoy her meal. Each mouthful of noodles, accompanied by the broth, was infused with the essence of abalone and lobster. After finishing her meal, Zhang Yao reorganized the supplies in her space. The current system space was a sprawling 500 square meters, equivalent to a basketball court. The clothes and shoes she had collected previously from the supermarket occupied a significant portion, and Zhang Yao sorted them by category: 50 sets of thermal wear, 50 down jackets, 50 sweaters and thermal pants, 30 leather coats. Finally, she glanced at another pile, which was entirely food: snacks, water, rice, flour, and various other items. She had no use for most of these, so she set aside 20 barrels of 10 liters of peanut oil, 30 bags of 50 kilograms of rice and flour each, and gathered some instant food: 5 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of self-heating hot pots, along with a bit of chips, spicy strips, and chocolate. She piled these together with the clothing, intending to use them as barter with Lu Yin. Then, Zhang Yao separated 2 layers from her own stash of food and water. Most were filling staples like rice and flour. She prepared 30 sets of warm clothing, shoes, and undergarments, along with 2 boxes of toiletries for Qing Yang. If they rationed these supplies, it should last her and her daughter for nearly a year. Zhang Yao considered herself not necessarily a good person, but at least she had a moral baseline. With a rescue team present, the transaction to save her daughter could not be counted as an exchange. It was only right to contribute some supplies. However, this amount was sufficient. Any further demands would be excessive. With 2 layers, she felt it was already quite generous. With the remainder, she intended to keep for herself. The system space was once again reaching its limits, nearly filled to capacity, leaving only a few dozen square meters, which was hardly adequate. She still needed to seek farming tools and books. Books were one matter, but farming tools were mostly large. Zhang Yao steeled her resolve and decided to spend more points to double the size of her space. A cramped space was truly inconvenient. She couldn't possibly empty her belongings every time she ventured out. She spent 500 points to expand the space to 1,000 square meters. Now, her system points dwindled to just over 600. Zhang Yao took out the crystal cores Lu Yin had given her. Detected level 2 crystal cores, valued at 500 mol points. Zhang Yao exchanged 10, netting a total of 5,000 points. Mol points, 5632. After contemplating, she accessed the restaurant interface. Restaurant points, 3,845. Task completion rate, 653. 10,000, considering the time. The group she had rescued from the supermarket should have found the restaurant by now. Additionally, before she left, there were nearly 100 people residing outside. If they dined at the restaurant 3 times a day, the customer flow would be roughly comparable. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yao retrieved the toxic crystal core. Would you like to purify and absorb it? Yes. Abundant and gentle energy flowed into her body from the crystal core. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yao felt an invigorating chill envelop her. With a thought, she summoned an ice spike, which, once pitch black as ink, now bore an eerie greenish haze. Zhang Yao rolled down the car window and shot the ice cone out. Bang! With a sizzling sound, a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Success! Zhang Yao was overjoyed. Uncertain of how long they had been traveling, Lu Yan's voice crackled through the intercom. Yao Yao, we are approaching the agricultural market. Prepare to exit the highway. All right, I understand. Zhang Yao adjusted her seat back into place and donned her thick down jacket. She disengaged the autopilot and followed behind Lu Yan's group for another 10 minutes or so. We've arrived. Let us get out of the car. The truck ahead came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the agricultural market. Located near a subway station, the market was a large 5-story building. A few small electric vehicles were sparsely parked in the outdoor parking shed. The grand entrance before them was unlocked, adorned with a massive display screen that proclaimed in bold red letters against a black background, "Welcome to Beishur Agricultural Market." Zhang Yao put on her gloves and grasped her knife as she exited the vehicle. A thick layer of snow coated the ground and the car, and with a heavy heart, she stored the vehicle in her spatial pocket. System, please assist me in clearing the ice from the car. 10 points have been deducted. Cleaning in progress. Zhang Yao unhesitatingly directed the system to perform the task. Over the days, she had discovered that as long as she provided sufficient points as compensation, the system would generally not refuse such manageable tasks. Thus, she had come to regard the system as her intelligent steward. After only a few steps forward, Zhang Yao noticed the back door of the truck creaking open. One by one, silent survivors emerged from within. A quick glance revealed a sea of heads inside, likely numbering over 100. Once everyone had disembarked, The truck was also absorbed into the spatial abilities of one of their team members. Lu Yin stood at the top of the steps, clad in a fur coat and sunglasses, exuding a commanding presence. The survivors below gazed up at her, awaiting instructions. Form teams of 20. I will assign 2 ability users to each group to guide you inside to gather supplies. The rules remain unchanged. At this point, she raised her wrist to check her watch. It was now 11:20 a.m. Before 1 p.m., regardless of how many supplies you gather, you must regroup here. No lingering. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Let us move. With a grand gesture, the crowd swiftly organized themselves as instructed. The ability users behind Lu Yin stepped forward, leading their respective teams as they dispersed and entered in succession. Qing Yang, who had been standing behind Lu Yin without moving, brightened when she saw Jiang Yao approaching. She whispered something to Lu Yin, who glanced at Jiang Yao and nodded. Qing Yang then made her way towards Jiang Yao. Boss Jiang, let us go. I'll take you to find farming tools. Thank you. Lu Yin waved at Jiang Yao, leading her spatial ability users to follow the others inside. Bringing up the rear were Jiang Yao and Qing Yang. As they stepped through the entrance, a putrid stench of decay assaulted their senses. The first floor was the fresh produce area, where more than half of the fresh beef and mutton in the freezers had vanished. The remainder reduced to a mushy mess, infested with maggots. A plump woman, a zombie clutching a butcher's knife, lay lifeless on the ground, her head brutally damaged, brain matter dried out. Expressionless, Jiang Yao stepped over the sticky, unidentifiable substance on the floor as she ventured further inside. The vegetable stalls at the back had also turned to mush, liquid dripping down. The second floor housed daily necessities. Various pots, pans, bowls, and chopsticks were strewn haphazardly across the floor. While shelves had been toppled, the bodies of zombies lay scattered about. Not far off, several teams were searching the area. Jiang Yao picked up some sealed bowls and chopsticks to store in her spatial pocket, wary of the contaminated items left exposed. Qing Yang also gathered a set of utensils to stuff into her backpack, and the two of them moved through the daily necessities section to the farming tools area. The tools occupied a third of the second floor, organized by size and purpose. Shovels, hoes of various sizes, plows, rakes, tillers, sickles, harvesters, hand carts, and even stone mills and charcoal stoves. Jiang Yao was not picky. She collected everything she laid eyes on, leaving the methods of usage to Bai Yun and the others to experiment with later. Moving further into the farming tools section, they reached the furniture and bedding area, where various bed linens and mattresses were all gathered and stored away. After collecting these items, Jiang Yao and Qing Yang continued their ascent to the third floor. The third floor was dark due to a power outage. Upon entry, a foul wind rushed toward them. Jiang Yao quickly pulled Qing Yang back, her knife glinting in the dim light. With a sharp sound, her blade struck something obstructing its path. Jiang Yao instinctively kicked out. With a thud, something collided with a shelf, followed by a muffled groan. Was it a person? Chapter 63. The mute man. Jiang Yao summoned an ice cone into her palm. Qing Yang immediately produced a flashlight to illuminate the space ahead, revealing a man clad in black lying beneath the shelf, his chest rising and falling slowly. Qing Yang approached to examine him. He is still alive, just knocked out. Brother, please don't kill my brother. At that moment, a little girl emerged from behind a nearby shelf, dropping to her knees in front of the man. The girl, indignant, exclaimed, You bad person. You clearly barged in here first, my brother, and I have been here for several days. This is our territory, Jiang Yao replied. By your logic, the zombies were the first to occupy this space. Not only did you seize their territory, but you also killed the zombies here. Have you apologized? The little girl was rendered speechless by her retort. Jiang Yao coldly scoffed, turning to Qing Yang, who was watching the scene unfold. Qing Yang, go fetch Captain Lu and the others. The two survivors watched to see how Captain Lu would handle the situation. Qing Yang nodded, relinquishing her flashlight to Jiang Yao. Here, take the flashlight and no need. The third floor was not actually dark. Jiang Yao walked to the corner and pressed a button on the wall. Instantly, the lights flooded the space. Qing Yang could not help but chuckle. She glanced at the siblings in the corner before nodding at Jiang Yao. All right, I'll go get the captain. Once Qing Yang departed, Jiang Yao took a few steps forward, pointing her knife at the man before her. Get up. I know you're pretending to be unconscious. Keep it up, and I'll harm your sister. Brother? The girl turned to her brother in disbelief. The man remained lying still, unresponsive. Jiang Yao shrugged, muttering to herself, Well, it seems he really is out cold. The girl, furious, retorted. You, how can you doubt my brother is pretending? If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be like this. Jiang Yao shot her a glare, and she instantly fell silent. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes at her, vigorously waving her knife. Watch over your brother. Someone will come to take you both in a moment. Don't interfere with my work, or my knife won't be merciful. After issuing her threats, Jiang Yao pressed on deeper into the space. The third floor was filled with various local specialties and seeds. Jiang Yao collected items she favored, such as preserved meats and sealed roast chickens. Though they were prepared dishes, they were no match for the meals cooked by Xiao Xiang. As she traversed the specialty section, she arrived at the final area filled with seeds. Shelves towering to her waist were brimming with an array of crop seeds. Peanuts, corn, wheat, rice, collect, cotton seeds, collect, vegetables, flowers, and fruit seeds packed in bags, collect, collect, collect. Jiang Yao swept through the area like a locust swarm, clearing the shelves clean. The fourth floor had no elevators accessible to visitors, only a freight elevator along the wall. Jiang Yao pressed the button, but it indicated that an employee card was required for access. Never mind, there probably wasn't anything worthwhile upstairs anyway. The man had awakened, now huddling with his sister in the corner, silently scrutinizing Jiang Yao. His hair obscured his eyes, preventing her from discerning his expression, but she could sense his posture radiating wariness and hostility. This was understandable. In a post-apocalyptic world, those who survived were seldom benevolent. Yao Yao, I'm here. Where are the survivors? Lu Yin bounded up the stairs from the second floor, followed closely by the girl with spatial abilities. Qing Yang, standing at the bottom of the steps, saw that Jiang Yao had found the place and did not follow them up, nodding at Jiang Yao before turning to leave in search of supplies. Lu Yin studied the siblings in the corner for a moment, then pulled out an identification card from her pocket, flashing it at the man. We are from the military rescue team, here to assist survivors. Are there any others here besides you two? The man stared at Lu Yin's card for a moment before silently shaking his head. The little girl, noticing this, wriggled out from her brother's grasp. No, it's just you and my brother and I have been here for several days and only encountered you people. Upon hearing the word base, the man finally showed some reaction. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yin and pushed his sister toward her. Brother? The little girl turned, startled, but the man immediately turned away, unwilling to meet her gaze. Jiang Yao sensed something was amiss. Your brother, he can't speak. It seems that you truly are a mute. Lu Yin stroked his chin and waved to the little girl. Hey, little one, come here. I have something to ask you, and my brother is not a mute. You are all bad people. I will never part with my brother. Zhou Sheng stubbornly turned his head away and buried himself once more in Zhou Bushi's embrace. Jiang Yao curled her lips, speaking nonchalantly. No one said they wanted to separate you two. Why are you so anxious? Or perhaps, deep down, you wish to hastily be rid of your brother, still putting on a tragic act. She noted that there were 0 individuals present who advocated for their separation. Zhou Sheng gritted his teeth, finding this person more detestable than a zombie, yet he could not counter her words. He decided to remain silent. Captain Lu, I just saw an elevator shaft at the very back, but it won't open. I wonder if there might be anything worthwhile upstairs. Jiang Yao pointed to the end of the shelf. She had no intention of going further. She had already gathered all that she needed. If Lu Yin and the others wished to go, they could explore. With a thud, Zhou Bushi pulled something from his pocket and tossed it at the feet of the two. Lu Yin glanced down. Is this .an employee card? Zhou Bushi nodded in affirmation. Chapter 64. Li Yang struggles. Lu Yin picked up the pale blue card from the ground and approached the elevator switch. The doors of the elevator slowly slid open. Jiang Yao shook her head. I won't be going. I'll wait for you down here. Be cautious. Then I shall go up to take a look, Lu Yin said. Stepping into the elevator with the spatial ability user, the elevator doors closed in front of Jiang Yao, who, feeling bored, turned around and spotted a door marked as an emergency exit. She pushed against it twice. But it would not budge. It was locked from the outside. Hurry, hurry, Li Gu. I just saw Captain Lu go up to the 3rd floor. There must be plenty of food there. Let's quickly go check it out. We can't let her and that woman with spatial abilities take everything, Li Yang's voice echoed from the staircase. Then let us go take a look. Captain Lu is a good person. She will surely be willing to share a bit with us. The man beside him rolled his eyes, his voice deliberately amplified several times. Indeed, indeed. Captain Lu is truly commendable. It's rare to find a leader so kind-hearted and approachable in times like these. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and strode toward the staircase entrance. She was curious to see what Li Yang was up to. Just as Li Yang was about to ascend, he felt a shadow looming above him. Looking up, he was surprised to see Jiang Yao. "Boss Jiang? What brings you here?" With a flick of her finger, Jiang Yao sent a knife ringing ominously. Initially thinking he could feign ignorance, he was swiftly outmaneuvered by Jiang Yao, who exposed his little scheme. From her elevated position, Jiang Yao looked down at the two below. "So you still remember me?" The young man with yellow hair bristled at Jiang Yao's domineering demeanor. "What is your attitude towards our boss? You should kneel and apologize." "Be quiet." With a resounding slap, 5 red marks blossomed on the yellow-haired youth's face. Stunned, he turned to his boss, disbelief etched across his features, as if questioning why he had been struck for the sake of an unrelated woman. "Apologize to Boss Jiang if you wish to live," Li Yang barked. He then turned to Jiang Yao, forcing a stiff smile. "My little brother is often thoughtless. I hope Boss Jiang will be magnanimous and overlook his rudeness." Seeing Li Yang's demeanor, the young man realized the gravity of the situation. This Jiang woman was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, why would his boss treat her with such deference? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Thankful that his boss had intervened in time, I beg your pardon, Boss Jiang. I was blind and spoke without thinking. Please forgive me." Before Jiang Yao could respond, Li Yang hurriedly interjected, smoothing over the earlier exchange. "Both Zhang Jing and I acquired our abilities in your restaurant. We will forever be grateful for this kindness. How could I forget you?" Jiang Yao had no intention of quarreling with the mere child. Seeing Li Yang extend an olive branch, she decided to go along with it. However, she was still curious as to why Li Yang had ventured to the East District. After all, the East District was many kilometers away from the West District. Even by subway, it would take over half an hour. Moreover, with so many zombies obstructing the way, what had compelled him to travel so far? Jiang Yao inquired, "Li Yang, I recall you were with Zhang Jing earlier. Why is it that while Zhang Jing remains in the West District, you have come all the way to the East District?" Upon hearing Zhang Jing's name, Li Yang's pupils constricted sharply. He hurried up the stairs. Leaping several steps, his face flushed with excitement as he stammered, "Are you saying Zhang Jing is alive? Have you encountered him? How is he doing now?" Jiang Yao tilted her head slightly. Initially, she had thought they had parted ways due to a falling out. But now, seeing Li Yang's anxious demeanor, it seemed there was more to the story. This made things easier. Clearing her throat, Jiang Yao replied, "He is doing quite well. There is food and drink, and he has a safe place to stay." Zhang Jing was currently the leader of a small group, managing dozens of people. Every day, he led them to hunt zombies near the restaurant, which provided them with food and shelter in any case. His situation was certainly better than that of Li Yang and his companions. Upon hearing this, Li Yang visibly relaxed, letting out a long breath. That's a relief, that's a relief. When the zombie outbreak occurred, both of us awakened our abilities. However, my powers were stronger than his offensive capabilities, so we divided our roles. I gathered supplies while he stabilized our rear at the school restaurant. After that, I searched for him everywhere. For reasons unknown, I could find no news about that gang. It was only later that I happened upon a survivor who had come from the West District. He informed me that there used to be a gang of small-time thugs over there, known as the Explosive Gang. I then led my crew from the East District all the way to the West District. As he spoke, he pointed at the young man with yellow hair, his tone filled with indignation. Who would have known that upon reaching the East District, I would discover that their so-called explosive gang was merely a pathetic little group. Just a bunch of delusional youths renting a place to engage in team-building activities. They were nothing like those who had taken Zhang Jing. Fuming, he charged into their base, intent on eliminating them all. However, upon arrival, he found their leader had been devoured by zombies and was on the verge of turning. Using his powers, he swiftly dealt with the threat and inadvertently rescued those individuals, becoming their new leader. With no other choice, he had to lead them alongside his former classmates in a struggle for survival. "Oh," Jiang Yao replied, offering a semblance of understanding. Li Yang wiped away non-existent tears. "Who understands? Who truly understands? Only I know the weight of what I have carried alone, taking care of this entire family without even a spatial ability user to assist. Every time I went out to gather supplies, I had to be wary of zombies raiding our base. But now, with the official rescue team arriving, this difficult life will soon come to an end." Jiang Yao offered some heartfelt, yet distracted, advice. Li Yang furrowed his brow tightly. He had promised his brothers to find them a safe haven. If he left, what would happen to them? After a long moment of contemplation, Li Yang finally made up his mind. He earnestly said to Jiang Yao, I would appreciate it if you could pass a message to Zhang Jing. Once I have settled down, I will go find him, tell him not to run around. He should wait for me to come and get him. Chapter 65. The brotherly protection fanatic Jiang Yao remained indifferent. Very well. However, I need you to help me spread the word about my restaurant's food being able to awaken abilities. It would be best to promote it within the base, saying that mentioning your name could, Li Yang's eyes lit up, could allow for a free meal? Jiang Yao frowned. You wish? It's a buy 10 meals and receive a complimentary drink deal. Li Yang. Yellow hair. This boss is truly stingy. Wait. Suddenly, Yellow Hair's eyes widened as he realized what Li Yang and Jiang Yao had just discussed. Had she mentioned that her food could awaken abilities? Be bossed. What Boss Jiang just said. Yellow Hair stammered, tugging at Li Yang's arm, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Li Yang brushed off his hand. What she said is true, why abilities came from her. Don't be so surprised. It makes you seem ignorant. Me? Ignorant? Yellow Hair began to doubt his life choices, food and abilities. Even if he were to die, he could not fathom how those two could be connected. Abilities were a matter of fate. Were they not? Some individuals, despite consuming zombie cores or being infected, would awaken powerful abilities, while most ordinary people could only wait to become mindless zombies. Thus, apart from being pushed to the brink, few would willingly consume zombie cores or randomly endure a zombie's attack. Yet Jiang Yao had just claimed that her food could help awaken abilities, that even Li Yang's powers originated from her. Is the world truly mad, or is it he who has lost his sanity? Does she even comprehend the implications of this? It signifies her potential to mass-produce formidable superhumans. If she so desires, she could ascend to the throne of this apocalyptic realm, with such sustenance in her possession. Many would willingly become her vassals, devotedly serving her for a lifetime. Once this notion spreads, those powerful superhumans would converge upon this woman like ravenous wolves, intent on devouring her completely. Jiang Yao is certainly aware of this. Innocent bystanders suffer for possessing something precious. Hiss! The yellow-haired man instinctively gasped. Cough, cough, cough. It's too cold. I've inhaled it wrong. I'm a bit winded. Li Yang, with a look of disdain, patted the yellow-haired man's back vigorously to help him catch his breath. Ascend, level up superpowers? The yellow-haired man, still reeling from the earlier revelations, found himself once again stunned by Jiang Yao's words. Apart from absorbing crystal cores, no one has discovered any alternative method to enhance their abilities. Yet, a level 1 superhuman requires at least 100 level 1 crystal cores to advance to level 2, that is, 100 cores, not to mention the leap from level 2 to level 3. There have been no reports of a level 3 superhuman emerging, highlighting the daunting challenge ahead. However, for Jiang Yao, these are merely trivial matters. Li Feng. Li Yang whispered this name in their hearts. All right, I've taken note. Can I take him up now to gather some supplies? Please do. Jiang Yao stepped aside, granting passage. With this matter settled, she had already done all that she could. What remains to be seen is the allure of the restaurant. Or rather, the temptation of superpowers for the survivors. Liu Yin wandered through the 4th and 5th floors, emerging from the elevator with a look of utter defeat. The 4th floor yielded nothing. It was entirely comprised of staff lounges and offices. However, on the 5th floor, we did uncover a few unopened boxes of cigarettes and several bottles of liquor. Yao Yao, do you need any? Cigarettes and liquor? No, thank you. She had already collected quite a bit of those at the mall earlier. All right, Liu Yin glanced at the time. It was now 10 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, with only 20 minutes left until their scheduled departure. Xiao Rou, please gather up the remaining items on the 3rd floor. It's time for us to prepare to leave. The girl named Xiao Rou nodded and turned to the shelves, collecting all the remaining supplies into her space. Liu Yin then turned to the silent siblings in the corner. Remembering their stoic demeanor, she rubbed her temples in frustration. If not for her mission to rescue survivors, she would truly prefer to avoid dealing with such stubborn individuals. The man remained silent, while the little girl's large eyes darted around. She pointed towards Jiang Yao. We want to go with this, sister. She had heard clearly that this boss Jiang could awaken superpowers, and that man named Li Yang treated her with utmost respect. She had a strong intuition that following her and her brother would surely be the right choice. Jiang Yao cast her a sidelong glance, ignoring the girl's comment entirely. This little girl may be small, but she has quite a clever mind. The man finally moved, pulling his sister's hand down. Boom. What? Eek! A loud scream erupted as a large gray rat fell from the shelf above, landing at Lu Yan's feet, its body resembling a gory explosion. Startled, Lu Yan instinctively stepped back, turning towards the little girl. What did he just say? Boom! The little girl nodded vigorously, her face beaming with pride. My brother's superpower is incredible. Most of what he says can come true. Zhang Yao's probing gaze fell upon the man. A psychic ability, word spirit? Is your surname Zhou? Zhou Bushi? Before the man could respond, the little girl gasped in astonishment. How do you know? Are you Zhou Shangxing? Zhang Yao couldn't help but chuckle at her own words. She never expected to encounter them at such a moment. Even more surprising was that the legendary dual-element superhuman, Zhou Shangxing, known for his fierce protection of his brother, was still so naive. Yet, Zhou Bushi remained as taciturn as the legends described. Chapter 66. Word Spirit Superpower. Lu Yan regarded them with scrutiny. Yao Yao. Do you know them? Zhang Yao nodded. Not merely acquainted. In her past life, these two were among the elite in the base. Especially Zhou Bushi's word spirit ability, unparalleled throughout Huaxia. With just a word, he could slay a level 5 zombie king. The two siblings together could rival a squad of dozens of level 5 superhumans. However, no matter how strong they were, what did it matter to her? There was no reason to acquiesce to their desire to follow her. Zhang Yao's gaze sharpened as she met Zhou Shangxing's eyes, her lips parting with gravity. If you wish to dine in my restaurant as customers, I welcome you. However, if you seek to become my companions, I regret to inform you that I have no need for such arrangements. Zhou Shangxing's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze from Zhang Yao. You think too much. Who wishes to be your companion? We merely wish to eat. What of it? Yet, she too felt a pang of insecurity, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Zhang Yao chuckled lightly enough. Liu Yin glanced at her wristwatch once more. It was now 1:20. I have no time for idle chatter with you. You both may choose to accompany whomever you wish. Xiaorou, how are you faring with the supplies? All collected, Captain. Let us go, it's time to regroup. Lu Yin descended from the 3rd floor first, with Xiaorou and Liang hastily following. Zhang Yao cast one last glance at the siblings before resolutely turning away. Zhou Shangxing, feeling anxious, tugged at her brother's sleeve. All the supplies here had been stripped clean by their group. If they could not leave with Zhang Yao, their future survival would be in jeopardy. Seeing his sister's eagerness to follow this woman named Zhang, Zhou Bushi resolved to fulfill her wish at all costs. He activated his ability, his gaze locking onto Zhang Yao, a flicker of golden light passing through. Stop! Zhang Yao's steps were forcibly halted. She attempted to move her foot, but felt as though an invisible force had shackled her in place. These two are relentless, aren't they? Zhang Yao's eyes turned frosty in an instant. Earlier, they wished to kill her. Now, they sought to imprison her. Did they truly believe she was some soft persimmon to be manipulated at will? Mr. Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Take us with you, he hiccuped. Just uttering those few words drained him of all strength. A wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. This woman before him possessed an ability at least a tier above his. Otherwise, he would not struggle so when wielding his powers. Brother, you've coughed up blood. Zhou Shangxing trembled as she wiped the crimson from his lips. Don't speak. We can simply not go with her. We can still return to the base, right? With no path forward, Zhang Yao retreated. A glimmer of cold light flashing in her hand. The long knife that had been stored in her space was once again poised before the toot. The blade trembled, as if eager to taste blood. Either lift the confinement or face death. Zhou Shangxing immediately spread her arms wide, like a fierce little beast shielding Zhou Bushi. What do you intend to do? Do not harm my brother. Zhang Yao thrust the blade forward by half an inch, poised to pierce Zhou Shangxing's chest. Halt! The blade barely hovered a finger's breadth from her heart, a mere fraction away from mercilessly penetrating her fragile form. Zhou Bushi attempted to utter a word, only to spew another mouthful of blood. He realized Zhang Yao was genuinely intent on killing them, straining himself against the wall to pull his sister away. Finally, he directed his gaze at Zhang Yao once more. Disperse. The moment the words left his lips, Zhang Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the knife, she lunged forward, driving it deep into Zhou Bushi's chest. Brother! Zhou Shangxing cried out in anguish. Zhou Bushi, already weakened, crumpled to the ground, utterly drained. Jiang Yao turned away, glancing back before descending the stairs. If there is a next time, I shall show no mercy, after wasting time on the third floor. When she finally descended, Lu Yin and her group had already turned the truck around. Waiting by the roadside, Liu Yin stood at the door, glancing back at Jiang Yao. Seeing that the two had indeed not followed, she sighed, unsure if it was disappointment or relief. Let us go. Liu Yin turned to board the vehicle when a clear voice called out from behind. Zhou Shangsheng, accompanied by Zhou Bushi, had caught up. Zhou Bushi's complexion was as pale as a sheet, half leaning on his sister's shoulder. His chest wound crudely bandaged, blood continued to seep through with every step he took. Then let us go. Get in the car. Liu Yin nodded expressionlessly. The two before her now appeared as two unruly thorns. To deal with thorns, one must be fiercer and more resolute, completely disregarding them to force compliance with her orders. Zhou Shangsheng suppressed her once proud demeanor completely. She understood that, to others, they were now a burden. A young girl dragging along a critically injured man would only be taken in by official rescue teams. Whenever there is a change in power, their fate is but to be cast aside as mere bait. She lowered her demeanor and spoke softly to Captain Liu Yin. Captain Liu, could you please provide us with some medical supplies? My brother has sustained grave injuries, and I fear he may not endure. Rest assured, we shall return them once my brother has recovered, and we venture out to gather provisions to repay you. Liu Yin cast a glance at Zhou Bushi, then discreetly stole a look at Jiang Yao. The injury was clearly inflicted by Jiang Yao's blade. One could only wonder how this man had provoked her to such a degree that she, with her gentle nature, was driven to this. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of fear at the thought of him perishing, for it would indeed bolster their group's security. With an expression of calm, Jiang Yao activated her vehicle, opened the door, and slipped inside. I shall wait for you ahead. It was only after Jiang Yao had driven away that Liu Yin summoned Xiaorou, instructing her to retrieve the medical supplies from the storage and hand them over to Zhou Shangsheng. Once Zhou Shangsheng had assisted Zhou Bushi in redressing the wound, she hoisted Zhou Bushi and escorted both individuals to the vehicle. Just as Jiang Yao turned on the car's heater, she heard Liu Yan's exuberant voice crackle through the walkie-talkie. Yao Yao, let us set off. Our next destination is Starlight Plaza. Starlight Plaza lay in close proximity to the agricultural market, BY, traversing a tunnel approximately 10 meters long from the main road to the south and continuing straight northward. They would arrive at her final destination, the largest library in North City. Chapter 67. The survivor squad at this moment, in the Golden Aviation Hotel, Zhang Shuai clutched his growling stomach with a fierce gaze fixed upon Li Ming. Squad leader, our food and water supplies are dwindling. It has been days since we last saw that woman, Jiang Yao. Who knows if she will come to our rescue? Are we to wait here for death? Lu Jiahao glanced at the half-empty bottle of mineral water before swallowing hard. Previously, that man would send supplies via drone every other day. Yet now, 2 days had passed since the last delivery, and the absence of provisions was alarming. He checked his phone, noting the battery was down to 10%. Upon plugging in the power bank, it displayed zero charge. Oh, not fret. I shall call him again. Lu Jiahao forced himself to quell his anxiety and dialed a number. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. Damn it. Answer the call. He hung up and redialed. Sorry. Damn it. Lu Jiahao cursed under his breath, dialing the familiar number once more. Sorry. After 7 or 8 attempts, none were answered. It was evident he had been blocked. Brother, come quickly. Those people seem to be the ones who delivered supplies to us before. They appear to be leaving. At that moment, a girl's voice rang out from the window. Let me see. Lu Jiahao shoved her aside and leaned out to look. Indeed, a group of men and women stood at the hotel entrance. Beside them, a black Wuling Hongguang van had its doors swung open from within. They were passing items into the vehicle, one by one climbing inside. The woman with red hair suddenly looked up, revealing her heavily made-up lips. Lu Jiahao's heart seized. She was one of the very first to bring them supplies. Squad leader, they cannot be abandoning us, can they? Zhang Liang had also approached the window, his face a mask of despair as he observed the movements below. Is it not obvious? It must be because Li Ming failed to summon Jiang Yao, leading to their plans falling through, so now, they simply disregard us. As one of the only 2 women in the group, Lu Xiyu had long harbored disdain for Li Ming. Do not think I am unaware. That scheming wench has been trying to cozy up to my brother. Why, brother is an ability user. And what is Li Ming, really? She ought to know her place in an instant. All eyes in the room turned to Li Ming with hostility, clearly echoing Lu Siyu's sentiments, blaming her incompetence for their abandonment by that gentleman. Upon hearing this, Li Ming grew agitated. The worst thing she feared was being perceived as having a poor relationship with Jiang Yao. It signified her low status among them, rendering her utterly without value. She shot to her feet and seized Lu Siyu's wrist. Lu Siyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I will not tear your mouth apart? Brother, save me. This wicked woman intends to kill me. To hell with you, Li Ming, you seek death. Lu Jiahao had yet to move when Zhang Liang could no longer restrain himself. With a swift kick, he struck Li Ming in the abdomen. She doubled over in agony, her back crashing against the bedpost. Roar! The piercing screams startled the zombies lurking in the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The barricaded door began to suffer violent impacts. In mere moments, a gap half a finger wide had formed in the door. Seeing this, Lu Jiahao rushed to brace the door, his heart filled with murderous intent towards the inept fools by the window, who dared to instigate internal strife at such a critical moment. He growled at them. What are you standing around for? Get to the door and block it. Do you wish to feed the zombies? The group snapped back to reality, rushing to help fortify the door. Noticing Li Ming still seated on the floor, Lu Siyu rolled her eyes in irritation. Li Ming, are you not coming over? Stop playing dead. Li Ming bit her lip, suppressing the pain as she stood. Curse you, Jiang Yao. You promised to come to my rescue. They had waited here for nearly 5 days, and the food left by that man was nearly gone, yet no sign of help had arrived. And that accursed, unfortunate man, who had promised to assist them in awakening their powers, had abandoned them without hesitation the moment Jiang Yao failed to appear. Finally, Li Ming cast a venomous glare at Lu Jiahao and the others ahead. Just wait. Once I awaken my abilities, each of you will pay dearly for today's actions. I shall spare not a single one of you. In the corridor on the 6th floor, Qin Yin watched vigilantly ahead. Her right hand raised slightly, signaling her companions to remain still. Not far off, 2 or 3 zombies were aimlessly wandering. They were among the survivors in this hotel. Before the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Lei had been on a business trip in North City, residing on the 6th floor. Yet he felt no particular sorrow. His family ties were weak, and at over 30, he was still alone. While searching for supplies next door, he had saved Qin Yin, who had yet to be bitten. From a horde of zombies, Qin Yin was a martial arts instructor, possessing some skills. That day, she had intended to break through the hotel with her boyfriend, but as soon as he stepped outside and saw the zombies, he panicked and screamed, attracting the attention of all the zombies on that floor. Had Zhang Lei not intervened in time, she would have been torn to shreds. Fortunately, after contracting the zombie virus, she not only survived but also awakened her abilities. The first thing Qin Yin did after awakening was to lure that useless boyfriend out of the room and eliminate him. Before the mobile networks collapsed, they had seen the last official update regarding the construction of a safe base. The newly established safe base was situated within 30 kilometers of the hotel in the Eastern District. After some deliberation, they decided to team up and head to the base together. Thus, they scoured the entire 6th floor, ultimately finding a male police officer who had turned into a zombie in room 605. They seized the firearm from the zombie and worked together to eradicate the zombies on the 6th floor. Eventually, they saved 2 pairs of young survivor couples from other rooms. All shared a common goal of reaching the safe base, and after some discussion, they formed the current 6-member survivor team, with the ability-wielding Qin Yin as their captain. Chapter 68. Something awry. Just as they reached the stairwell, Qin Yin spotted a second-level mutated zombie lurking in the corner below. Its long claws gleamed with a dark sheen, and its pale face bore a pair of completely black eyes. The entire body was contorted, limbs clinging to the wall, resembling a massive 4-legged spider from a distance. This zombie patrolled the stairwell at a leisurely pace, having clearly claimed this territory as its own. Qin Yin waved her hand, summoning a green vine that sprouted from her palm. She patiently awaited the right moment, and finally, the zombie approached her from above. Taking aim at its neck, she unleashed her power, resulting in a swift kill. The sound of its head dropping startled several other zombies, which began dragging themselves up the stairs, their intestines trailing behind, producing a squelching sound. Engage! Zhang Lei, seeing her successful strike, immediately led the team forward. With a resounding crash, The fire axes in their hands descended upon the zombie's head. Each retrieved the crystal core from the fallen zombie's cranium, then silently repositioned themselves. 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting their own beauty. The heavy snow had fallen for a good 4 to 5 hours. When Lanyu awoke from her midday slumber, she found that the snow outside the restaurant had risen to the level of people's ankles. Xiaoxiang, come quickly. Look at this. It's so beautiful, Lanyu exclaimed, sitting at the door, her gaze captivated as she peered through the glass. The snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, danced in the wind, more enchanting than the luminescent jellyfish she had seen beneath the sea. This was a scene she had never encountered in the depths of the ocean. Xiaoxiang had just delivered the takeout ordered by Li Feng and, upon hearing Lanyu's call, slowly untied his apron and stepped out of the kitchen. He raised his head to glance at the scene outside, and a fleeting glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. It's snowing. On such a cold day, I wonder how the master is faring outside. Hearing this, Lanyu sighed in agreement. She propped her chin on her hand, her face forming a delicate flower shape. Exactly. My sister has been out for several days now. Next time, I must accompany her. Staying at home is far too tedious. Not far away, Zhang Jing and his group were still engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of zombies. Their lives had taken on a strikingly regular routine these days. At the break of dawn, they would eat breakfast and then slay zombies to dig for crystal cores. The zombies that had once chased them down had been reduced by at least half, with the remaining ones driven across the street. Zhao Yuan swung his iron rod, shattering a zombie's skull, and quickly breathed warmth into his frozen, stiff hands. It's so cold. Holding this iron rod feels like grasping an icicle. I can't warm it up at all. Ha! It's really freezing, boss. Hasn't winter just begun? Why has the weather changed so suddenly? As he spoke, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Zhao Yuan to instinctively tighten the scant clothing he wore. Bang! Zhang Jing's shovel severed the neck of a zombie that was clawing at him. It is indeed very cold. He pulled up the zipper of his tattered coat and stood up, casting a puzzled glance around. The broken and filthy ground was completely buried under the snow, leaving only blinding white in sight. The biting wind howled past him, penetrating his insufficiently warm clothing. How can it be this cold? Goodness, the outdoor temperature must be at least -4 or 5 degrees by now. The climate in Beishir was typically dry and oppressive. Even in the depths of winter, temperatures rarely dropped below 0. Only now did he realize that most of his companions were still dressed in their early autumn clothes, at most donning an extra coat. Since they had finished lunch, the heavy snow had continued unabated for nearly 2 hours. Almost everyone had accumulated a layer of snow on their clothes, huddled together, shivering uncontrollably that it's too cold. I can't take it anymore. I need to go inside the restaurant to warm up and have Xiaoxiang prepare some hot porridge for me. I'll go too. Wait for me. Zhao Yuan bent down to extract a crystal core, frowning as he watched his comrades scurry back into the restaurant. After a moment's thought, he approached Zhang Jing and brushed the snow off his shoulder. Boss, perhaps we should head inside to rest for a while. It's far too cold out here. Zhang Jing, however, was lost in thought as he gazed at the zombies not far away. He pointed to a zombie that was pursuing a man and said to Zhao Yuan, "Wait a moment, look at those zombies. Their speed seems slower than before, doesn't it?" Zhao Yuan followed his gaze and saw a skeletal zombie, with half its head gnawed away, awkwardly shuffling forward. It appeared to be moving at barely half the speed it would normally run, and it paused to catch its breath after every few steps. This sluggish pace made it an easy target for someone to shoot it in the head. Zhang Jing grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. If the cold could limit the zombies' movements, it indicated that they could safely leave this place to seek resources elsewhere. Who knows how long this winter would last? They needed to find a way to gather more warm clothing and shoes. Just in case, let's go. We should check it out. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 vehicles, one large and one small, emerged from the tunnel. On the streets, cars lay smashed with shattered windows, while guardrails and power poles were strewn about, toppled from collisions. The shops lining the streets had been completely ransacked, their doors flung wide open, leaving chaos in their wake. A large group of zombies, drawn by some unseen lure, gathered nearby, growling in low voices. In the blink of an eye, a pool of blood soaked the snow beneath them, stark and glaring. Moments later, a newly risen zombie, its abdomen hollowed out, stood up and followed the group, searching for fresh human scent. The sound of the truck's engine startled the horde, which began to shuffle in the direction of the noise. Jiang Yao remained impassive, pressing the accelerator fully, following the truck ahead at high speed. With a resounding crunch, her specially selected high-clearance off-road vehicle crushed the zombies blocking its path. Black and yellow viscous fluid splattered everywhere, coating half the front of the vehicle. Chapter 69. Separation. The two vehicles tacitly chose not to stop and collect crystal cores. A few minutes later, the slow-moving horde of zombies lost their target and began to wander aimlessly down the street once more. After another 10 minutes, the truck halted at the entrance of a tall building. Jiang Yao stepped out and approached Lu Yan. The entrance to Xinguang Tiandi was barricaded from within, and Lu Yan's group was gathered at the door, discussing how to break in. Upon seeing Jiang Yao approach, Lu Yan leaned down and spoke to Xiaoyang, then led Qing Yang through the crowd. All good things must come to an end. Although Jiang Yao had long explained that she would leave upon reaching Xinguang Tiandi, Lu Yan nevertheless felt compelled to make one last attempt to persuade her to stay. Unfortunately, such a powerful ability user was not someone he could simply take away. They wouldn't be going to the base. Jiang Yao retrieved a portion of supplies for Qing Yang from her storage and placed them on the ground. Qing Yang, here are the supplies I promised you earlier. I've left them here for you to collect. She then turned to Lu Yan. Captain Lu, I have a small business proposition for you. Would you be interested? What kind of business? Half an hour later, Jiang Yao exchanged those supplies for 31st level crystal cores and 22nd level crystal cores from Lu Yan and his group. As she passed by the Jinheng Hotel, she cast a cold glance at the surroundings. The zombies at the hotel entrance were more numerous than elsewhere, and for some unknown reason, they appeared unusually agitated. Regardless of any potential traps, as long as she didn't jump into them, they were all moot. This was the apocalypse. Overly compassionate souls often perished the quickest. She would not expend effort on matters that offered no benefit. Jiang Yao continued along the main road, stealing a glance at the system panel. The temperature had now dropped to -10 degrees. The warmth from the vehicle's heater was no longer as comforting as it had been in the morning. She resolved that before this winter passed, she would remain in the restaurant to recuperate. She would not venture outside to endure the cold again. At that moment, the people on the 5th floor heard the sound of vehicles. Lu Jiahao immediately leaned toward the window, watching Jiang Yao's off-road vehicle as if it were a beacon of hope. It could traverse the zombie-infested streets with ease. This person must be a big shot. He quickly tore down a brightly colored curtain, opened the window, and waved the fabric vigorously. Simultaneously, he wrote several large black characters on a white bedsheet, ensuring that Li Meng and the others each held a corner to lower it down. Making certain the people below could see, Jiang Yao indeed caught sight of the vivid fabric, instinctively glancing up at the 5th floor. The bedsheet read, "Save me, I am an ability user." Jiang Yao couldn't be bothered to respond. Flooring the accelerator and zooming away, "Brother!" That person ran off again. "What should we do now? Are we really going to wait here to die?" Zhang Shuai's eyes, wide as saucers, brimmed with fierce determination. "We should just charge out. Who cares about the zombies? Staying here will lead to starvation sooner or later. Charging out gives us at least a glimmer of hope. What do you think, boss?" Lu Jiahao knew he was speaking the truth. Yet facing so many zombies outside was daunting. Just as the group hesitated, a heavy thud echoed from outside the door. The next moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Is anyone inside? Would you like to leave with us?" Jiang Yao sped onward, unaware of how many zombies she had crushed, until she finally reached the vicinity of the city library. The library was situated in a bustling area, surrounded by residential complexes. With the zombie outbreak having persisted for over half a month, most residents had exhausted their stored supplies and began to venture out in search of resources. Along her route, Jiang Yao witnessed no less than 3 groups of survivors breaking into storefronts. Upon seeing her vehicle, they all stood on guard, weapons in hand. Watching her warily, it wasn't until she had driven quite a distance that they lowered their defenses and resumed their looting. Fortunately, Jiang Yao did not encounter anyone foolish enough to attempt to block her vehicle. Of course, even if she had, it would have been a matter of a knife or a gun. She wouldn't even need to exit the vehicle. At the library entrance, Jiang Yao parked and stowed the vehicle in her storage. The doors were secured with a heavy chain, which she effortlessly removed with a thought. As she pushed the door open, a shadow suddenly lunged at her, claws bared. She sidestepped the attack and swung her long knife with force. It was a zombie of an elderly man missing an arm, likely a former security guard at the library, dressed in a green uniform with a stun baton still hanging from his waist. Jiang Yao delivered a decisive blow to his neck, and the old man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Yao reached out and retrieved his electric baton into her space. She pulled out a stick and stirred it around in the old man's head a couple of times, only to find no crystal core. Never mind, it was better to seize the time to search for books. Jiang Yao discarded the stick and approached the classification sign in the hall on the first floor. Her eyes swiftly scanning the labels above. She focused solely on the books related to agriculture and planting. Third floor. She dashed up to the third floor, not bothering to discern the types of books, knowing they would eventually be useful. Without hesitation, she gathered the entire bookshelf into her space. The system alerted her that space was running low. These books occupied a significant portion of her storage. Her newly expanded 500 square meter space was once again filled to capacity. Just as she descended to the first floor, she heard several muffled gasps emanating from behind the bookshelves in the hall. Had someone arrived? Surely it must be those who had followed her earlier. Jiang Yao maintained her composure and took a few more steps forward, then turned to hide behind the staircase. The men concealed behind the bookshelf, upon hearing the sudden silence of footsteps, exchanged glances before parting the books to peek outside. The first floor hall was deserted. There was not a soul in sight. Where did everyone go? A plump man squinted and scanned the area. In the next moment, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Stop fooling around. He assumed it was a prank from a companion and shrugged off the hand. A sinister voice echoed from behind. Are you looking for me? Chapter 70. Returning home, an ice spike pierced through his back, and in mere seconds, he dissolved into a puddle of black water. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, the man was met with a pair of icy eyes. The two men behind the shelf witnessed this scene, their legs buckling in terror as yellow liquid streamed from beneath them. A nauseating stench wafted from their bodies. Disgusted, Jiang Yao averted her gaze. The black light flickered in her hand. The man, terror-stricken, dropped to his knees, banging his head against the ground. Please don't kill me. It was all the fat guy's idea. He said you looked clean and must have plenty of supplies. So we had to ambush you. We were forced. One of the men, being more astute, seized the opportunity while Jiang Yao was distracted by his companion, and turned to flee. No, we should eliminate them all. With a few swift moves, Jiang Yao dealt with the men before stepping outside to release her vehicle. After refueling the car, she climbed back in. The sun gradually sank in the west, and the temperature dropped sharply once more. Jiang Yao glanced at the thermometer. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to nearly -20 degrees. After dinner, she set her route for travel. From her space, she retrieved 2 cashmere blankets, laying one beneath her and draping the other over herself. After instructing the system to keep watch over the vehicle, she nestled her weary body into the thick blankets and succumbed to slumber. Peng Weiwei felt as though she might perish here. What a stroke of misfortune it had been to heed the words of that group claiming that a place called the Wanjie restaurant in the western part of the city could awaken supernatural abilities. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had packed her bag and followed them to the west. Gritting her teeth, she touched her frozen face. After searching for an entire day, darkness had fallen. Where could any restaurant be? This group was clearly a bunch of frauds. Just a short while after stepping outside, she regretted her decision. The streets were teeming with zombies, and a moment's inattention could lead to infection with the zombie virus. It was truly dire, especially with the heavy snowfall today. Had she been at home, though there was little to eat or drink, at least she could have curled up in her bed to avoid the cold. She tugged at the hood of her coat, burying her neck deeper into it. The biting wind seeped through her clothing, drilling into her neck, causing her teeth to chatter. Shall we wait until tomorrow to search? Let's find a place to rest for now. As she spoke, the cold wind whisked snowflakes into her mouth, sending a shiver through her entire body. The leader of the group, a refined-looking young man, paused upon hearing Peng Weiwei's words. He turned to the others. What does everyone think? Should we rest for now or keep searching? After a brief pause, he continued. I believe it would be easier to find something at night. The power is out on this street. We just need to locate a place with light, and it must be the Wanjie restaurant. A girl nodded in agreement. I think the captain has a point. Weiwei, why don't we hold on a bit longer? We just need to find the place, and there will be hot soup for us. Upon hearing this, the others became energized, expressing their support. Indeed, they were so close. They couldn't afford to falter now. Right, Peng Weiwei, don't you see what time it is? Can you set aside your spoiled princess attitude? Are we really going to wait here for you? If you don't want to go, just stay behind and let us go. Heh. Peng Weiwei let out a cold laugh. She had grown accustomed to such remarks during this journey. Regardless of whether her words held merit, any topic would inevitably devolve into their criticisms of her. Let it all end. She was exhausted. Traveling in this weather was already tiring, compounded by the scant food and the need to evade zombies. At this point, no one had the extra energy to deal with someone else's affairs. After a brief argument, the group fell into a heavy silence once more, aside from the sounds of breathing and the crunch of heavy footsteps in the snow. No other noises broke the stillness. Suddenly, Peng Weiwei spotted a small patch of warm yellow light flickering ahead. Light! There was light. They had found it. They had finally found it. Clearly, she was not the only one who noticed the light. As the others erupted in excitement, overjoyed, Peng Weiwei quickened her pace towards the source of illumination. The base of the restaurant. Old Zhao and the others convened after finishing their meal. Huff, the zombies in this area have been cleared out by Zhang Jing and his crew. Tomorrow we'll probably need to venture further for crystal cores. Old Lu took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the smoke before exhaling thick rings. He handed the remaining half of his cigarette to the bald Old Li. Feeling his legs grow stiff from squatting, Old Li simply plopped down on the ground, grabbing the cigarette just as he was about to take a puff when he heard the boss speak. Nodding in agreement, the crimson embers flickered in the darkness. All right, but I heard Zhang Jing plans to take a few brothers out tomorrow to gather supplies for winter. Should we join them? Old Zhao reached for the remaining cigarette, but noticed Old Li had taken a deep drag, causing half of it to vanish in an instant. He slapped Old Li's bald head in frustration. That was the last cigarette. Save me a couple of puffs. Old Li's head jerked from the slap. Nearly toppling over, he braced himself against the wall, quickly standing. You dare hit me, Old Zhao? Are you rebelling? Shut up. Old Lu's ears perked up, his expression darkening. The other two immediately fell silent. Old Lu possessed the enhanced hearing ability. When activated, he could discern even the faintest sounds from 5 kilometers away. During zombie hunts, he was responsible for keeping watch, ready to alert the group for retreat if they encountered insurmountable threats. Frowning deeply, Old Lu remarked, I hear something rushing towards us from the front. It sounds like a lot. Conservatively over 70. Old Li clapped his hands. Could it be zombies? Are they running in formation? Wait. Old Lu's expression shifted to ITS, not zombies. I hear voices. What are they saying? It sounded like, we found it. We finally found it. Old Zhao scratched his head. Found what? What does that mean? Should we inform Manager Lan? No need to say anything. I already know. The sudden appearance of Lan Yu startled the group, particularly Old Zhao, who still held a cigarette, but seeing Lan Yu's displeased gaze directed at him, he quickly concealed the cigarette behind his back. Oh, Manager Lan, what brings you here at this hour? Haha, the weather is quite pleasant today. Lan Yu turned and walked towards the source of the commotion. I'll take a look to be by the way. Old Zhao has been secretly smoking within the restaurant's premises, deducting 10 points from your score. Please, manager. I'm sorry. Lan Yu rolled her eyes, detesting those who smoked within the restaurant's bounds. Someone seems to be approaching. A voice called out, prompting Peng Weiwei to immediately halt, retreating behind the others. A woman should never stand beneath a precarious wall. Lacking any supernatural ability, her only option in the face of malice was to seize the chaos and escape. Before anyone could stop, a girl dressed in elegantly bizarre attire and possessing a lovely visage appeared before them, hands on her hips, fiercely demanding. What are you all doing standing there? Wow, what a beautiful girl. Bai Lian's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lan Yu. She quickly broke away from the group and stood in front of Lan Yu, reaching out to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Slap! Lan Yu swatted away the woman's hand. This person was truly bothersome. Even her sister wouldn't pinch her cheeks, yet this woman attempted to lay hands on her. Captain! Bai Lian's hand turned red from the slap, and she discreetly glanced at Lu Wenjun among the crowd. Struggling to hold back tears, she appeared like a delicate white flower, resilient yet defiant, enduring the storm. What do you intend to do? Lan Yu stepped back a few paces to create some distance. Surely, they do not hope to extort her. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. A flicker of blue light emanated from Lan Yu's hand, and several water arrows floated menacingly beside her. Witnessing this, Captain Lu Wenjun finally emerged from the crowd. If he delayed any longer, Who could predict what trouble this foolish Bai Lian might incite? Chapter 71. Gratitude Value. If they were implicated and found themselves without food, he would have nowhere to weep. Lu Wenjun shot a scathing glance at Bai Lian. This fool, how had he not realized her lack of intelligence before? She ought to consider that in this apocalyptic world, a young girl appearing alone outside could only signify two possibilities. Either she was powerful enough to dismiss zombies and ability users, or she was utterly naive, oblivious to the perilous nature of this world. Lu Wenjun could not perceive this little girl as an innocent simpleton. Thus, the only conclusion was that she was a formidable presence, one not to be trifled with. Upon seeing the glimmering water arrows beside Lan Yu, he trembled slightly. After rummaging through his pocket, he retrieved a small bag of spicy strips. He forced himself to ignore the threatening arrows and half-squatted to match Lan Yu's height, wearing a conciliatory smile as he extended the spicy strips towards her. "Hello there, young lady. We mean no harm. We merely seek a place to eat. Is there a restaurant called Wanja ahead?" Lan Yu's eyes darted around. When her sister departed, she had mentioned potential new guests arriving, yet that batch had arrived several days prior. Where could these individuals have come from? But what did it matter? As long as they offered crystal cores, they would be accepted. She reached out to take the spicy strips and tuck them into her pocket, waving her hand at Lu Wenjun. "Then follow me. I shall lead you to dine. However, you must behave. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I shall cut you." With that, Lan Yu turned and bared her teeth at them, causing the group to flinch in fear. Satisfied, she slowly guided them towards the restaurant. Zhang Jing and the others were just laying out their bedding in the living room. They were startled to see a throng of people trailing behind Lan Yu as they entered. The two groups froze in surprise upon encountering one another. Zhang Jing had been preparing to rest when he noticed the newcomers. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to have his team pack away their bedding and stow it in their usual booth. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjun was taken aback by the warmth of the room. It was uncommonly cozy. Not long after entering, he felt a bead of sweat forming on his back. Noticing Zhang Jing and his crew sprawled on the floor, Lu Wenjun's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. It appeared this restaurant also allowed for overnight stays. In such a warm place, he was reluctant to leave. Moreover, with so many people around, resting at night would be much more secure. Lan Yu brought them to the front counter and pointed at the cash register on the table. "You must insert the crystal cores. The machine will issue you a points card based on the value of the cores. You can use this card to purchase food from the vending machine nearby, and that one over there is for water." As she spoke, she stifled a large yawn. "There is absolute security within a 2-meter radius of the restaurant, so you need not worry about zombie attacks. It costs 20 points per person to stay overnight. The second floor is off-limits. The precautions are clearly listed on the wall. If you have any questions, ask quickly. I need to rest." Lu Wenjun retrieved a crystal core the size of a fingernail from his pocket and inserted it into the machine. Moments later, a black card was dispensed. He examined the card closely, only to discover it bore 2 lines of small print. Name: Lu Wenjun. Points: 100. So, a first-level crystal core is worth 100 points. Following Lan Yu's instructions, he placed the card into the vending machine slot, which then displayed a menu. He selected the cheapest option, a potato and meat rice bowl. 18 points deducted. Within seconds, the vending machine produced a neatly packaged meal. "Wow, this is incredible." He trembled with excitement as he retrieved the meal from the slot and placed it on the table, eagerly opening the packaging. Oily potato slices intertwined with chunks of meat lay atop steaming white rice. Just one glance made his mouth water. Gulp! Someone in the room swallowed audibly. Lu Wenjun hastily grabbed chopsticks and took a hefty bite. The soft, tender potatoes paired with the savory, chewy meat, complemented by the rice soaked in rich broth, finished off with a vibrant green pepper. Delicious. It was divine. How long had it been since he savored such warm, hearty food? He felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. "Oh, how he missed his mother's cooking." "Captain, how is the food? Is there a problem?" Bai Lian inquired, peering eagerly at Lu Wenjun's meal. The aroma was delightful, and her stomach growled with hunger. What problem could there be? Lu Wenjun, engrossed in his meal, suddenly remembered his starving companions. "It's delicious, delicious. If anyone has a crystal core, just insert it." As he spoke, he moved aside with his meal, making room near the vending machine. In a gesture of goodwill, Zhang Jing pointed towards the water dispenser. saying, "There's water over there. You can use your card to get some in the disposable cups beside it." "Oh, thank you, brother." Lu Wenjun placed his meal on the table and headed to the water dispenser, filling a large cup with warm water. The sight of the clear, clean water flowing from the dispenser astonished him once more. Most water outside was polluted. Aside from sealed bottled water, the tap was filthy. Previously, someone in their group, desperate for a drink, had tried a few sips and had turned into a zombie by the next day. Since then, they had only consumed bottled or canned purified water. But here, the restaurant provided such clean water, bringing him immense joy. Lu Wenjun downed the cup in one go. It was sweet and refreshing. Most importantly, such a large cup only cost 3 points. Truly a generous offer. Just thinking about the aromatic food and clean water awaiting them made every face beam with satisfaction. Gratitude value 3. 3, 5, 3, 4. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yao slept soundly, unaware of the accumulating notifications. Throughout the night, the system's alerts rang continuously, amassing 500 points in gratitude value. At 4 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness as the vehicle sped along deserted streets. Beep, beep, beep. Reminder. Destination approaching shortly. Zhang Yao was roused from her slumber by the system's loud announcement. Blinking her eyes open, she glanced outside. The heavy snow had fallen throughout the night, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white. Chapter 72. Automatic Stir-Fry Machine. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to -26 degrees. The streets were enveloped in a fluffy layer of snow. She donned her down jacket, stowing her blankets and belongings into her space before opening the car window for ventilation. The cold air swept in, banishing any remnants of sleep from her mind, leaving her fully alert. Ding! Zhang Yao pushed the door open and was immediately taken aback by the scene inside. Nearly 200 people were crammed into the ground floor in booths, creating a spectacle both grand and humorous. Had she not previously upgraded the restaurant to level 2, that small space would not have been able to accommodate such a crowd. System, how many points are needed to upgrade to level 3? To upgrade to level 3 requires 10,000 points, current restaurant points, 7,875. Just over 2,000 points were still needed. Given the current number of patrons and their spending habits, they could easily earn 800 to 1,000 points daily from food and water sales alone. Within 2 days, the restaurant could potentially be upgraded. At level 3, the accommodation feature would unlock, and there would be no need for these individuals to crowd on the ground floor for sleep. It would be too unsightly. In no time, most of the people in the room had awakened. Lu Wenjun, upon sitting up, first glanced at Zhang Jing. Seeing him lazily peering about without making any moves, Lu Wenjun felt reassured and reclined once more. The others, noticing their leader's calm demeanor, remained silent as well. Zhang Yao carefully navigated around the sprawled individuals and ascended to the second floor. After several days of travel, she was utterly exhausted and longed for a shower and a cozy bed to continue her slumber. Ah, bliss! Zhang Yao slept soundly until daylight broke, finally stirring at 11:30 in the morning. Stretching her limbs, she relished the comfort of her soft bed. The car seats had been narrow and hard, making her feel uncomfortable after days of travel. Leaning against the headboard with her cozy blanket, she let her mind wander. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she accessed the system interface. System, do you have any card-operated machines for point deductions that can be mounted on shelves? I have numerous items I wish to sell on the ground floor. The following products have been found for you. The system's marketplace interface automatically transitioned, displaying mini tablet-sized screens, each featuring a small card slot. Prices ranged from 100 to 500 points. With ample points at her disposal, Zhang Yao chose the most expensive one without hesitation. Restaurant-specific POS machine, easily detachable and reattachable to shelves. Size flexible, protects items on shelves from theft and damage. Note, attempting to obtain without payment will result in an electric shock. Excellent, this is the one. No need to look further. Zhang Yao promptly spent 1,000 points to exchange for 2 POS machines, stowing them in her space. After changing her clothes, she shuffled down the stairs in her soft, fluffy rabbit slippers. In the hall, everyone was queuing for their meals. In the kitchen, the young elephant wielded the spatula with great vigor, while Lanyu assisted in preparing the ingredients. With an increasing number of guests arriving, it became evident that they needed to recruit additional chefs to aid the young elephant. It seemed she still had an unutilized employment contract. However, It appeared that no suitable candidates had yet presented themselves. Perhaps that could be addressed in due time. For now, it was prudent to focus on tangible solutions, contemplating ways to alleviate the workload for the duo. Jiang Yao settled onto the sofa at the cashier's desk and reopened the system marketplace, searching for an automatic cooking machine. Initially, she intended only to browse, but to her surprise, the system presented her with an enticing option available for purchase. Upon clicking on the details of this seemingly large device, she discovered its convenience. Simply input the required ingredients and set the cooking steps, and within mere seconds, meals could be produced. Furthermore, the machine had the capacity to prepare a minimum of 5 different dishes at once. As she examined the price, her eyes widened. 2,000 points for one? System, come here. Why is this contraption so exorbitantly priced? Upgradable. Upon upgrading, it can produce up to 100 portions at once. 100 portions? Jiang Yao was taken aback and scrutinized the details on the panel once more. Upgrading once required 5 level 1 crystal cores, 5 portions at level 1, and 100 at level 10. This meant that with an investment of 50 level 1 crystal cores, she could possess a super chef capable of preparing 100 meals in just 1 minute. By this calculation, it seemed reasonably justifiable. She made the purchase. Lan Yu watched with curiosity as Jiang Yao positioned the machine on the stove, replacing all the traditional cookware. Little elephant, come over and give it a try. Responding to her summons, the young elephant gently swung its long trunk and approached the cooking machine. After a moment of observation, a glint of red light flickered in its eyes. It promptly deposited the freshly washed vegetables into the machine's opening and tapped a few buttons on the control panel. Half a minute later, the machine dispensed 5 steaming dishes: spicy diced chicken, sweet and sour squid, seafood noodles, potato slices with meat, and a bowl of fish meatballs and soup. Jiang Yao casually took a portion of the spicy diced chicken, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. It was numbing, spicy, and fragrant, comparable to the meals prepared by the little bear, and utterly delicious. Most importantly, it was significantly more convenient and efficient than cooking by hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao used her crystal cores to upgrade the machine to level 10. Crystal cores could be earned again, but this machine would serve as her future source of income. She was well aware of where to economize and where to invest. She made a point to bike to the bar. All other appliances, such as blenders, ice makers, and ovens, were neatly arranged on a side table for the little bear and others to access at their convenience. The large freezer was also acquired from the marketplace and was stocked with cola, beer, and various beverages. Jiang Yao retrieved additional drinks from her space to fill the freezer. Then, she placed the POS machine on top of the freezer. After some operations on the POS machine and setting the prices, she plugged in the freezer, effectively adding another revenue stream to the restaurant. Once these tasks were completed, Jiang Yao contemplated further enhancements and set up a shelf against the side wall of the cashier's desk. Prominently visible upon entry, she filled the shelf with daily necessities, placing feminine hygiene products and toilet paper on the first tier. Disposable undergarments were organized by gender on the second and third tiers. The bottom 3 tiers housed boxed cigarettes, alcohol, and various toiletries like toothbrushes and soap. After securing the POS machine on the shelf and setting prices, Jiang Yao dusted off her hands, satisfied with her creation. After admiring her handiwork, she approached the vending machine. Once all items were taken, she accessed the vending machine's upgrade system. Each level upgrade required 2 level 1 crystal cores, and since she had an abundance of cores, she decided to spend 4 to elevate the machine to level 3, allowing it to store 1,000 meals. After upgrading the vending machine, Jiang Yao moved to the water dispenser and pondered whether to upgrade it as well. Ultimately, she decided to upgrade everything. She spent 3 more crystal cores to elevate the water dispenser to its highest level. Consequently, the dispenser transformed from a basic model that utilized bottled water to a luxurious black and gold stainless steel version. Its water capacity increased from 5 liters to 30 liters, and the manual switch was replaced with a touchscreen interface that could monitor remaining water levels and adjust the desired temperature. The dispenser still featured disposable cups provided by the system. Jiang Yao grabbed a cup and filled it with water at around 60 degrees, taking a small sip. The water retained its sweet quality without any off-putting taste. Observing her restaurant gradually taking shape, Jiang Yao nodded in contentment. Everything seemed in order as she awaited the arrival of customers. "Sister, come try the juice," Lan Yu exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen with a small tray. On the tray rested a portion of the spicy diced chicken and a glass of vibrant berry juice, freshly prepared by the young elephant. "Sister, give it a taste." The ice cubes bobbed enticingly in the bright juice, crackling as they absorbed the liquid. Just one glance made one's mouth water. "Thank you, Xiao Yu, how thoughtful." Jiang Yao accepted the tray, placing it on the table at the cashier's desk. She lifted the glass and took a sip of the juice, finding it sweet to the very core. Instinctively, she ruffled Lan Yu's hair, turning her smooth blue locks into a tousled mess. The texture was delightful. "Hee, then I'll eat first, and I'll help the little elephant in the kitchen." With a gentle touch on her head, Lan Yu squinted her eyes in bliss, resembling a cat being petted, as if she would purr any moment now. "All right, S." She watched Lan Yu skip back into the kitchen. Jiang Yao returned to her seat, enjoying a meal that left her forehead glistening with sweat, spicy yet refreshing. Afterward, she tidied up the remnants and disposed of the waste in the automatic composting bin, walking circles around the entrance to aid digestion. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in a misty white. Save for the restaurant's vicinity, everything else was shrouded in snow. The cold outside deterred her from wandering too far, and she circled the entrance a couple more times. In that brief moment, she noticed several unfamiliar faces, likely new survivors who had arrived while she was away. Jiang Yao glanced around, puzzled. Where was Zhang Jing? Meanwhile, on the adjacent street, Zhang Jing was leading Zhao Yuan and dozens of brothers further away. Behind them, Lao Zhao and a few others followed at a distance. After several minutes, Zhao Yuan discreetly glanced back again, hastening to catch up with Zhang Jing at the front. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Boss, those old men have been trailing us all morning. What do they want? Are they planning to ambush us?" He had noticed their presence following them the moment they left the restaurant. Or rather, Lao Zhao and his crew had not made any effort to conceal themselves. Initially, he thought they were merely traveling the same route, so he paid them no mind. However, having moved so far from the restaurant, it was improbable they would continue together for such an extended period. It was evident they were pursuing them with intent. Yet, given their cautious approach within the restaurant, it seemed they had not offended these individuals. Zhao Yuan couldn't comprehend the situation, so he decided to confront Zhang Jing directly. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's concern, Zhang Jing turned to glance back. The old men waved at him with grins. Zhang Jing furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. However, it was wise to remain vigilant. "Let's not concern ourselves with them for now." He continued to organize his group methodically. Regardless of their motives, if they dared to approach, they would be met with resistance. With a dozen or so ability users on their side, it was unlikely they would struggle against 3 old men at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Yun emerged once more from behind the door on the second floor. The teleportation passage only opened when Jiang Yao was present in the restaurant. Having been absent for some time, Bai Yun had accumulated a substantial amount of various food supplies. This visit was not solely to exchange food and books. He sought Jiang Yao's assistance in ensuring his kin could successfully endure the winter. The winter in the Beast World lasted approximately 3 months, during which heavy snow would blanket the mountains, and temperatures would plummet. Days prior, they had relocated their entire tribe to high mountain caves for winter shelter. For the next 3 months, they would be unable to venture out for hunting or gathering, relying solely on their stored provisions for sustenance. This was likely his final trip to deliver supplies, thus the quantity he brought exceeded all previous visits combined. There were over 1,000 pounds of level 2 mutated wild boars, hundreds of ginseng the size of radishes, and a variety of wild animals, fruits, and vegetables. The wild boar appeared to weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and the system indicated it was a level 2 beast. Jiang Yao raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, I'll accompany you." After he dragged the wild boar inside, Jiang Yao decisively followed him into the beast world. She had numerous items to transport as well, and after some consideration, she concluded that personally visiting would be more convenient. Entering the teleportation portal alongside Bai Yun, darkness enveloped her momentarily. Upon adjusting her eyes, she realized she had arrived in a dimly lit space. A chill wind seemed to emanate from nowhere, and a peculiar odor lingered in the air, reminiscent of a dog that had not bathed in years suddenly immersed in hot water, emitting a foul stench. Jiang Yao closed her eyes and opened them again, taking a moment to acclimate. She soon discovered that the darkness was not absolute. There was a faint glow emanating from the minerals within. Having just transitioned from the brightly lit restaurant, it took her a moment to adjust. "This is where we hibernate," to shield themselves from the wind. Most of the outside area was barricaded with stones, leaving only a few openings for convenience of entry and exit. Bai Yun gently spoke once she was assured that she had adapted to the cave's lighting. Has it started snowing outside? Jiang Yao inquired curiously as she glanced around. Chapter 74. The restaurant advances to level 3. This place seemed to be situated in the heart of the cave, with walls adorned by numerous passageways. The entire cavern resembled an underground anthill, with 7 or 8 narrow tunnels carved around the main chamber, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. These tunnels likely led to other caverns, providing warmth and ventilation and facilitating escape in case of emergencies. Before her arrival, she had imagined the cave to be a large cavern where everyone huddled together to keep warm, but she was surprised to discover their ingenuity. Indeed, the wisdom of the working people should never be underestimated, regardless of the time. Yes, follow me. We have prepared everything for you here. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became, resembling an ice cellar. Jiang Yao speculated that this must be where they stored their food. As if confirming her thoughts, Baiyun pulled out a glowing orb from her bosom and pressed it against the wall, casting a soft glow that illuminated a significant portion of the cave. Jiang Yao looked up. The cavern was at least 5 meters high and spacious, roughly 50 square meters, resembling a natural small cold storage. The ground was covered with moisture-absorbing animal skins, which upon closer inspection carried a faint spicy scent. Likely used to deter insects. Dried ginseng and various wild vegetables and fruits were neatly stacked in one corner, while the opposite side was adorned with hanging pieces of cured and dried meat. The pile of potatoes she had sent earlier was also carefully arranged in a corner. The most striking sight was the large wild boar at the forefront, its massive head and gleaming tusks exuding an intimidating presence. Its body was coated in frost, having been frozen solid. It was identical to the one earlier, also classified as a second-tier extraordinary beast. Jiang Yao instructed the system to disassemble the 2 wild boars, retrieving half of the processed pork to store in their cold storage. Boss Jiang, what are you doing? Baiyun asked, astonished at her actions. These are gifts from our tribe to you. Do you not like them? Not at all. I adore them. Jiang Yao replied with a gentle smile. I will accept the others, but these are for you. They have already been processed, so you all can enjoy them. Boss Jiang, thank you. Baiyun recognized Jiang Yao's heartfelt intentions. She was concerned they might not survive the winter, which is why she had left them food. Truly, she deserved to be revered as their beast god, and Baiyun vowed to honor her for a lifetime. By the way, I have some coal as well. I won't need it now. Find a spot, and I'll extract half for you. Coal? What is that? Baiyun inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yao produced nearly 100 new coal stoves she had sourced from the agricultural market and placed them on the ground. This is a coal stove. You ignite the coal and then place it inside to keep warm and heat water. It burns longer than without a coal stove. What is that? Baiyun asked, intrigued as he tapped on the stove. Made entirely of fine iron, appearing dark and producing a ringing sound upon impact. Jiang Yao casually took one, placed it at her feet, and extracted a few pieces of coal from her space. Digging a small hole in the ground to ignite the coal, she demonstrated how to use it. The glowing red coal was placed inside the furnace with iron tongs, and soon wisps of white smoke began to rise from the chimney. In the center was a circular iron plate where pots could be placed for cooking. As the stove burned, the surrounding air gradually warmed. A miracle. This must be a miracle. Baiyun marveled at the scene before him. Reaching out to touch the iron plate above, Jiang Yao did not stop him. The heat was not enough to harm him, and experiencing the warmth firsthand was far more impactful than mere words could convey. Ow, that's hot. Although he had burned himself slightly, Baiyun was elated. The stove had only been burning for a short while, and yet it was already so warm. The temperature rose remarkably fast. This device required no wood. Merely placing those small dark pieces inside was sufficient to generate heat. Most astonishingly, the coal burned with little to no smoke. Previously, when they burned dry wood for warmth in the cave, it often filled the space with smoke. At night, they had to keep watch over the fire to prevent it from accidentally consuming their food. However, this coal stove, made of an unknown material, could burn for an entire night with just 2 or 3 pieces of coal. After warming her hands by the stove for a while, Jiang Yao solemnly reminded Baiyun, you must ensure proper ventilation when burning coal. Otherwise, it could lead to poisoning. The consequences could range from fainting to death. Baiyun was immediately alarmed, committing Jiang Yao's warning to memory. This seemingly innocuous item harbored such significant danger. He would need to relay this information to his tribe. Understood. I will remember. After extracting the coal, stove, and books, Jiang Yao noticed Baiyun clad in rudimentary animal skins and selected some medium and small-sized down jackets to leave for them. She had no children, so they would be of no use to her. The jackets would fit perfectly for the little ones in Baiyun's tribe. With this tidying up, the space felt much cleaner. She led Baiyun downstairs, teaching him how to use the vending machine to retrieve meals, ensuring that the little elephants could access them when needed. Baiyun experimented for a while, using ginseng to recharge 5,000 points, then exchanged his points for 200 servings of extraordinary beast meat rice. Jiang Yao opened the restaurant interface, and in one fell swoop, the restaurant's points increased by over 2,000. The total points reached over 10,000, allowing the restaurant to level up to 3. Jiang Yao called for Xiaoxiang and Lan Yu, who were busy in the kitchen, and asked all the patrons warming up in the restaurant to step outside. I apologize, dear customers, but please wait outside for a moment. The restaurant needs to close for a bit. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in complaints. What? Closing? When will it reopen, boss? It's freezing out here. It will be no more than half an hour, Jiang Yao assured, confirming with the system that the upgrade would be completed within that time frame. That's good. We will wait outside. Most chose to exit, but a few stubbornly remained seated. One person protested loudly. I paid. Why should I have to leave? It's freezing outside. Don't you know customers are kings? What kind of business is this? Another person shot him a glare and pushed him. Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chapter 75. A hard nut to crack, however. The man before them was one of Lu Wenjun's associates, Tio Him. The restaurant was merely a place run by a woman and a little girl. Although the doll seemed somewhat magical, it posed no real threat. The restaurant had water, electricity, and endless food, likely linked to this woman's extraordinary abilities. Since the day he arrived, he had been contemplating how to incite the others to join him in capturing this woman and seizing control of the restaurant. Now that she dared to chase people away, it presented him with an excellent opportunity. With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the round table, causing cracks to spiderweb from his palm. Standing up, he placed one leg on a stool and pointed at the departing patrons. You cowardly lot, what are you afraid of from a mere woman? Who knows what she used to establish this restaurant? If you're scared, just leave. I certainly won't, Dotto. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, noting the man's defiance. If he didn't wish to leave, then let him stay. The man's expression brightened with triumph. He had anticipated this woman would be all bravado. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden explosion echoed, followed by a burst of blood mist enveloping the room. The man vanished in an instant. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the blood mist was eradicated by the restaurant's self-cleaning function. The room fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Yao sat cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely sipping from a cup of hot water, as if she were on vacation, gently blowing away the steam rising from her cup. She opened her eyes and glanced at the crowd at the door. Is there anyone else who wishes to stay? Speak up. I shall indulge you. Lu Wenjun shivered, recognizing the man who had just been obliterated as part of his group. He had refrained from intervening earlier, hoping to gauge Jiang Yao's strength. Clearly, he needed to adjust his strategy. Force would not work, so he would resort to persuasion. After all, she was just a woman, and a woman with a burden at that. He was confident that if he could make her fall in love with him, the restaurant would be his. With this thought, he raised his voice. What are you all waiting for? Get out and don't disturb Boss Jiang while she is working. Yes, let us go. Before exiting, he discreetly stole a glance at Jiang Yao's expression. The woman must be moved. Watching the patrons line up to leave, Jiang Yao instructed Xiaoxiang to lock the door. Then she opened the system interface. Would you like to begin the upgrade? Yes. Currently upgrading. Please select the accommodation division, with 20 available rooms, 010 8-person rooms, 010 4-person rooms, 05 double rooms, 05 single rooms. After some contemplation, Jiang Yao opted for 10 8-person rooms, 5 4-person rooms, 3 double rooms, and 2 single rooms. Upon clicking to confirm the upgrade, the restaurant began to transform. The space on the first floor expanded by an impressive 200 square meters, enlarging the cashier area, which now boasted 2 cash registers. The sofa, originally comparable in size to the cashier, now multiplied in dimensions, while the number of tables and chairs increased by dozens, neatly arranged in the lobby. The corridor deepened, and an additional 10 private booths appeared on either side. The staircase previously established on the left vanished, replaced by an elevator in the center. Jiang Yao proceeded forward, with Lan Yu and Xiaoxiang trailing behind her. Access to the second floor was restricted to restaurant managers, so Jiang Yao directly selected the third floor. Exiting the elevator, she turned right. The first room on the left was 301. Jiang Yao pushed the door open to reveal a space of approximately 15 square meters, a single room. At the entrance was a private bathroom, complete with a toilet, shower, and sink. The sink was adorned with complementary disposable toiletries and compressed towels. The floor was laid with white ceramic tiles, and the ceiling featured temperature-regulated central air conditioning. The wooden bed, dressed with a mattress and quilt, occupied the center of the room, flanked by a nightstand on either side. Deep-colored blackout curtains hung over the side window. Against the wall stood a medium-sized armchair. To the right was 302, a double room. Its furnishings and area were similar to 301, with two small beds placed on either side, devoid of nightstands or armchairs. Continuing to the end of the corridor, the final room, 305, was a double room. This time, she walked right from the elevator. The first room on the right was 311, a 4-person room. On the left was 312, an 8-person room. The 8-person room lacked a private bathroom and was furnished entirely with bunk beds. 4 sets of bunk beds were arranged against the wall, separated by 2 tables in the middle. The 4-person room was not much different, also without a private bathroom. However, the sleeping arrangements were significantly improved, featuring 2 large beds instead of bunk beds, and the space appeared considerably larger than the 8-person room. At the very end, public restrooms for men and women were situated on either side. Jiang Yao entered the ladies' restroom, greeted by a large ventilation fan on the wall, ensuring fresh air at all times. Behind the sink were 5 stalls, each with doors that sealed tightly, leaving no gaps. After surveying the third floor, Jiang Yao descended to the second. The second floor remained her private domain, with the space similarly doubled. Next to the elevator was a portal. Entering, she was met by the sight of the living room floor covered in soft wool carpets. "Oh," Lan Yu exclaimed, promptly removing her shoes to don cotton slippers and swiftly darting into her bedroom. The master bedroom occupied the central position, taking up the largest space on the third floor. Adjacent to the master bedroom were 3 additional bedrooms, which Jiang Yao allowed Xiao Xiang to choose freely, eliminating the need to rest in the living room. She entered the master bedroom, which now featured a spacious walk-in closet. Upon entering, warm yellow light filled the closet, where a large full-length mirror stood opposite the entrance. Next to the mirror was a vanity, with various jewelry and skincare products neatly organized in transparent boxes atop the vanity. A row of drawers contained underwear and socks, while a complete shoe rack lined the bottom, filled with her assorted footwear. Each person in the 8-person room earned 20 points, the 4-person room 25, the double room 30, and the single room 50 points. Below, images showcased the distinct decor of each room. Next to the introduction board were the restaurant rules previously established by Jiang Yao, printed in white against a black background, making them highly noticeable. System, welcome guests. Chapter 76, Accommodation. Don't go any further. Old Lu's ears perked up, and he immediately sprinted to catch up with Zhang Jing ahead. Zhang Jing halted his steps. These old foxes can no longer conceal their tails, he thought, swiftly turning around, gripping the iron rod in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. What do you want? Old Lu, frightened by the sudden confrontation, quickly came to a stop but, hearing the approaching sounds, anxiously stomped his foot. He pointed forward. Don't go any further. There's a horde of high-level zombies ahead, not just a couple. A roar erupted from the group, startling everyone as they realized old Lu had spoken the truth. A zombie horde lay ahead. Captain, what should we do? Each member carried heavy backpacks filled with waterproof and windproof clothing and shoes. Zhang Jing decisively turned around. We'll take a detour, quickly. Seizing the opportunity, old Lu promoted himself. Trust me and follow my lead. I can hear the sounds around us and will help you avoid the zombies. The growls grew louder. With no other options left, Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. These old men had accompanied them for quite a while, gathering supplies without any ill intentions, even lending them assistance along the way. Stay close to me. Old Lu listened intently for a moment, then turned to choose a narrow path, quickening his pace. Zhao Yuan led the way at the front, while Zhang Jing lagged at the rear, constantly monitoring whether the horde of zombies was in pursuit. Their small team was not weak, with each member being a first-tier ability user, adept at handling first-tier zombies. Occasionally, they could fend off a few second-tier zombies. However, judging by the distant sounds, there were at least 10 second-tier zombies approaching. If they did not hurry, they might become the zombies' next meal. He could not afford to die here. He had yet to find Li Yong. Not far away, brother, that group of people has left. Li Ningyu crouched on the eaves, intently adjusting the direction of her binoculars towards Zhang Jing and his group. All right, let's move. Li Feng signaled to those behind him, brandishing a large machete, his palm crackling with electric energy. The sharp blade was instantly enveloped in a layer of crimson lightning. Crackling ominously, targeting the nearest second-tier zombie, he leapt down from the building, delivering a fatal blow. Behind him, dozens of similarly clad men and women swiftly formed a circle, surrounding the zombies to eliminate them together. Li Ningyu came empty-handed, relying solely on her fists, unleashing powerful punches. One punch shattered skulls. The zombies stood no chance. 2 minutes later, the one-sided massacre finally ceased. Li Ningyu removed her black boxing gloves and joined Li Feng and the others in collecting the crystal cores. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that there are more zombies here than in other places. I wonder while Li Feng shook off the brain matter clinging to the crystal core and glanced at the sky. Isn't that a good thing? It seems the sun is setting. We should find a place to rest. Li Ningyu checked the time on her watch, realizing it was already 4 in the afternoon. Darkness would fall around us in this extreme cold weather. The temperature would plummet rapidly after sunset, potentially dropping to -30 or 40 degrees. It would be impossible to spend the night outdoors. They might freeze to death. With this in mind, everyone hastened their movements. Let's hurry to the restaurant. Li Feng and his group stowed the crystal cores into their bags and continued forward. Li Feng had come to deliver the batch of crystal cores he had promised Zhang Yao earlier. Recently, zombies had begun to evolve, making crystal cores less rare. The old commander had been thinking of Zhang Yao's previous assistance, gathering a total of 80,000 first-tier crystal cores to deliver promptly. Along the way, they encountered several powerful survivors, and their team had absorbed a few second-tier ability users along the journey. It seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, everyone preferred to share the spoils. An old customer has arrived. Just as Zhang Yao had finished arranging accommodations and was comfortably seated on the second-floor sofa watching a variety show, she suddenly heard the system notification. An old customer? Who could it be at this hour? She stood up, donned a jacket, and in her cotton slippers, descended from the elevator to the first floor. The dining area on the first floor was not particularly crowded. Following the earlier commotion, the patrons regarded Zhang Yao with the caution of mice spotting a cat. What had once been a noisy din fell silent upon her arrival. Zhang Yao relished this effect, smiling as she passed through the corridor to the entrance, where she spotted a familiar figure. Dressed in military green bulletproof attire, Li Feng stood at the forefront, alongside Li Ningyu in identical garb. Behind them trailed several individuals clad in black, wearing hats and masks. Zhang Yao instructed the system to open the door. Li Feng, have you come to deliver the crystal cores? She pondered which old acquaintance could possibly arrive at the restaurant at this hour, only to realize it was Li Feng and his group. Boss Zhang, it really is you my brother, and I almost didn't recognize you. As soon as Li Ningyu saw Zhang Yao, it was as if she had encountered an old friend after a long separation. Her demeanor relaxed, and she hurried forward to greet Zhang Yao. When they had first approached the entrance, they were hesitant to enter, but in just over a month, the restaurant had undergone a remarkable transformation. The sign of the Wanjie restaurant now gleamed with the name Wanjie Hotel. From afar, the rooftop sign flickered with red light, standing out brilliantly against the darkness. They had followed the sign to find their way here. Li Ningyu's gaze swept over the patrons dining inside before finally settling on the 2 enormous signs behind the cashier. There was food, water, and even accommodation available. The value of a level 1 crystal core is 100 points, while a level 2 core is worth 500, and a level 3 core amounts to 1,500. Now, let us consider the pricing for accommodations. In an 8-person dormitory, each individual pays 20 points. In a 4-person dormitory, the cost is 25 points per person. Although the food is somewhat more expensive than the lodging, it remains within an acceptable range. After all, she was well aware from the outset that the culinary offerings at Zhang Yao's establishment were exceptional. And should she set the prices, they would undoubtedly be higher than these. Li Feng, too, scrutinized the informational sheet for a considerable time before turning to his teammates. How about we stay here tonight? What do you all think? Sure, we'll follow the captain's lead. With the captain's agreement, the others naturally raised no objections. Having spent countless days and nights in the wilderness, they had seen their fair share of accommodations. This place at least appeared clean and well lit, with several patrons dining inside. It was certainly more comfortable than those dilapidated structures lacking water and electricity. Moreover, at such a late hour, they would struggle to find alternative lodgings. Seeing their nods of approval, Jiang Yao stepped aside to grant them passage. Please, come inside. It's quite chilly out here. Chapter 77. New guests, thank you. Boss Jiang de Li Feng led the way, followed closely by Li Ningyu and a slender woman clad in a black down jacket, wielding a small, sharp curved knife. Her exposed eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Yao, radiating an aura of vigilance and skepticism. It was indeed peculiar that a hotel with running water and electricity was operational at such a time. However, upon stepping inside, warmth enveloped them from all directions. The cold and snow clinging to their bodies seemed to dissolve in the heat of the establishment. It smells so good. Through her mask, Xia Mu-chan caught a whiff of the appetizing aroma of food. She promptly removed her mask, allowing the scent to intensify. Meat. It was the unmistakable scent of meat. Her stomach grumbled audibly. She swallowed hard, recalling that since arriving at the base, her meals had consisted solely of compressed biscuits soaked in cold water or dry instant noodles. She could hardly remember the last time she had savored a proper meal. The Li siblings were better off. They had wristbands for ordering takeout and occasionally cooked small meals. You can take a look at the menu here. Recharge your crystal cores and collect your meals over there. There's hot water next to the vending machine, and you can pay with your card as well. By the way, how many rooms do you intend to book? 1 4-person room and 1 double room. Li Feng had thought this through beforehand. With 4 men and 2 women in their group, 6 people fit perfectly. The 4-person room lacked a shower, but the double room had an ensuite bathroom. Allowing them to wash up, the 2 women would share the double room, while the 4 men could squeeze into the other. Jiang Yao checked the availability. Currently, the most popular option was the 8-person room, which was low in points and spacious. Not long after the system upgrade, 4 or 5 rooms had already been rented out. The 4-person rooms were also in high demand, with only 2 remaining. The double and single rooms had been rented out only twice so far, one of which was booked by Li Feng just moments ago. Jiang Yao pointed to the cash register. All right, the total is 160 points. Please swipe your card. Charge it to my account. Li Feng produced 2 level 2 crystal cores from his pocket, recharging his wristband with an additional 1,000 points. Xia Mu-chan also took out a crystal core to recharge 100 points. And the others followed suit, each adding 100 points to their accounts. Jiang Yao shrugged nonchalantly, assuring them that they would eventually need to recharge. Xia Mu-chan glanced at the black card in her hand, curiously observing Li Feng's light blue wristband. Why is yours different from ours? We only receive a card when we recharge. But her curiosity was soon overshadowed by the excitement of her teammates, who beckoned her eagerly from beside the water dispenser. Sister Chin, come here. There's clean water. Jiang Yao took the wristband to the computer, entered a few commands, and retrieved 2 keys from the drawer. Handing them to Li Feng. Rooms 302 and 314 on the 3rd floor. Simply swipe your wristbands to enter. The bathrooms are at the far end on the right. And the main doors will close promptly at 6 o'clock, prohibiting entry and exit. Please ensure any matters are settled before then. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement as he took the keys, passing the key for the double room to Li Ningyu. He then approached his teammates, who were eagerly drinking water, to discuss their plans. As dusk settled, Jiang Yao glanced at the clock. It was already 5:30, and in half an hour, they would close for the night. The restaurant was now quite empty, with only a few scattered patrons remaining, while Xiao Xiang stood quietly behind Jiang Yao, ready to assist. Given the time, it was unlikely more guests would arrive. Jiang Yao stood up, stretching her arms and preparing to head to the elevator with her tablet in hand. Xiao Xiang, please turn off the outside lights. We discourage overtime work. From now on, we will close the doors at SIX. As she waited for the elevator to arrive, she added, oh, and anyone who hasn't checked in must be asked to leave. We want to allow overnight stays in the lobby. Understood, master. Xiao Xiang obediently walked to the entrance to turn off the exterior lights, preparing to escort out those trying to take advantage of the situation. Just then, they hurriedly pulled out crystal cores from their pockets. We want to check in. Right now. An 8-person room. Emph. Jiang Yao scoffed coldly. These individuals were rather audacious, consistently testing her patience. Did they truly believe she couldn't see through their intentions? Not a chance. She wasn't running a charity. She gestured to Xiao Xiang to prepare a room for them. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Jiang Yao stepped inside, instructing Xiao Xiang, if no one else comes, just close the door and rest. Don't overexert yourself. Yes, master. Xiao Xiang retrieved a large U-shaped lock from beneath the cash register, moving to secure the door. Wait. Don't close the door. I need a room. A pale, bloodied man stood outside, staring intently into the establishment. He had been drawn in by the sign of the Wanjia Hotel. Initially, he sought merely a place with electricity to rest for the night, not expecting that the hotel would indeed be operational. Moreover, the proprietor appeared remarkably young, likely not even 20. This place not only offered meals and showers, but also clean drinking water. Suamo-chan suspected it might be a scam. With the world's water sources polluted, even at their base, they relied on water manipulators for hydration. Having food was a blessing. The thought of washing with water felt like a wasteful luxury. However, he had no choice. Night was fast approaching. Uncertain if others might pursue him, he decided to make do here for one night. I need a room. Fearing Xiao Xiang might actually close the door, he reiterated his request in a hushed tone. Zhang Yao had just pressed the button for the second floor when she paused, reopening the elevator door to approach the entrance. Xiao Xiang, let him in. Xiao Xiang obediently retracted the lock and opened the door wide. The man, clutching his chest, stepped inside slowly. Zhang Yao instinctively held her finger to her nose. The stench of blood and grime emanating from him was overwhelming. Though she couldn't discern whether it was his blood or someone else's, aware of his own odor, the man took a few steps back to create distance from Zhang Yao. Please check the introduction board behind me to see what kind of rooms are available. Zhang Yao gestured toward the informational board. It displayed the various room types, their amenities, and pricing, along with instructions for recharging, collecting meals, and purchasing essential items. These had been hastily prepared by the system at Zhang Yao's request following the restaurant's upgrade. The board featured vivid illustrations, easily comprehensible even for those who could not read. The man silently read through the information before pulling a pale yellow crystal core from his pocket. Recharge it directly. I want a single room. Charging a level 3 crystal core so decisively? She appreciated his straightforwardness. Very well. Zhang Yao accepted the card, processed the payment, and handed the key to the man. Due to her favorable impression of this generous patron, she added, room 303 on the 3rd floor. Single room. If you need to purchase clean clothes or daily necessities, simply head to the leftmost shelf on the 3rd floor and swipe your card. Clean clothes? The man paused, glancing down at his filthy attire. Stained from days of struggle. Indeed, it was time for a change, even if washing was out of the question. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, just call Xiao Xiang. He is our lobby manager. The man stood by the water dispenser and vending machine for a moment before retrieving 3 meals and 2 large cups of water. Making his way upstairs. As it neared 6 o'clock, Zhang Yao logged into the restaurant interface to review the points. The recent upgrade had cost her 10,000 points, depleting her earnings completely. However, throughout the day, the income from guests dining and checking in had exceeded 2,000 points. Additionally, various tobacco, alcohol, and hygiene products had sold quite well, leaving her with a total of 3,120 points. Zhang Yao checked the membership level points table. Level 1 member, Zhang Jing, 4,878,000, Bai Yun, 4,140. 10,000, Li Feng, 3465,000, 100,000. Level 1 crystal cores pending. Secondary members, Zhao Yuan, 2,324,000, Lao Lu, 1,682,000, Lao Zhao. The preceding numbers represent their accumulated consumption points, while the latter denote their total recharge points. However, even if they have recharged, if they have not yet had the opportunity to spend at the restaurant, that portion of points cannot be counted towards the restaurant's revenue. Zhang Yao pondered deeply about what projects could generate more points. Lost in thought, she unexpectedly drifted off to sleep in bed. Chapter 78. Collecting payments. Su Machin endured the piercing pain in his chest as he ascended the elevator. The button for the 2nd floor was grayed out. He pressed it, only to find that he lacked the authority to enter. The 3rd floor was decorated like a pristine chain hotel from the pre-apocalypse. The floor gleamed brightly, while the snow-white ceiling and walls reflected each other beautifully. Exiting the elevator, Su Machin turned right and found his room. 303. Upon entering, bright yet gentle lighting illuminated the space, and a tidy bathroom stood adjacent to the door. Su Machin gathered his spirits, placed the items he was holding on the table, and took 2 steps into the bathroom. Turning on the tap without hesitation, there was indeed water in the bathroom, and it was hot. That woman did not deceive me. Clear, clean water flowed from the faucet into the sink. Su Machin was momentarily stunned. quickly reaching out to catch the cascading water to wash his face. After cleansing himself, he sat beside the table, feeling a bit dizzy as he gazed at the several warm meals he had retrieved from the vending machine, his hand trembling slightly as he lifted his chopsticks. A night of sound sleep. Before dawn had fully broken, Jiang Yao was awakened by her biological clock. She checked the system interface and thought, "Is it really only a little past 6? Closing her eyes, she attempted to fall back into slumber, but after a long while, her mind remained wide awake. Jiang Yao sighed silently. This early rising habit of hers truly deprived her of the joys of life. After lazily lingering in bed for a while, she finally got up, dressed, and washed up before heading downstairs for breakfast. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Yao saw several individuals gathered together for a meal, each clad in brand-new cotton jackets and military coats. Upon noticing her, Zhang Jing greeted her with a wave. "Good morning, boss." Lao Zhao and his companions, having never met Jiang Yao before, were formally encountering the restaurant owner for the first time. However, they had heard of her accomplishments through Zhang Jing. Seeing such a young girl standing before them, they felt compelled to show her utmost respect. They abandoned their meals and stood to greet Jiang Yao. "Good morning, Boss Jiang." With points to collect so early in the day, Jiang Yao's mood was exceptionally buoyant. She warmly greeted Zhang Jing and the others. "Good morning, everyone. Enjoy your meal, and if you need more, do not hesitate to buy more." The little elephant had already opened the door. Jiang Yao took a cup of hot water in her hands and strolled leisurely to the entrance. The snow showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to fall more heavily. The surrounding zombies had been thoroughly cleared out by Zhang Jing and his group, and the foul odor of decaying corpses had dissipated outside the door. What a delightful day it was. The little elephant and Lan Yu proactively entered the kitchen to prepare ingredients and cook. Jiang Yao approached the vending machine to retrieve a serving of ginseng millet porridge and seafood buns. With a ding, the meal box was dispensed. On a winter morning, nothing beats a warm bowl of porridge. Jiang Yao tore open the packaging, revealing 3 meat buns larger than her fist. She pulled one apart with her hands. The succulent shrimp and crab roe melded together, and with one bite, it was both sweet and fresh, delicious beyond compare. A sip of millet porridge warmed her stomach and heart. When Li Feng and his group descended from the elevator, it felt like a dream. The warm room was filled with the aroma of food. There was no need to worry about being surrounded by zombies, nor endure harsh weather and conditions, and they had clean water for bathing, brushing their teeth, and washing their hair. Not only Li Feng but even Su Mukin didn't want to leave Captain Brother Li Feng. In an instant, he understood the meaning of his teammates. No, not now at least. They should quickly eat something and then set off. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. It was just not feasible at the moment. The construction of the base was in full swing, and they were in desperate need of manpower. He could not abandon so many at the base to indulge in comfort here. This way, they wouldn't have to go to Jiang Yao's side to enjoy it in the future. After all, she had space. Items would never spoil, no matter how long they were stored. Jiang Yao merely glanced at their actions and continued to focus on her meal, as long as they could afford the points. She had no concern about whether they took food away for themselves or for any other purpose. The other team members seemed inspired by her actions, their eyes lighting up as they gathered around Su Mukin. "Sister Mukin, dear sister, can you bring me a few servings? Sister, help me out, and I'll give you a meal in return. Pick whatever you like. I'll give 2 servings. 2 servings. Don't say anything. I'll offer 3 servings." Jiang Yao overheard and couldn't help but lament how the market had been distorted by these relentless competitors. Su Mukin covered her ears, calling for a stop to the escalating bids. It was merely that they had been shouting loudly beside her ear, nearly deafening her. "All right, let us quiet down. I can help each of you with a maximum of 20 servings. Nothing more in return. You each help me with 1 meal as compensation." Li Ningyu chuckled, pulling on Su Mukin's arm playfully. "Good sister. I knew you'd be the best to us." Su Mukin silently patted her head. "Enough of that, hurry and buy. The captain is still waiting." After finishing their meals, the teammates began retrieving their desired dishes from the vending machine. Soon after, each person pulled out a water bottle and filled it with hot water. Li Feng approached Jiang Yao. "Boss Jiang, here is the crystal core we owed you earlier. We have managed to gather 80,000 so far. I'm bringing it over to you now. The remainder may take a bit longer to accumulate." 80,000 first-level crystal cores? Jiang Yao silently calculated in her mind. That would just suffice to elevate her restaurant to level 4. Beyond level 3, the required points would increase exponentially, Level 4 required 100,000. Level 5 1 million. Level 6 10 million. Sumyukin extracted a mountain of crystal cores from her space and piled them behind the cashier. Zhang Yao asked the system to help count, and it turned out to be exactly 80,000, not a single core more or less. The system promptly absorbed all these crystal cores, converting them into points, totaling 800,000 points. The system deducted 30,000 cores, which were the ingredients points it had previously loaned to Zhang Yao. Now, there remained 50,000 first-level crystal cores. Ding! The cumulative restaurant revenue points have reached 500,000, rewarding a diamond treasure chest. Ding! Sufficient crystal cores detected. Would you like to upgrade to level 4? Zhang Yao did not choose to upgrade immediately. There were still several people who had not come down yet. She decided to discuss it later. Aren't you going to count? Sumyukin watched as the freshly retrieved crystal cores vanished right before her eyes. She speculated that Zhang Yao, like her, also possessed spatial abilities. No need. I trust you all. Zhang Yao naturally could not disclose that the system had already counted. She shook her head at Li Feng and the others. Sumyukin was taken aback. Was this woman genuinely Na'vi or just pretending? Even at this juncture, she could still maintain such innocence. That was 80,000 crystal cores. Enough for a first-level ability user to upgrade to level 4. Even she, upon seeing that mountain of crystal cores, contemplated making off with the money. Moreover, all those cores piled together meant that anyone could easily hide dozens or hundreds without anyone noticing. How could she not even check? Should one say she was extravagantly wealthy or blissfully Na'vi? Li Feng, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He was grateful for Zhang Yao's unwavering trust in them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the credibility of the authorities had plummeted. Many capable ability users preferred to operate solo rather than approach the official channels. In such circumstances, Zhang Yao's trust was all the more precious. They understood Zhang Yao's strength and would naturally refrain from committing foolish acts that would jeopardize their own interests. The commander hoped for future opportunities to collaborate again. Li Feng turned back to his teammates. Are we all packed? All set, Captain. Then let us head out. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yao, Li Feng led his team outside. It was still early, barely past 8. Chapter 79. The hot pot restaurant customers on the 3rd floor had begun to trickle down for breakfast, and the restaurant was gradually bustling with activity. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yao took out the diamond treasure chest awarded by the system. Surprisingly, the chest was not large. It could be lifted with one hand. It was a square, colorful cube adorned with intricate patterns. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Open. As the command was given, the chest erupted in a dazzling display of light, nearly blinding Zhang Yao's titanium alloy eyes. After several seconds, the brilliance subsided, revealing a transparent door frame. The door frame was roughly palm-sized, resembling a delicate miniature figurine. The system's prompt sounded. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond-level treasure, the Portal of Intent. The Portal of Intent. Place the portal in an absolutely safe space. Regardless of your location, as long as it is in your heart's desire, you will be transported home within 3 seconds. Zhang Yao was astonished upon seeing the description. Wasn't this akin to Doraemon's teleportation door? Zhang Yao picked up the portal and toyed with it for a while, feeling its icy coolness akin to that of a block of ice for this treasure. How should one put it? It is better than nothing, perhaps. Though it appeared quite impressive, in comparison to the protective shield, it seemed rather trivial. Zhang Yao made her way into her bedroom, affixing the translucent little door onto her bedroom door. With a click to confirm its placement, the small door gradually expanded, enveloping the wooden door of her bedroom, and then slowly faded into it, becoming invisible. However, Zhang Yao was aware that the door had been successfully placed. After pondering for a moment, she descended to the 1st floor in the elevator and tugged at the little elephant's arm. Master? The little elephant looked utterly bewildered, unsure why it had suddenly appeared here. It's nothing. I'm just trying something out. You go downstairs and greet the guests first. After experimenting with the portal's function, Zhang Yao returned to the sofa and opened the upgrade interface for the restaurant. In truth, there was not much difference between a level 4 restaurant and a level 3 restaurant. The only notable change was that the building had transformed from 3 stories to 4. With the 4th floor unlocking an additional 20 dormitory rooms. It also unlocked a gourmet shop, with various types available for Zhang Yao's selection: milk tea shop, cake shop, hot pot restaurant, snack shop, and more. And O1 mentioned it. So it was fine, but as soon as it was brought up, Zhang Yao immediately recalled her favorite Sichuan hot pot, It was the perfect dish for such a snowy day. Crisp and refreshing tripe, tender rolls of beef and lamb, and silky bean curd skinned, all plunged into the hot, bubbling red oil broth, boiled and fished out, devoured with gusto, leaving her drenched in sweat. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Jiang Yao clicked on the upgrade interface, feeling tempted to upgrade right away. Those people were either sleeping inside or dining on the first floor. It shouldn't affect anything, right? Whatever, if it affects anything, it won't change her plans for hot pot this afternoon. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Yao ceased her deliberation and directly clicked the upgrade button in the lower right corner. 100,000 points were deducted instantly, leaving her with only 40,000 crystal cores. Suddenly, the space around her began to twist and reorganize. Tables and chairs floated in midair, and the sofa Jiang Yao was sitting on also began to levitate. A few minutes later, the furniture returned to its original positions, and the space expanded once more. This time, the second floor's area had grown to over 500 square meters. The master bedroom occupied 200 square meters, now including a living room, transforming it into a one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom suite. Jiang Yao was currently seated in front of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, and upon turning her head, she had a panoramic view of the snowy landscape outside. In front of the warm yellow sofa was a projector, with a screen mounted on the wall for future movie nights. The overall decor was simple and elegant, with exceptional lighting and ventilation. Jiang Yao pushed open the door to the master bedroom and stepped outside. The living room had not changed much. The overall decor remained predominantly white, with the sofa transitioning from warm yellow to pure white. The LCD television still hung at the forefront. The entire living room occupied approximately 70 to 80 square meters. And to either side of the master bedroom, 2 additional bedrooms had been added, with each room averaging around 50 square meters. Not bad. It could stay like this without further adjustments. She certainly did not wish for a suite within a suite, as it would only leave her dizzy from traversing the rooms every morning before heading downstairs. It had always been her habit to have a bit of noise in the house, preventing it from feeling so desolate. Next came the placement of dormitories. Jiang Yao decided to place all 8-person and 4-person rooms on the 4th floor, while single and double rooms would be situated on the 3rd floor. As before, the elevator remained centrally located, with 10 double rooms on the left, 10 single rooms on the right, 10 8-person rooms on the left, and 10 4-person rooms on the right. Additionally, the 4th floor had gained 2 bathing rooms, separated by gender and requiring card access. This layout made everything clear and convenient for both herself and the guests. Having completed this task, it was finally time for her long-awaited hot pot restaurant. After browsing through a multitude of food shops, she finally found her favorite hot pot restaurant. Hot Pot Restaurant. Monthly rental fee of 10 first-level crystal cores with free ingredients and utilities. Would you like to rent it? What? Jiang Yao was taken aback, so this thing was a gift. She had to spend crystal cores to rent it. System, are you trying to swindle me? Wasn't it stated that this item was a level 4 gift for me? The final interpretation rights belong to the system. Jiang Yao. Damn. A series of garbled sounds echoed in her mind. It was unclear how long the system had been entangled in its thoughts, but it finally spoke again. Ding, the host is about to open the first hot pot restaurant, and a robotic staff member will be gifted, requiring no power and capable of working 24 hours a day without interruption. A robotic staff member? That sounded rather impressive. Jiang Yao reclined comfortably on the sofa. In a way, that's too few. I need at least 10, or I won't do it. 3.8, 4.65. It can't be more if I request more. The main system will scold me. Jiang Yao smirked in triumph. All right then, deal system. It's gone silent, yet again trapped by the host's cunning. Clicking to place the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Yao positioned it on the side of the dining hall. From the first floor's layout, the hot pot restaurant had 2 entrances, one opening into the dining area and the other right in front of the shop. Once the hot pot restaurant was set up, Jiang Yao retrieved the robotic staff members sent by the system from the space. Robotic staff. Works 24 hours a day, no wear and tear, no labor costs, drawbacks. Requires 1 first-level crystal core for charging each month. If it runs out of energy, it will be rendered useless. Note: system gift requires no charging and can be used permanently. She knew it. Chapter 80 Hot Pot Restaurant 2. The system would not easily miss any opportunity to fleece her. Thankfully, she was well acquainted with the system's nature. Otherwise, she would have lost countless crystal cores over this hot pot restaurant. Please name the robotic staff. Jiang Yao gazed at the tall, identical robots before her. Stroking her chin, she decided to name them sequentially from left to right. Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, Jiang Yi Master, I am here. The robot on the left stepped forward. Very good, Jiang Yao nodded in satisfaction. This robot appeared somewhat daft but was surprisingly quick to respond. After instructing the system to impart the restaurant's rules to the robots, Jiang Yao switched off the projection screen and led the 4 or 5 towering robots into the elevator. The elevator had transformed into 2, one in the center for guests, and another on the far left for Jiang Yao and her shop partners. Upon exiting, Jiang Yao noticed a crowd gathered outside the door, most of whom were guests who had checked into the hotel the previous day. Before Jiang Yao could inquire, Lan Yu approached her with a pout, her expression one of displeasure. Sister, the restaurant was just upgraded. Those people insisted the restaurant was going to collapse. They all ran outside, and I couldn't hold them back. Jiang Yao affectionately ruffled her little sister's hair. Don't mind them. Today, I'm taking you out for hot pot. Hot pot? Is it delicious? I want to eat. Lan Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with longing. She followed her sister because Jiang Yao had promised to treat her to many delicious foods. However, since they arrived at the restaurant, her sister had been exceedingly busy. Each day, Lan Yu could only quietly stay in the restaurant, playing with the fish and shrimp, aside from the little elephant. Yes, little Yuer has been working hard lately. I must reward you properly. Come on, let's head to the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Yao took Lan Yu's small hand, leading her into the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant occupied roughly 80 square meters, furnished with around 20 sets of tables and chairs. The walls were adorned with vibrant hot pot posters, and in front of the cash register was a large menu of. After perusing it for a while, Jiang Yao ultimately selected a set that included 6 meat dishes and 4 vegetables, totaling 230 points. However, as the owner, she naturally did not need to spend points to dine. As soon as the robotic staff entered the hot pot restaurant, they began bustling about, preparing ingredients, serving dishes, welcoming guests, and handling payments. Jiang Yao chose a 4-person table near the interior, with Lan Yu seated opposite her. Observing her owner's excitement, the little elephant scurried to the kitchen to prepare 2 servings of sweet berry smoothies, bringing them over on a tray. The beautiful berry syrup was evenly distributed over the creamy smoothie, sweet and tangy, particularly appetizing. Just then, the broth was also brought to the table by the staff. Considering that Lan Yu might not have experienced spicy food before, Jiang Yao thoughtfully chose a Yinyang hot pot base. The mushroom soup was sweet and delightful, while the spicy broth was bold and invigorating, making them break into sweat despite the cold weather. How fragrant! It smells like hot pot, and it's spicy. The aroma of the hot pot wafted through the ventilation ducts, reaching the outside of the restaurant. A group of bewildered onlookers stood outside. What is that little shop next to it? It smells so good. A few daring and curious individuals stepped forward to take a look. It's a hot pot restaurant. There's actually a new hot pot restaurant here. On the other side, several middle-aged men approached with skepticism. Oldly rubbed his bald head, muttering endlessly, is this for real? How could there be hot pot at a time like this? Hey, old Zhao, come quickly. It really is a hot pot restaurant. The aroma is wafting from inside. It's delicious. It's the scent of lamb meat. Heh, it smells amazing. The simple-minded old Zhao inhaled deeply, grinning widely. He rubbed his belly. It really does smell good. I can smell it too. We haven't eaten lunch yet. Hey, old Lu, why don't the 3 of us go in and give it a try? Lao Lu, with an unlit cigarette clamped between his lips, sprang up and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Lao Lu, what are you doing hitting me again? What's wrong with treating ourselves to a hot pot? All you ever think about is eating. Do you really think our meager supply of crystal cores can withstand your lavish indulgences? Retorted Lao Zhao, neck craned as he shouted back. But it's not the same. We can eat buns every day, but how long has it been since we had hot pot? Just take a whiff. Can't you smell how delicious it is? In room 303, Su Maching enjoyed a rare, peaceful slumber. Ever since the zombie outbreak, he had not experienced such tranquility. After a satisfying meal and being warmly clothed, he lay on the soft bed without a care for zombie hordes or assassins lurking about. The air was devoid of any foul, rancid odors, and even his dreams were sweet. However, he soon felt an unsettling motion beneath him. Odd, he should be in bed. Why would it be shaking? No, wait. An earthquake. Su Maching flipped off the bed in a panic, landing ungracefully on the floor. What the hell? Is this place haunted? Rubbing his groggy head, he let out a shriek. Anyone would scream upon awakening to see furniture floating chaotically about the room. After a few moments, all returned to stillness, the furniture settling back into place as if nothing had occurred. Su Maching nearly convinced himself it had been a mere figment of his imagination, had he not noticed the space in the room seemed slightly enlarged. The blackout curtains and soundproofing were so effective that he could not discern the time. He approached the window and pulled the curtains aside, peering down to see a large crowd gathered outside the hotel, pointing and murmuring. What on earth had happened? Frowning, he hastily changed into the new clothes he had purchased the previous day and headed downstairs. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Peng Weiwei hesitated for a moment before finally steeling herself. What was the point of her daily struggle against zombies if not to improve her own circumstances? After all her hard work, treating herself to a warm meal should not be too much to ask. Right? Yes, it was entirely reasonable. Having convinced herself with this justification, she took a determined step forward into the restaurant. "Excuse me, could you please move? I need to get inside," she said, pushing past the 3 burly men blocking the entrance. Clutching her lone second-level crystal core with newfound courage. Chapter 81. Either you live or you die, Lao Lu. Shut up. I said we can't eat, so we can't eat. You're such a bore, Lao Zhao grumbled, dragging Lao Li into the dining area. If we're not eating, then what is the fuss? I'm going to have at least 2 buns for lunch. No, 3. Welcome, Zhang Yi, standing at the door and ready to greet customers, brightened at the sight of approaching patrons. Just then, a mechanical voice, ambiguous in gender, blared, startling Peng Weiwei and causing her to shudder. Looking up, she saw a tall, humanoid robot standing at the entrance, its silver-white sheen reflecting the restaurant's lights. The robot, Zhang Yi, graciously extended a hand towards her while offering a warm towel. "Please wipe the snowflakes off your head. We have many meal packages you can consider. Thank you." Peng Weiwei hesitated briefly before accepting the towel and patting her head. "All right," Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. The customer was indeed here. It promptly led her further into the restaurant. "I am Zhang Yi. If you need anything, just call for me. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "I don't eat cilantro." "Understood. Please have a seat over here. I will fetch the menu for you. Would you like some water? We also have special drinks available for just 10 points each." Weiwei, before she could enter, she heard Bai Lian call out from a distance. Zhang Yi turned curiously to see a pale, slender girl emerging from the crowd, rushing toward Peng Weiwei. Upon seeing the second-level crystal core in Peng Weiwei's hand, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. After arriving at the dining area, she had awakened her own abilities, but they were rather lackluster, merely allowing her to alter her appearance temporarily without any combat prowess. She was relegated to charming the men and scheming to acquire crystal cores from them to buy food. Unlike Peng Weiwei, who had awakened speed enhancement, drawing eager attention from various teams, that second-level crystal core had undoubtedly been gifted to her by some man. It was so unfair that someone like Peng Weiwei could awaken such a powerful ability while she was stuck with something so trivial. Suppressing her discontent, she forced a gentle smile and asked, "Weiwei, are you going in to eat? None of us have had a meal yet." Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly warm smile appeared twisted and unattractive to Peng Weiwei. She was bewildered. "If you haven't eaten, then go ahead. Why are you telling me?" "I already said I voluntarily sever ties with your group. Can't you understand plain language?" Bai Lian clenched her sleeves tightly, barely maintaining her smile at Peng Weiwei's blunt words. "What I meant was, why don't we all go in together? Consider it a farewell feast. So you're suggesting I treat you all, is that it?" Before Peng Weiwei could respond, Lu Wenjun, spotting Zhang Yao dining inside, brightened and joined in. Yes, Weiwei. We've fought side by side for several days. Since you're parting ways with us, a farewell feast is only fitting." Peng Weiwei was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. A farewell feast for your father's leg. She had always known Lu Wenjun was cunning and shameless, but she never expected him to be this brazen. How could he utter such words? He and Bai Lian were more aware than anyone of the treatment she received in their group. "Foolishness. You're a couple of clowns," Peng Weiwei coldly retorted, refusing to engage with him further as she turned and entered the hot pot restaurant. "Who are you calling a clown?" Before Bai Lian could speak, Lu Wenjun lost his composure. Peng Weiwei had always struck him as a petulant, troublesome girl who could be easily manipulated with a little effort. His previous failure to win her over stemmed from a lack of interest in such women. He had only sought to provoke her spirit. But now, the little girl had transformed into a feisty firecracker. Humph, she must be feeling jealous seeing him with Bai Lian. He was confident in his irresistible charm. Even Jiang Yao, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, frowned and glanced over. She met Lu Wenjun's scrutinizing eyes and saw his lips curve into a sly grin. If she didn't have feelings for him, why would she be so attuned to his presence? Clearly, Jiang Yao was infatuated with him, just like Bai Lian. This thought ignited a secret thrill within him. What did it matter if Jiang, the ruthless boss, was decisive? She would inevitably succumb to his allure. Noticing Peng Weiwei enter the restaurant, Jiang Yi hurriedly followed. About that drink you mentioned, how many points is it? After stepping inside, Peng Weiwei felt a twinge of regret. A second-level crystal core was worth 1,000 points, enough to sustain her for a month in the restaurant if spent wisely. Yet, here she was, about to splurge due to a moment of greed and rebellion. After all, the prices at the restaurant were hardly cheap, especially for hot pot. Jiang Yi lowered its voice. Only 10 points, dear. You can enjoy unlimited refills. Wait, just 10 points? Peng Weiwei approached the counter and glanced at the menu, astonished to find that the meal packages were even cheaper than those at the restaurant. A 6-meat, 6-vegetable meal for 4 was just over 200 points. Scanning the menu, she noticed a 3-meat, 3-vegetable single meal originally priced at 120 points, now on sale for 84 points. Goodness, is this real? It's cheaper than before the apocalypse. Once she grasped the pricing, Peng Weiwei confidently selected a seat by the window, ensuring that those outside would see her enjoying her meal. I'll have a single meal package and a drink, please. Thank you. Not at all. Please hold on a moment. As she savored Jiang Yi's attentive service, Peng Weiwei felt momentarily transported to another world. Despite the apocalypse having begun less than a month ago, it felt as if years had passed. Jiang Yi went to the kitchen to prepare her drink, and she glanced at the menu again. She noticed a note at the bottom. Food from outside the restaurant is made from ordinary ingredients and only serves to satiate hunger. It cannot aid in awakening or upgrading abilities. Peng Weiwei chuckled knowingly. That explained the low prices. Nevertheless, a meal to fill her stomach was still worthwhile. It was the very craving that had drawn her in. Meanwhile, Su Maching, who had just arrived downstairs, was lured by the enticing aroma. Through the transparent glass walls, he could see the restaurant's decor and the patrons settling in. Within the confines of the establishment, only 2 tables were occupied, one of which was graced by Jiang Yao and Lan Yu. Reflecting upon the over 1,500 points he had just replenished yesterday, he resolutely stepped inside. Oh, indulge. After all, if he did not utilize these points, they would simply go to waste once he departed. Chapter 82. The base with the initial patrons daring to feast on crabs, curiosity and appetite beckon others. And gradually, the hot pot restaurant began to attract a steady stream of customers. In the brief span of one morning, the establishment had accrued over 1,000 points in profit for Jiang Yao. Even if one could not awaken any extraordinary abilities, the enticing aroma, fresh ingredients, and reasonable prices of the hot pot drew in several affluent customers unconcerned about crystal cores. Jiang Yao beamed at the accumulating points. Envisioning a future where she could open more establishments, transforming her restaurant into a culinary street that offered lodging, entertainment, and dining all in one. Wouldn't the points then flow in abundantly? After their meal, Jiang Yao settled into a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the snowy landscape. Truth be told, there was little to admire. The old district was nearly devoid of life, flanked on either side by humble eateries. The storefronts, often shabby, bore little distinction, and the main road had long been blanketed in snow, obscuring the dilapidated vehicles, crooked telephone poles, and neglected greenery that lay beneath. The only establishment that stood out amidst this scenery was her restaurant. The sole difference being that zombies were a rare sight here. Any that did wander in were swiftly dealt with by the customers. For reasons unknown, 3 words suddenly echoed in Jiang Yao's mind. Cleanup crew. The patrons who roamed in search of zombies resembled custodians in a filthy pool, unwittingly maintaining the last bastion of purity near the restaurant. A few days later, outside the safety base, Qingyang sat in the back of Lu Yan's vehicle with her daughter as they drove toward the imposing steel metropolis not far away. The giant city towered 10 stories high, encased entirely in steel. Thick iron railings barred the entrance, demanding that all vehicles stop for inspection. Every individual was required to disembark for a thorough check before being granted entry. Knock, knock, knock. The guard rapped on the front window. As the window descended, the guard's gaze swept over the interior, seemingly counting the occupants. Please present your identification. That moment, Lu Yan's keen eyes spotted several sticky, foul-smelling bugs that had somehow settled on the window. She hastily found something to wrap the insects in and discarded them outside. It was peculiar. In such weather, where could these bugs have come from? Quite revolting indeed. Liu Yan nodded to the guard and then opened the back door of the driver's cabin. She turned to her companions, Qing Yang and the others seated in the back, saying, "It's all right. The inspection is swift. You may disembark to proceed. We will await your return inside the city." Understood, Captain. On the way, Xiao Yang had already briefed them on the rules for entering the base, so they had little to worry about. Inside the vehicle, Li Yang heard Lu Yan's voice over the intercom and proactively opened the cabin door, beckoning his companions to get out. Besides those with extraordinary abilities, all others wishing to enter the base were required to contribute at least 5 pounds of food. They were all well aware of this rule and thus lined up obediently, clutching their backpacks and pre-prepared food supplies. Qing Yang led her daughter toward the registration desk. The stern-faced woman in charge of assessments glanced up at Qing Yang, skillfully extracted a new booklet, tore off 2 pages, and handed them over along with a spring-bound pin. "Please fill out this form, then take this paper over there to Q for testing. They will assist you in recording your ability level. Thank you." Qing Yang accepted the form and scanned it briefly, filling in the details for herself and her daughter at the top. Name: Qing Yang. Gender: female. Ability level: unknown. Referrer: Lu Yan. Name: Qing Shui. Gender: female. Ability level: unknown. Referrer: Lu Yan. After completing the information, she took the 2 slips of paper and led her daughter forward. Not far ahead, there were 2 machines. By merely placing their palms on the devices and activating their abilities, they could determine their ability levels in mere seconds. With only a few dozen individuals ahead of them, they were soon at the front of the line. Qing Yang handed the paper to the woman at the computer and, following instructions, placed her hand on the machined, Earth-based ability, level 1. Proceed. Next. The woman barely lifted her head, typing rapidly on the keyboard. Qing Yang quickly stepped aside to guide her daughter on how to place her hand on the machine. As expected, her daughter had not awakened any extraordinary abilities. Once everyone had disembarked, the iron railing was removed. Liu Yan drove the vehicle past the lengthy steel gate, entering the outermost area of the base. She found an open spot to park as they sat by the roadside. Many emaciated individuals passed by, most clad in ragged clothing. The slightly better off wore tattered old coats, their hair damp and plastered to their heads. Young children, with bulging eyes and bloodshot sclerae, fixated hungrily on every passerby. Resembling starving wolves, upon seeing Lu Yan's vehicle halt, a flicker of longing for food and water ignited in their eyes. They exchanged glances and, in unison, began to approach Lu Yan's truck slowly, only to scatter instantly upon spotting the official insignia. Indeed, even within an official base, there existed hierarchies. Here, the strong were revered. In a world of limited resources, the system unconditionally favored the powerful ability users, for they were the true beacons of humanity. As for ordinary folk, who would ever spare them a thought? The base was divided into 3 zones, the outer, middle, and inner areas. Each zone was interconnected, yet living conditions and security measures varied significantly. The outer zone featured low-rent housing, primarily consisting of cramped dormitories accommodating dozens of residents. Hence, this area was predominantly inhabited by ordinary individuals who had not awakened any abilities. As long as they paid a sufficient entry fee, they could reside in the outer zone. Consequently, it was a melting pot of individuals, where one might find their recently acquired supplies stolen or snatched away the very next day, with no avenue for recourse. The middle zone offered a better environment, housing mostly moderately affluent ability users and some ordinary people undertaking tasks assigned by the base. Though these individuals had not awakened abilities, they possessed the courage and capability to form teams to scavenge or rescue survivors. These teams were granted identification badges by the base, providing safety and essential supplies in exchange for a portion of their monthly earnings. Here, one could observe sporadic patrols on duty, as disturbances were rare. In contrast, the inner zone was a fortress, a hell for criminals. Chapter 83. I understand the inner zone was home to the base's key figures and high-level ability users. Patrols passed every 10 minutes. And even the soldiers assigned to patrol this area underwent rigorous selection processes, enjoying equally considerable compensation. The competition during recruitment was fierce. Liu Yin and Xiao Yang's team rented a 2-story villa in the inner zone. Although the rent was higher, at 10 pounds of food per month, when divided among them, it was manageable. With new members joining the team, the cost per person diminished further. Most importantly, residing here provided a reasonable assurance of safety for both person and property. There was no need to fear nightly robberies or ambushes while trying to sleep. Xiaoyang, seated by the window, kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Upon spotting Qingyang entering from the gate, he quickly alerted Liu Yin. Given that they were in the outer zone, it was imperative to bring them to the vehicle promptly. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. Oh no, Liu Jia, we must drive over quickly. Xiao Yang's voice carried an urgent tone, for he had witnessed Qing Yang's daughter, Qing Shui, retrieving a packet of instant noodles from her backpack and cheerfully offering it to a small beggar. Qing Shui's face radiated warmth as she extended the noodles, but the next moment, a throng of ragged survivors surged toward her. Initially, they pleaded, "Miss, have pity on me. I've not eaten for days. Please, I beg you. Share some food. I feel as though I might perish from hunger." But soon, the tone shifted to, "She has food in that bag. Everyone, rush her water. I found that water first. It's mine. You filthy bitch, let go. I'll kill you." Qing Shui found herself ensnared in the crowd, watching in horror as the individuals before her glared with bloodshot eyes, desperately pushing closer. Though trembling in fear, her eyes glistened with tears, she understood the value of those supplies and could not relinquish them easily. She flailed the bag in her hand, shouting, "No, you can't take it. It's mine. Put it down. Don't take my bag. It's empty. Mama, Mama, help me." Amidst her cries, Qing Yang's hand glimmered, and a small earth spike shot forth from beneath the feet of the crowd, tripping the man who threatened to seize her daughter. Having followed Qing Shui closely since entering, she refrained from intervening when she saw her daughter's actions. This was the first lesson she intended to impart. This is the apocalypse. In such a world, one must always remember to suppress the excess but futile sympathy within. Otherwise, it would only lead one into an inescapable abyss. Evidently, the recent guidance proved to be quite effective. However, until a few individuals settled into the vehicle, Qing Shui still bore an expression of profound distress. Qingyang was not inclined to let the matter rest so easily. "Stop feigning ignorance. Do you acknowledge your mistake?" "Qingyang, are you being too harsh?" Xiaoyang interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. He had taken quite a liking to the young girl, who was both beautiful and warm-hearted, cheerful and generous. Thanks to her, the journey had been far from dreary. Besides, she was still a child. "Why speak in such grave terms?" Liu Yin intervened, understanding the struggles women face. In peacetime, one must still worry about being sheltered, followed, or abducted. How much more perilous was it in this apocalyptic era? Beautiful girls lacking guile would only be devoured, leaving not a trace behind, figuratively speaking, of course. Moreover, she was merely a mother imparting lessons to her child. What right did an outsider have to interject? She noticed that both Xiaoro and Qing Shui remained silent. Qing Shui raised her hand to wipe away the tears pooling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mama. Captain Sister, I caused trouble for everyone." Qingyang did not intend for her daughter to endure such a plight. Seeing her in such a pitiable state, she sighed quietly and drew her into an embrace. "Mama does not wish for you to become a cold-hearted person. However, you must always remember that kindness must be tempered with strength. Prioritize your own safety when you cannot ensure it for yourself. Mama cannot forever be by your side to protect you. You must learn to grow on your own." Zhou Shangsheng silently nestled in her brother's embrace, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao sat in the lobby on the first floor, watching television. "Boss, extend the room for 3 more days." Su Maching entered, appearing utterly dejected, shaking the snow off his shoes at the entrance. He approached the counter and handed his wristband to Jiang Yao. She glanced at him, took the wristband, and began to operate it. "Have you not yet found your companions?" she inquired, returning the wristband. I suppose I shall take another look tomorrow." Su Maching replied, his sorrow deepening as if a dark cloud enveloped him. With his head bowed, he shuffled over to the vending machine, retrieving 2 meals and a cup of hot water before floating ghost-like upstairs. In the dining area, Lu Wenjun, who had been keenly observing Jiang Yao's movements, felt a surge of joy when Su Maching finally departed. Straightening his back, he adjusted his new attire and approached Jiang Yao. Clearing his throat, "Ahem, Jiang boss." Jiang Yao recoiled in distaste. "Is there something you need?" Undeterred by her reaction, Lu Wenjun leaned closer, casually tousling his hair. "I know, Jiang boss, that you have long harbored feelings for me." "Excuse me?" Jiang Yao responded incredulously, caught off guard by his audacity. Lu Wenjun smiled indulgently, understanding that girls are easily flustered. "I wouldn't mind giving you a chance to pursue me. Just hand over the sales of the crystal cores and the supply channels for this restaurant, and I shall allow you to be my woman." Jiang Yao's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush. It was now clear to her that he was utterly delusional. "If you're unwell, seek treatment. What gives you the right to speak like this?" Lu Wenjun, unfazed, was convinced that Jiang Yao was deeply infatuated with him. He reached out to pinch her cheek. "You young ladies, playing hard to get is simply a game." Jiang Yao seized his hand and twisted it behind his back, a sharp crack echoing as Lu Wenjun's arm contorted painfully. No, stop. I was wrong. Pain surged through Lu Wenjun's arm, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Jiang Yao remained unmoved, her expression icy. She was utterly repulsed by these customers who flitted around her like pests, seemingly intent on irritating her. "Xiao Xiang, shut the door," she commanded, as Xiao Xiang locked the door. Jiang Yao called out in her mind, "System, gather all the customers in the lobby." The last time she had executed someone too swiftly lacked the desired deterrent effect. Now, she needed to ensure that these individuals witnessed the consequences of antagonizing her. Moments later, the lobby was filled with a sea of customers. Su Maching, who had been showering, barely had time to don a towel before being summoned. This gathering serves to illustrate the repercussions of violating store rules, she announced, revealing a massive screen on the wall. The crowd instinctively followed her gaze. "System, nullify his abilities and transport him to a horde of advanced zombies." A flash of white light enveloped Lu Wenjun, who suddenly felt a chill wash over him. The stench of decay assaulting his senses. Roar erupted as the live feed began. The aimless horde of zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, descended into chaos. Lu Wenjun screamed, momentarily forgetting his severed arm as he attempted to unleash his abilities to slay the approaching zombies, only to panic upon realizing his powers had vanished. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but was surrounded on all sides by the undead, with no means of escape. "Jiang boss, I was wrong. I truly understand now." His limbs were seized by the zombies, blood splattering as they pulled him apart. "I truly was wronged." A zombie lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away a chunk of flesh. His abdomen was hollowed out, intestines spilling forth in a scene of grotesque violence. "Observe well." Jiang Yao's cold voice resonated with lethal intent. "Points have been deducted, and a looped broadcast has been established. New rules have been updated." Behind her, a new rule appeared on the sign. "Those who harass the store owner will have their abilities revoked and will endure a day amongst advanced zombies. Take a good look at the rules, and may each of you firmly engrave them in your minds. Should anyone dare to provoke my wrath again." Jiang Yao smirked coldly. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to be overly explicit. Allowing them to fill in the blanks sufficed. She had said all that needed to be said. This was the final warning. She hoped these individuals would not be foolish enough to continue testing her patience. As she departed, the customers finally dared to murmur among themselves. Someone gasped in disbelief. "Revoking abilities? Can she truly do that? Surely, it must be a jest." "It's no joke. Just look at Lu Wenjun. His powers are genuinely gone." Someone pointed towards the looping video on the screen. Silence fell over the crowd once more. If this were true, did it not imply that their lives rested entirely in Jiang Yao's hands? Some felt elated. A powerful restaurant owner meant greater safety for them. Yet others began to reconsider. Their initial intentions had been far from noble, and after Jiang Yao's overwhelming suppression, they only wished to escape, fearing she might one day seek retribution. Upon returning to their rooms, old Zhao leaned closer to old Lu, whispering conspiratorially. Old Lu scrutinized him for a long moment, his expression growing uncomfortable. What is it?" "Old Lu," old Zhao began earnestly, "you spoke well, but perhaps refrain from doing so next time." "Huh? What do you mean?" Old Lu approached, patting old Lu's shoulder. His brother was good in every way, but could be rather stubborn when it came to problem solving. He failed to understand that there was nowhere to escape to. Outside, zombies roamed freely, and water and food were worth their weight in gold. Remaining here granted them sustenance, shelter, and the ability to exchange crystal cores, provided they observed the rules and refrained from antagonizing Jiang Yao. In the end, it was far more advantageous to stay at the restaurant. Some felt joy, others melancholy, and some were anxious to flee. Regardless of their sentiments, the day passed uneventfully. At 6 o'clock, night fell, enveloping the world in silence. Save for the soft sound of snowflakes landing on the ground in the Western District, over 10 kilometers from the restaurant, a battered SUV sped along the pothole-ridden street. Li Hua, weary and haggard, gripped the steering wheel with his left hand. His right arm marked by a fresh, bleeding wound, a clean cut, suggesting it had been inflicted by a sharp object. Yet he paid little heed to his injury, for a horde of zombies had been drawn to the vehicle's engine noise. Trailing closely behind in the passenger seat sat another pale-faced man, bloodied and covered in wounds, each more numerous than could be counted. The man, drenched in sweat, bit down on a corner of his clothing as he struggled to wrap bandages around his abdominal injury. "Are you certain the boss was pursued to the Western District?" Li Hua glanced in the rearview mirror, assessing the situation behind them, before turning his gaze to the passenger. The man had finally finished bandaging his wound, dropping his clothing and gasping for breath, clearly in pain. Without a word, Li Hua pressed down hard on the accelerator, his face a mask of fury. The man in the passenger seat was extracting bandages to tend to Li Hua's wounds. Upon hearing this, he did not respond, but the veins on the back of his hand throbbed violently, and his face was shrouded in a dark cloud. If Su Machun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these two as the reinforcements he had long awaited but never arrived. Chapter 85. There really is a hotel. They were the newly established core members of the Peace Base and also subordinates and brothers of Su Machun. Half a month prior, Su Machun, along with his team of over 100 ability users, had purged a horde of zombies from a relatively elevated community. They intended to use that community as a starting point to establish a base capable of accommodating thousands of survivors, the Peace Base. As the initiator, Su Machun was undoubtedly the rightful leader of the base. As the base began to develop, a man who called himself Zhang Laogo arrived from elsewhere seeking refuge. His ability was unique. He could manipulate metal to forge weapons. In other words, hand him a piece of iron, and he could return with a gun. Su Machun and the others welcomed him, appointing him as the head of the weapons department, ensuring he had food, shelter, and personal protection. However, who could have anticipated that this fellow harbored grand ambitions? He was not content with merely being a department head. He sought to become the leader of the base. Seizing the moment when Su Machun was out scavenging for supplies, he conspired with the ability users he had bribed to take control of those left behind at the base. He even arranged for people to hunt Su Machun down, aiming to eradicate them completely. Had it not been for their early realization of the treachery and the desperate escape from the base, they might have already become mere bones. Yet even so, the third brother, originally a quartet of brothers, now only Li Hua and he remained. Li Hua gritted his teeth, pressing the accelerator as they barreled into the dense cluster of buildings, seeking a concealed and sheltered spot to tend to his wounds. They had been fleeing for 3 straight days, without a moment's rest, fearing that if they succumbed to sleep, they might perish at the hands of zombies or pursuers alongside their brothers. Lu Yu endured the searing pain in his abdomen, assisting Li Hua in bandaging the wounds on his arm. Finally, he slumped back into his seat, his eyes wide open, watching helplessly as the pristine white bandages became saturated with blood. Night had fallen, and if they failed to find shelter before the temperature plummeted, they risked freezing to death or bleeding out from their injuries. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of gratitude. Thankfully, it wasn't the sweltering summer. Sparing them the concern of pus and fever from infected wounds, he turned to gaze out the car window, feeling as if his life mirrored the dimming twilight, gradually approaching its end. The vehicle's speed began to dwindle, and in a daze, Lu Yu thought he saw a flicker of red light in the sky. Impossible. He must be hallucinating from the cold. What hotel could possibly be open at this hour? Lu Yu adjusted himself for comfort, squeezed his eyes shut, and reopened them to find the red light still suspended in the heavens, in the boundless night. For words stood out in vivid brilliance. Wanjia Hotel. He murmured softly, "What hotel? What are you saying?" Li Hua's expression soured, but his hands continued their work. This was bad. It seemed they were running low on fuel. He heard his brother mention a hotel again, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated. How could there possibly be a hotel in this dire time? He stole a glance at his brother, who still bore a woeful expression, making his heart ache. Lu Yu's injuries were severe, especially the gaping wound on his waist that continued to bleed. Yet, he dared not suggest Lu Yu close his eyes for a moment's rest. In such dire circumstances, who could tell if there would be an opportunity to open them again? He could only relentlessly search for topics to engage Lu Yu, striving to keep him alert. Fourth brother, our fuel is nearly gone. What should we do? We may have to disembark and walk at this point. He glanced back again, his expression brightening. Hey, it seems there aren't many zombies here. Hardly any are following us. Silence fell, and the passenger, Lu Yu, lay as still as death. Li Hua's eyes grew warm with tears. He dared not contemplate the dreadful possibility. He could only lift his head slightly, striving to prevent the tears from falling. For the cold would turn them to ice in an instant. Fourth brother, say something to me, please. Don't be silent. Fourth brother, if you don't speak, I'll tell the world about your childhood mishap of wetting your pants at 10 years old. At long last, the man who had been feigning sleep stirred slightly. Be quiet. I'm not dead, drive ahead. There's a hotel up ahead. Oh, fourth brother, it's so good that you're alive. But how could there possibly be? As he spoke, he turned to look and truly saw a massive sign shimmering in the distance. Goodness gracious, there really is a hotel? Lu Yu immediately grasped Li Hua's arm. Stop dawdling. There must be a backup power source in that hotel. We need to stay there tonight. Damn it, you're hurting my wound. As they rushed through the entrance, the first floor of the restaurant was sparsely populated. Jiang Yao and Lan Yu were seated together, enjoying barbecued meat. The sizzling meat emitted an enticing aroma, complemented by a sip of cool soda, pure bliss. Just as they were savoring the moment, a sharp screech of car brakes echoed from nearby. Guests have arrived. The host eats first. I'll go take a look. The diligent little elephant, who had been diligently peeling shrimp, removed its gloves and walked to the door to peek outside. Two men, pale and wrapped in bandages, supporting each other, staggered from the car towards the restaurant. Hello, do you require accommodation? From a distance, Li Hua spotted a plush toy the height of a person waving at him. Old fourth brother, I think I've seen a ghost. Toys can talk. Lu Yu interjected, this must be someone else's ability. Surely there are no ghosts in this world. Stop overreacting and take me over there. Lu Yu leaned on Li Hua, allowing him to guide him to the little elephant. The little elephant spoke with an earnest tone. Do the guests require lodging? We have food, drinks, and hot water available. Lu Yu's gaze was calm as he surveyed the interior. The structure resembled a high-end hotel from before the apocalypse. Inside, two figures, a large and a small, were gathered around a barbecue. Only their silhouettes were discernible, but they appeared clean and refreshing. Food and water? Li Hua stepped back, glancing at the sign again. Wanjia Hotel. They had not come to the wrong place. This hotel was still in operation? Surely it couldn't be a scam. Close the door? That was out of the question. At this hour, if this establishment closed, where would they find another place to stay? Upon hearing this, Li Hua grew anxious, and without a second thought, retrieved a crystal core from his pocket, handing it to the little elephant. We want to stay. Let us check in right now. Please, follow me. The little elephant led them to the reception desk, pointing out the sign for them to see. After reviewing the information, they agreed on a double room. Minutes later, they ascended the stairs, dazed, clutching a steaming pile of food. There's really food. They can't be dreaming, can they? Chapter 86. Farewell. Half a month later, 8 in the morning, daylight broke. Jiang Yao rose from her bed as usual and, upon drawing back the curtains, was greeted by the long mist sunlight. The snow had gradually ceased. Jiang Yao changed into a set of workout clothes, descended the stairs, and stepped outside to commence her morning exercises. As she looked up, she spotted Su Machun preparing to leave on his motorcycle, flanked by two men, Li Hua and Lu Yu, who were looking remarkably rejuvenated, their wounds having healed considerably, and they followed Su Machun with newfound vigor. The restaurant was splendid, but the base was their hard work and the cornerstone of their survival in this apocalypse. They could not abandon it. Moreover, Su Machun had upgraded the points card to a points wristband, ensuring that even outside the restaurant, they would have an endless supply of food and water. Good morning, Boss Jiang. Sumachin, clad in a sleek leather outfit, effortlessly mounted his motorcycle, gripping the handlebars with a forward lean, striking what he believed to be a rather dashing pose at Jiang Yao. Good morning. Jiang Yao replied with a casual dismissal, too preoccupied with stretching her shoulders to lift her eyelids. Sumachin merely shrugged. Accustomed to Jiang Yao's demeanor by now. After all, she wasn't targeting him specifically. She regarded everyone with equal indifference. What was that kid's name again? Sumachin racked his brain, recalling. Yes, it was something like Liu. That fellow was quite bold. After being rebuffed, he had the audacity to try and embrace her, resorting to a rather aggressive approach. He had insisted that Boss Jiang must be interested in him. Or else why would she gaze at him so intently? He even urged her not to be shy, proclaiming that love should be declared openly. Heaven help us, how could he know she was watching him if he wasn't watching her? Ultimately, Boss Jiang was unimpressed with his antics, and without a second thought, she had delivered a swift kick, rendering him incapacitated. Then, she had sent him into a horde of zombies, broadcasting the spectacle live for everyone to witness. Just recalling that scene sent a chill down Sumachin's spine. Never mind that. He should hasten to set off with his brothers. Boss Jiang, we're off. Until we meet again, Lai Hua, sitting in the back, waved at Jiang Yao.in. The next moment, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped away from Jiang Yao's view. From a distance, she could hear Li Hua's anguished cry. Boss, can you slow down a bit? You almost threw me out. 2 hours later, outside the restaurant, Jiang Yao completed her usual routine, having run countless laps around the establishment. She was clad in a thin workout outfit, her body warm, and steam rising from her head. Lan Yu stood nearby, observing as she paused, and thoughtfully handed the warm towel in her hand to Jiang Yao. Sister, wipe your face. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Jiang Yao exhaled a long breath, extending her hand to accept the towel and dab at the beads of sweat on her face. The two of them entered the dining room in succession, one after the other. Jiang Yao sat downstairs for a moment to rest. Once she felt her body acclimate to the temperature, she transported herself upstairs. Intending to take a shower before descending for a meal, it had been snowing continuously for days, and she had no desire to venture outside, so she had been exercising indoors. After a little over half a month of training, the results were quite satisfying, Jiang Yao thought to herself, admiring her reflection in the mirror. The slight flab around her waist now subtly hinted at the formation of six-pack abs, and the muscle tone in her arms and legs was smooth, exuding a robust glow. After showering and changing into a fresh outfit, she tossed her workout clothes into the newly acquired automatic washing machine, which would not only clean but also dry the garments after the cycle. Priced reasonably at 200 or 300 credits per unit, she had found it quite useful, even installing 2 machines on the 3rd and 4th floors for the convenience of guests wishing to launder their clothes. The charge was 2 credits per use. After changing clothes and drying her hair, Jiang Yao tied her hair up high in a neat bun. Finally, she took the elevator down to the 1st floor. Ready to eat. As she retrieved a portion of soup dumplings and spicy soup, she heard a commotion at the entrance, where a group of people was gathered, chattering away. Jiang Yao looked up in confusion, her gaze meeting several familiar faces. Boss Jiang, we came to find you. The overly cheerful voice belonged to Li Yang. Behind him trailed dozens of others, their chatter filling the air with noise. Yao Yao. I'm here too, we all came. A figure emerged from behind Li Yang. Liu Yan. Liu Yin was holding the hand of a young girl, who appeared poised and mature for her age. Upon seeing Jiang Yao, the girl smiled and greeted her. Sister Jiang, hello. My name is Qingxue. Hello. Jiang Yao swallowed the dumpling in her mouth and stood up. Qingxue? With the surname Qing, could she be Qingyang's daughter? Boss Jiang, Manager Lan Yu, long time no see. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Indeed, it has been a while. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes, appraising the person before her. Qingyang had undergone quite a transformation. His once waist-length hair had been cut to ear-length, and he appeared rather drab, blending into the crowd. It seemed like it had only been a little over half a month since they last met, yet it felt as though years had passed. Wow, this hotel is enormous and so clean and fragrant, Liu Yin exclaimed, stepping inside and eagerly exploring. They have a hot pot restaurant. Oh my goodness, can we really eat hot pot here? Liu Yin could hardly believe her eyes as she looked at the adjacent, equally clean and tidy hot pot restaurant, then approached and tentatively pushed the door to It wouldn't budge. It was locked. Dear customer, our hot pot restaurant hasn't tea opened yet. We start serving at 11 in the morning and close at 10 at night. Jiang Yi, who was nearby attending to guests, quickly explained to Lu Yin in a soft voice, well then, I suppose we'll have to wait until noon to eat. Lu Yin shrugged, only then realizing that the one speaking to her was a sleek robot. It had been hidden behind the reception desk when she first entered. Wow, is this a robot? So cool. Lu Yin, like a curious child, squeezed into the crowd to observe Jiang Yi's technologically advanced form. She contemplated reaching out to touch it, but ultimately deemed the action impolite. After watching for a while, she reluctantly left the reception area and began wandering around the dining room with Xiaoyang and Li Xinro following closely behind. Zhang Jing, who had just come downstairs intending to eat, glanced up to see Li Yang in the midst of a crowd, explaining something. He looks thinner and darker. Seems like he hasn't been faring well outside. Zhang Jing took a cup of hot soy milk in hand, finding a seat to wait. Once Li Yang had dispersed the group, Zhang Jing hurried over and playfully punched him on the back. Li Yang, you rascal, you finally made it. What? Did you remember you have a father here? Zhang Jing, my goodness, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Zhang Jing couldn't help but spray the soy milk from his mouth, which splattered evenly across the table. Suddenly feeling a chill on his back, he turned to see Lan Yu with a displeased expression, quickly mustering a contrite smile. Haha, I didn't mean to. It won't happen again. Lan Yu huffed, no longer glancing at him, and turned to assist Xiao Xiang in preparing ingredients in the kitchen. The two brothers had not seen each other for quite some time, and upon their sudden reunion, their eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Chapter 87, Wasteland World. Could you please help us book a 4-person room? Zhang Jing took out a secondary crystal core to recharge Li Yang's card and handed it to Jiang Yi behind the counter. All right, just a moment. While Jiang Yi processed their check-in, Zhang Jing purchased a dozen bottles of beer from the fridge and retrieved 7 or 8 meals from the vending machine. Here are your keys. Take the elevator to the 4th floor. Thank you. Upon receiving the key, Zhang Jing immediately pulled Li Yang and the others toward the elevator. Once the Group S figures vanished from the 1st floor, Qingyang turned to glance at Jiang Yao. I didn't expect such significant changes here at Boss Jiang S. She had just fetched 2 servings of fried rice from the vending machine and handed one to Qingxue. Now, they were seated across from Jiang Yao, leisurely enjoying their meal. Haha, right? Jiang Yao took a large sip of spicy soup, offering a non-committal response. She wasn't fond of discussing restaurant matters with others. Guests should possess a sense of decorum and not pry too much. By the way, how has life been at the base? Are you adjusting well? Qingyang glanced at Lu Yin and nodded with a smile. Captain Lu is very nice and takes good care of us. That's great. Jiang Yao was not particularly skilled at small talk, and the conversation soon fell into a lull. She picked up a soup dumpling, but before she could put it in her mouth, she heard Lu Yin speak. However, Lu Yin's expression fell, appearing somewhat disheartened. Sigh, I wish we could linger, but we still have tasks to complete. We can't stay here too long. Then let us finish our tasks and come back. Jiang Yao popped the soup dumpling into her mouth, believing that no matter the magnitude of the situation, it should not interfere with her meal. After a brief catch-up, it was nearly noon. Jiang Yi and Jiang Er had been busy all morning and couldn't rest, so they headed to the hot pot restaurant to serve customers. Jiang Yao wasn't particularly hungry at this moment, so she casually ate a little before preparing to step outside for a look. However, before she could even cross the threshold, the system notification chimed. Ding, you have served a total of 10,000 customers. A reward of 100,000 credits has been credited, connecting to a new dimension. Connection successful, new customer being transmitted. Transmission failed. Initiating remedial measures. Host is being reverse transmitted. Jiang Yao. No way, can it really fail to transmit? Useless system. In the wasteland world, the ground was scorched black, the land polluted, and flora and fauna mutated. In just a few short decades, humanity had plummeted from the top of the food chain, becoming prey in the eyes of all species. Everyone knew that this land was forsaken. Jin City, once the most bountiful water town, had turned into a desert of yellow sand ever since the water source mysteriously vanished. The only oasis was a technologically advanced city standing amidst the desolation. A pale blue protective dome shielded the residents within from the harsh environment, providing their only safe haven, in a filthy alley. Water. Shin Xingchen huddled in a corner, parched and suffering, her lips severely chapped and her entire body ablaze with discomfort. She knew she might be on the brink of death, for she could feel something inside her body desperately trying to claw its way out. Previously, in a bid to survive, she had consumed quite a bit of the mutated vine's sap. Although it tasted like normal water when drunk, excessive consumption would turn a person's body into a vessel for the seeds of the mutated vines. Pure, uncontaminated water was far too precious. Even if she sold all her energy stones, she couldn't acquire even a drop of fresh water. Death did not frighten her. What gnawed at her was the unwillingness to succumb. Just before she lost consciousness, she thought she heard a mechanical voice ringing in her mind. New customer selected, opening the transmission portal. Transmission portal successfully opened. Please enter the portal, customer. Customer, please don't faint. Transmission failed. What is that voice calling? Shen Xingqian strained to lift her eyelids in search of the source of the sound, only to see a well-dressed, rosy-cheeked beauty stepping through a silver doorframe. The beauty stood before her for a moment, then bent down and embraced her. "SK, this useless system. Come on, let us get you to my place to rest." In her daze, Shen Xingqian caught a whiff of a refreshing lemon scent. Is this a deity? In the hotel lobby, Zhang Yao initially intended to take the person upstairs, but seeing her covered in dirt and grime, she reconsidered. While she herself was indifferent, Lan Yu had a slight cleanliness obsession. It was best not to bring her upstairs just yet. Instead, she decided to place the woman on the first floor and wait to see when she would awaken. Noticing the woman's lips cracked and bleeding, Zhang Yao summoned Lan Yu. "Xiao Yu, bring some water." "Sister, water is on the way." "When will she awaken?" Zhang Yao supported Shen Xingqian, leaning her against the back of the sofa. As the rim of the cup grazed her lips, she eagerly opened her mouth to draw in the refreshing liquid. She drank an entire cup before pausing. "System, when will this person regain consciousness? Remaining in a comatose state is hardly conducive." She brought her here for business purposes. Ding. Detected that the customer's internal pollution levels are above standard. It is recommended that the host exchange gratitude points for a dimension-specific cleansing crystal, which can alleviate pollution. Oh, so gratitude points can be used for this. If the system hadn't reminded her, she might have forgotten about it entirely. How many gratitude points do I possess? 583. How many points are required to exchange for a cleansing crystal? 359. Then please exchange one for me. Exchange successful. The cleansing crystal has been issued to your space. With a thought, Zhang Yao felt a cool sensation manifest in her hand. The cleansing crystal appeared quite ordinary, a milky white stone, about the size of her thumb. After examining it under the light for some time, she couldn't discern any unique qualities, but holding it for a while indeed made her feel considerably refreshed. How is this used? Zhang Yao inquired of the system in her mind. Soak it in water to drink. Zhang Yao was speechless. The method of use was rather blunt and straightforward. Much like the system itself, she instructed Xiao Yu to keep an eye on Shen Xingqian while she walked over to the water dispenser to fill another cup. With a splash, she dropped the crystal into the cup. After a moment, feeling that it should be ready, Zhang Yao brought the water to Shen Xingqian. Gulp, gulp. Shen Xingqian seemed to have lost track of time without water, her stomach like a bottomless pit, swallowing down whatever was offered. Water droplets trickled down her chin, washing away the grime smeared across her face, leaving behind streaks of white. Chapter 88. Inspecting the room, Lan Yu crouched beneath the sofa, frowning at Shen Xingqian's face. Another sister who detests cleanliness, how filthy. After feeding her water, Zhang Yao settled onto a stool, beginning to digest the interdimensional background information transmitted by the system. This woman is named Shen Xingqian, aged 24, born into a poor family in the 334th Wasteland Fortress. The wasteland resembles the current state of Blue Star, with mutated flora and fauna, and contaminated land and water sources, leading to scarcity of both. However, the technology in the wasteland is highly advanced, particularly the weapons crafted from energy stones derived from mutated species, which possess immense lethality against such entities. For Zhang Yao, what is precious lies not only in the energy stones and weapons, but also in the faint blue protective barrier enveloping their safe fortress. The barrier, forged by artisans using high-grade energy stones, appears thin and fragile, yet it can withstand the assault of over 1,000 fifth-level zombie hordes. What? You ask how Zhang Yao knows this? Because the system has stated so. Shen Xingqian groggily opened her eyes, feeling a dampness on her face. She reached up to wipe it away, only to find her hand smeared with mud. Mud? Damp mud? How could that be? In disbelief, She rubbed her face again. And clumps of dirt fell away. Am I dead? Is this heaven? But why does everything feel so tangible? Could heaven also possess a physical realm? Stop rubbing. Lan Yu could no longer endure it. The person was dirty enough. But why was she smearing mud all over her sister's sofa? Soon, she would have to summon Xiao Xiang to disinfect the place and clean the sofa thoroughly. Huh? Shen Xingchen turned towards the voice, spotting a young girl crouched in front of her, with hair like seaweed and azure blue eyes. Her translucent pointed ears were adorned with pearls, resembling a little sprite fallen to the mortal realm. Beside the sprite stood a familiar beauty, tall and sturdy, nearly 178 centimeters, with muscular arms, a celestial being. Before she could process this, she heard the beauty's lips move. Awake? If you're awake, you should settle your water bill first. 2 cups. What? Although Shen Xingchen was somewhat bewildered by the scene before her, the mention of water caused her mind to explode with realization. Did she drink their water? 2 cups? This is a disaster. Her low-grade energy stones couldn't even buy a single drop of water, let alone 2 cups. Upon seeing her expression, Lan Yu exploded with indignation. What does this expression mean? Does she intend to shirk payment? Her eyes narrowed dangerously, her voice low. Sister kindly saved you. You wouldn't dare think of avoiding payment for 2 cups of water, would you? As she spoke, she cracked her knuckles ominously. Shen Xingchen hurriedly waved her hands. No. That's not it. What do you mean I? Fork over the energy core. Otherwise, I'll deal with you. Lan Yu asserted, her tone commanding. An energy core. She doesn't possess one. Shen Xingchen trembled, quickly producing a palm-sized stone from her bosom and offering it. I only have this energy stone. I don't know if it's enough. Lan Yu weighed the energy stone in her hand before depositing it into the machine. A 3rd-level energy stone, worth 1,000 points. The 2 cups of water deducted 6 points from you. Here, the remainder is yours, so don't say we're bullying you. Shen Xingchen dared not accept it. Shaking her head, she replied, No, thank you. I know water is precious. I will find a way to repay you. Lan Yu, uninterested in further argument, shoved the card into her embrace while rolling her eyes. Just take it. We're not the type to take advantage of others. By the way, hurry and wash up. You're covered in mud. It's revolting. Xiao Yu. Don't say such things about our guests. Jiang Yao interjected, her brow furrowing in disapproval at Lan Yu's increasingly sharp tongue. This little one has been getting more acerbic lately. One wonders where she learned it from. Shen Xingchen, her expression flustered, quickly rose from the sofa, awkwardly tugging at her soiled clothes. She cautiously glanced at the proud Lan Yu, biting her lip and shaking her head. No, really, it's fine. I'm aware I smell quite bad in Jin City. Water is more precious than gold. They barely have enough to drink, let alone bathe. Typically, they would scrape dry sand on themselves to ward off pests. Staying at an inn, the back of the points card contains hotel information. You can take a look first. Shen Xingchen grasped the black hard card, which displayed her information on the front. Member, Shen Xingchen, points, 6,1000. Flipping it over, she noticed a line of golden text in the center. Welcome to the Multiverse Hotel. Below, several lines in white outlined the hotel rules. After examining the card, Shen Xingchen finally began to relax. She lifted her gaze, taking in the lavish, newly decorated hotel. It must have just opened. Odd. When did Jin City acquire such a large hotel? How had she not noticed it before? Lastly, her gaze fell upon the introduction board behind Jiang Yao, which vividly illustrated the offerings. A single room costs 50 points per night, which isn't too expensive, and the amenities appeared quite satisfactory. However, she found it hard to believe Jiang Yao's words. Clean water sources in Jin City were monopolized by the affluent and powerful. Others had no access whatsoever. The owner looked so young. How could she possess such capabilities? Thinking this, Shen Xingchen scrutinized Jiang Yao with her dark eyes. No matter how she looked at her, Jiang Yao did not resemble those arrogant nobles at all. Jiang Yao, entirely at ease under her scrutiny, sensed no malice in Shen Xingchen's gaze, only curiosity. After a moment as thought, Shen Xingchen inquired, May I take a look at the room first? Jiang Yao was taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. Of course, how many persons' room would you like to see? A single room. Please, follow me. I'll show you. Jiang Yao stepped out from behind the counter, leading Shen Xingchen upstairs to the 2nd floor. A plush toy resembling a giant elephant, equipped with gloves, was carefully replacing the sofa cushions with new ones. She had seen many robots. It could be said that 80% of the service industry in Gene City was operated by them. They required neither food nor water, merely periodic energy stone replacements to function indefinitely. Chapter 89. Tremble. The two exchanged silent glances. Jiang Yao directly led Shen Xingchen to the innermost room on the third floor. Dear guest, this is the only single room available at the moment. It has good lighting, is quiet, and is conveniently located near the laundry room. Jiang Yao briefly introduced the amenities of the single room, emphasizing the unlimited hot water supply in the restroom. According to the information provided by the system, her world was severely lacking in water. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up. She patiently listened to Jiang Yao's explanation before taking 2 steps into the restroom, mimicking Jiang Yao as she turned on the faucet. Clear, sparkling water flowed forth. It's truly water. Shen Xingchen felt an overwhelming joy. The owner did not deceive her. This hotel indeed had water. Cautiously, she extracted a small card from her bosom, placing it beneath the stream to collect some water. After approximately a minute, the card remained pristine and clean, confirming that this was untainted water that could be consumed directly. Fantastic. She had finally found clean water. Yao would be saved. Shen Xingchen trembled with excitement, cupping her hands to splash the refreshing, clean water onto her face. How does the guest feel? After a brief pause, Jiang Yao spoke up to remind her. Shen Xingchen took a deep breath and, in a hoarse voice, said, I have booked this room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao smiled gently. Very well, dear guest. Let us proceed downstairs to check in. With the points already recharged, Jiang Yao promptly assisted Shen Xingchen in securing the room and handed her the key. Oh, and there are warm meals and clean water over there, she added. With the points in hand, Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to recommend her own restaurant and hot pot establishment. However, it was evident that Shen Xingchen had little interest in the hot pot place. The restaurant offered water and food at reasonable prices. If possible, she wished to bring her sister along to stay here. Shen Xingchen finished one portion of the meal and set aside another on the table. Then she turned and entered the bathroom, activating the shower. Warm water cascaded from the faucet. As Shen Xingchen removed her clothes, she instinctively reached to touch the bump on her back, having consumed so much juice from the mutated vines. The seeds must have grown significantly. She wondered how many days she had left to live. On the first attempt, Shen Xingchen's hand found nothing. The seed growing on her spine seemed to have shrunk. It had originally been as large as a fist, easily reachable with a touch. After searching diligently for some time, she finally felt a hard lump the size of a coin at the center. She closed her eyes to sense it, and it seemed that her abilities flowed more powerfully than before. Was it an illusion? Shen Xingchen summoned her companion plant, a venomous vine. The thorny tendril emerged from her palm, affectionately brushing against her fingers with its blunt end. The thorns seemed to have thickened considerably. Who exactly was Jiang Yao? Why did she possess the ability to mitigate pollution? Such abilities were typically exclusive to purification-type ability users from Central City. Given how rare purification-type users were, how could one possibly appear in the remote Gene City? For some reason, she suddenly felt a strong intuition that Gene City was on the verge of a significant change. Jiang Yao was seated on a pastel-colored sofa, engrossed in a variety show. Achoo! She unexpectedly sneezed loudly. Outside, the snow was melting, and it was quite chilly. Perhaps the host should drape a blanket over her to prevent catching a cold. Xiao Xiang, hearing the commotion, worriedly approached and wrapped the blanket draped over the sofa around her legs. I'm fine. It's actually quite warm in here. Thank you, Xiao Xiang. Perhaps someone was thinking of her in her previous life. The zombie outbreak had occurred before she even graduated high school. After the outbreak, survival became a challenge, and she had accumulated numerous series without the opportunity to watch them. She often lamented that those long-running series would never conclude before the end of the world. And now, it had indeed become the end of the world, and she truly wouldn't see the finality she longed for. Sigh. After a fleeting moment of melancholy, Jiang Yao was soon amused by the comedic scenes in the variety show. Not long after finishing her lunch, she saw Shen Xingchen, now thoroughly cleaned, descending the stairs. With a frown, Shen Xingchen gazed at Jiang Yao, as the voice that had identified itself as the system echoed in her mind once more. It informed her that she was no longer in her original world, but rather in an alternate dimension. Initially skeptical, she was startled when she drew back the curtain. The scene below was a stark contrast, blanketed in white snowflakes without a hint of dust. The blue light that had perpetually hovered overhead had vanished, and sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire sky. It was then that Shen Xingqian believed she was no longer in Jin City, nor in the wasteland. Her wristband had not issued any warnings about nuclear contamination in the environment. This meant that there had been no nuclear war, no nuclear pollution. How wonderful it would be if her family could live in such a world. Perhaps her mother would not have died so young. Jiang Yao blinked in surprise, having thought that Shen Xingqian would be staying for a couple of days after checking in. Yes, Jiang Yao interrupted before she could explain. Quickly adjusting the settings on the system panel, that was her personal affair, and she had the right to make her own decisions, with no need to provide further explanations. Shen Xingqian bowed her head slightly in a solemn gesture of gratitude. Jiang Yao had saved her life and was about to save her sister as well. Even if Jiang Yao required her to work tirelessly, she would not decline. Ding, gratitude value 100. Huh. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yao finally shifted her gaze from the tablet to Shen Xingqian. This seemed to be the first time someone had given her such a high gratitude value. It appeared this woman had commendable character. Looking further, if she were willing, perhaps her other employee could also find a place. Shen Xingqian opened the silver door, and a gust of wind rushed in, swirling with yellow sand that immediately coated her freshly washed face in grime. The door vanished before her eyes, as if dissipating into the air. Yet the food and water in her hands constantly reminded her that what she had just experienced was no mere dream. She had genuinely entered another realm, a paradise seemingly untouched by the harsh realities outside. Shen Xingqian clenched her fists, feeling the surge of power within her. Now, it was their turn to tremble. Chapter 90. Seeking Death. Shen Xingqian's companion plant was far from weak. The venomous vine possessed controlling and paralyzing capabilities, along with long-range offensive abilities. She had always been determined in battle, making her a core member of her team. 3 days prior, while hunting a 5th-grade mutant beast with her teammates, they stumbled upon a modestly dressed woman in a cave. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with luminous skin and autumnal eyes that sparkled like rippling water, capable of piercing into the depths of one's heart. However, she wore no protective gear against radiation, not even a wristband to detect pollution. Moreover, she seemed utterly ignorant of the wasteland's conditions. Shen Xingqian felt something was amiss, prompting her to question the woman further. Yet, her teammates mocked her, accusing her of being jealous of the woman's beauty and deliberately seeking trouble. The woman feigned support for her, claiming she was being targeted. Ultimately, Shen Xingqian decided to leave the team and operate independently. However, her so-called teammates took advantage of her distraction while dealing with the mutant beast to betray her. They not only stripped her of her radiation-proof suit to give to the woman, but also absconded with the 5th-grade energy stone she had fought fiercely to obtain. Had it not been for the guidance of the venomous vine leading her to the mutated vines, she would have surely perished of thirst in the wilderness. Shen Xingqian inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as she turned and exited the alley, heading towards a nearby, impoverished residential area at the city gate. Since she had survived, those who wronged her must pay for their actions. Shen Xingqian's home was a dilapidated underground basement on the 5th level. While it was run down, the rent was cheap, requiring only 2 3rd-grade energy stones per month. As she stepped onto the sticky floor, she expertly kicked aside the garbage beneath, disregarding the prying eyes in the corners, and made her way down the stairs to the 5th level. Next door, Uncle Wang was about to head out, cradling his filthy little grandson. Noticing what Shen Xingqian was carrying, a glint of shrewdness crossed his face as he positioned himself in front of her door. "What have you got there? Did you get some water? Let our little grandson have a sip." Shen Xingqian had never gotten along well with the neighbors in the alley. These individuals, capable of working, dared not confront the mutant beasts, and whenever they saw anyone with food or drink, they would block their path to beg. If they were denied, they would resort to tantrums to prevent others from leaving. Some found it bothersome and would toss them a bit of food, only to further embolden their audacity. Initially, they would ask politely, but it soon escalated to outright theft. Shen Xingqian shot him a disdainful glance and brandished her venomous vine. "Get lost, or I'll take your life." The man recoiled, suddenly recalling that this woman was not someone they could provoke. Yet he refused to let his bravado falter, muttering, "What are you being so fierce for? A woman like you deserves to be alone for life. Your family is doomed to extinction. It's only fitting that Shen Yao was taken away. She deserved to die." Shen Xingqian's expression changed drastically as the vines swiftly coiled around the man's neck. "What did you say? Clarify." who has taken Shunyao. Let go. The man gasped as the vine tightened. Nearly choking him, he clawed at the vine around his neck, blood oozing from the punctures of the thorns. Shin Xingqian commanded the vine to loosen its grip slightly. The man seized the opportunity to gulp down air. It's those brothers. Wang Hu, they said your family owed them water money, and if you couldn't pay, they would take your sister away. That was 2 or 3 days ago. She is probably dead by now. Bang! By the time the man looked up again, Shin Xingqian had vanished without a trace. The air was filled with a potent aroma of food. How tantalizing! It was a feast. The man's eyes gleamed as he disregarded the filth around him, dropping to the ground to lick up the spilled food. Shin Xingqian could hardly think of food or water. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her sister's abduction, of a Yao being taken. The Wang Hu brothers were utterly devoid of humanity. They had caused her mother's demise. Previously, her mother had exchanged all the remaining energy stones for water, only for them to accept the stones without providing a single drop of clean water. When her mother attempted to reason with them, they were enraged and killed her in cold blood, claiming she had tried to steal water and was killed in a scuffle. Ultimately, it reached the executioner's ears and resulted in nothing more than a few first-grade energy stones in compensation. Had it not been for her lingering concern that compelled her to follow her mother closely, hiding behind the doorframe and witnessing the entire ordeal, she might still be in the dark to this day. Even more despicable are those enforcers. They align themselves with whoever offers the most substantial bribes, utterly disregarding the so-called truth. The truth they deem valid is the only truth that matters to them. Could it be that even my sister— No, that cannot be. Shin Xingqian hastily quelled the sinister thoughts swirling in her mind. A Yao is still so young, not yet 10 years old. That pack of brutes, devoid of humanity, would never stoop so low as to harm a child under 10. Shin Xingqian's legs nearly blurred as she sprinted, finally reaching the dwelling of the Wang brothers, Wang Long and Wang Hu. After half an hour, they resided in a basement level 2, complete with water and electricity, and even the refuse in the stairwell was regularly cleared. It was a far cry from the squalor she called home. 203, 205, 208. Found it. Without hesitation, Shin Xingqian whipped out her vine. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door could not withstand such force and crashed inward. Wang Hu, who had been indulging in meat and drink, was startled, quickly grabbing a nearby axe and rising to his feet. His towering figure casting a large shadow over Shin Xingqian, but his fury flared when he realized that only a frail girl had intruded. Damn it! You filthy wench! Do you dare kick down my door? You re-asking for death, aren't you? He bellowed, swinging the axe at Shin Xingqian's head with all his might, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty thrill. Die, you wretched woman! Shin Xingqian deftly pivoted on her toes. Evading his strike, the vine in her hand surged forth, striking Wang Hu's face with a resounding crack. A long gash appeared on his already menacing visage, the sharp thorns of the vine embedding themselves cruelly into his skin. Chapter 91. The beast goes, devour her. His face throbbed with pain and numbness. Wang Hu wiped his bloodied hands across his face, a mixture of flesh and gore staining his palms. You vile creature. I will kill you today. Wang Hu's companion plant was a massive man-eating flower. Since his awakening, he had fed it fresh blood and flesh daily to sustain its ferocity and wildness. Seeing that he was at a loss against Shin Xingqian, Wang Hu summoned the man-eating flower with a sweeping gesture. Go, devour her. He then made a hasty retreat into the house, his face stinging from the thorn's poison, and he needed to find the antidote quickly lest his face succumb to decay and festering. The towering man-eating flower emerged in the stairwell, its enormous petals lined with razor-sharp teeth. The sound of its mouths snapping open and shut echoed grotesquely, saliva dripping from its fangs. Shin Xingqian inhaled deeply and summoned her own accompanying vines. The vines struck the ground, splitting into 2, then 3. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of vine tendrils sprouted forth, thrashing about, each covered in a sinister gleam. Crack! The vines lashed out like lightning, striking the central petal of the man-eating flower. The flower swayed, attempting to evade the blow, but its massive and cumbersome form could not escape the venomous strike. The petal was severely damaged, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Xingqian swung her whip, shattering the enormous branches and leaves of the man-eating flower that blocked the doorway, nimbly slipping into the room. With such a commotion, Wang Hu had yet to appear. indicating he was not home today. This was fortuitous. If both brothers were present, she would have to be cautious and fear an ambush while making her move. But now that only Wang Long remained, it seemed even fate itself did not wish for him to survive. As Shen Xingqian darted into the room, Wang Hu had just managed to swallow the antidote. He felt a chill sweep over him, instinctively crouching low to the ground. The sound of slicing air rang overhead. Crouched on the floor, Wang Hu tightly gripped his large knife. The antidote would take time to take effect, and half his body was paralyzed by the poison, making it difficult to rise. He realized he could never overpower this madwoman and softened his tone and expression, attempting to reason with her to buy himself some recovery time. Wait. If you want to kill me, at least let me know why. You must tell me before I die. What have I done to deserve this? In response, Shen Xingqian delivered a merciless whip. Crack! The lash struck Wang Hu's body, tearing away a large swath of flesh. Wang Hu cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, truly enraged. How could he be enjoying his meal at home when suddenly a woman barges in, intent on killing him without a word? The most infuriating part was that he couldn't even retaliate. Damn it! Crack! Crack! Shen Xingqian gritted her teeth, unleashing a flurry of lashes, watching as Wang Hu's clothing was shredded into tatters. Wang Hu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. What do you want from me? We have no enmity between us. Why do this? Another whip struck his face. Where is my sister? Wang Hu barely had time to feel relieved that this harbinger of doom was finally willing to speak, only to hear her inquire about her sister. What the hell? How would I know anything about your sister? If she is missing, why not seek the enforcers for help? Crack! Another lash. Tell me, where is Ai Yao? Wang Hu was now devoid of any unscathed skin, writhing in pain. The poison had paralyzed his muscles. He could only lie there like a lifeless dog, at the mercy of his tormentor. I don't know anything about your damned medicine. Just kill me already, he screamed. Shen Xingqian's fury was palpable. Kill you? That would be too easy. I want to sever your limbs, skin you alive, and leave you in the wilderness to watch as insects devour your body piece by piece. Now, tell me where the little girl you took from the underground slum, room 514, 3 days ago is. Shen Xingqian approached Wang Hu, snatching the axe from his grasp. With a swift motion, she severed his right hand at the wrist. Wang Hu howled in agony, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Shen Xingqian raised the axe once more. If you don't speak within a minute, I'll chop off one of your arms. If you remain silent for 2 minutes, I'll take a leg. If you want to live, tell me where she is. Knowing he was doomed, Wang Hu felt a surge of defiance. Pa! He spat blood at Shen Xingqian. Watching her expression darken further, he felt the pain in his body fade, replaced by a sense of wicked delight. Ha ha ha! The girl is dead. She is dead, raped and murdered, and she was just a little innocent lamb. The taste .sk. After experiencing that, even death would be worth it. Where is the body? Shen Xingqian's heart raced, and her head spun. At such a moment, his words chilled her to the bone. The body? What body? There is no body left. We've already fed her to my man-eating flower. One bite, and she was gone. Ha! Bang! Ugh! Shen Xingqian's vision turned crimson as she raised the axe and brought it down onto his head with ferocity. Once, twice, thrice, blood splattered, staining the room and her vision. When she finally regained her senses, Wang Hu lay in a puddle of gourd. A searing fire ignited within her heart, consuming her reason. She wiped the blood from her face and marched into the stairwell. The fierce battle with Wang Hu had stirred the neighbors. They must have witnessed the commotion. She needed to act preemptively. Wang Hu and the man-eating flower were intertwined in life. With Wang Hu dead, the flower would suffer gravely as well. The poisonous vines had already stripped it of its petals and teeth, leaving it in a pitiful state, much like Wang Hu himself. Chapter 92. Dead? Not dead? Is it dead or not? Shen Xingqian severed the flower's stalk, dragging its enormous head into the house. After tidying up, she reassembled the door that had been forcibly broken, scattering the contents around to create the illusion of a robbery. Once satisfied with her disguise, Shen Xingqian found a shadowy corner to conceal herself, waiting patiently for her prey to arrive. Wang Long was in high spirits that day, having hunted a level 4 energy stone with his brother in the wilderness a few days prior. He had successfully stolen the items the enforcers had tasked him with. Once he delivered the goods, he would become the new enforcer of the street, freeing himself and his brother from the dark basement. He was eagerly anticipating the bread he would bring to seduce the widow Lu next door. Life is all about those fleeting moments. After all, as he rounded a long alley and turned toward the entrance to the basement, a familiar stench wafted up the stairwell. He could also hear the sound of pounding, as if someone were using an axe to chop up the bones of a mutated beast. Wang Long sniffed, puzzled by the scent that bore a striking resemblance to that of his younger brother's accompanying plant. A wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that a mutated beast had invaded their home? With this thought racing through his mind, he quickened his pace. His brother was not particularly formidable. He usually relied heavily on that carnivorous flower during their hunting escapades. If a powerful mutated creature had indeed breached their sanctuary, Wang Long might find himself at a loss. He hurried towards the underground second level, the metallic tang of blood growing ever more pungent and nauseating. Turning the corner, he made his way further into the house. The stairwell was eerily silent. The lights were off, and in the dim glow filtering down the stairs, he noticed that the front door had been forcefully breached. It gaped open like the maw of a ravenous beast. His brother's carnivorous flower lay in tatters, huddled in a corner, oblivious to its fate. Scattered across the threshold were various belongings, and a trail of dark red footprints meandered from within the house to the stairwell. Leading outside, surveying the chaos before him, Wang Long felt a sense of foreboding settle in his gut. He called out into the house, "Tiger, Tiger, are you home?" A heavy weight pressed upon his chest, rendering his breaths shallow and labored. He placed the items he was holding against the wall and cautiously advanced into the room. The disarray suggested that a rival had seized the opportunity to ransack his home while he was away. Little did that scoundrel know that Wang Hu was there, and a confrontation must have ensued, leaving both parties wounded. Fuming with indignation, he stormed into the room, delivering a swift kick that sent the door crashing to the ground. Beyond repair, as he groped along the wall, searching for the light switch, an intense white light suddenly flooded his vision, blinding him momentarily. He realized with horror that he had fallen into a trap. The bastard had never left. A cold wind swept over him, and instinctively, Wang Long sidestepped to evade whatever was coming. A sickening thud echoed as a blade pierced his flesh, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen, just as he attempted to summon his accompanying beast. A line of crimson appeared across his neck. In a heartbeat, he was unable to discern the assailant's gender, as his carotid artery was severed, and he collapsed onto the floor, eyes wide in shock. In the shadows, Shun Xingchen swiftly gathered anything of value from the room. With the deaths of Wang Long and Wang Hu, her days of peace would be over. Yao was dead, and she had no intention of debating right from wrong any longer. She scavenged 10 level 3 energy stones and 2 level 2 stones from the brothers, enough to keep her hidden for a time. Just as she turned to leave, her foot inadvertently kicked something, producing a sharp clatter. Pausing, she wondered if it was an energy stone. She switched her flashlight to its lowest setting and directed it towards the ground, revealing a square, bronze object lying amidst the pool of blood. What could it be? Unable to decipher its purpose, she decided to take it, thinking it might prove useful in the future. As she bent down to pick it up, she was surprised by its weight despite its small size. Stuffing it into her pocket, she stepped over the bloodied floor and exited the basement, hurrying home. Not long after her departure, the neighbors, hearing the commotion cease, cautiously peeked out. The staircase was littered with bloodied furniture and unopened expired bread. Yet, knowing the ruthlessness of the Wang brothers, no one dared to touch anything, until someone discovered a bucket of clean water and nutrient solution in the corner. Envy ignited among them, and someone shouted, igniting a frenzy akin to sparks hitting hot oil. The neighbors surged towards Wang Hu's home, desperate to seize the nutrient solution, food, or water. "This is mine. Don't take it. That bread is mine. I saw it first. You dare steal from me? I'll make you regret it." The corridor was engulfed in darkness. Grandpa Wang had long since vanished with his grandson. She fumbled for her keys and expertly unlocked the door. Her hand resting on the frame, hesitant to push it open. Tears welled in her eyes, as she felt that as long as she did not enter, Yao would continue to exist within those walls. Yet Yao was gone, and she would never again have a family. With a creak, the decrepit door swung open, emitting a jarring sound. The interior was silent, save for the echo of her footsteps. The lights were out, and the one who had finally ignited a candle for her was now gone. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Shen Xingqian, weary and despondent, closed the door and leaned against it, weeping quietly for her deceased mother, for her sister who never had the chance to grow up, and for the home she had irrevocably lost. An ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated beside her, a warmth brushing against her cheek as if a tender hand had reached out. Chapter 93. The returned Shan Xingqian jerked her head up, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Yao, where are you? You're not dead, are you? Don't cry, sister. I'm right in front of you. The small hand wiped away her tears. Shan Xingqian stared for a long while, yet saw no one. Following the sensation on her face, she grasped only air, nothing. She hastily switched on her flashlight, scanning the area, nothing. Up, down, left, right, nothing. A bitter smile crossed her lips, realizing that her sorrow had conjured an illusion. She dried her tears and stood tall. Yao, I've avenged you. You can be with mother now. I'll come find you once I've settled things. All right. The translucent Yao tilted her head, perplexed as to why her sister urged her to seek out their mother. Hadn't sister told her that mother had passed away many years ago? Sister, can't you see me? I'm right here. I'm so thirsty, sister. Did you find any water? The words pierced Shan Xingqian's heart anew. She couldn't bear to imagine that a Yao had left this world without even a sip of clean water. How had she endured? Shan Xingqian rummaged through her bag and produced an unopened bottle of mineral water she had brought from the hotel. I have water. I'll get it for you. As she twisted off the cap, preparing to pour it out as an offering to her sister, the bottle suddenly levitated as if an invisible hand had taken it from her grasp. Pouring the contents directly into an unseen mouth, gulp, gulp, the bottle was emptied in an instant. Shan Xingqian gasped, her heart soaring with joy. Her sister truly lived. This was no mere illusion. Why is that really you? Come out so I can see you. A Yao, puzzled, held out the mineral water to her. Sister, you should drink too. I'm right in front of you. Why can't you see me? Shan Xingqian furrowed her brow. Scanning the surroundings. Why couldn't she see her sister? Was she invisible? A chameleon? Until a Yao's voice broke through once more. Sister, look, I've awakened my accompanying plant. It's going to bloom, and the flowers are so beautiful and fragrant. Shan Xingqian stepped forward eagerly. What kind of flower? Well, the buds are white. When they bloom, they become transparent. Transparent? Is it the ice lotus? The ice lotus, when in bloom, grants invisibility, rendering its possessor unseen and untouchable, like a specter. It was also known as the phantom flower. Shan Xingqian was astonished that her sister had awakened such a remarkable plant. In a wonder, she hadn't been captured by Wang Hu. A Yao must have hidden when they attempted to seize her. And they had failed to find her. Shan Xingqian gently encouraged a Yao from the direction of her voice. Try to control the flower and make it close the buds. Okay. Yao nodded, but then recalled that her sister could not see her and replied aloud. As the air around Shan Xingqian shimmered, a grimy, scruffy girl gradually became visible. Seeing her sister's gaze fixated on her, a Yao beamed, Sister, can you see me now? Choked with emotion, Shan Xingqian rushed forward and embraced her long-lost sister. A Yao? Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resounded at the door. Shoo! Shan Xingqian grasped her sister's hand, signaling her to remain silent. She pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. A sycophantic voice called from the other side. It was old Wang from next door. Executor, that woman is residing here. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch her right away. Executor, this is bad. They must have discovered that I killed the Wang brothers. Open the door. I know you're in there. Shan Xingqian, open the door. In a panic, Shan Xingqian hastily turned off her flashlight. She placed her belongings on the table, pulled back the curtain, and slipped into the bedroom. Their humble abode spanned merely 20 square meters, divided by a tattered cloth she had sewn into a makeshift curtain. The front half served as the living room and kitchen, while the back was a small bedroom containing only a modest bed. Neatly folded blankets and a few ragged clothes strewn about. She carelessly bundled the clothes and shoes together with the blanket, then retrieved a small box from beneath the bed and stuffed it inside. Within were all the energy stones she had painstakingly amassed over the years, her entire fortune. Bang, bang, bang. The door trembled under the relentless pounding. If you don't open this door immediately, we'll kick it down. Enough with the chatter. Force it open. Shan Xingqian hoisted the quilt upon her shoulder, clutching her younger sister's hand. System Activate the teleportation portal. A silvery portal materialized before them. Shin Xingqian grasped her sister's hand and stepped inside. Simultaneously, a loud crash echoed as the dilapidated wooden door was violently kicked open. The uniformed enforcers rushed in, their faces etched with urgency, only to glimpse the retreating figures of the two. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Return what you have. The enforcer's eyes widened with rage as he lunged forward, attempting to seize the hem of their garments. With a resounding thud, the portal slammed shut, dissipating into the AIR.ITS over. Everything is ruined. The enforcer collapsed to the ground in despair. He had lost that item. The deputy mayor would not let him off lightly. No, he thought, his expression hardening. He had to find a way to bury this incident, to conceal it for as long as possible. Shin Xingqian, was it? That woman. She had best pray she doesn't fall into my grasp. Moreover, no one who knows of this can be left alive. Lao Wang peeked in behind him, his head bobbing curiously. Oh, they really aren't here. Sir Enforcer, why are you sitting on the ground? A flash of silver sliced through the air at his neck. Huh. On the second floor of the restaurant, Lan Yu sat eagerly on the sofa, engrossed in a documentary about animals. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhang Yao was diligently lifting dumbbells as part of her daily workout. Guest teleportation in progress. The system notification chimed suddenly in her mind. Zhang Yao glanced at the sky outside. It hadn't yet darkened, likely not even 6 o'clock. She gently set down the dumbbells and walked to the restroom to wash her face. Upon stepping out, she encountered Shin Xingqian, who was laden with bags and holding the hand of a short-haired child, her expression fraught with urgency as she emerged from the portal. Shin Xingqian was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting to run into Boss Zhang, Zhang Yao nodded at her, her gaze sweeping over Shin Xingqian. The scent of blood was potent. Had there been a killing? The little girl timidly hid behind her. Curiously observing everything before her, meeting Zhang Yao's gaze, she offered a friendly smile. Zhang Yao understood. This must be the younger sister she had mentioned wanting to pick up. Chapter 94, Lifetime Membership. Let us go. I'll take you downstairs. Zhang Yao opened the elevator door, and the three of them descended to the first floor. Standing before the cash register, Shin Xingqian retrieved several energy stones from her backpack and handed them to Zhang Yao. Boss, I'd like to extend our stay for a few more days. Certainly, you can recharge over there. How many days would you like to extend? Shin Xingqian pondered for a moment. 7 days. The energy stones in their possession would suffice for her and her sister to stay for at least a month. However, they could not simply squander their resources here. The energy stones would eventually run out. Extending for 7 days would allow her to recuperate from her injuries while also teaching Yao to master her abilities. By the way, when she entered the portal, the enforcer had been shouting for her to return his belongings. So, they likely hadn't connected her to the deaths of Wang Hu and his brother yet, right? But when had she ever taken his things? She was the most honest woman in the entire Jin City, never engaging in any underhanded deeds. It must have been that scoundrel Lao Wang who set her up again. What a blunder. Had she known, she would have dealt with him before leaving home. Avoiding this entire mess, frustrated, she slapped her thigh, her hand colliding with a square, hard object in her pocket. Huh? What is this? It seems like something she picked up at Wang Hu's house. Could this be the item the enforcer was referring to? She pulled out the bronze-like cube from her pocket, cradling it in her hands before Zhang Yao. Boss Zhang, take a look at this. Do you need it? Zhang Yao reached out to take it, her palm abruptly dropping as she was taken aback. How strange. Why is it so heavy? She quickly used her other hand to cradle it as Shin Xingqian had done, feeling a bit relieved. Ding, detected a level 9 high-grade energy core value, 99,999 points. Please confirm if you wish to exchange. The system's cold mechanical voice was tinged with a hint of excitement. So valuable? What is this thing used for? Zhang Yao examined it closely. The object appeared exquisitely crafted, small enough to be grasped entirely by one hand. Yet, it was not light. She could tell that substantial materials had been used in its creation. High-grade energy stones produced within level 7 and above mutated plants, containing exceptionally rich energy, commonly used to power advanced alchemical products. What are advanced alchemical products? Alchemical products. She vaguely sensed they referred to items akin to high-tech weaponry. But what constituted an advanced version? Advanced alchemical products. Items crafted by high-level alchemists using various high-grade raw materials, widely applicable and energy-intensive. Zhang Yao recalled her first journey to the wasteland. The blue protective dome floating in the sky. That must have been what the system referred to as an advanced alchemical product, rare and powerful indeed. The protective dome above Jin City is a type of advanced alchemical product. It can block external radiation and conceal the living conditions of the city's residents. Zhang Yao nodded. What about you? Do you also need this to recharge? System. Host, your perceptiveness is alarmingly acute. Yes, I do. My points have accumulated sufficiently and are on the cusp of an upgrade. This energy stone can assist me in upgrading directly. Oh, so what benefits do I receive after your upgrade? After the upgrade, the branch store system will be unlocked, and the host will receive a deluxe upgrade gift pack. The host can spend points to open branch stores in various small worlds. These stores will replicate the main store's scale. The revenue will be included in the overall total. Opening branch stores, that sounds quite intriguing. Zhang Yao glanced at Shen Xingchen, who was still selecting food from the vending machine. This item could indeed be exchanged for points. Are you sure you want to exchange it? She was somewhat skeptical that Shen Xingchen was even aware of the energy stone's purpose. After all, this was a level 9 mutated plant energy stone, and the difficulty of acquiring it was evident. Shen Xingchen had indeed never seen anything like it, but the enforcer's demeanor made her feel that it must be extraordinarily important and precious. Holding on to such an object would only bring her misfortune. If Zhang Yao desired it, it would be better to do her a favor. She ordered a few inexpensive rice bowls from the vending machine, then looked up at Zhang Yao. How many points can it be exchanged for? Forget it. Boss Zhang, if you want it, then consider it a gift. Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback. A gift for me? Are you certain? Shen Xingchen nodded vigorously to affirm her resolve. Absolutely, I'm certain. It's yours. Consider it a reward for saving my sister and me. She had always kept Zhang Yao's life-saving grace in mind. Had it not been for Zhang Yao's sudden appearance, bringing her to this hotel, she would have certainly perished in that alleyway. If she died, her sister wouldn't survive much longer either. To her, this item was merely a piece of stone she had found. If it could repay the life-saving favor, then it would be worth eye to eye in mere seconds. Her thoughts had spun several circles. Now it was Zhang Yao's turn to feel a bit embarrassed. She pointed at the energy core again, explaining to Shen Xingchen. This item is actually quite valuable. If exchanged for points, it could fetch at least several 100,000 points. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Shen Xingchen gasped in shock. This seemingly unremarkable little stone is worth hundreds of thousands of points? Wouldn't that be enough for her and her sister to live here for decades? Energy stones could be found again, but opportunities to befriend Boss Zhang were rare. With that thought, Shen Xingchen nodded once more. I am sure. It's yours. Upon hearing her acknowledge the core's value yet still insist on giving it away, Zhang Yao's eyes displayed a glimmer of appreciation. After a moment's contemplation, she decisively pocketed the core. All right, since you're so generous, I won't let you go empty-handed either. I'll give you 2 lifetime free membership cards. From now on, you and your sister can stay here and enjoy meals without needing to spend any points. System, this small request is not excessive, is it? Ding. Membership for Shen Xingchen and Shen Yao upgraded to the highest level. 2 lifetime free membership cards have been issued to the wristbands. Please proceed to the recharge station to collect them. Zhang Yao opened the drawer at the recharge station, and indeed, she found 2 transparent wristbands inside. The wristbands appeared to be made of an unknown material, emitting a faint cold light in her hand. Looking quite high-tech, Zhang Yao handed one of the wristbands to a Yao. Here you go, little sister. This is your wristband. Once you put it on, it will automatically bind your information. In the future, you can simply swipe it to purchase anything you wish. Chapter 95. Unlimited supply fruit. Store this. I can't possibly accept. The energy stone was meant to be a gift for you. Why is there more? Shen Xingchen's face flushed crimson, a small stone of no worth to her. Yet Boss Zhang had directly gifted her and her sister such a large present. Now, she owed Zhang Yao increasingly more. It seemed she might never be able to repay this debt in her lifetime. No worries, I appreciate straightforward individuals. Just take ITWY the way. I've already set your room as a private space, and it will always be reserved for you. If you need anything, just call our staff or Xiaoxiong. As A Yao stood there in a daze, Shen Xingchen hastened forward to accept the bracelet. Tightening the bundle slung over her shoulder, she took her sister's hand and placed the bracelet onto her wrist. Once worn, the bracelet automatically bound itself to the membership, snugly adjusting to Yao's wrist. Yao quickly say thank you to Sister Jiang. Thank you, sister. After she stored the core in her space, the system promptly took it away for upgrades. Moments ago, the system had informed her in her mind that the upgrade was complete and the gift package had been placed on the table in the living room on the second floor. She intended to ascend and see what delightful items the system's upgrade had bestowed upon her. Lan Yu had shifted her position but remained sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in watching the animal world. Jiang Yao surveyed the room and indeed spotted a box that had appeared on the coffee table before the television. The box was quite unassuming, merely a grayish-yellow cardboard box typically used for deliveries. Jiang Yao approached, lifted the box, and gave it a shake. It sounded as if it contained a small stone, producing a clattering noise. What on earth could be inside this? Jiang Yao wondered quietly. This is something I specifically requested from the main system. The host should open it to see for herself. A surprise ceases to be a surprise once it is revealed. So mysterious? I am eager to discover the extent of this surprise. Jiang Yao procured a pair of scissors and sliced through the seal on the box. Crack! A small firework burst into the air. Inside the box lay a fresh orange. Congratulations! You have acquired an unlimited supply fruit shop. Please select a placement location. Oh, a fruit shop. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Jiang Yao exclaimed in excitement. An unlimited supply fruit shop. She could hardly recall the last time she had savored fresh fruit. Jiang Yao opened the floor plan and placed the fruit shop next to the hot pot restaurant, expanding the first floor's area as it seamlessly absorbed the surrounding unoccupied shops. Xiaoyu, stop watching television. Come, let us go downstairs and eat watermelon. Watermelon? Do we have watermelon? Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, she was even more thrilled than Jiang Yao herself. Promptly switching off the television and pulling Jiang Yao downstairs, the fruit shop stood quietly beside the hot pot restaurant, its door already opened by Jiang San. Jiang Yao stepped inside and looked around. Rows of shelves were neatly stocked with various types of fruit, apples, pears, oranges, bananas, and large, round peaches, not to mention the vibrant watermelons. Most of the commonly seen and lesser-known fruits could be found here. Seeing the dew-kissed fruits and inhaling the sweet fragrance wafting through the shop, Lan Yu's eyes widened in delight. Everything looked utterly delicious. Jiang Yao affectionately patted her little head. Take whatever you wish, but don't take too much. We must not waste food. Do you understand? I understand. Sister Ho. Time for fruit. With that, she joyfully dashed to the shelves, grabbed a large watermelon, and raced toward the kitchen. Sister, wait for me a moment. I'll have Xiao Xiang make us some watermelon juice. Jiang Yao chuckled and shook her head, casually picking an orange from the shelf, peeling off its vibrant skin, and popping a segment into her mouth. The sweet and tangy juice burst forth, invigorating her senses. Delicious. Outside, Lao Lu and his companions were hurrying toward the hotel under the cloak of night. They had ventured out early that morning to hunt zombies, primarily because their remaining crystals were dwindling. The zombies near the hotel had been thoroughly cleared, and to acquire more crystals, they had to venture further afield. Today, they had reached the street beyond the neighboring one, where they indeed found many zombies congregating. They could confidently say their harvest was bountiful. The crystals they obtained would suffice for the three of them to extend their stay in a four-person room at the restaurant for a week. This was their future sustenance, and not a single one could be wasted. Lao Zhao, wielding a shovel, led the way, grinning broadly. His elder brother had promised them a hot pot feast the following midday as a reward for their ample zombie kills today. He had long craved that hot pot, dreaming of it even in his sleep. Heh, little lamb, tender beef, just wait for me. Upon reaching the entrance, Lao Zhao instinctively glanced into the hot pot restaurant and noticed something was amiss. Why was there another warm glow beside the hot pot restaurant? Could it be that the owner had opened another eatery? He dashed forward and was immediately struck by the sight of the fresh fruits on the shelves, purple grapes, green plums, and even watermelons as large as basins. Holy moly! So much fresh fruit! He hurriedly waved to the two men trailing behind him. Hey, Lao Li, come quick. There's a new fruit shop. They have watermelons, lychees, and peaches. What? Fruit? Lao Lu and his companion exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. How could there possibly be fruit now? Not to mention the severe pollution of water and soil since the apocalypse, which meant that any fruits produced would likely harbor zombie viruses. As they pondered this, Lao Zhao had already dashed into the fruit shop with remarkable speed. So quick to buy fruit. Jiang Yao stuffed a lychee into her mouth, then opened the membership interface to take a glance. Member Lao Zhao had, at 5:32 p.m., purchased a watermelon and 10 peaches. Watermelons were 20 points each, and peaches 3 points each. Jiang Yao had set the prices for the fruits reasonably. This shop was a reward from the system upgrade, so there were no rental costs. Thus, it bore no financial burden for her. Every point earned from sales was pure profit. For customers, it was purely a benefit. However, there were limitations on purchases. Each membership card could buy 3 types of fruit per week. This rule was primarily to prevent patrons with storage spaces from buying excessively and reselling them for inflated prices elsewhere. Fruits are not easy to preserve, and after so long in the apocalypse, the fruits in the market had likely spoiled. It was only due to her system that she could find such a variety. Elsewhere, it would be uncertain to gather so many types. With this thought in mind, she clicked into the restaurant interface. The previous task had rewarded her with 100,000 points, and combined with the earnings from recent days, she now had nearly 113,000 points and over 38,000 first-level crystal cores. If converted fully into points, it would amount to nearly 500,000 points, yet she still needed another 500,000 points to upgrade the restaurant to level 5. The journey ahead was arduous. Suddenly, she remembered something. Before the system upgrade, it had mentioned that once the upgrade was complete, she would unlock the branch store system for other worlds. Jiang Yao exited the restaurant interface, navigated to the main interface, and scrolled all the way to the end, where she indeed discovered a branch module. Hotel branch system. As the owner of the World Hotel, how can one possess only a single establishment? Choose a small world you have visited and spend points to construct your own branch. Note: once the branch location is selected, it cannot be destroyed or moved. Please choose the placement location carefully. After successful placement, the host can teleport freely between the main store and the branch. The small worlds she had visited included 2. One was the Beast World, which still lived in a primitive era, with tribes loosely connected. The Baiyun tribe currently had only 100 or so residents, hardly sufficient to meet her urgent need for accumulating points. The other was the Wasteland World, which bore a striking resemblance to the current state of Blue Star. Survivors there were scantily clad and starving, and a city-state specifically gathered the pure survivors, and no matter how one looked at it, the Wasteland World was her most suitable choice at present. It seemed she needed to make another trip to Jincheng to find a bustling and conspicuous location for her hotel. However, Jiang Yao yawned. Perhaps tomorrow would be a better time. It was dark now, and she needed to rest in the wasteland. Within the brightly lit City Lord's mansion, in a hidden dark chamber, City Lord Bai Lishuan sat in the main seat. His expression grim as he gazed at the woman kneeling before him. Have you not yet found the item? The woman was clad in a black robe that enveloped her entirely, a thin black veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Yet, her gaze remained lowered, long eyelashes obscuring her emotions, rendering her expression inscrutable. She was one of the shadow guards specifically trained by Bai Lishuan to handle his dirty work. Known as Ying, Ying lowered her head, her voice hoarse and deep. We have discovered that this matter was instigated by someone from the Deputy City Lord's side. The core is likely in their possession. However, Ying's brow suddenly furrowed. Her gaze shifted to the City Lord, her pale golden pupils filled with confusion. The clues have run cold. We traced the core to its last handler, but when we arrived, we found that both he and his family had been killed. The cause of death was homicide. The core has vanished once more. What? The City Lord abruptly rose, his eyes wide as if they might leap from their sockets. Jia Han! It must be him. Without a doubt, to destroy the evidence, he even targeted his own people. Bai Lishuan's chest heaved violently, his cheeks puffed, and the muscles in his face twitched with rage. He was well aware that Jia Han had coveted the position of City Lord for a long time and had been wary of him. Yet, despite all precautions, he had never anticipated that Jia Han would directly set his sights on the cores sent from the main city. Jia Han was truly insane. Insane. That was the last line of defense for Jincheng. If nothing were amiss, it would be fine, but should the protective shield truly fall, none of them would stand a chance of survival. Did Jia Han intend to drag them all down with him? Bai Lishuan squinted, sensing something amiss with this line of thought. After years of battling that scoundrel, he knew Jia Han was the most precious of his own life and would not engage in such self-destructive folly. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Jia Han has concealed the energy core himself. Has he calculated that, given his character, he would only keep such an embarrassing matter hidden from the public eye? Hence, he seeks to emerge triumphantly at the last moment, becoming the hero of Jin Chang and showcasing Bai Li Xian's incompetence, ultimately usurping his position. If that is the case, I shall not grant your wish. I will make this incident resound with great fanfare and observe how Jia Han ultimately resolves this predicament. After a prolonged silence, he forcefully suppressed his fury and spoke again. Relay the order. Energy shield power has been stolen. The entire city is to be under lockdown with no entry or exit permitted. Commence a thorough investigation from the Deputy City Lord's residence, inspecting every household until the item is recovered. Yes, the shadow departed with a swift turn. Ha 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 ha, that old fox Bai Li Xian. He surely did not anticipate that I would directly abscond with the energy core. He must be in a frenzy back at his lair. Excellent, this method is quite effective. Finally, he shall taste defeat. Jia Han patted the shoulder of the executor, Xia Yi, with a slight bulge in his belly. The more he observed this young man, the more he was pleased. Not only does he possess ideas and resilience, but more importantly, he can be ruthless, reminiscent of his own youth. He appeared to be someone capable of achieving great things. Indeed, commendable. It is largely due to your guidance. City Lord, you are like an experienced old horse that knows the way. With you leading us, we can confidently forge ahead. Xia Yi smiled, flattering him, which elicited peals of laughter from Jia Han. Well said. My daughter has chosen such a boyfriend. I can consider myself assured of a legacy. By the way, is the core safe with you? Why not bring it over here and keep it with me? Xia Yi, of course, dared not disclose that he had lost the core himself. His eyes darted rapidly, a hint of worry crossing his face. Jia Han's smile faltered momentarily. He had become overly elated and had overlooked this crucial point. It seems wiser to keep the item in Xia Yi's possession for now. Noticing the change in his expression, Xia Yi recognized that his persuasion had taken effect. He pressed on, reassuring, rest assured. City Lord, I have already secured the core in an absolutely safe location. No one knows its whereabouts besides myself. Just wait for a few days until Bai Li Xian personally comes to beseech your assistance. Upon hearing this, Jia Han envisioned Bai Li Mu kneeling before him, like a dog, wagging its tail in supplication, and his mood instantly brightened. Excellent, excellent, Xiao Yi, I trust you to handle matters well. Come, your aunt has specially prepared numerous new flavors of high-grade nutrient solution for you. Additionally, the mutated wild boar captured by the guard team has been purified. Today, my boy, we are in for a treat. Chapter 97. Extreme heat. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Yao was awakened by the system's notification sound. Fruit shop earnings, 50, 50, 50. She was immediately irked. After a late night binge-watching dramas, the incessant noise was a rude awakening. She extended her arm, groping around her bedside, and grabbed a nearby pillow, hurling it into the air. Could you kindly silence that infernal points notification? It's far too early for such disturbances. The system recoiled slightly, sensing the host's wrath. Notification sound has been turned off. She slept soundly until noon. Awakening with a satisfied yawn, staring vacantly at the pristine white ceiling above. Eventually, she lazily rose and proceeded to wash up in the bathroom. While brushing her teeth, she took a moment to check the system interface. In just a few hours, the fruit shop had accumulated over 700 points, with watermelons being the top seller. Indeed, few Blue Star inhabitants can resist the allure of large, sweet watermelons in winter. Summer watermelons, exquisite. Winter watermelons, divine. After finishing her grooming, Jiang Yao rummaged through her wardrobe, donning a drab outfit, and stashed some masks in her space for later use, finally topping off her look with a black baseball cap. This time, she prepared thoroughly: water, food, masks, and most importantly, weapons. After instructing Jiang Yi and the little elephant to keep an eye on the house, Jiang Yao stood before the teleportation portal, checking her supplies once more before fastening a quiver full of arrows to her arm. All right, I'm off. She waved to the little elephant behind her and activated the portal. Sister, wait for me. I want to go too. The tardy Lan Yu suddenly leaped onto Jiang Yao, wrapping her arms around her waist. The moment Jiang Yao stepped through, she felt an unexpected weight at her waist. Before she could react, the scene around them shifted abruptly. The bright and clean second floor of the dining hall transformed into a dusty, low-roofed dwelling. Their sudden appearance went unnoticed by the locals, who hurried past Jiang Yao without sparing a glance. Sister, where are we? After feeling a gentle tug on her arm, Jiang Yao realized that Lan Yu had accompanied her through the teleportation. The pearls and crystals adorning her hair had mysteriously vanished, now replaced by a simple black cloth tightly wrapped around her head. The beautiful little dress was gone, substituted with a plain gray long-sleeve shirt and pants. Moreover, her originally fair face was smeared with a layer of dirt, making her resemble a little refugee from a disaster. If she were any thinner, the resemblance would be even more striking. Jiang Yao helplessly patted her head. How did you end up here? Didn't I tell you to watch over the house? Hee, it was too boring at home. I wanted to come out and play with you, sister. Lan Yu stuck out her tongue, seeing that her sister was not angry. Clever little thing. But why are you dressed like this? Aren't you concerned about being dirty? Upon mentioning clothing, Lan Yu became animated. She immediately released her grip around Jiang Yao's waist, proudly puffing out her chest. I specifically asked Sister Xing Chun to help me dress like this. How do I look? Doesn't it fit in well here? Sister Xing Chun. Such familiarity. It seems their relationship has progressed significantly. Indeed, it suits you well. You did wonderfully, Xiao Yu. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yao offered her praise. She pulled out a sun hat from her space and placed it on Lan Yu's head to shield her pointed ears. Lan Yu was not a naive child. She possessed the ability to protect herself and knew what was appropriate. Moreover, since she had already come along, Jiang Yao had no choice but to bring her along. Consider it a little outing together. Yes, I remember. While Lan Yu curiously surveyed her surroundings, it was unclear how much of Jiang Yao's instructions she truly absorbed. Let's go. Shall we explore? The weather in Jincheng seemed extremely harsh. When she first arrived, it wasn't as pronounced. Jiang Yao felt that it was slightly warmer than Blue Star, as she was wearing a long-sleeve jacket. Now, at noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a piercing white light. The asphalt road beneath their feet appeared as if it might melt, exuding a burnt odor. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep by, carrying a wave of scorching heat. Jiang Yao instructed the system to check the current temperature, which astonishingly reached a staggering 48 degrees, soon to breach 50 degrees. It should be noted that this was not yet the peak heat. The most oppressive temperatures were expected between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao was relatively unfazed, having experienced even more extreme weather before. Her body had long since acclimated. However, Lan Yu's condition was rather dire. Having lived in the cool depths of the sea since childhood, she was unaccustomed to such heat. After walking for a short while, she wiped the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sister, how much longer must we walk? I'm so thirsty. Jiang Yao pulled up the city's map provided by the system, locating their current position. They had been teleported directly to the city center, where many small shops lined the roads. The nearby buildings were predominantly single-story, with a few 3- to 4-story structures interspersed. The streets were deserted, with hardly a plant in sight. After walking for a few minutes along the asphalt road, they finally stumbled upon a shop selling water tucked away in a corner. The front displayed a yellowed glass showcase filled with water stored in plastic tubes. Jiang Yao pointed at the tubes and called out to the shopkeeper inside. How much for the water in those tubes? Coming, don't shout. A gruff voice from within responded, tinged with impatience. Isn't there a label on it? Can't you read? Chapter 98. A good melon. A burly man with a broken fan sauntered out from the back, clad only in a pair of shorts, likely due to the oppressive heat. Upon seeing a woman accompanied by a little girl, his eyes brightened. Women were a common sight in this world, especially if one had water to offer. Many would willingly approach for a bit of attention. He stood at the counter, scrutinizing the attire of Jiang Yao and Lan Yu from head to toe. Before me stands a woman who appears to be quite young. Although her clothing is somewhat worn, it remains intact with scarcely a trace of damage. She wears a wide-brimmed sun hat, and the skin visible beneath it is fair and delicate, clearly untouched by excessive exposure to the sun or radiation. One might speculate that she is a canary raised by some wealthy benefactor. However, since he has encountered her, there is no reason to let her go. As for the child, with her thick eyebrows and large eyes, she may be a shade darker, yet she possesses a certain beauty. Perhaps she could be sold for a few energy stones. As for the woman, I shall keep her for my own amusement a little longer. With this thought, a lewd smile spreads across his face, and his narrow eyes fixate on Jiang Yao, as if wishing to strip her of her garments entirely. Let us not haggle, he declares. 10 milliliters of mutated vine juice for 10 fourth-level energy stones. That seems a fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree? He is certain this woman cannot possibly possess such a sum. He waits, anticipating her to throw herself at him, begging for a sip of water. Lan Yu reacts swiftly, immediately leaning over the counter to take a glance at the sign on the outer glass tube, which clearly states, mutated vine juice, 1 first-level energy stone for 10 tubes. She glares at the man. You are trying to swindle us, aren't you? The man chuckles. Oh, so this little girl can read. That price is not meant for you. It is for others to my goods, my price. Simple as that. You? Lan Yu gestures angrily, ready to summon a water arrow to deal with him. Jiang Yao swiftly seizes her wrist. Indeed, the man's gaze is repulsive. But he speaks the truth. He can sell his own goods at whatever price he desires. Besides, she is not genuinely interested in purchasing water. She merely wanted to ascertain the prices in this place. Now that she has seen them, it is more prudent to find a suitable location for her branch shop. The heat is unbearable, and if they linger any longer, the temperature may rise even further, which worries her about Lan Yu getting sunburned. You err, let us go, Jiang Yao says, taking Lan Yu's hand and walking a few steps outward while silently noting the shop's location. Just wait, she will return to collect this dog's life sooner or later. Stop! Who said you could leave? The man, now agitated, vaults over the counter and swiftly blocks Jiang Yao's path. His gaze slithers over her like a greasy insect, unrestrained and filled with raw desire, fixated on the delicate curve of her exposed neck, as if he wishes to devour her whole. Are you playing with me? You've wasted my nap time, and now you don't even want to buy a tube of water. What kind of logic is that? Huh? What do you think should be done then? Jiang Yao replies, her expression growing cold. Initially, she considered letting this man go, yet it seems he never intended to let them off so easily. How naive of her. The man's eyes gleam with a wild light. Either you spend the day with me, ensuring I am thoroughly entertained, and I shall waive the water fee, or I will sell both of you lovely ladies as meat pigs. Think wisely about your decision. I believe there is another option. Jiang Yao retorts with a chilling smile. What? The man looks up in confusion. With a swift motion, an ice shard pierces through the man's chest, toxins rapidly spreading from the wound. He barely has time to utter a word before he dissolves into a pool of green liquid. That is to send you, worthless scum, to meet the king of hell sooner. Upon hearing the commotion, passers-by merely glance apathetically before quickly averting their eyes. Such occurrences are commonplace in Jin City, where all survivors tacitly adhere to an unspoken rule. Each must sweep their own doorstep and pay no mind to the frost upon another's tiles. In the wasteland, only the strong are worthy of survival. Since the man is dead, there is no need to rush away. Jiang Yao observes that the layout of Jin City is rather peculiar. The roads intertwine in circular patterns, resembling layers of shields encircling the central villas, which seem to protect the inhabitants within. Thus, the very center is the optimal location for her branch. She marks the position of the Lord's mansion at the center, deciding it shall be the site of her establishment. If her assumptions are correct, the rulers of Jin City reside within, and they must possess considerable wealth. Would you like to spend 100,000 points to open your first branch? Confirm placement? Note: once placed, it cannot be dismantled or moved. Confirm. Points deducted. Placing. Placement successful. The restaurant interface now displays an option for the branch. Jiang Yao clicks on it, revealing detailed information about the shop. Branch ID: Wasteland 001. Manager: Jiang Yao. Revenue: 0. Number of branch staff: 0. Number of customers received: 0. So, it all begins anew. She understands. Jiang Yao lifts her gaze to the setting sun outside. However, the cool air from the room soon lulls Lan Yu into a comfortable stupor. How refreshing. I'm going to pick a watermelon to slice and eat. Sister, would you like some? Go ahead. I'll take a shower first. Jiang Yao replies. After the brief outing, she feels sticky with sweat in the bathroom. She quickly takes a cold shower and changes into a cool outfit of short sleeves and shorts. When she descends, she finds Lan Yu happily scooping out the flesh of a large watermelon with a spoon. Sister, I've saved that half of the watermelon for you in the freezer. Lan Yu shovels a generous spoonful of the sweet watermelon into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly upon seeing Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao approaches the freezer, spotting a watermelon larger than her own head, meticulously wrapped in cling film with a stainless steel spoon placed beside it. She retrieves it and scoops a piece out, causing juice to splatter everywhere. Lin Yueqing, exhausted, walks into the hall and is instantly captivated by the scene. A young girl dressed in light clothing and a blue-haired girl sit cross-legged on the sofa, each joyfully devouring half a watermelon. The unique sweetness fills the room, lingering in the air. Her gaze involuntarily drifts to the watermelon in the girl's hands, and she swallows hard. The thin rind and juicy flesh, with only a few scattered seeds atop the vibrant red pulp, reveal it to be a crisp and sweet delight. Chapter 99. Oh, a discount. But how could such a remote city possibly have watermelons? Such luxuries would only appear in the main city. The Wanjia Hotel? A new establishment, perhaps? I don't recall seeing it before. Oh, a customer has arrived. Jiang Yao feels a gust of warm air from outside and looks up to see a woman has entered the room. The woman is entirely draped in a long black robe, slender in figure, her gaze fixated hungrily on the watermelon in Jiang Yao's hands. However, her greater concern lies elsewhere. System, why wasn't TI alerted when a customer entered? She had noticed previously that the restaurant used to have a wind chime sound when a customer arrived, but it seemed to have vanished after the upgrade. Now, the system merely alerts her telepathically, and she is aware of the presence of a customer. Would you like to set up a welcome and farewell announcement? 10 points per month. Jiang Yao. You've got to be kidding. Hurry up and return my wind chime. System, silently playing dead. Hello, may I ask if you are the owner here? She nods. Yes, I am the owner, Jiang. Are you here to dine or to stay? Lin Yueqing gazes intently at Jiang Yao for a long moment. The woman appears quite young, likely just in her 20s, with large, sparkling eyes, a rosy complexion, and fair skin. Her long black hair cascades casually behind her ears, indicating she has received ample nutrition. The fingers gripping the spoon are slender, with subtle calluses at the base, suggesting her usual weapon is either a knife or a gun. Moreover, her tall and proportionate figure reveals well-defined muscle lines in her arms, abdomen, and legs, exuding a sense of powerful beauty, indicating she likely engages in regular training. As for her level, it is indiscernible. The inability to gauge it suggests her companion plant may indeed be stronger than her. She is not to be trifled with. Lin Yueqing quickly assesses the situation and then smiles at Jiang Yao, signaling that she means no harm. Is it still possible to stay here? How many energy stones are required for a night? Oh, and about that watermelon, gulp. She swallows hard. Surely, she can afford a small piece of that watermelon. She had just dealt with a group of survivors attempting to harm her and had collected numerous wild energy stones from the ground. Staying? Please, come in, Jiang Yao says with a smile, leading her to the front desk and indicating the sign hanging behind her. Lin Yueqing reads the sign silently, then pulls out a second-level energy stone from her pocket. The sign states that one second-level energy stone can be exchanged for 500 points. A single night in a single room costs only 50 points, meaning this stone would cover her stay for 10 days. Besides, there is electricity and even air conditioning here. It is far more economical than residing in a dark and stifling basement. I will first recharge these. If they prove insufficient, I shall add more later. Well, please arrange a single room for me. Is there truly a possibility of bathing within? In fact, she harbored no doubts regarding the ample supply of clean water here. Observing the two individuals before her, devoid of even a speck of dust upon their faces, it was evident that they frequently indulged in washing and laundering. Bathing, had been years since she had partaken in a clean wash. Of course, you may ascend to inspect it first. Should you find it unsatisfactory, the energy stones can be refunded. Jiang Yao extended the points card and key towards the woman. The elevator over there ascends to the 3rd floor. Then take the first room on the right. There are watermelons available for purchase at the fruit shop. You can use your points card for that. Noticing the woman's generous demeanor, Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to promote the fruits from her own store. After all, aside from the fruits, there was little else to sell. The vending machine had been replicated, yet it remained empty of food. The hot pot restaurant had yet to open, primarily due to the absence of staff to attend to guests and the system's failure to dispatch a cart for supplies. After bidding farewell to the woman, Jiang Yao accessed the system mall. She recharged it with an additional 50 level 1 crystal cores. Her mall points now reached a total of 12,536. Searching for robot. The interface displayed the type of robot that had been gifted to her by the system. Upon seeing the price listed below, Jiang Yao's pupils constricted in shock. Such an exorbitant price, 2,500 points for just one? How could she possibly afford that? It would be more feasible to find a few real people to work in the shop, an 8-hour workday, with room and board included, a single day off without overtime. Surely, someone would be willing to come, but whom to hire? In this world, she had no acquaintances to speak of. System, please draft a recruitment agreement for me, then post it in the prominent places at the entrance and in the corridors. How many people do you wish to recruit? Should both stores post the notice? How many people? Jiang Yao pondered, stroking her chin. The hot pot restaurant would require at least 4 servers, 1 to greet guests, 1 for the cash register, and 2 to attend to customer service. The kitchen would need 2 staff members, 1 for food preparation and another to replenish the vending machine. Additionally, each of the hall and fruit shop would require 1 person to oversee operations. Adding it all up, she would need to recruit at least 8 individuals. The thought alone made Jiang Yao feel a twinge of social anxiety. The idea of so many unfamiliar faces wandering about the hotel felt rather cumbersome. More people would mean more potential conflicts. It would be far simpler with robots. Perhaps she should just purchase a few more robots to place in the shop. Forget it, let us start with 2 or 3. And for that robot, could you offer me a more substantial discount? I'm buying in bulk. The system emitted a series of beeping sounds, its mechanical voice as steady and calm as ever. I can offer you a maximum discount of 30. Any further reduction would require an application to upper management and a deduction from my bonuses. Jiang Yao furrowed her brow. Could you not be more magnanimous? How about a 60 discount? It symbolizes that our future endeavors will proceed smoothly. System. The audacious host always knows how to take advantage of it, as it consistently provides the lowest possible prices, yet insists on driving the price down further. That truly isn't possible. This can indeed be arranged. Ultimately, the system conceded first. How about this? If you purchase 5 or more, I will grant you a 60 discount. Fewer than 5 will receive no discount. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Very well, then I shall take 5. Please name them from Jianglu to Jiangshi. 9,000 points have been deducted. 5 robot staff members have been assigned to their positions. You wish to arrange for permanent recharging. Permanent recharging. That would be akin to the system gifting her its own robot. What does permanent recharging entail, and how many crystal cores are required? Newcomer epic discount price. 99 level 1 crystal cores per robot. Jiang Yao calculated in her mind. 5 robots would amount to 495 level 1 crystal cores. However, permanent recharging sounds quite beneficial. This time, Jiang Yao refrained from haggling and instead spoke decisively. Proceed with it. The system inexplicably sighed in relief, swiftly deducting the cores, fearing Jiang Yao might reconsider and attempt to negotiate further. Chapter 100. Would you not agree, Commander? Crystal cores have been deducted. In the blink of an eye, several robot staff members appeared in the shop. Jiang Yao surveyed the diligent employees before her. Feeling a notable boost in her spirits, calmly, she began to assign tasks. Jiang Lu attended to the cash register, Jiang Qi prepared dishes in the kitchen and filled the vending machine. Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiu prepared the hot pot restaurant for opening, while Jiang Shi kept watch over the fruit shop. Having accomplished these tasks, Jiang Yao purchased 2 surveillance cameras from the system to be installed in the fruit shop and hot pot restaurant, ensuring she could swiftly detect any disturbances. However, she felt that the cameras might not prove particularly useful. As of yet, there had been no unruly patrons intent on causing a ruckus in the restaurant. They could serve as a deterrent for now, and after all, they hadn't cost her many points. Once completed, Jiang Yao returned to the system mall and bought a wind chime to hang at the door. This way, whenever a customer entered or exited, the chime would ring, preventing any instances where customers slipped in unnoticed. The hotel buzzed back to life, and Jiang Yao, along with Lan Yu, relaxed on the sofa, watching a variety show. The weather had turned rather warm, and Jiang Yao was not inclined to indulge in hot noodle soups. The appetizing and tangy small marinated dishes were irresistible, especially when paired with refreshing juice. The 2 of them gathered around the dining table, filling their stomachs. After their meal, they took a leisurely stroll outside, digesting their food while admiring the half-melted snowman at the entrance. Jiang Yao gazed at the overcast sky and sighed, then suddenly bit into a delicious cream puff for dessert, her eyes squinting in delight. Delightful. The little elephant's culinary skills have truly improved. A significant event unfolded today at the Northern City base. General Li Feng successfully broke through to the 3rd level of his abilities, becoming the first 4th level ability user within the base. This night was meant to be recorded in history. However, after his breakthrough, Li Feng inexplicably fell into a coma. Before the gathered crowd, Li Feng's body became ensnared in thorny vines, enveloping him entirely in a defensive posture. Anyone who dared approach would be subjected to indiscriminate attacks from the vines. The medical hall was filled with chaos. Instruments, hurry and bring the diagnostic equipment, summon the healers, and the guards must find a way to control these vines. We must act quickly. Move him inside. No, Dr. Jiang, the vines won't allow anyone to approach. Then do not move him. Have the healers arrived yet? We must first check his vital signs. They are on their way. They are coming from a distance. Li Ningyu stood with his team outside the erected cordon. Li Ningyu stared blankly at the person wrapped in vines, her eyes reddening. The old commander, observing her distress, sighed deeply and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Commander, Li Ningyu looked up at the elderly man before her. Her expression one of reliance and respect. The old commander had always been the pillar of support for her and her brother. As long as the old commander was present, she felt an undeniable sense of security. The old commander's expression softened further, but Li Ningyu turned her gaze back toward Li Feng, tightly bound by the vines. I want to stay here with my brother. Her tone was resolute and grave. Their parents had recently been reassigned to the first sub-base in the Eastern District, leaving her as the only family member by her brother's side. She would not leave until her brother returned to normal. The old commander's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing somewhat grim. Yet, in just a second, he quickly reverted to his usual benevolent demeanor. Very well, I shall remain here with you siblings. The door creaked open once more. Wang Huayuan, dressed in a lab coat, entered, surveying the scene before him with narrowed eyes. He approached the old commander and saluted. Commander. The old commander nodded, his gaze serious. Huayuan, you are aware of the situation, correct? Yes, I understand that I will take him to the laboratory to investigate the cause. With that, the researchers accompanying him stepped forward, holding a specially designed syringe, preparing to approach Li Feng. Li Ningyu quickly positioned herself in front of them. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at the old commander. Wait, Commander, what does this mean? What are you planning to do? The researchers' expressions were devoid of emotion, their gazes toward Li Ningyu as lifeless as if they were staring at a corpse. Please do not disrupt our work, Commander. Li Ningyu turned to the old commander, only to see him maintaining his calm demeanor, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. What troubles you? Ningyu, Director Wang has come here to save Xiaofeng. Why are you standing in the way? Commander. Li Ningyu shook her head, calling out once more. The old commander's expression darkened immediately. Li Ningyu, do you not realize that your brother is an extremely dangerous mutant right now? We cannot allow him to remain here, posing a threat to the safety of the residents. I hope you can understand. I must be responsible for all the residents of the base. Hearing such grandiloquent words, Li Ningyu felt a ringing in her ears. All the puzzling matters that had previously swirled in her mind suddenly aligned into coherence. She had clearly reported Wang Huayuan's illicit experiment long ago. So why was the commander not only failing to address him but instead allowing him to proceed unchecked? Why, knowing that Wang Huayuan had always coveted her brother's abilities, was he now delivering her brother into his hands? Why had her parents been reassigned at such a critical juncture? Unless the commander was complicit in all of this, or perhaps he was the orchestrator of it all, if that is truly the case. Can she and her brother still leave safely? Li Ningyu felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. She perceived herself as a drought-stricken duck, bound by a colossal stone and submerged in water. Desperately struggling yet unable to escape the looming net before her. However, one thing was certain. Her brother must not be taken away by them. Absolutely not. With this thought, Li Ningyu's muscles tensed, her yellow energy, characteristic of a level 3 ability user, coursing through her body incessantly. A murderous intent surged within her, as if she were a soul-reaping specter emerging from the depths of hell. Who dares to approach? There shall be no mercy. Li Feng's comrades remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. When Wang Huayuan approached, they had yet to notice any unusual activity, genuinely believing that the old commander had summoned a doctor to attend to their captain's ailment. Given that everyone was clad in white lab coats, however, the moment Li Ningyu made her move, even the dullest among them could sense something amiss. Moreover, what had the vice captain just called that man? Wang Huayuan. Was it really Wang Huayuan? The cunning old fox whom the captain had repeatedly warned them to keep their distance from. That old fox dared to take advantage of the situation and plot against their captain at such a perilous moment? That was utterly intolerable. One by one, the comrades gathered around Li Ningyu, forming a protective barrier. In an instant, dozens of bright yellow energy orbs illuminated the first-floor hall as they stood shoulder to shoulder before their captain. What does this mean? Do you intend to take our captain away? We stand guard over him, ensuring he will not harm anyone recklessly. Have you consulted us about taking someone away? Vice Captain, the gloves. A pair of black boxing gloves was tossed over from Xiam Yukin, which Li Ningyu deftly caught and donned upon witnessing this. Wang Huayuan suddenly chuckled softly. He casually waved his hand to summon the security team behind him. You are soldiers, and the soldier's duty is to obey orders. Those who fail to understand this principle are unworthy of remaining at the base. Wouldn't you agree, Commander? Upon hearing this, the gazes of Xiam Yukin and the others shifted to the old commander, who had remained motionless. Chapter 101. Western District Subbase. The moment she looked over, she keenly sensed that the old commander's condition was somewhat off. Hearing Wang Huayuan's words, the old commander slowly turned his head to regard him, then gave a slight nod. His face, lined with wrinkles, remained persistently somber, exuding an odd rigidity. He resembled not a living person, but rather a marionette. Old commander, why do you remain silent? Surely, you do not concur with Director Wang's actions. Do you? Xiam Yukin, harboring a desire to test the waters, prodded Wang Huayuan. Wang Huayuan cast a dismissive glance in her direction, leisurely walking to stand before the commander, effectively obstructing Xiam Yukin's probing gaze. Yes. Xiao Lu stepped forward, supporting the old commander's arm as they began to move outward. It appeared quite normal. However, a normal person's legs would not walk in such a rigid manner, as if they were mere sticks. Wait, do not proceed. Xiam Yukin hurled her curved blade toward Xiao Lu. She was unsure of her motivations, yet an instinctual feeling told her that Wang Huayuan had undoubtedly done something to the commander. The old commander was behaving exceedingly strangely. They could not allow him to leave. The sharp clang of metal echoed as her blade was intercepted by a rifle wielded by a security guard. Blocking her path, the blade fragmented into black spatial shards, slicing through the guard's iron spear before dissipating into the air. Block them, Xiam Yukin cried out, prompting her comrades to spring into action. But it was too late. Their numbers were insufficient, and a thick wall of bodies firmly obstructed their way. By the time they chased after them, the old commander had already been escorted outside the medical building by the guard named Xiao Lu. Wang Huayuan, Xiam Yukin gritted her teeth in fury. She stood tall, her piercing gaze directed at Wang Huayuan, her entire being brimming with latent energy, like an arrow poised to pierce the sky. She yearned to pin the man before her against the wall in the next instant. Do not look at me like that. Your adversary is not me. Wang Huayuan maintained a gentle smile, retreating a few steps as an invisible psychic wave emanated from him, slowly expanding outward. The experimental personnel and guards instinctively shielded him. He calmly directed the experimenters before him, as though the individuals in front of him were merely children playing house. The security team obstructed their path while the medical team administered tranquilizers to the vines. Hastily escorting the commander away, Xiam Yukin flexed her fingers, a faint black substance wafting from her fingertips. With a firm grip, the pitch-black, lightless curved blade reappeared in her hand. The blade, composed of spatial shards, could sever any tangible or intangible object, which was her greatest trump card. Today, she had no choice. There was only one way: to fight. Li Ningyu clenched her fists, a fervor for battle igniting in her eyes. Friends? It seems we have a fierce confrontation ahead of us. A gunshot rang out, heralding the commencement of battle. Jiang Yao descended the stairs, preparing for breakfast, and spotted Lu Yan's team gathered around a large table. Eating while holding a small meeting, Liu Yan gulped down a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge, clutching a plump, greasy braised chicken leg as he gestured dramatically. Family, our objective today is quite simple, centered around the hotel. We shall scout the surrounding area within 1,000 meters. As per usual, whoever digs up the crystal cores keeps them. No stealing or infighting. That understood? Understood. Zhang Jing, who had just come down, heard the synchronized response of understood. He rubbed his temples, still groggy from last night's revelry, and looked at Li Yang with confusion. What are they remembering? the rules regarding clearing zombies in the team. You need not concern yourself with that. Oh. Zhang Jing approached the vending machine to grab a hot porridge. Suddenly, he realized what Li Yong had just said and abruptly turned around. Wait, which zombies are they clearing? What's wrong? Li Yong looked at his good buddy with a puzzled expression. Surely they are clearing the zombies around the hotel. Realizing Zhang Jing had been cooped up in the hotel without visiting the base, he patiently explained. Our mission here is to cleanse the Western District, then arrange for some survivors to relocate here and establish the official second survivor base of North City. Relocating the base? Zhang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he had not misheard. The base was actually going to be constructed around the Western District? Did that mean he would not have to do anything and would directly become a citizen of the official base? Sure. Do not raise your voice, Li Yong cast a guilty glance at Zhang Yao, lowering his voice intentionally. This matter is still early. We are merely the first wave of vanguard troops, primarily tasked with investigating the distribution of zombies, survivors, and those small bases in the vicinity. Later, a larger team will arrive in batches to build houses, plan the land, and absorb the survivors from those smaller bases. How long do you anticipate it will take? Li Yong nudged him. Stop dawdling, hurry and get your food. I'm starving. After Zhang Jing finished selecting his meal, Li Yong grabbed a seafood bun and ginseng millet porridge. The two found a corner near the entrance to sit down. Li Yong stuffed a bite of bun into his mouth. Who knows? With such a massive undertaking, it would take at least 3 to 4 months. The base has plenty of ability users, so construction will progress swiftly. The troublesome part is clearing the zombies. It is said that when the Eastern District cleared the zombies, they deployed over 10,000 soldiers and it took nearly 2 months to finish. Oh, I see. Zhang Jing sighed in relief. That means there is still time. He has the opportunity to expand his own little influence. When the officials arrive, surely they will grant him some position of authority. The two exchanged furtive glances, unaware that these conversations were being completely overheard by Zhang Yao. The officials' plans to establish a second base here were fortuitous for her. Not to mention the number of people who would come to eat and stay during the construction of the base. That would amount to a significant profit. Once it was completed, they would also be rescuing survivors to settle here. This way, she would not need to run around looking for customers. She could find a way for the system to distribute some flyers around the base, and the points would come rolling in. How delightful! After finishing her meal, Zhang Yao picked up a peach from the fruit shop, eating it while teleporting to the branch of the wasteland. Early in the morning, Jiang Wu had opened for business, and when Zhang Yao descended, she noticed a few new customers in the shop. They must have come together, quietly gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's footsteps from the elevator, they cast a cursory glance before returning to their food. Boss Jiang, over here. Upon seeing Zhang Yao, Lin Yueqing hurriedly pulled out a couple of neatly folded papers from his pocket and waved them at her. Chapter 102. Let us go. Distribute flyers. What is going on? Wait for me a moment. Zhang Yao finished the last bite of peach flesh, discarded the pit, and turned to wash her hands at the kitchen sink. When she emerged, she saw Lin Yueqing blocking the kitchen door, and upon noticing her, he solemnly handed her a form. What is this? Zhang Yao looked at Lin Yueqing in confusion, yet she chose to take the application form. In the center of the form were several black words on a white background. Application form for becoming a server at the Multi-World Hotel. Name: Lin Yueqing. Age: 23. Place of birth. Only then did Zhang Yao remember that she had asked the system to post such a recruitment notice on each floor of the restaurant yesterday. She had assumed no one would apply this morning and thought it was because the treatment she offered was insufficient to attract interest. You appear to be exceptionally well prepared. The application form even includes details about your companion plant's level, specialties, and abilities. This indicates that this individual is genuinely earnest about working for themselves. Zhang Yao meticulously reviewed the application form once more and felt quite satisfied with Lin Yueqing's qualifications. The tasks at the hotel are rather straightforward. With diligence, one can swiftly become adept. Thus, her criteria for selecting staff are quite simple. As long as they harbor no ill will towards themselves or the hotel, that suffices. To this end, she invested 10 points to have the system assess this person's friendliness value. It registered at 75, which is above average, acceptable enough. However, it is premature to draw any definitive conclusions. Further evaluation is necessary. Therefore, a 3-day probationary period shall be established. Zhang Yao raised her gaze towards Lin Yueqing. Have you thoroughly reviewed the conditions outlined in the application form? Lin Yueqing nodded. Yes. My demands are minimal. I do not require a day off every week, and I am amenable to unpaid overtime, provided that meals and accommodation are included. Here she comes, the embodiment of competitive spirit. Albeit belatedly, yet Jiang Yao did not endorse this mindset. In this post-apocalyptic world, why engage in competition? Let us simply recline and relish life. We do not advocate for overtime. The hours are from 7 in the morning until 6:30 in the evening. We shall open and close punctually. When there are guests in the hotel, you shall attend to them. When it is empty, you may do as you wish. However, one thing is paramount. Do not attempt to contravene the hotel's regulations. Jiang Yao solemnly reiterated the requirements. She wished for her employees to avoid the pitfalls of overexertion, for such habits are detrimental. As long as they can fulfill their assigned tasks adequately, that is sufficient. Lin Yueqing's eyes brightened, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Excellent. I will certainly manage that. So, Boss Jiang, am I now officially employed? Indeed. Jiang Yao instructed the system to draft an agreement. She handed the document to Lin Yueqing. Review the agreement thoroughly, and upon your satisfaction, affix your handprint. Lin Yueqing carefully perused the agreement from start to finish, ultimately nodding in satisfaction before solemnly placing her handprint on the document. The contract was established, and the agreement ignited spontaneously. Lin Yueqing felt an increased sense of belonging towards the hotel. From this day forth, she would no longer have to endure the scorching sun outside the city, the treacherous survivors, or the formidable and bizarre mutated beasts. Within the confines of the restaurant, no one could harm her. She could finally lead a normal life. This marked her rebirth. She bowed respectfully to Jiang Yao. Declaring, "Boss, I shall commence my duties now." In a corner, a group of survivors huddled together, whispering, "Is that woman the owner of this establishment? She appears quite young. It must be true. Did you not hear that woman address her as boss? Who knows what her background is, managing to open a shop in such a location? The Lord's Manor is just next door. Land here is precious. Why concern ourselves with her origins? As long as there is water and food, we should indulge and purchase as much as possible. Who knows if this shop will still be here tomorrow? You are right. This bun is delicious, so fresh. I must buy more to take with me. I need to get some to go as well. By the way, everyone, have you heard about that recent incident?" A thin man, whose eyes bulged from his gaunt face, leaned forward, lowering his voice. "What incident? You sound so mysterious." "It concerns the sudden lockdown of our city. I know. My cousin, who works at the Lord's Manor, informed me that the backup energy for our city's protective shield was lost, and the Lord urgently contacted the main city to request a replacement. It is likely to take 3 to 5 days to arrive." The thin man impatiently interrupted. You are behind the times. It has been revealed that the Vice Lord is the one who stole it. No one knows where he has hidden it, and he adamantly refuses to return it." "Really? What is the Vice Lord trying to achieve? If something were to happen to the protective shield, he wouldn't be able to escape either." The man shrugged. "Who knows? The power struggles among the upper echelons are beyond comprehension." Another man, clad in black, scoffed. "You all are truly something else. You still possess a few energy stones yourselves. Can you even guarantee survival until tomorrow? Yet you still have the leisure to gossip about the Lord's affairs." His words. A hush fell over the group. Jiang Yao reclined on the sofa, enjoying the cool breeze as she listened to their idle chatter. Finding it rather novel. The missing backup energy. Surely they are not alluding to the 9th level core that she had fed to the system? Heaven forbid, that was not stolen. She had exchanged points for it. But whatever. As long as it does not interfere with her business, it is of no concern. Jiang Yao oversaw the system as it crafted a visually appealing flyer. She planned to take Jiang Jiao and Jiang Shi for a drive around the city today, seizing the opportunity to distribute the flyers and attract more patrons to the branch. To instill confidence in potential customers regarding the existence of her hotel, she specifically purchased several specially designed thermal containers from the mall. Inside, she prepared ample ice water, popsicles, and dozens of takeout meals. When she sells a meal, she will give away a flyer, believing that soon the restaurant will be bustling with patrons. After instructing Jiang Wu to oversee the shop, Jiang Yao shared her plans with Lin Yueqing. To her surprise, Lin Yueqing volunteered to guide Jiang Yao, claiming to know where the most survivors congregated. Moreover, she asserted that she would serve as the best living advertisement. With her presence, others would surely trust Jiang Yao's words. Jiang Yao considered this and deemed her reasoning sound. Thus, Lin Yueqing took Jiang Shi's place in the driver's seat. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the temperature soared above 30 degrees early in the morning. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Yao was soon sweating from the heat. Jiang Ju loaded 3 large thermal containers into the trunk and then curled up in the back seat. Jiang Yao sat in the passenger seat, observing the rapidly passing scenery. The parched roads, low-lying houses, and the swirling dust outside the window all spoke to the dire water shortage in the area. However, while she was engrossed in her observations, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had become an object of scrutiny herself. Ever since the vehicle had embarked on the main road, the watchful eyes at the Lord's Manor had already trained their sights on the car. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical voice in the monitoring room signaled caution, accompanied by flashing red lights. Ying Yi adjusted the detection range of the mechanical eye as instructed, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he focused on Jiang Yao's brand new SUV. This vehicle, IT, is remarkably old-fashioned. Did they not cease production hundreds of years ago? How could it possibly appear here?